Chapter 1. The Truth Behind the False Monkey King. In truth, Sun Wukong had perished long ago on the journey to the west, and it was the six-eared macaque who attained Buddhahood during the ordeal of the true and false monkey kings. When Sun Wukong was subdued by the golden bell of the Buddha, he realized he had been ensnared by the stratagem of the Tathagata. The entire charade of the true and false monkey kings was orchestrated by the Tathagata himself, with the intent of eliminating the unpredictable Sun Wukong from the pilgrimage to the west. Ultimately, Sun Wukong forcibly split off a fragment of his true spirit to escape, seeking refuge in a place that lingered in his memory, where he believed he could find true allies. Throughout his journey, Sun Wukong bore witness to much: the universal celebration of a successful pilgrimage to the west and the flourishing of the Buddhist faith, all of which he observed with keen eyes. Over a century had passed, and a fragment of Sun Wukong's true spirit was on the brink of dissipating at last. He arrived in the region of Shinyo Hujo. Reaching the place etched in his memory, gazing upon the entrance of a cave, he was overwhelmed by emotion as tears streamed down his face upon reading the couplet inscribed there. Ling Tai Fong Cun Mountain, Seiyu Sen Xing, cave. Unable to contain himself any longer, he collapsed at the cave's entrance. The Bodhi patriarch, who was meditating within, suddenly sensed something amiss and hurried outside, only to find Sun Wukong's tattered true spirit. The Bodhi patriarch was taken aback. Filled with both astonishment and confusion, he swiftly gathered Sun Wukong's true spirit into the cave, merging it with the Chaos Stone to reconstruct Sun Wukong's corporeal form. After 14 days, Sun Wukong was reborn in his true form. Acutely aware of the significant enhancement in his prowess, he had ascended from the realm of Tai Sanxian to that of the Golden Immortal, becoming a Tai Golden Immortal. Upon awakening, Sun Wukong encountered the Bodhi patriarch, the master he had sought for over a century. Tears of joy welled up once more as he recalled the day he was expelled from Ling Tai Fong Cun Mountain. The Bodhi patriarch had threatened him never to disclose his sect and had declared that they would never meet again. Yet, how could the Bodhi patriarch ever truly relinquish Sun Wukong? The expulsion had been prompted by the Bodhi's foresight of the turmoil that would besiege Flower Fruit Mountain at the hands of the Chaos Demon King. Thus, he had sent Sun Wukong back, forbidding him from revealing his sect, merely wishing for Sun Wukong to gain experience in the three realms. After all, the Bodhi patriarch belonged to an otherworldly celestial sect. Had Sun Wukong revealed his master's identity, none in the three realms would dare lay a finger on him, and thus he would not have achieved true growth. At that moment, the Bodhi patriarch inquired, "Wukong, did you not attain Buddhahood at Lingshan? What brings you here? Who forced you to split your true spirit and flee?" Sun Wukong recounted his betrayal by the Tathagata and the usurpation by the six-eared macaque. Upon learning the truth, the Bodhi patriarch erupted in fury. How outrageous! Such audacity from the Buddhist realm, such treachery from the Tathagata towards my beloved disciple. Within the cave, Sun Wukong's fellow disciples regarded him with sympathetic glances. The Bodhi patriarch assured Sun Wukong, "Fear not. I shall seek justice for you. This grievance shall not go unavenged." In a state of excitement, Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff, exclaiming, "Master, I shall strike at Lingshan this very moment." However, the Bodhi patriarch halted him, his gaze filled with uncertainty. Sun Wukong's fellow disciples looked on with a mix of skepticism and derision, aware that something was amiss in the way they regarded him. Sun Wukong remained oblivious to any missteps he had made in his words. The Bodhi patriarch pondered, why does Wukong remain so brazen and ignorant? Has the journey to the west not enlightened him to the realities of the three realms? Subsequently, he queried Sun Wukong, "Wukong, if a conflict were to erupt between the heavenly court and Lingshan, who do you believe would emerge victorious?" Sun Wukong confidently replied, "Naturally, Lingshan. The denizens of the heavenly court are naught but a pack of useless fools, and the Jade Emperor is even more inept. When I, Sun Wukong, once wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, not a single celestial could stand against me. In contrast, Lingshan is home to countless bodhisattvas and arhats, not to mention the formidable Tathagata, far surpassing what the heavenly court could muster." Upon hearing Sun Wukong's response, some of his fellow disciples sighed in dismay. The Bodhi patriarch, 2. Exhaled a weary breath. Knowing that Sun Wukong's understanding of the three realms was still woefully insufficient, the Bodhi Patriarch recognized that enlightening Sun Wukong to the truth of the three realms was more crucial than seeking revenge for him. The Bodhi Patriarch explained, "Though I have restored your true form, your true spirit remains in Lingshan. Without the entirety of your true spirit, you cannot attain the path to sanctification. The Tathagata's machinations were aimed at your true spirit. Seeking that slender opportunity for enlightenment, Sun Wukong was perplexed by the Bodhi Patriarch's words, prompting the Bodhi Patriarch to continue. Ever since the war of the witches and the demons, the heavenly Tao has sealed the path to sanctification, a phenomenon we refer to as the heavenly Tao's restriction. Due to this restriction, no being may attain sanctification. However, the Jade Emperor and the Tathagata refuse to relinquish their ambitions. They have devised various schemes to achieve sanctification. The Jade Emperor has diligently practiced for 1,750 kalpas, each lasting 129,600 years. Yet he remains merely a quasi-saint thus. Both the Jade Emperor and the Tathagata are acutely aware that time alone is insufficient, compelling them to resort to alternative methods. Their ongoing struggle for the opportunity to attain sanctification constitutes the so-called contention between Buddhism and Taoism. This contention is not merely a rivalry for the incense offerings of the mortal realm, but also a fierce competition between the Tathagata and the Jade Emperor. The Tathagata's theft of your true spirit is rooted in this motive. You are the embodiment of the merit stone created by Nuwa to mend the heavens, possessing immense merit power. The Tathagata covets this power to refine your true spirit into an elixir, thereby achieving sanctification. However, he is doomed to fail as long as the heavenly Tao's restriction persists. He can never attain the status of a saint. After elucidating these matters, the Bodhi Patriarch gestured, conjuring a chessboard before him. Come, Wukong, let us engage in a game of chess. Yet Sun Wukong declined, his mind solely fixated on avenging himself at Lingshan. Thus, he offered an excuse and stealthily departed, soaring towards Lingshan. Left alone, the Bodhi Patriarch gazed at the chessboard. Shaking his head in resignation, he placed a black piece on the board, while Sun Wukong, en route to Lingshan, was suddenly confronted by a towering black mountain obstructing his path. Perplexed, he changed direction and continued toward Lingshan. Meanwhile, within the cave, the Bodhi Patriarch dropped another piece onto the chessboard, and once more, a great mountain emerged to block Sun Wukong's advance. Unfazed, Sun Wukong continued to shift directions, but the Bodhi Patriarch consistently placed pieces on the board. Eventually, Sun Wukong found himself completely encircled by mountains, resembling a chess piece trapped in a stalemate. Realizing this was the handiwork of the Bodhi Patriarch, he begrudgingly bowed towards the direction of Ling Tai Fong's Siyuan Mountain, saying, "Master, I recognize my error and implore you to retract your divine intervention." Upon uttering these words, the mountains surrounding him vanished, compelling Sun Wukong to return to the Xie Sanxing cave. Within the cave, the Bodhi Patriarch continued to observe the chessboard before him. Chapter 2. The Chess Game of the Three Realms. As Sun Wukong sat opposite Bodhi Patriarch, the latter remained silent, engrossed in the game. Without a word, Bodhi Patriarch picked up a black stone from the bowl beside him and placed it on the chessboard. Observing this, Sun Wukong took a white stone and made his move. Thus, the two engaged in a silent duel, each placing a piece in turn. Throughout the game, Sun Wukong's vision was flooded with countless images. With every stone he placed, the scenes before him transformed. This single game of chess revealed to him the entire history of the three realms. No, more accurately, the history of the primordial world. He witnessed the birth of Pangu, the emergence of the primordial chaos, the genesis of the heavenly Tao, the conflict between Luoho and Hong Jun, the great war among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, Nuwa's efforts to mend the heavens, the calamity of creation, the battle between the witch and the demon, the rise of humanity, the catastrophe of the deification, and ultimately, the great calamity of the journey to the west. In this game of chess, Sun Wukong bore witness to the entire chronicle of the primordial world, though he remained unaware of the significance of what he saw, only feeling a sense of wonder. Half an hour later, Sun Wukong found himself increasingly at a disadvantage. The white stones on the board had no chance of survival. Reluctantly, he placed 2 stones on the board to concede defeat. At that moment, Bodhi Patriarch finally lifted his gaze to look at Sun Wukong and inquired, Wukong, if the pieces on this chessboard possessed consciousness, what do you think they would ponder? Confused, Sun Wukong did not comprehend the reason behind Bodhi Patriarch's sudden question. The Patriarch continued, if the pieces were aware, the black stone would undoubtedly consider itself invincible, having captured all the white stones on the board. Yet, it is merely a pawn, subject to the will of its player. Only when these pieces recognize their status as mere pawns can they truly attain strength. Sun Wukong continued to gaze at Bodhi Patriarch, his expression one of perplexity. After a moment of contemplation, the Patriarch advised, Wukong, depart now and revisit the 3 realms. Do not seek vengeance against Tathagata until you have fully comprehended the nature of the realms. With that, Bodhi Patriarch waved his hand, casting 2 laws of the great Tao into Sun Wukong's being, and instructed him, I have infused you with 2 laws of the great Tao, when you fully grasp my words. These laws will enable you to ascend to the quasi-saint realm, granting you the power to contend with Tathagata. Thank you, Master, Sun Wukong responded, preparing to leave. Just then, Bodhi Patriarch called out to him again. Wukong, there are 2 more matters I must convey. The first, the 2 laws I have imparted to you. One is the law of strength, the other is the law of devour, when faced with an insurmountable enemy. The law of devour will be your last chance to turn the tide. The second matter, you are one of the 4 monkeys of chaos, an anomaly in the 3 realms. You should not exist here. If the anomalies within the 4 monkeys of chaos are combined, they will give rise to a being transcending the 3 realms, embodying the greatest anomaly across the cosmos, even surpassing the primordial chaos. I shall remember, Master, Sun Wukong affirmed, and promptly departed from the Shiwa Star Cave. Bodhi Patriarch murmured to himself, Ah, Wukong, I hope you can grasp my words. Otherwise, I shall have to avenge your grievances myself. After bidding farewell to Bodhi Patriarch, Sun Wukong made his way back to Flower Fruit Mountain, his home that he had not visited for centuries. Upon arrival, he was taken aback. The once vibrant Flower Fruit Mountain was now barren, devoid of life. The ground was littered with the remains of monkeys. In disbelief, Sun Wukong rushed into the water curtain cave, where he found a few hundred monkeys still alive, though they were emaciated and starving. Among them, several elder monkeys recognized Sun Wukong and rushed to him, exclaiming with excitement, My king, you have returned. You have finally come back. Sun Wukong inquired, What has happened to Flower Fruit Mountain? An elder monkey replied, Since you left, our mountain has faced numerous calamities. Floods and wildfires have rendered it lifeless. It has been hundreds of years since a single fruit has grown here. The young monkeys perished from starvation or succumbed to the disasters. Only those elder monkeys whom you named long ago survived, marked on the roster of life and death, impervious to hunger or cold, enduring until now. Sun Wukong felt a pang of sorrow and reassured the monkeys. Fear not, for I have returned. I shall borrow some water from the Dragon King to cleanse our mountain, and then plant flowers and trees to revitalize our monkey K. That moment, a monkey approached, cradling the lifeless body of another monkey, and knelt before Sun Wukong, weeping and pleading for his child's rescue. Recognizing this monkey as one from his earliest companions, Sun Wukong learned that the deceased was the monkey's child, who had starved to death the previous day. Sun Wukong thought, if he perished yesterday, his soul should still be in the underworld. I must retrieve it before it reincarnates. With determination, Sun Wukong set off for the underworld to reclaim the monkey's spirit. Chapter 3. Journey to the Underworld. Upon reaching the underworld, Sun Wukong initially intended to confront King Yama directly but realized his identity was unsuitable. Thus, he began his search. In the course of his quest, he discovered that the ghostly generals in the underworld were either golden immortals or profound immortals, with the lowest rank being celestial immortals. Sun Wukong was astonished. During his previous rampage in the underworld, he had been at the pinnacle of golden immortal level. If a mere ghostly general possessed such strength, it would have been impossible for him to have caused chaos there. He pondered how, in just a few hundred years, these beings had grown so formidable. Yet he put aside his confusion, focused solely on locating the monkey's spirit. As Sun Wukong approached the river of forgetfulness, preparing to cross the Naya Bridge, he suddenly noticed 2 figures emerging from the mist on the bridge. The figures drew closer, each adorned with a waist token that shimmered with light. Spotting Sun Wukong, they bellowed, Who dares to invade the realm of the underworld? As the 2 emerged from the mist, one wore red garments, stout and fierce, with a waist token inscribed with the words Day Wanderer. The other, slender and clad in black, bore a cold expression, his token reading Night Wanderer. These two were the day and night wanderers of the underworld. The Day Wanderer, with a fiery temper, roared, "Anyone who dares to trespass into the underworld shall face death." Sun Wukong, equally irate, retorted, "How audacious! I am the great sage equal to heaven. Sun Wukong, you mere underworld lackeys dare to disrespect me." The Day Wanderer laughed heartily. "Just a little monkey. Today I shall show you how ridiculous your title of great sage truly is." He then removed his waist token, channeling his power into it. The token emitted a brilliant green light, and with a thunderous roar, a beam of green energy shot forth towards Sun Wukong. Swiftly, Sun Wukong brandished his golden cudgel to block the attack, which he successfully did. In retaliation, Sun Wukong swung the cudgel at the Day Wanderer, who ignited his token, summoning green ghostly flames that surged towards Sun Wukong, the cries of countless vengeful spirits echoing within. Sun Wukong, recognizing the danger of the ghostly flames, activated the great immortal technique to counter the onslaught. During the struggle, Sun Wukong discerned that the Day Wanderer was at the same level as he, both being Tai golden immortals. However, the Day Wanderer displayed a lack of combat experience, and soon Sun Wukong gained the upper hand. Seizing the opportunity, he channeled the great immortal technique into his cudgel, unleashing a beam of golden light directed at the Day Wanderer. The Day Wanderer responded with a beam of green light from his token, but the golden light proved to be far stronger. With a resounding explosion, both the Day Wanderer and Sun Wukong were thrown back. While Sun Wukong fared well, the Day Wanderer clutched his chest, spitting blood yet still bellowing, "If I do not vanquish you today, I am unworthy of my divine station." Suddenly, the Day Wanderer's aura surged, and a third eye opened on his forehead, his skin turning a bluish hue. The wooden token transformed into a warhammer, and a red warhorse appeared beneath him, while his hair blazed crimson. Sensing the escalating danger, Sun Wukong investigated and found that the Day Wanderer had ascended to the level of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Though this was a temporary enhancement, Sun Wukong, still a Tai Golden Immortal, could not contend with a Great Luo Golden Immortal. The Day Wanderer charged at Sun Wukong on his warhorse, but just as he was about to strike, a brilliant beam of light descended from the heavens, knocking the Day Wanderer back. As the light faded, an old woman appeared between the two, that upon seeing her, the Day Wanderer immediately reined in his horse and dismounted, while the Night Wanderer hurriedly approached, both bowing deeply and exclaiming, "We humbly greet the great Meng Pa." Meng Pa turned to Sun Wukong and remarked, "You, monkey, remain as arrogant as ever." Sun Wukong, clasping his hands in gratitude, replied, "Thank you, venerable lady, for your timely assistance." Meng Pa remarked, very well. Your master has bestowed kindness upon me. You may pass. Cross this Niha bridge, and you shall enter the underworld." That moment, the Sun Traveler God bellowed, "Great Meng Pa, if everyone were to disregard the rules for their personal desires as he does, the underworld would descend into chaos." Meng Pa turned her gaze towards the Sun Traveler God and unleashed her formidable aura, compelling him to kneel on one knee. She declared, "This is the river of forgetfulness. I, Meng Pa, shall act as I please, and there is nothing amiss. Do you have any objections?" Faced with Meng Po's overwhelming presence, the Sun Traveler God could only bow his head and mutter, "This humble deity dares not." Chapter 4. The Power of the Underworld. With Meng Po's assistance, Sun Wukong successfully stepped onto the Niha bridge. However, the Sun Traveler God, deeply dissatisfied with Meng Po's actions, reported her and Sun Wukong to Emperor Fengdu. Upon entering the underworld, Sun Wukong found himself at a loss as to where to seek guidance. He initially intended to approach King Yanluo directly, but upon reflecting on the inappropriateness of his status, he decided to search independently. While wandering aimlessly, he suddenly spotted two familiar figures. One was as black as coal, while the other was as white as frost. One wore a hat inscribed with world peace, and the other bore the words wealth upon encounter. These two were the infamous Wang and Po of the underworld, tasked with guiding the souls of the deceased from the mortal realm into the netherworld. Sun Wukong mused, "Their duty is to collect the souls of the departed. Surely they must know the whereabouts of that monkey." Thus, he launched a surprise attack on them. Sun Wukong raised his golden staff and struck at the two, but the duo reacted swiftly, evading his blow. Upon recognizing him, they clasped their hands and inquired, "What offense have we committed against the victorious fighting Buddha to warrant such an assault?" The deception surrounding the true and false monkey kings had confounded the three realms. Only a few high powers were privy to the truth. Yet they remained silent for various reasons. Thus, in the eyes of the masses, Sun Wukong had ascended to the spiritual mountain and become the victorious fighting Buddha, prompting Wang and Po to address him as such. Hearing the title Victorious Fighting Buddha ignited Sun Wukong's fury, and he continued to swing his golden staff at them. After evading several of his attacks, Wang and Po, now incensed, retorted, "If the victorious fighting Buddha insists on this, do not blame us for our rudeness." They then conjured a magical chain, one of their artifacts, the Soul Binding Lock. Armed with the Soul Binding Lock, the two engaged Sun Wukong in battle at a mere golden immortals. They were no match for his strength, and their provocation only fueled his rage at in mere moments. They were defeated, and the Soul Binding Lock lay shattered. Yet, Wang and Po each produced another artifact. Wang wielded a staff adorned with countless white fabric strips and a bell, known as the Crying Morning Staff, while Po brandished a long chain with massive hooks, the Soul Hook. Wang swung his Crying Morning Staff, causing the bell to ring, summoning countless vengeful spirits from the underworld. He directed these spirits towards Sun Wukong, who, undaunted, brandished his golden staff and charged at the spectral horde. Just then, a voice echoed, "What is happening here? Why such a commotion?" Following the sound, a figure approached, a man with a leopard-like head and fierce brows, clad in a red robe and wielding a sword, none other than the martial judge of the underworld, Zhong Kuei. Upon seeing Zhong Kuei, Wang and Po hurriedly bowed. "We have encountered the holy monarch." Zhong Kuei inquired about the commotion, and the two recounted the events in full. After listening, Zhong Kuei stepped forward and, with a resounding shout, repelled the multitude of vengeful spirits. He then addressed Sun Wukong. "Victorious fighting Buddha, even if they have wronged you, you should not cause a disturbance in my underworld. What has incited such ire in you?" Sun Wukong interrupted, "Silence. Do not call me victorious fighting Buddha." He then swung his golden staff at Zhong Kuei, who met his assault with unwavering courage, brandishing his sword in defense. The clash between Zhong Kuei and Sun Wukong was fierce, with neither side gaining the upper hand after several exchanges. Sun Wukong was astounded, reflecting, first, the Sun Traveler God, and now Zhong Kuei. Such formidable beings dwell in the underworld. Meanwhile, Wang and Po exchanged knowing glances, their silent understanding apparent. Just as the battle intensified, the black-clad Po seized an opportunity. Unnoticed by Sun Wukong, he ensnared him with the soul hook, extracting his spirit from his body. Seizing the moment, Wang struck Sun Wukong's spirit on the head with the Crying Morning Staff, rendering him unconscious upon the ground. Zhong Kuei commanded, "Bind him with the Soul Binding Lock. We shall take him before King Yinluo at the River of Forgetfulness." Meng Po seemed to sense a disturbance. Her lips moved slightly, as if whispering. In the hall of Yinluo, King Yinluo was reviewing the Book of Life and Death when he suddenly raised his head solemnly towards the sky. After a moment, he clasped his hands and spoke. "Yinluo understands." This was Meng Po employing a transmission technique to communicate something to King Yinluo. At that moment, Zhong Kuei arrived with Sun Wukong's soul and body before King Yinluo. Before Zhong Kuei could speak, King Yinluo gestured for him to withdraw and proceeded to awaken Sun Wukong, reintegrating his spirit into his corporeal form. Once revived, Sun Wukong observed as King Yinluo concealed his immense aura and respectfully addressed him. "This humble deity greets the great sage. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Chapter 5. The mysterious Meng Po. Sun Wukong replied, "I have come to seek the soul of a monkey from Flower Fruit Mountain. I implore King Yinluo to grant me this favored this moment." Sun Wukong's tone was remarkably courteous, for the display of power by the Sun Traveler God, and Zhong Kuei had reshaped his understanding of the underworld. Faced with King Yinluo, a figure of even greater stature, he chose to adopt a more temperate demeanor, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict. King Yinluo, intrigued by the monkey's newfound politeness, responded, "Great sage, you may not be aware that the Tathagata Buddha has decreed that any monkey from Flower Fruit Mountain must have their soul cast into Een Mountain upon death, to be overseen by the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva." "There is little I can do." Sun Wukong, puzzled, asked, "Een Mountain? Is that not the legendary 19th level of hell? It is said that souls entering Een Mountain can never reincarnate. Why then does the Tathagata impose such eternal suffering upon my kin?" King Yinluo sighed, "Alas, great sage, you ought to understand what sort of beings the Buddhist sect comprises. How many in the three realms genuinely seek true enlightenment? Most disciples of the Buddha merely masquerade under the name of Buddhism to oppress the common folk. At this, Sun Wukong's fury ignited. If the Tathagata wishes to condemn me to death, that is one matter. But why must he also persecute my descendants? No, I shall rescue my children, just as Sun Wukong resolved to depart. King Yanluo interjected, Great sage, do not act in haste. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, though a Bodhisattva, possesses power that rivals that of the Buddhas. He is one of the 8 quasi-saints of Ling Mountain, whereas you are merely a tiny golden immortal and not yet capable of contending with a quasi-saint. King Yanluo's words served as a reminder to Sun Wukong. Indeed, if he were to proceed recklessly, he might find himself captured by the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and return to Ling Mountain. Yet, if he chose not to act, how could he justify his inaction to those monkeys? Caught in a dilemma, Sun Wukong pondered until King Yanluo suggested, if the great sage insists on rescuing those monkeys, I do have a plan. Sun Wukong, eager, inquired, What is your plan? King Yanluo explained, After crossing the river of forgetfulness, head north, and you shall encounter a sea of blood. Within that sea resides an ancient ancestor who can assist you. Sun Wukong responded, Excellent. Thank you. I shall go. With that, he departed from the hall of Yanluo. Meanwhile, at the river of forgetfulness, Meng Po was preparing the Meng Po soup when 2 figures approached her. The first was a towering, imposing figure, exuding an aura of formidable spirit. Emperor Fengdu, the highest authority of the underworld. Following closely behind him was the Sun Traveler God. Emperor Fengdu addressed Meng Po. I have heard from the Sun Traveler God that you have unlawfully allowed outsiders to enter the underworld, disregarding our regulations. Is this true? Meng Po replied, Indeed, it is true. Emperor Fengdu, displeased, retorted, You flout the rules of the underworld. Do you not regard my authority? Meng Po met his gaze without a hint of fear and replied, Fengdu, I was among the first to arrive in the underworld. Even before you, I am but a senior. What I choose to do is beyond your jurisdiction. Who among the 3 realms dares to challenge me? At that moment, the Sun Traveler God interjected, You old hag, how dare you show disrespect to Emperor Fengdu? To which Emperor Fengdu thundered, Silence. This is not your place to speak. Step aside. Upon hearing these words, the Sun God could only silently step aside, while the Emperor of Fengdu addressed Meng Po, saying, Meng Po, I show you this courtesy out of respect for your seniority, but do you not think your actions today are a tad excessive? I require an explanation. An explanation. Meng Po retorted boldly, Fengdu, I have stated that my affairs are beyond the jurisdiction of anyone in the 3 realms. Why should I owe any explanation to others? At her fearless response, the Emperor of Fengdu was consumed by rage. He unleashed his quasi-saintly aura, and a colossal ghostly claw emerged from the void, striking towards Meng Po with a gentle lift of her finger. She calmly uttered, Earthly path, reincarnation. In an instant, a force of reincarnation emanated from Meng Po's fingertip, colliding with the immense ghostly claw, which shattered into fragments. The Emperor of Fengdu, now astonished, gazed at Meng Po, exclaiming, Earthly path, you are. Meng Po interrupted, Silence. The Emperor of Fengdu, now filled with reverence, clasped his hands in salute to Meng Po, saying, I apologize for any offense caused earlier. We shall take our leave. Meanwhile, the Sun God stood perplexed, having intended to seek retribution from the Emperor of Fengdu, only to witness him display such deference towards Meng Po. As they departed, the Sun God could not suppress his curiosity, asking the Emperor of Fengdu, Why do you show such respect to Meng Po? You are the highest authority in the underworld. The Emperor of Fengdu replied impatiently, Enough of this, let the matter rest. If you wish to live, do not provoke Meng Po. The Sun God questioned with confusion, Then who exactly is Meng Po? Is she more powerful than you? The Emperor of Fengdu responded, I dare not speak of Meng Po's true identity. But indeed, she is formidable. Not even I, nor anyone in the 3 realms, would dare to provoke her if her identity were to be revealed. The Sun God, still unconvinced, pressed on, If Meng Po is untouchable, what of Sun Wukong? Is he also beyond reproach? The Emperor of Fengdu retorted angrily, What nonsense! If I had wished to confront that monkey, I would have sought him out first, not Meng Po. Sun Wukong may not possess overwhelming power, yet he has formidable allies. The Sun God scoffed. Is it merely the Buddhist sect? Is the underworld truly afraid of them? The Emperor of Fengdu clarified, No. Sun Wukong's allies are not from the Buddhist sect. He has never attained Buddhahood. Those who stand behind him are even more powerful than the Buddhist sect. The Sun God, bewildered, mused, if Sun Wukong's allies are not from the Buddhist sect. Perhaps there is a mysterious master assisting him. But what does it mean that he has never attained Buddhahood? At this thought, the Sun God hesitated, realizing the implications were far too complex. Chapter 6. The powerful beings in the underworld after the Emperor of Fengdu and the Sun God departed from Wanchuan. Sun Wukong arrived at Wanchuan, where he encountered Meng Po once more, who stood before the Naiha Bridge. Sun Wukong approached her, performed a respectful gesture, and then departed, as his sole focus was to rescue his kin. Following the instructions of the King of Hell, Sun Wukong journeyed northward from Wanchuan. Not long into his trek, he detected a potent scent of blood in the AI. As he pressed on, the stench intensified, leading him to a vast sea of blood that seemed boundless. Upon entering the blood sea of the netherworld, he was confronted by a group of Azuro warriors. The leader inquired, "Who are you to dare trespass into the blood sea of the netherworld?" Sun Wukong assessed the leader's power and recognized him as a great Luo golden immortal. He then bowed respectfully and replied, "Esteemed ones, I am Sun Wukong that I come seeking assistance from your ancestor. I kindly request you guide me to him." Upon hearing this, the leader lowered his weapon, saying, "Ah, you are the legendary Monkey King. My apologies, you seek the assistance of the old ancestor of the underworld river. I am Indra, one of the 4 demon generals serving him. I shall take you to meet our ancestor." Under Indra's guidance, Sun Wukong ventured to the deepest part of the Blood Sea, where he beheld a red lotus of flame, upon which sat the venerable old ancestor of the underworld river, whom Sun Wukong sought. The old ancestor commanded Indra to withdraw. Now, with only Sun Wukong and the old ancestor present, the latter remarked, "It seems you are not without backing. A powerful figure has resurrected you, evading the scrutiny of the 3 realms and the heavenly path. He has obscured the causality between you, preventing me from discerning his identity. Furthermore, Meng Po regards you with great significance. Just moments ago, she sent word urging me to assist you. It appears you harbor secrets yet unrevealed." Sun Wukong realized that the powerful figure referenced by the old ancestor was his master. The patriarch Bodhi also understood that the old ancestor was no ordinary being, perhaps rivaling the Tathagata in strength. Sun Wukong inquired, "Pray tell, what is the true identity of Meng Po? She seems to hold a paramount position in the underworld. What kind of power does the underworld possess, and who are its formidable beings?" Sun Wukong's question stemmed from a complete reevaluation of his understanding of the underworld. Previously, he believed the underworld lacked strength, having single-handedly disrupted the Book of Life and Death, causing turmoil without opposition. Yet now, one mere officer from the underworld could contend with him. Sun Wukong yearned to comprehend the true might of the underworld. The old ancestor replied, "Meng Po's identity is shrouded in mystery. Few in the 3 realms are aware of her true nature. It is said that she was the first to arrive in the underworld, even before the Emperor of Fengdu." Sun Wukong pressed further. "And who is the Emperor of Fengdu?" The old ancestor explained, "The Emperor of Fengdu is the supreme ruler of the underworld, residing in the city of Fengdu, where he confines vengeful spirits unable to reincarnate due to their deep-seated grievances to prevent their malevolence from spreading. He has imprisoned hundreds of billions of such spirits over millennia, some of whom are so powerful that even the King of Hell cannot subdue them. Yet, the Emperor of Fengdu manages to keep them at bay, supported by the 5 Ghost Emperors and the 10 Yama Kings, making them the mightiest in the underworld." Sun Wukong, astonished by the old ancestor's revelation, was taken aback by the underworld's tremendous power, and no wonder his master urged him to gain clarity about the 3 realms. It was far more complex than he had imagined at that moment. The old ancestor continued, "Moreover, I must inform you that apart from the Emperor of Fengdu, Meng Po, the 5 Ghost Emperors, and the Eastern Emperor beneath Mount Tai, there exists a mysterious powerful entity in the underworld. This being is known to almost no one in the 3 realms. I learned of her existence through my conversations with Meng Po, who referred to her as a forbidden presence in the 3 realms." Instantly intrigued, Sun Wukong inquired about the identity of this mysterious being. The old ancestor shook his head. "Neither I nor Meng Po knows her identity. Meng Po mentioned that this mysterious being prefers to be called Dream. She has stated that even she feels an instinctive danger when facing Dream, and if this entity were to act, no one in the 3 realms could stand against her, not even the heavenly path itself." Sun Wukong was astounded by the underworld's power. After this visit, he realized that the underworld was far more formidable than he had previously thought. His understanding of the three realms became increasingly obscure. Chapter 7. The mysterious maiden of the other shore. After discussing these matters, the two turned their attention to the journey to Een Mountain. The old ancestor remarked, "I had no intention of interfering in the affairs of the three realms. However, since Mengpa has urged me to assist you, I shall grant her this favor. But I require you to retrieve an item for me. If you can bring it to me, I will aid you." Sun Wukong asked. "What item?" The old ancestor replied. "The flower of the other shore. If you can procure a single blossom of this flower, I will help you deal with the King of Hell." Sun Wukong, brimming with confidence, responded, "A mere flower? Wait here. I will retrieve it for you." He then departed the blood sea of the netherworld. In truth, the old ancestor had no genuine desire to assist Sun Wukong. But with Mengpa requesting his help, he could not outright refuse. Thus, he devised a way to challenge Sun Wukong by asking for the flower of the other shore. Although the old ancestor needed the flower, it was nearly impossible to obtain within the three realms. Otherwise, given his power, he could have easily collected it himself without requiring Sun Wukong's assistance. Upon leaving the Blood Sea, Sun Wukong arrived at the Hall of Yama and inquired about the location of the flower of the other shore. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's request, the King of Hell displayed a troubled expression. "Great sage, even if I were to tell you where the flower of the other shore grows, you likely would not be able to collect it." Sun Wukong, puzzled, asked, "Why is that?" "Alas, great sage, you may not know that the flower of the other shore, also known as the resurrection flower, has the power to revive the dead. It grows along the path of the Yellow Springs. Yet the power contained within it is so formidable that no one in the three realms can dare to collect it. The old ancestor of the underworld is clearly reluctant to assist you. Instead of refusing directly, he has chosen to challenge you with this flower." Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong's countenance instantly clouded with a trace of sorrow. Subsequently, he lowered his head and departed from the hall of Yanluo. Once outside, Sun Wukong remained distracted, his mind consumed with thoughts. "I, the illustrious great sage equal to heaven, have now fallen to the depths of seeking aid from others, only to find that each and every one of them is unwilling to assist me." He found it amusing to reflect on his former ignorance. Yet at this moment, Sun Wukong was more preoccupied with how to save his own kin, the monkeys. Time passed, and before he knew it, Sun Wukong regained his senses only to discover he had wandered to the River of Oblivion, once again standing before the Bridge of Forgetfulness. There, Mengpa stood, as ever, with a glimmer of hope. Sun Wukong approached her. Before he could utter a word, Mengpa spoke. "You have come for the flower of the other shore, have you not?" Sun Wukong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Indeed, I urgently require the flower of the other shore." "I hope you can assist me, dear lady." Mengpa sighed. "Alas, you troublesome monkey, you truly know how to add to my burdens. Fortunately, there are currently no souls seeking to reincarnate, so I shall procure a flower for you." With that, Mengpa departed from the River of Oblivion, while Sun Wukong clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, dear lady." After Mengpa left the River of Oblivion, she walked along the road of Yellow Springs, where peculiar flowers flourished on either side. These flowers differed from others. Their petals were slender and elongated, with the stems bearing either flowers or leaves, but never both. These flowers were none other than the fabled blooms of the other shore. Rather than plucking them, Mengpa continued towards the end of the road of Yellow Springs, where a vast sea of flowers awaited. Entering the heart of this floral expanse, she carefully avoided trampling the blooms beneath her feet. In the center of the flower sea knelt a woman, delicately tending to the blossoms. This woman possessed an ethereal beauty, flawless in every aspect, with a mark of crimson resembling a flower upon her brow. Her gracefully arched eyebrows framed eyes like black gemstones, exuding an icy demeanor. Clad in a simple white gown cinched at the waist by a jade belt, her long hair cascaded down to her waist. And her form was nothing short of breathtaking, with long, elegant legs bare of shoes, her feet pristine and untouched by dust, even revealing faint veins upon her delicate instep. There was no sign of feminine fragility about her. Rather, she emanated a fierce and commanding presence. Mengpo approached, saying, "Dream, it has been a long time. I have come to seek your aid." The mysterious woman scoffed. "Ha! I, born before the primordial chaos, am eons your senior. You dare address me as old lady?" Mengpa hurriedly apologized, fearing that any delay might lead to her demise at the hands of this woman. The woman inquired. Is it for the flower of the other shore? Mengpa nodded. The woman rose, tilting her head as if lost in thought. After a moment, she sighed. The flower blooms for 1,000 years, then withers for another 1,000. The flower and leaf shall never meet again. Is this the fate of my clan, the flowers of the other shore? I had thought I could transcend this destiny, yet it continues to bind me. Mengpa remarked. You still await your fated one. How stubborn you are. You know full well that he is unlikely to appear, yet you persist. No, I have awaited him. Today he has crossed the bridge of forgetfulness. Mengpa gasped. What? How can this be? Suddenly, a figure came to her mind, and she began to calculate. Mengpa exclaimed. It truly is him. The legendary anomaly has indeed manifested. If that is the case, then the rumored realm truly exists. It appears that the choice made during the primordial age was indeed the right one. The woman waved her hand, causing a flower to detach from its stem and float into her grasp. She then handed the flower to Mengpa, instructing, once used, remember to return it to me. Mengpa replied, thank you. With that, Mengpa departed. Alone, the woman pondered, and after a while, she spoke to herself, at long last. The intricate web woven by the primordial is beginning to clarify. Now, we shall see how Pangu and fate unfold. Chapter 8. A ruckus in Ainshur. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, utterly exhausted from his sojourn in the underworld, leaned against a stone by the bridge of forgetfulness and succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he arrived at a sea of flowers from the other shore, where a mysterious woman beckoned him. Sun Wukong felt his body moving uncontrollably towards her. As he approached, he noticed his appearance gradually transforming, his form shifting into that of a human, with long strands of grayish-white hair sprouting upon his head. Just as he was about to reach the woman, a sudden force jolted him awake, revealing Mengpa standing beside him. Mengpa explained, this stone is known as the Three-Lives Stone. It can reflect past lives. You must have just seen the most significant person from your previous life. Sun Wukong mused. I, Sun Wukong, born of heaven and earth, had a previous life? Mengpa said no more, handing the flower of the other shore to him, emphasizing its importance and the need to return it once used. Sun Wukong assured her, no problem. He then left the river of oblivion and made his way to the blood sea of the underworld. Upon arriving at the blood sea, Sun Wukong presented the flower to the old ancestor of the underworld river, who was taken aback. You truly brought the flower of the other shore. At this moment, the old ancestor felt compelled to assist Sun Wukong, as it would be unreasonable to complicate matters further after he had gone to such lengths. The old ancestor said, please wait here a moment. I shall return shortly. Sun Wukong replied, very well, but I have promised Mengpa to return the flower once it has been used, and no worries. I shall return it to Mengpa once I'm done. With that, the old ancestor departed. He made his way to the center of the blood sea, where he found a female corpse. The woman had a slender, upright figure and a fair complexion, her skin as white as jade. Her elegant lines suggested she must have been a beauty in life, and her body was enveloped in a magical aura, showing no signs of decay. This was the Iron Fan Princess. The old ancestor placed the flower of the other shore upon the princess's chest, lamenting, my poor daughter, with this flower, you shall return to life within 10 years, like Sun Wukong. The old ancestor harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Buddhist sect, for 3 reasons. Firstly, the Tathagata Bodhisattva, while guiding spirits in the underworld, had also drawn countless Asura into the fold of Buddhism. Secondly, the sect had caused him to lose 2 invaluable assistants, the Mosquito Taoist and the Golden Cicada, both of whom were originally part of the Asura clan. The Mosquito Taoist had consumed the Buddhist treasure, the 12-petal merit lotus, reducing it to 9 petals, leading to his capture by the Zhuan-Ti saint and the Tongtian teacher. The Golden Cicada had been subdued by the Buddhist sect, becoming a key figure in the calamity of the journey to the West. While he could tolerate these 2 matters, what he could not forgive was that the Buddhist sect had caused the death of his own daughter, the Iron Fan Princess, and that the Guanyin Bodhisattva had even captured his nephew, the Red Boy. However, the old ancestor hesitated to act against the Buddhist sect, mindful of the 2 saints that supported them. Now, it was time to collect some interest from the Buddhist sect. Accordingly, the old ancestor took Sun Wukong to Ainshur. Upon their arrival, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva sensed the ill intent and understood that conflict was unavoidable. Nonetheless, he addressed them, Old ancestor, great sage, what brings you to my spiritual mountain? At this moment, Xidagarba was also quite perplexed by the revival of Sun Wukong. The old ancestor replied, "My friend seeks to enter Ainshur to find someone. I hope Xidagarba can facilitate this. Old ancestor, you must know that those suppressed in Ainshur are not to be reincarnated. Your actions will throw the three realms into chaos, if that is the case. Then there is no need for discussion. Monkey, you may enter Ainshur. The rest is for me to handle." Without hesitation, Sun Wukong burst into the Ain Mountain. The Bodhisattva Xidagarba intended to intervene, but was thwarted by the intervention of the ancestor of the underworld river. Recognizing that escape was not an option, Xidagarba dispatched his guardian, the listener, to confront Sun Wukong, while he himself engaged in battle with the ancestor. Upon entering Ain Mountain, Sun Wukong commenced the collection of monkey souls. Aware that time was of the essence, he gathered every visible monkey soul into his grasp, regardless of whether they hailed from Flower Fruit Mountain or not. At that moment, the listener caught up, transforming into human form and unleashing his cultivation as a Tai golden immortal. Charging towards Sun Wukong. In response, Sun Wukong wielded his golden rod, using one hand to parry the listener's advances while the other continued to gather monkey souls. Although Sun Wukong's strength was not particularly formidable within the three realms, he was undoubtedly a powerful figure among Tai golden immortals. Even while distracted by his task, he adeptly defended himself with one hand. As he fought and fled, traversing nearly the entire Ain Mountain, he successfully amassed several tens of thousands of monkey souls and deemed it sufficient to depart. Outside Ain Mountain, Xidagarba continued his struggle with the ancestor of the underworld river. Upon realizing that Sun Wukong had emerged, the ancestor sought to disengage from the battle, leaving Xidagarba with the intention to pursue. However, the restless spirits within Ain Mountain began to stir once more due to the earlier commotion, compelling Xidagarba to return, reciting scriptures to pacify the vengeful spirits. At this juncture, the listener also emerged, prompting Xidagarba to instruct him to pursue Sun Wukong while he maintained his vigil over Ain Mountain. Chapter 9. The Ancient Demon Beasts. After exiting Ain Mountain, Sun Wukong made his way towards the underworld, only to be intercepted by Meng Po at the banks of the River of Forgetfulness. "Release them," she implored. Sun Wukong, puzzled by her intent, inquired further. Meng Po continued, "These tens of thousands of monkey souls, should you bring them into the realm of the living, they will soon dissipate into nothingness. Release them, and I shall guide them into reincarnation." Understanding Meng Po's meaning, Sun Wukong promptly liberated the monkey souls from his grasp, assisting her in administering the soup of forgetfulness to them. Not far away, the listener observed this unfolding scene, refraining from action due to his awareness of Meng Po's enigmatic nature. While Meng Po remained oblivious to his presence, it took considerable time for Sun Wukong and Meng Po to ensure that all the monkeys were sent into reincarnation. Just as Sun Wukong intended to depart, Meng Po called out to him, "Following this uproar in Ain Mountain, news of your resurrection has spread across the three realms. The Buddhist sect is undoubtedly aware of your return, and given your past enmity with them, your future endeavors will be fraught with difficulty. I know your master. While he is powerful, he will not show himself easily, nor intervene readily. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to seek a certain sage-level ally within the three realms as your support. Though I can assist you, I too will not act lightly in this realm, as you are presently but a Tai golden immortal. Even a mere Deluo golden immortal would be beyond your capacity to contend with." "Thank you, Meng Po. I understand," Sun Wukong replied. Before departing the underworld, back at Ain Mountain, Xidagarba, having once again subdued the restless spirits, projected his consciousness to Ling Mountain, informing the Buddha of the chaos instigated by Sun Wukong and the ancestor of the underworld river. Upon learning of these events, the Buddha resolved to dispatch the future Buddha, Maitreya, to the underworld to demand an explanation from the ancestor. Furthermore, the Buddha expressed his perplexity regarding Sun Wukong's resurrection. After leaving the underworld, Sun Wukong set his sights on returning to Flower Fruit Mountain, only to be confronted once more by the listener. Upon recognizing his adversary, Sun Wukong scoffed, "In Ain Mountain, I collected monkey souls while fending you off. You were unable to best me then, and now that I am not divided in focus, how could you possibly stand a chance against me? I am aware that I am no match for you, which is precisely why I have come prepared this time." With a wave of his hand, the listener summoned forth a demon beast resembling a black dog, its fur gleaming with a peculiar luster. This creature was none other than Huodo, the the steed of the ancient fire god Zhu, known to thrive on fire and leave calamity in its wake. This is a puppet crafted by our Buddhist sect. A gift from K. Itagarba to assist in my defense, and I shall employ it against you now. At that moment, Huado let out a thunderous roar, releasing an overwhelming aura. Suddenly, flames erupted fiercely from his body, and his eyes turned blood red. Sun Wukong assessed Huado's realm and discovered that they were both at the same level, both being Tai golden immortals. Faced with Huado, Sun Wukong felt no fear. Rather, it ignited his fighting spirit. Deep down, Sun Wukong relished combat, particularly with opponents of equal strength, and Huado, being of the same realm, was precisely the kind of adversary he favored, wielding his golden staff. Sun Wukong charged at Huado, who also lunged towards him. Sun Wukong continuously executed the great bright celestial art to launch attacks, while Huado unleashed fiery assaults in return. During the battle, Sun Wukong realized that Huado's flames were not ordinary. Their lethality was over 1,000 times greater than that of standard fire, even with the great supreme celestial art in operation. Sun Wukong found it difficult to withstand. Huado's flames, known as the Flames of Catastrophe, were a unique creation born from his long association with Zhu. Based on Zhu fire, these flames possessed immense destructive power, surpassing even the three mystical fires of the Supreme Lord by a notable margin. This fire was a product of Huado's own creation during a significant calamity, thus earning it the name Flames of Catastrophe. After several exchanges, Sun Wukong found himself gradually at a disadvantage. Reluctantly, he resorted to the divine transformation of heaven and earth, instantly towering to a height of 10,000 zhang. His head resembled Mount Tai, his teeth akin to steep ridges, and his mouth like a blood basin, while his staff appeared as a pillar supporting the heavens, reaching the 33 heavens above and descending to the 18 hells below. This divine transformation was not merely a size-increasing spell. Unlike ordinary enlargement spells that only augmented size and strength, this one also temporarily enhanced his magical power and realm. In this state, Sun Wukong's strength approached that of a great Luo golden immortal, a technique he had only employed during his battle with Erling Shun. Huado, too, enlarged his form, and thus the two resumed their fierce combat. The spectacle was awe-inspiring. A colossal giant wielding a towering pillar battling a beast as massive as a mountain. Their clash drew the attention of the heavenly court. The resurgence of ancient beasts piqued the Jade Emperor's interest. More pressing, however, was the reappearance of Sun Wukong. Although the Jade Emperor felt perplexed by Wukong's return, he understood that it was entirely outside the plans of the Buddhist sect, which would undoubtedly concoct a suitable justification to eliminate him. With Wukong causing chaos in Yi Mountain, it was an opportune moment. Given the historical discord between the heavenly court and Lingshan, with both factions engaged in overt and covert struggles, the Jade Emperor decided to create some trouble for Lingshan that he promptly issued a decree, dispatching 36 Thunder Generals to the mortal realm to capture Huado. Citing that the battle between Sun Wukong and Huado was wreaking havoc among the mortals, the 36 Thunder Generals descended to the mortal realm. Arriving at the battleground where Sun Wukong and Huado were locked in combat, at that moment, Sun Wukong was utterly exhausted, and he could not maintain the divine transformation for much longer. Just then, the 36 Thunder Generals encircled Huado, setting up the Heavenly Punishment Thunder Formation to trap him within. Chapter 10. Driven into a corner, the arrival of the 36 Thunder Generals puzzled Sun Wukong. Yet he was too preoccupied to dwell on it. All he wanted was to escape. Within the Heavenly Punishment Thunder Formation, Huado found himself surrounded by the 36 Thunder Generals, who began to activate the formation. Dark clouds gathered ominously above, and a massive vortex formed within the clouds, swirling with endless thunder. Sensing the dire situation, Huado attempted to flee the formation but found himself ensnared at that moment. A bolt of heavenly thunder descended from the vortex, striking Huado directly, followed by a relentless barrage of heavenly bolts raining down upon him. Although Huado possessed the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal, the saying that all beings are equal under the thunder was not without merit. Whether man or beast, the most dreaded trial in their cultivation was the thunder tribulation, and no matter how many years one had cultivated, a single bolt of heavenly thunder could obliterate one's power. After several strikes of heavenly thunder, Huado was reduced to his normal size, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Sun Wukong was taken aback. These 36 Thunder Generals were entirely different from those he had encountered during his ruckus in the Heavenly Palace. Back then, after escaping from the 8 trigrams furnace of Laozi, he had fought his way to the Lingxiao Palace, only to be stopped at its entrance by Wang Lingguan, followed by the arrival of the 36 Thunder Generals, who forcibly dragged him to the Lingxiao Palace until the arrival of Buddha Tathagata. At that time, Sun Wukong had thought little of the Thunder General strength. He had primarily been halted by Wang Lingguan, while now, the Huado he could not defeat was subdued by these 36 Thunder Generals. This incident not only altered Sun Wukong's perception of the Thunder Generals, but also transformed his view of the Heavenly Court in Wukong's mind. The Heavenly Court had seemed feeble. He had once wreaked havoc there alone, and they were powerless to stop him, resorting to seeking the Buddha's intervention. This made him realize that the Heavenly Court was not as weak as he had imagined. This moment, Di Ting sensed the precarious situation and stepped forward, stating, "Esteemed deities, I am Di Ting, the Mount of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. This Huado is a puppet of our Buddhist sect and should not be taken by the Heavenly Court." One of the Thunder Generals retorted. "This Huado is causing chaos in the mortal realm. The Jade Emperor has decreed that we must capture him. We dare not disobey the command of the great Heavenly Sovereign." Seeing that Di Ting and the 36 Thunder Generals were preoccupied, Sun Wukong seized the opportunity to stealthily slip away. "Even if he is your Buddhist puppet, what of it? I declare him a puppet, and even if his master, Ksitigarbha, dares to create chaos in the 3 realms, the Heavenly Court retains the right to deal with him." But Di Ting was well aware of the Heavenly Court's strength. Even if he could forcibly rescue Huado with another puppet, the Heavenly Court would surely send forth other powerful beings to the mortal realm. At that point, he would find himself in dire straits, potentially dragging the Buddhist sect into conflict as well. Although the Buddhist sect had gained some power over the past few thousand years, it still could not challenge the authority of the Heavenly Court. Thus, Di Ting had no choice but to concede. Subsequently, the 36 Thunder Generals took Huado back to the Heavenly Court, and Di Ting, realizing that Sun Wukong had escaped, hurriedly pursued him. After fleeing, Sun Wukong did not return to Huawa Mountain, but headed towards Xinyo. He understood that returning to Huawa Mountain would undoubtedly bring unprecedented disaster upon it. So he resolved to seek refuge with his master, the Patriarch Bodhi. Just as Sun Wukong arrived at the borders of Xinyo, Di Ting caught up with him. Under normal circumstances, Sun Wukong's cloud somersaulting speed would be impossible for Di Ting to match. However, after his battle with Huado, Sun Wukong's magical power had diminished significantly, forcing him to engage Di Ting in combat once more. Yet, after a few exchanges, Di Ting still could not contend with Sun Wukong. For as Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's mount, he had seldom fought, and his strengths were not suited for battle. Di Ting's forte lay in his ability to eavesdrop on the 3 realms through his ears. If he lay underground, he could instantly discern the good and evil among the 4 great continents, mountains, and rivers, as well as the myriad beings of the heavens, earth, and underworld. This was why he could always locate Sun Wukong. Realizing he could not defeat Sun Wukong, Di Ting reluctantly released another puppet bestowed upon him by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. This puppet resembled a monkey, with white fur on its head and red feet, embodying the pure white coat of one of the ancient fierce beasts, Zhu Yan, a subordinate of the ancient warlord Qiyu. Legend has it that whenever Zhu Yan appeared, chaos would ensue across the land. Yet, the current 3 realms were not like the primordial wilderness. They were orderly and rarely experienced significant turmoil. Sun Wukong sensed Zhu Yan's realm and was alarmed to discover that Zhu Yan was a great Luo golden immortal. At that moment, fear gripped Sun Wukong, as his own magical power was nearly depleted, and Zhu Yan's realm surpassed his own. Sun Wukong intended to hasten to Ling Tai Fong Siyuan Mountain to seek the assistance of his master, the Patriarch Bodhi. As the formidable Zhu Yan advanced, Sun Wukong had no choice but to wield his golden staff once more to mount a counterattack. He raised the staff high and aimed to strike Zhu Yan, who astonishingly caught the golden staff with a single hand. Sun Wukong attempted to withdraw the staff, only to find that Zhu Yan's strength far surpassed his own, the staff firmly gripped in Zhu Yan's grasp. Thus, Sun Wukong had to reduce the staff's size to extricate it. Aware that a direct confrontation would yield no favorable outcome, he resorted to a strategy of evasion, utilizing his speed to hasten towards the abode of his master, Bodhi Patriarch, seeking assistance. However, Sun Wukong underestimated Zhu Yan's prowess. Before he could reach Ling Tai Fong Siyuan Mountain, he was grievously wounded by Zhu Yin. Realizing that continuing to flee would only lead to his capture by Di Ting before he could reach his destination, Sun Wukong found himself in a dire predicament. Just then, he noticed a mountain not far ahead, shrouded in ethereal mist, exuding an aura of sanctity that a sense of familiarity washed over him, though he could not recall its name or significance at that moment. Without further contemplation, he sprinted toward the mountain, with Zhu Yin in relentless pursuit. Chapter 11. The ancestor of Earth Immortals. After enduring countless hardships, Sun Wukong finally reached the mountain. Upon ascending, he discovered a grand Taoist temple at the summit. The celestial aura enveloping the entire mountain emanating from this very sanctuary. Sun Wukong felt an inexplicable connection to the temple, yet its name eluded him, and he could not recall who resided within. Meanwhile, Zhu Yin continued his relentless chase, and Sun Wukong, despite his severe injuries, could not afford to dwell on the past. He dashed toward the temple, with Zhu Yin close behind as he ran. Sun Wukong attempted to fend off Zhu Yin's attacks. But the latter, a Deluo golden immortal, though not the most powerful among them, proved a formidable opponent. Being merely a Tai golden immortal and severely injured, Sun Wukong soon found himself on the ground, right at the entrance of the temple. Raising his gaze, he beheld the couplet at the entrance and the plaque above it, which read, "The immortal abode of eternal life and a Taoist family, sharing longevity with heaven." The plaque bore the name Wu Zhuangguan, the very domain of his sworn elder brother, the ancestor of Earth Immortals, Zhen Yuan de Xian. Filled with joy, Sun Wukong summoned the last vestiges of his strength and burst into Wu Zhuangguan. Closely followed by Zhu Yin, and a fierce battle ensued within the temple. Inside, a tall figure stood before the incense burner, adorned in a golden crown and a carefree robe, his feet clad in shoes, with ribbons cinching his waist. This striking figure was none other than Zhen Yuan de Xian himself. He was seen offering incense with his left hand and bowing thrice before the characters heaven and earth hanging on the wall. Within Wu Zhuangguan, the worship was not directed toward the three pure ones, nor the four sovereigns, nor the various deities of the heavenly court. Instead, it was solely dedicated to the reverence of the characters heaven and earth. The upper character received offerings, while the lower character could scarcely bear the incense of Zhen Yuan de Xian, a clear testament to the latter's elevated status and formidable power at that moment. A young attendant rushed in, bowing to Zhen Yuan de Xian, saying, "Master, two monkey demons have intruded and are fighting within the temple." Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuan de Xian stepped outside, recognizing Sun Wukong at a glance. Sun Wukong, upon seeing Zhen Yuan de Xian, exclaimed with excitement, "Brother, save me." With a swift motion of his whisk, Zhen Yuan de Xian repelled the charging Zhu Yin. Just then, Di Ting arrived. Noticing the intervention of Zhen Yuan de Xian and realizing the gravity of the situation, he attempted to retract Zhu Yin, but it was too late. With a flick of his sleeve, Zhen Yuan de Xian executed a spell, capturing Zhu Yin within his robe. Enraged, Di Ting declared, "This matter is of great concern. However, it pertains to my Buddhist sect, and Zhu Yin is but a puppet of our order. Thus it is inappropriate for you to take him." Zhen Yuan de Xian shot a glance at Di Ting and retorted, "Who do you think you are? If your sect has grievances, let Tathagata come personally to discuss it with me. I will await him here. You have no standing to speak." Though furious, Di Ting dared not escalate the matter further. For Zhen Yuan de Xian, the ancestor of Earth Immortals, was a figure of immense authority, allied with the three pure ones, and having connections with the four sovereigns and the 9 luminaries. Even Tathagata was not regarded highly by him. Realizing that staying would bring him no benefit, Di Ting had no choice but to withdraw. Zhen Yuan de Xian turned his attention to Sun Wukong, saying, "My dear brother, I am well aware of your plight. Many powerful beings across the 3 realms are cognizant of the situation, yet we have chosen to remain silent. The 3 realms are far more complex than you perceive, entangled with myriad forces and relationships. When you truly comprehend this world, you will understand." Sun Wukong replied, "Brother, I understand." Noticing Sun Wukong's grievous injuries, Zhen Yuan de Xian urged him to recuperate within Wu Zhuangguan. Sun Wukong entered the temple, sitting at the base of the offering platform, and began to channel his inner energy to heal his wounds. After a while, an attendant approached with a tray, addressing Sun Wukong. "Esteemed Taoist, my master has sent this for you." Soon after, Zhen Yuan de Xian entered, and Sun Wukong saw that the tray held a fruit resembling a doll. He immediately recognized it as the treasured ginseng fruit guarded by Zhen Yuan de Xian. This ginseng fruit grew on the ginseng fruit tree, a spiritual root born at the dawn of creation. The tree bore only 30 ginseng fruits every 10,000 years, highlighting the fruit's rarity. Sun Wukong initially contemplated declining the offering, but Zhen Yuan de Xian insisted, "My dear brother, given your severe injuries, please do not refuse. This ginseng fruit can enhance your power and aid in your recovery. If you do not consume it now, it may lose its efficacy." Reluctantly, Sun Wukong accepted, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, brother." He then took the ginseng fruit and began to eat. This fruit, when merely inhaled, could extend life to 360 years. And consuming one could grant 4,700 years, coveted by countless cultivators and sought after by many demons. Yet, none dared to seize it, for they feared Zhen Yuan de Xian. Chapter 12. The Battle at the River of the Underworld in the Depths of the Underworld. At the ominous Blood Sea, the venerable Ming He Lao Zu sat in meditation, his expression suddenly turning grave as an unexpected visitor approached, clad in golden Buddhist robes, revealing his chest and exuding a serene smile and a gentle radiance. The visitor was none other than Maitreya Buddha, one of the 3 Buddhas of Lingshan. Recognizing Maitreya's presence, Ming He Lao Zu understood the purpose of his visit but maintained a tone of indifference. Saying, "Maitreya, what brings you to this blood sea of the underworld?" "Amitabha," replied Maitreya. "Ming He, you and Sun Wukong have caused great turmoil in Yin Mountain, showing disdain for our Buddhist sect and disregarding our authority. Shouldn't you provide this humble monk with an explanation?" "Explanation?" scoffed Ming He Lao Zu. "Maitreya, I answer to no one regarding my actions that I in that case," Maitreya responded. "I shall refrain from interference in your affairs. However, the matter between Sun Wukong and our Buddhist sect should be resolved by us, that I hope you will not meddle. All we seek is an apology regarding the mountain incident." Upon hearing this, Ming He Lao Zu's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing with a fierce glare fixed upon Maitreya. "Apologize? That is out of the question. That if anyone owes an apology here, it is your sect that owes me one. And an apology is due to Sun Wukong as well. The Chan sect, the Taoist sect, and the other sects owe apologies to the entire 3 realms. If you wish for me to apologize, it is impossible. That if you desire to fight, then come at me." "Amitabha, very well. Today, I shall test your skills, and should I prevail, I expect an apology from you to our Buddhist sect." Ming He Lao Zu remained silent, enveloped in a murderous aura as he charged at Maitreya. The latter, invoking his golden body for defense, transformed into a radiant golden figure, a manifestation of his protective Buddhist magic. The strength of this golden body depended on the cultivation of the user. For instance, Tathagata Buddha's golden body was among the strongest. Ming He Lao Zu unleashed a series of attacks, but as one of the 3 Buddhas of Lingshan, Maitreya's golden body was formidable. Despite Ming He Lao Zu's relentless assaults, he could not breach Maitreya's defenses. In a fit of frustration, Ming He Lao Zu bellowed, "Yuan Tu, Abai, come forth." Before the eyes, 2 long swords flew into the hands of the ancestor of the river of the underworld. One sword was entirely crimson, while the other radiated a vibrant emerald hue. These were the fabled companion treasures, the Yuan Tu sword and the Abi sword. These 2 blades were instruments of slaughter born from the primordial path of killing, nurtured by the most vile essence of the Blood Sea, thus earning their title as the most corrupt swords in existence. They boasted unparalleled sharpness, with few entities capable of withstanding their brilliance. Any being struck by their edge would find their flesh irreparable, and their soul would be eroded by the taint of the Blood Sea, leading ultimately to its obliteration. To wield these swords in murder bore no karmic consequence, nor did it stain one's fate, which elucidates the ancestor's assertion that killing bore no causality and karmic retribution held no sway over him. Grasping both long swords, the ancestor of the river of the underworld launched an assault on Maitreya Buddha. Under the relentless onslaught of the Yuan Tu and Abi, cracks began to form in Maitreya's golden form, culminating in its shattering. Observing the destruction of his golden body, Maitreya Buddha invoked the supreme divine power of the Buddhist realm, unleashing boundless Buddhist light. Numerous streams of radiant light emanated from Maitreya, coalescing into a colossal force directed at the ancestor of the river of the underworld. In response, the ancestor summoned the might of the Blood Sea. instantly gathering a formidable force to counter Mithraya's assault. The clash of these two powers resulted in a stalemate, as both Mithraya and the Ancestor stood at the pinnacle of quasi-saint strength. The ripples from their battle reverberated throughout the underworld, prompting King Yin to dispatch emissaries for reconnaissance amidst the turmoil. This commotion also attracted the attention of the Eastern Emperor, the Emperor of Fengdu. The five Ghost Emperors and other formidable figures of the underworld. Meng Pa muttered to herself, "Is the Buddhist sect unable to restrain itself? Although destiny decrees the flourishing of Buddhism, neither the heavenly court nor the underworld is within their challenge." It appears that the Tathagata is unaware of his own limitations at this juncture. The two forces remained evenly matched, yet Mithraya understood that, despite the present equilibrium, it was merely a temporary state. The Ancestor's power derived from the inexhaustible blood sea, while Mithraya's own force, though formidable, would inevitably deplete. Should this stalemate persist, he would surely be the one to falter first. Seizing an opportune moment when the Ancestor was distracted, Mithraya employed the golden chariot to ambush him, ensnaring him within its confines. Inside the golden chariot, the Ancestor of the river of the underworld bellowed, "Indeed, the sacred mountain is filled with dishonorable scoundrels. Combat is either a sneak attack or a ruse." He relentlessly assaulted the chariot, attempting to shatter its defenses, but after numerous strikes, he remained unsuccessful. Mithraya remarked, "Dear Ancestor of the river, even if you are a quasi-saint, you cannot break this golden chariot. It would be futile for you to exert yourself further." This golden chariot was no ordinary artifact. On the journey to the west, Mithraya's disciple, the great immortal with yellow brows, had wielded it in the mortal realm, tormenting Sun Wukong mercilessly at that moment. A crimson aura began to emanate from the seams of the golden chariot, and cracks soon appeared, ultimately leading to its destruction. As the chariot shattered, a wave of crimson energy surged forth, and as it dissipated, the figure of the Ancestor of the river of the underworld emerged amidst the aura, wielding the Yuan Tu and Abi swords, standing atop a blood-red lotus pedestal. The lotus was enveloped in a translucent crimson flame. Even a flame, its form remained discernible, exuding an overwhelming power. Mithraya's expression shifted as he exclaimed, "The 12th grade Karma Fire Red Lotus." This extraordinary lotus had a storied origin, birthed from a primordial azure lotus, known as the 36th grade Genesis azure lotus. After Pangu carved the primordial realm, the azure lotus, unable to withstand the ravages of earth, water, wind, and fire, was ultimately destroyed and fragmented into several innate spiritual treasures. The 5 lotus seeds it bore resulted in one mature seed, transforming into the 12th grade creation white lotus, which was divided among the 3 pure ones, while the lotus flower became the 3 treasures Rui, belonging to the primordial lord. The lotus root transformed into the Tai floating dust, attributed to Laozi, and the lotus leaves became the Qingping sword, belonging to the master of the heavenly gate. Thus, the saying "the azure lotus, white root, and lotus leaves are all of one family" was born. The 3 immature lotus seeds transformed into the 12th grade Karma Fire Red Lotus, the 12th grade Merit Gold Lotus, and the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus. The Karma Fire Red Lotus belonged to the Ancestor of the river of the underworld. The Merit Gold Lotus was the possession of the Saint of Reception, and the Annihilation Black Lotus belonged to the demon ancestor Luo Ho. The Merit Gold Lotus was reduced to the 9th grade due to the consumption by the Mosquito Taoist during the Fengshan period, while the Annihilation Black Lotus vanished after the battle between demon ancestor Luo Ho and Tao ancestor Hongjun, leaving only the intact Karma Fire Red Lotus in the primordial realm. Another semi-mature lotus seed transformed into the reincarnation Purple Lotus, belonging to the goddess Enhua. The 5 leaves of the Genesis Azure Lotus became the 5-colored banner, the Wuji Apricot Yellow Banner, the Qingping Precious Color Banner, the Li Di Flame Light Banner, the Purple Cloud Realm Banner, and the Xian Yuan Water Control Banner. The stem of the Genesis Azure Lotus morphed into the God-slaying spear, which belonged to demon ancestor Luo Ho. The petals of the Genesis Azure Lotus transformed into numerous artifacts, including the Fengshan List, Earth's Fetal Membrane, the Book of Life and Death, the Judge's Pen, the Book of Relationships, the Red Thread, the Map of Mountains and Rivers, the River Luo Diagram, the 7 Treasures Wonderful Tree, and the Red Embroidered Ball. It can be said that most of the innate spiritual treasures in the primordial realm stemmed from this Genesis Azure Lotus, with the 12th grade Karma Fire Red Lotus of the Ancestor of the river of the underworld being one of them. The ancestor began to channel the power of the 12th grade Karma Fire Red Lotus, forming a stream of karmic flames directed at Maitreya. In response, Maitreya hurriedly unleashed his boundless Buddhist powers, sending forth a beam of light to confront the karmic fire. When the two forces collided, in an instant, the Buddhist light was overwhelmed by the flames. Realizing that his powers had been countered, Maitreya quickly summoned his golden form as the karmic fire struck him. A thick crimson aura radiated outward, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, followed by Maitreya's anguished cries. When the aura dissipated, Maitreya's golden body lay in ruins, his form ensnared by crimson karma. Blood spilling from his mouth, his visage etched with agony. The ancestor of the river of the underworld retracted the oppressive aura of the Karma Fire Red Lotus and addressed Maitreya. Hasten back to the sacred mountain to cleanse the karma that clings to you. Karma is a force that stands in opposition to merit. Engaging in virtuous deeds yields merit, while the magnitude of that merit is contingent upon the impact of one's good actions. For instance, Tang Seng's journey to the West, wherein he disseminated the Mahayana Buddhist teachings to the eastern lands, garnered him immense merit, propelling him to the status of a Tai golden immortal upon his deification. Conversely, malevolent deeds attract karma, with the severity of the karma corresponding to the gravity of the wrongdoings to dissipate karma. One must perform equivalent meritorious acts to counterbalance it. Maitreya replied, "Very well, ancestor of the river. This matter shall be recorded in the annals of the Buddhist sect." With that, Maitreya departed from the underworld. Upon returning to the sacred mountain, the Tathagata, upon learning of Maitreya's ordeal, was filled with wrath. "Maitreya, you must first cleanse yourself of the karma in my 8 treasure pool." Ananda summoned the Buddha of the lamp to come forth. Revered Ananda bowed and replied, "I shall comply with your command." The Tathagata continued, "The ancestor of the river of the underworld has acted thus. We in the Buddhist sect cannot let this matter rest. Today, I, in the name of the current Buddha of the sacred mountain, decree that all arhats, bodhisattvas, and Buddhas from the sacred mountain shall proceed to the underworld and demand an explanation from the ancestor." Before long, Ananda returned, accompanied by an elderly figure whose aura of Buddhist light surpassed even that of the Tathagata. With white brows and a compassionate countenance, he emanated an air of authority akin to that of a venerable sage. All the Buddhas and bodhisattvas of the sacred mountain, including the Tathagata, displayed utmost respect upon seeing this individual, who was none other than the Buddha of the lamp. The elder approached the Tathagata, who rose to greet him with a bow, saying, "I have met the Buddha of the lamp." The elder reciprocated the gesture. The reason the Tathagata referred to himself as little monk in the presence of this elder was that he was one of the 3 existing Buddhas of the sacred mountain. The past Buddha, the Buddha of the lamp, and also the progenitor of all Buddhas in the sacred mountain. The Buddha of the lamp spoke, "You have summoned me. Buddha, I am curious as to the matter at hand." The Tathagata recounted the events concerning the Ain mountain and the ancestor of the river of the underworld, articulating his objective, to enlist the Buddha of the lamp's presence to help quell the situation. The elder pondered for a moment and replied, "I shall accompany you, but remember, we must not engage in combat. Although destiny has decreed the flourishing of Buddhism, we must not cause chaos in the underworld. This karmic burden is one the sacred mountain cannot bear." The Tathagata contemplated briefly before affirming, "Let it be as the ancient Buddha has said." Thus, the Tathagata led all members of the sacred mountain to the underworld. During this journey, the victorious fighting Buddha discreetly projected a doppelganger, allowing his true self to return to the grand thunder sound temple of the sacred mountain. There, he found 4 individuals, Tang's son, Zubeiji, Shawujing, and the White Dragon. Upon seeing the victorious fighting Buddha arrive, Tang Seng rose anxiously and inquired, "6 ears, what is the situation?" The victorious fighting Buddha replied, "Everyone from the sacred mountain has gone to the underworld. Now is our moment to rescue Sun Wukong's true spirit." Tang Seng declared, "Very well, disciples, let us act now to in the realm of the underworld. Amidst the blood sea of the netherworld, countless Buddhas, bodhisattvas, and arhats gathered at the edge of the sanguine abyss." At the forefront stood the Tathagata and the burning lamp Buddha. That moment, the ancestor of the river of the dead approached the Tathagata and remarked, "Your Buddhist sect truly lacks shame. What is this? Have you mobilized your entire congregation from the holy mountain this time? Do you believe that your numbers will compel me to bow before you?" The burning lamp Buddha, standing nearby, interjected, "Ba, friend of the river of the dead, we have come not to provoke conflict, but to seek an explanation. The ancestor of the river of the dead retorted without reservation, how I, the ancestor of the river of the dead, conduct affairs is subject to judgment by all, except for your Buddhist sect, especially you two, Tathagata and Burning Lamp, during the battle of the gods. If it weren't for you, Tathagata, and that long-eared Dingguang immortal, how could the heavenly Lord have ended up in such a plight? How could the way of the cutting teachings have fallen to its current state? Now, in this Western sect, you masquerade as paragons of righteousness and compassion, maintaining an air of superiority. But do you truly care for the sentient beings? On your journey to the West, in pursuit of completing the 81 tribulations, how many human lives have you devastated? Just at the Lion-Tiger Ridge, those 3 beasts consumed an entire nation. What right do you have to point fingers here? Were it not for the heavenly decree favoring the Buddhist sect, do you think the 3 sovereigns would let you off? Would the 3 ancestors spare you? Even though they possessed the true essence of humanity, they would not act lightly. And do you believe the 5 emperors would let your sect go unscathed? What say you, Burning Lamp Taoist, Da Bao Taoist, and that rotund, deceased fellow, the long-eared Dingguang immortal? The ancestor of the river of the dead's words ignited the wrath of the Tathagata and Burning Lamp. The Tathagata, filled with fury, declared, River of the dead, you seek death. He then charged at the ancestor, engaging in combat, with the Burning Lamp Buddha following closely behind. Meanwhile, the assembly from the Holy Mountain clashed with the Asura tribe below. However, after several exchanges, the ancestor of the river of the dead began to falter. The Tathagata and Burning Lamp were both apex beings of the quasi-saint level. Although the ancestor was also a quasi-saint, he found it difficult to contend against two. Even summoning the flame of retribution and the red lotus might not suffice to defeat them. At that moment, 2 powerful auras descended upon the battlefield. Lo and behold, it was Ksitigarbha and Maitreya Buddha. The ancestor of the river of the dead sensed impending doom. There were already 4 quasi-saint strong beings on the side of the holy mountain, tipping the scales overwhelmingly in their favor. A hint of smugness appeared on the Tathagata's face as he addressed the ancestor. River of the dead, I have given you your chance, since it has come to this. Today shall be your demise. Holding the original slaughter sword and the Abhij sword, the ancestor remained defiant, replying, To kill me, you lack the strength. As long as the blood sea does not dry, I shall remain immortal. Even saints find it difficult to completely extinguish me. As for you 4, you do not possess the strength to slay me. Just then, a massive black ghostly hand emerged from the void, targeting the Tathagata and the other 3. Faced with this sudden onslaught, only the Tathagata and Burning Lamp managed to summon their golden bodies for defense, successfully blocking the attack, while Maitreya and Ksitigarbha were sent flying backward from the impact. A booming voice resonated, You Buddhist sect truly does not know life from death. How dare you initiate violence in the underworld, and furthermore, to take advantage of numbers? How shameless. In that moment, a figure appeared on the battlefield, exuding a profound aura of ghostliness, surpassing even the radiance of the Tathagata. The figure was none other than the Emperor of Fengdu. Following closely behind, another voice echoed, Since the Emperor of Fengdu has taken action, I too shall not remain idle. Another figure emerged, one devoid of any life essence, merely radiating a thick aura of death. It was the Eastern, the sovereign of life and death. These 2 were pinnacle existences within the underworld, nearly invincible among the quasi-saints. Upon their arrival, the Tathagata felt a wave of unease wash over him, fully aware of the underworld's might. If the Holy Mountain were to confront the underworld head-on, it would inevitably be the Holy Mountain that would suffer defeat. Contemplating this, the Tathagata discreetly transmitted a message beyond the 33 heavens. The Emperor of Fengdu proclaimed, Tathagata, you possess great audacity to disturb the underworld. It has been far too long since I have intervened, and your sect believes it can bully the underworld. Very well, I shall seize this opportunity to stretch my limbs. With that, the Emperor of Fengdu and the Eastern charged toward the Tathagata and his companions, who in turn launched their own assault, while Ksitigarbha engaged the ancestor of the river of the dead. Though the situation appeared to be 3 against 4, the advantage still lay with the underworld. However, on the battlefield below, it was the Buddhist sect that held the upper hand. The soldiers of the Asura tribe were already outnumbered by the Buddhist sect, and their overall combat strength paled in comparison. Chapter 15. The Descent of the Saints. At this moment, Both the ancestor of the River of the Dead and the Emperor of Fengdu observed the unfolding battle below. The Emperor of Fengdu suggested, "Why don't I open the gates of Fengdu City and release the hundreds of billions of vengeful spirits within to roam free?" Absolutely not. The Fengdu City harbors far too many uncontrollable and powerful vengeful spirits. If they were to escape, it would spell disaster. Leave it to me. The ancestor of the River of the Dead then summoned the 12-grade flame of Retribution Red Lotus, unleashing a torrent of fierce flames toward the Buddhist sect. In an instant, countless Buddhas, Arhats, and Bodhisattvas were consumed by the flames, igniting a fierce conflagration upon the mountainside. The might of the flames was such that even quasi-saints found it difficult to withstand. Let alone the Buddhas present in the blink of an eye. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. The Buddhist practitioners were engulfed in flames, and the Asura soldiers seized the opportunity to advance, resulting in significant casualties among the Buddhist ranks. At this critical juncture, an even more formidable presence descended upon the battlefield that a figure clad in a black-gray cloak sat upon a golden lotus, radiating a divine golden light. This being's aura exceeded the combined might of the 7 quasi-saints present. It was none other than the Jain Saint, one of the 7 heavenly saints, and also one of the 2 saints of the West. The golden lotus beneath him was one of the 4 great, innate lotus platforms. The golden lotus of merit, the Jain Saint activated the golden lotus of merit. An overwhelming golden radiance emanated forth, illuminating all the Buddhist practitioners in attendance. Following the brilliance, the flames that engulfed the Buddhas instantly vanished. Upon witnessing the arrival of this figure, the ancestor of the River of the Dead was filled with trepidation. He had dealings with the Jain Saint during the period of the investiture of the gods, and was acutely aware of the implications. It was said that beneath the saints, all are but ants. Although both the Emperor of Fengdu and the ancestor of the River of the Dead were formidable quasi-saints, they remained insignificant in the eyes of a saint. However, the Emperor of Fengdu and the Eastern did not exhibit any fear. Perhaps it was the dignity that came with their imperial status. The Emperor of Fengdu was the first to speak. "I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be you, the lone saint." The Jain Saint's expression soured. "What do you mean by that, Fengdu?" "What do I mean? Among the 7 heavenly saints, only you and the Zhuandi have attained sainthood through merit." "But from where did your merits originate?" "During the great calamity of the sky, the 3 purities and Nuwa participated in the restoration of the heavens, and it was only fitting that they received merits. Yet you and Zhuandi stealthily pilfered merit in your quest for sainthood. You made grand vows to the heavenly Tao, and thus the Tao granted you merit to assist in your ascension. But what did you do to repay the debts of merit you accrued?" In the early stages of the investiture of the gods, Zhuandi sought to usurp the fortunes of humanity, influencing Emperor Xin with a saintly consciousness, leading him to compose blasphemous verses against Nuwa, inciting her wrath towards humankind, thereby seizing their fortunes on the journey to the West. How many lives of humanity were sacrificed to fulfill your 81 tribulations, were it not for that old fellow Hongjuan's favoritism towards you? The 3 sovereigns could have severed your sect's fortunes, making it disappear from the primordial chaos. Upon hearing these words, the Jain Saint was utterly enraged. "You dare to show disrespect to a saint. You seek death." With that, the Jain Saint unleashed his saintly pressure, and under this overwhelming force, the Emperor of Fengdu found himself unable to stand, forced to kneel on one knee. "You, as a saint, dare to enter the 3 realms without permission. Even if you could kill me, you shall not have an easy time yourself," the Emperor of Fengdu shouted defiantly. The Jain Saint chuckled coldly. "Even if I may not fare well, what of it? I am a saint of the heavenly Tao. My primordial spirit is fused with the Dao. As long as the Tao endures, I shall not perish. Even if I violate Hongjun Laozu's edicts, what of it? He is already biased in my favor, and I may only face a verbal reprimand or be confined for a time, while you, on the other hand, would lose your life. You truly are shameless, and no wonder the followers of the Buddhist sect are so devoid of honor. It appears to be a generational trait." The Emperor of Fengdu berated him. The Jain Saint's countenance darkened as he gathered a surge of power at his fingertip and unleashed it upon the Emperor of Fengdu. The Emperor, channeling all his energy to resist, was still grievously injured. Yet this was merely a casual strike from the Jain Saint. However, the residual energy from this strike caused the entire underworld to tremble violently, resulting in the untimely demise of countless innocent spirits. Some weaker ghost generals were grievously wounded in the aftermath, This illustrates the reason why Hongjun Laozu had decreed that saints were not to enter the three realms. Their power was simply too overwhelming, and even a casual strike could affect many innocent beings. Chapter 16. The true identity of Meng Po. The residual energy from the Jain Saint strike also impacted Meng Po at the banks of the River of Forgetfulness. As well as Dream, deep within the underworld, Meng Po's expression shifted. Jane, you have gone too far. She swiftly harnessed the power of the earth to stabilize the underworld and then made her way toward the Blood Sea. Deep within the underworld, amidst the ocean of the other shore flowers, Dream murmured to himself, "What is this fluctuation? What realm does it signify? What was that person's name again? It seems to be Saint. Alas, it has been so long since I last encountered such a realm. An eternity indeed that I vaguely recall when Pangu transcended the primordial chaos, the Chaos Saint. I believe I had already attained the status of a saint by then. Speaking of which, countless epochs ago, I had instructed Pangu to carve out a dimension within the chaos in preparation for the plans of the wilderness. However, this wild dimension appears to be rather feeble, unable to withstand even the trivial existence of a saint. This is unacceptable. I must seek an opportunity to fortify the wild dimension, for it is far from sufficient in its current state." At the Blood Sea, one could see Jane once again gathering his magical power, poised to launch an attack, when Meng Po appeared before him. With a mere blink, Meng Po gathered the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation within her eyes. At that moment, Jane's offensive struck, and Meng Po bellowed, 6 paths of reincarnation. Beast path. A formidable force of reincarnation erupted from her gaze, advancing towards Jane. The two forces clashed, yet did not yield a violent shockwave. Jane's attack was swiftly neutralized by the force of reincarnation, leaving him wounded. "Jane, do you have any idea how many innocent souls perished beneath your strike? Do you comprehend the devastation your actions have wrought upon the underworld? What? Has Hongjun lost control over you? If so, I shall take it upon myself to discipline you on his behalf. 6 paths of reincarnation. Azura path. Another surge of reincarnation power emanated from Meng Po, targeting Jane. This force was immensely powerful, yet did not unleash destructive aftershocks upon the surroundings. Jane found himself utterly powerless against it. The force of reincarnation could negate all magical attacks, although there were limits. It posed no challenge in countering a saint's assault. Reluctantly, Jane had no choice but to summon the Golden Lotus of Merit to defend against the reincarnation force, despite having been gnawed away by the Mosquito Taoist during the Fengshan era. The Golden Lotus still possessed formidable defensive capabilities, successfully blocking Meng Po's reincarnation power. Seeing this, Meng Po directly invoked the power of the Earth Path, unleashing the 6 paths of reincarnation against Jane once more. This force of reincarnation was the very essence that facilitated the rebirth of souls after death. Even a quasi-saint could be reborn through it, revealing its extraordinary potency. The 6 paths of reincarnation consisted of 3 virtuous paths and 3 malevolent paths, namely the Celestial Path, the Human Path, and the Azura Path, alongside the paths of the evil ghosts, hell, and beasts. These 6 reincarnation forces underpinned their respective reincarnation routes. The 6 forces, emanating from Meng Po, shattered the defenses of the Golden Lotus of Merit, inflicting grievous injuries upon Jane once again. Yet Meng Po seemed unsatisfied. A golden disc, forged from amassed magical power, materialized behind her. This disc contained the primordial force of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the 6 paths reincarnation disc. Upon its emergence, the ancestor of the Nether River was visibly astounded, gazing incredulously at Meng Po, contemplating. What? Could it be that Meng Po's true identity is? The ancestor steadied himself, insisting, impossible, impossible. Such a powerful being would not conceal their identity. Serving mere small spirits with soup in this forgetting river. This is simply inconceivable. Yet, the 6 paths reincarnation disc compelled the ancestor to seek answers from Emperor Fengdu. Fengdu? Could this Meng Po possibly be? Emperor Fengdu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, she is the mother of the earth. In truth, when the day-traveling deity reported to Emperor Fengdu, he had already discerned Meng Po's identity during their confrontation at that moment, when Meng Po wielded the Earth Path and the reincarnation power. He recognized her as the mother of the earth. The reincarnation force was crafted by her. During the War of the Witches and Demons, she became the embodiment of reincarnation, giving rise to the 6 paths of reincarnation in the underworld, thus creating the Earth Path. Among the 3 realms, Only the Mother of the Earth could wield both the Earth Path and reincarnation simultaneously with such might. Not only the ancestor of the Nether River, but also other powerful figures present, including Tathagata and Randall, had already speculated Meng Po's identity upon the appearance of the Six Paths reincarnation disc, aware that revealing the disc would expose her true identity to the three realms. Meng Po chose not to conceal it any longer, unveiling her true form. Before them stood Meng Po, her skin as fair as spring snow, with a noble and proud demeanor accentuated by her slightly upturned brows. Dressed in a magnificent golden gown, the elegant lines of her attire highlighted her regal presence. She was none other than the Mother of the Earth, one of the 12 ancestral witches and the architect of the underworld itself. The Mother of the Earth raised the Six Paths reincarnation disc above Jane's head, unleashing an endless torrent of reincarnation power that dealt him a crushing blow, though both the Mother of the Earth and Jane were saints. They differed significantly. Jane was a saint of the heavenly path, while the Mother of the Earth embodied the Earth Path. Additionally, she was intricately intertwined with the Earth Path, as it was indirectly birthed by her. Much like Hongjun, who represented the heavenly path, the Mother of the Earth symbolized the Earth Path, while Jian merely relied on his primordial spirit's connection to the heavenly path. Thus, Jian could never stand as a match against the Mother of the Earth. Recognizing the futility of his position, Jane implored the Mother of the Earth for mercy, acknowledging, "This matter is my fault. Upon my return, I shall compensate the underworld using the fortunes of the Western Church and vow that henceforth the Western Church shall never oppose the underworld." Hearing this, the Mother of the Earth withdrew the Six Paths reincarnation disc. "Thank you, Mother of the Earth," Jane expressed gratefully, promptly departing with the assembly of monks from Ling Mountain. Following this battle, the entirety of the three realms became aware of the once humble Meng Po, whose true identity was revealed to be the creator of the underworld, the Mother of the Earth. However, amidst the chaos of Fengdu City, two powerful ghost kings seized the opportunity to escape unnoticed. Chapter 17. The Fall of Jane the Saint. The mysterious woman strikes fear into the heavenly path after the underworld's clash. The Mother of the Earth returned to the Forgetting River. With her true identity now unveiled, she resolved not to continue serving the small spirits with her soup at the Niha Bridge. She intended to leave behind a fragment of her consciousness to fulfill her previous duties before departing. However, upon her return to the Forgetting River, she discovered Meng waiting for her at the Niha Bridge. The Mother of the Earth hurried towards Meng, inquiring, "Meng, what brings you here?" Meng glanced at the Mother of the Earth, who had undergone a significant transformation, yet she immediately recognized her as the former Meng Po. "Now that you have revealed your true form, I find myself somewhat unaccustomed," Meng remarked. The Mother of the Earth chuckled, "Meng, I shall establish my true form in the heart of the underworld, while leaving a fragment of my consciousness here in the Forgetting River. Should anything arise, simply communicate with this fragment, and I shall sense it." Meng nodded, then articulated the purpose of her visit. "I recall a certain fellow named Hongjun once decreed that no saints were permitted to enter the three realms. Why, then, do we see a saint here today? Moreover, how many saints currently exist within the three realms? Indeed, long ago, the ancestor Hongjun issued a command prohibiting saints from entering the three realms. However, the individual who has come today is one of the two most shameless saints among them. They possess little true capability, relying solely on their favorable relations with Hongjun, flattering him daily. Thus, Jian the saint dared to descend, knowing full well that Hongjun would not punish him. As for the count of saints, there are presently 7 saints of the heavenly path, 1 of the earth path, and 5 of the human path, making a total of 13. Meng shook her head. "Only 13. This is far from sufficient. It falls drastically short of our plans. It appears there exists a restriction in this wilderness, obstructing the path to sainthood for individuals. Indeed, we refer to it as the heavenly path restriction. Following the war of witches and demons, individuals have been unable to attain sainthood. It seems this dimension harbors significant issues. It requires thorough rectification. However, now is not the time. Nevertheless, there is one urgent matter that requires my attention." With that, Meng departed from the Forgetting River. Beyond the 36 heavens, within the Zixiao Palace, Ancestor Hongjun was furiously reprimanding Jane. "Do not instigate such conflict again. Your descent to the mortal realm has displeased the 3 sovereigns. You must exercise restraint in your actions from now on. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety." Jane casually dismissed his admonition. "Dao Ancestor, I shall certainly be more cautious next time." At that moment, A voice resonated. There will be no next time. Perhaps you'd prefer to wait until your next life. But it seems you may not have another. Upon uttering these words, Meng materialized within the Zixiao Palace. Hongjun and Jane looked at the mysterious woman before them, puzzled, for she was unfamiliar to them. Jane inquired, "Who are you?" Meng replied coldly, "The one who will kill you." Jane scoffed, "Kill me? How absurd. I am a saint. Setting aside whether you can defeat me, even if you could, it would be impossible for you to slay me. Saints are immortal and indestructible." "Ha! Where is this immortality you speak of? It is merely a manifestation of your ignorance." With that, Meng unleashed her overwhelming aura, causing both Jane and Hongjun to kneel on one knee. Blood spilling from their mouths, in a panic. Ancestor Hongjun hastily summoned the primordial jade butterfly to shield himself, while Jane quickly activated the golden lotus of merit for protection, barely preserving their lives from the sheer pressure. Jane, gripped by fear, asked, "Who are you?" Such power has never been seen in the wilderness. The dream remained silent, yet continued to emanate a terrifying aura. Suddenly, the dream's dark eyes transformed into a striking crimson, and the murderous intent radiating from them instilled profound fear in Jane. This was a unique ocular technique conceived by the dream, known as the transcendence eye of the other shore, with merely a glance. Jane's corporeal form was obliterated, leaving Hongjun, who stood nearby, utterly astounded. Moments later, Jane's body reassembled, resurrecting anew. The primordial spirit is entrusted to the Tao of Heaven, ensuring the immortality of both body and soul. So this is what you refer to as being undying. The dream gently raised its right hand, and Hongjun, sensing impending doom, hastily activated the creation jade butterfly for protection. Jane, still oblivious to the unfolding events, was struck by the dream's palm. Upon impact, Jane was instantly reduced to dust. The entire Purple Cloud Palace also disintegrated under that single blow. The creation jade butterfly, which Hongjun had summoned for defense, shattered under the force, leaving Hongjun grievously injured. This singular strike reverberated throughout the three realms, leaving all beings, including those in the heavenly court and spirit mountain, bewildered by the occurrence. Furthermore, the connection between Jane and the Tao of Heaven was severed, signifying the complete demise of Jane, leaving only the merit golden lotus beneath him, which the dream claimed for itself. At that moment, a mysterious figure cloaked in black appeared before the dream, proclaiming, "You dare to annihilate my subordinate saint." Hongjun immediately sensed the gravity of the situation, realizing that this enigmatic figure was none other than the manifestation of the Tao of Heaven. Simultaneously, he pondered the identity of this mysterious woman who could invoke such a manifestation. The dream's expression betrayed no emotion, instead once more unleashing its formidable aura, this time even more potent than before, directly affecting the entirety of the primordial chaos. The Tao of Heaven and Hongjun, upon sensing this overwhelming presence, exchanged glances of alarm. The sheer terror of this aura instilled fear in them both. Hongjun contemplated that if this woman desired his death, it would likely be as effortless as a mere flick of her wrist. The dream, with an impassive demeanor, inquired, "If I were to slay him, would you have any objections?" The Tao of Heaven, trembling with fear, replied, "And no, you may do as you wish." With those words, it vanished. As Hongjun and the Tao of Heaven were intertwined, he had just perceived the undeniable truth. The Tao of Heaven was afraid. Hongjun's gaze remained fixed upon the woman before him, his mind racing with thoughts of her identity, for she had instilled such dread in the Tao of Heaven. Not only were the Tao of Heaven and Hongjun affected, but the dream's aura rippled throughout the entire primordial chaos, frightening the likes of Nuwa, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian. All were deeply unsettled by this force. On Golden Turtle Island, Tongtian contemplated, "This aura is overwhelmingly powerful. Even the venerable Hongjun could not possess such might. Could it be that an unknown formidable entity lurks within the primordial chaos?" Consequently, Tongtian began to calculate, only to be met with a powerful backlash of causality that struck him down. Not only Tongtian, but also Laozi, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, Nuwa, and Zhuandi all faced the same fate as they attempted to discern the identity of this individual. The saints fared better, yet those beneath their rank were not so fortunate. The quasi-saints in the primordial chaos were left spitting blood, bewildered by the source of this terrifying pressure, believing it to be the wrath of the saints. Only the Lady of the Earth and the underworld recognized that it was the dream making its move. Some among the lower ranks, quick to react, utilized spells and treasures for protection, narrowly escaping disaster. However, those of lesser cultivation who failed to respond in time perished beneath this oppressive force. Moreover, this pressure only targeted those above the celestial realm, leaving mortals entirely unaffected. Countless quasi-saints attempted to deduce this individual's identity, only to suffer the same debilitating backlash. Hong Jun gazed in terror at the mysterious woman before him. With a mere palm, she had annihilated the Saint Jane, and her mere presence had plunged the entire primordial chaos into panic. Rendering even the Tao of Heaven speechless, in a state of dread, Hong Jun implored, "Who are you? And what is your purpose here?" The dream responded coldly, "You are not worthy to know my identity. I have come to deliver a message. Let the other saints remain in their places. Henceforth, should any saint dare to venture into the three realms, Jane's fate shall be their own." Hong Jun hastily assured, "Rest assured, esteemed one, there shall be no saint descending to the mortal realm without permission." Upon hearing this, the dream prepared to depart, only for Hong Jun to call out, "Do you have any further inquiries?" Hong Jun steadied his racing heart and asked, "May I inquire, esteemed one, what is your current realm of existence?" The dream replied, "My realm? I am a transcendent." With that, the dream vanished from sight. Chapter 18. Tang Sing's plan fails. Zhu Beiji strikes back at Spirit Mountain. Tang Sung and his companions manage to rescue Sun Wukong's primordial spirit, only to be thwarted by the Golden Winged Dapeng, who guarded Sun Wukong's spirit, preventing their escape from Spirit Mountain. The Golden Winged Dapeng, a brother of the peacock, was an ancient being that had existed since primordial times. After the peacock had swallowed the Tathagata, the latter escaped by splitting open the peacock's back, subsequently sealing the peacock as the Buddha mother, thus making the Dapeng the Tathagata's uncle. The Golden Winged Dapeng possessed the strength of a great Luo Golden Immortal, rendering Tang Sing and his companions utterly powerless against it. Initially, Tang Sing intended to escape Spirit Mountain immediately after retrieving Sun Wukong's spirit, but to his dismay, the Tathagata had left the Golden Winged Dapeng behind, a formidable opponent that single-handedly kept them from fleeing until the Tathagata returned. Upon his arrival, the Tathagata quickly grasped the situation, and Tang Sung realized their plan had failed. Enraged, the Tathagata exclaimed, "Zhandan go to Buddha. You dare to rescue Sun Wukong's true essence without permission? Do you intend to betray Spirit Mountain?" Tang Sing, undaunted, retorted with fervor, "If I betray Spirit Mountain, it is clear that Spirit Mountain has betrayed the three realms. We pretend to be high and mighty, but it is utterly laughable that on the journey to the west, your Buddhist sect has plotted against me at every turn, and how many among the human race have suffered for your 81 trials? Your sect often speaks of compassion and the salvation of all beings, yet those man-eating monsters on the journey to the west are merely the mounts and pets of your bodhisattvas. These beasts devour humans, and once they have feasted, they are taken back without consequence to this what you call compassion and salvation. The moment I learned that the six-eared macaque was sent by you to replace Sun Wukong, I ceased to be a follower of your Buddhist sect. In that moment, Tang Sung unleashed all the rage that had accumulated within him upon discovering the truth behind the journey to the west. His faith in Buddhism had shattered. The Western paradise did not exist. What lay in the West was merely a group of hypocrites, lofty in appearance yet viewing all beings as mere refuse, disregarding human life as trivial. At this juncture, Tang Sung harbored no fear of death. He was prepared to fight the Tathagata to the bitter end, yet he lamented the inability to escort Sun Wukong's true essence out of Spirit Mountain. Just as the Tathagata was about to unleash his power, a figure appeared before Tang Sung, none other than Guanyin Bodhisattva. With a flourish, Guanyin revealed 1,000 arms, each manifesting a colossal hand, instantly launching a barrage of giant hands toward the Tathagata. The Tathagata promptly summoned his golden body of 6 dimensions for defense, allowing Guanyin to seize the opportunity to rescue Tang Sung. However, after fending off Guanyin's onslaught of hands, the Tathagata pursued her relentlessly. "Amitabha, Guanyin, do you too betray Spirit Mountain?" Guanyin Bodhisattva replied, "Did I betray Spirit Mountain first, or did you betray the myriad beings?" On the journey to the west, Guanyin's faith had long since crumbled. The Buddhist sect had wrought havoc upon countless human lives for the sake of their expedition. As one of the primary orchestrators of the journey, Guanyin had witnessed it all. Days prior, when Sun Wukong exposed the truth behind the genuine and false Monkey King to the three realms, Guanyin's already fragile faith shattered completely. At this moment, facing the Tathagata, Guanyin felt not an ounce of fear. A person whose beliefs had crumbled no longer valued life or death. Just then, another figure emerged before Guanyin. This was Zhu Beiji. He declared, "Bodhisattva, please take my master and leave first. I will hold the line here." Tang Xing intended to stop Beiji, but was pulled away by Sha Xing and Guanyin, while the six-eared macaque and the white dragon also made their escape. The Tathagata sought to intervene, but was blocked by Zhu Beiji. "Netherworld messenger, do you think you can stop me?" With a swift motion, the Tathagata sent forth a beam of golden light toward Beiji. Grasping his nine-toothed rake, Beiji swung it at the incoming golden light, dispersing it effortlessly. The Tathagata's expression darkened. "You are not Zhu Beiji. He could not so easily deflect my attack. Who are you, truly?" Beiji laughed heartily. "It seems I've been away too long. The three realms have nearly forgotten who I am. I am the Marshal of Heaven." With that, Zhu Beiji shattered his robes, revealing a suit of golden armor. Clad in golden armor and a silver helmet, Beiji stood tall and imposing, wielding his nine-toothed rake. He was indeed the once mighty Marshal of the Heavenly River, commanding 8,000 water troops. At that moment, his aura surged, quickly elevating to that of a quasi-saint. The Marshal of Heaven was the leader of the four saints of the North Pole, each of whom was an immensely powerful quasi-saint. One of them, the Jinwu Emperor, also known as the Grandmaster of Exorcising Demons, had eradicated countless rebellious demons during ancient times, leaving many quasi-saint demons perished at his hands, making the entire demon race tremble at his name. As the leading figure among the four saints, the Marshal of Heaven's strength was formidable indeed. He bellowed, "From this day forth, there shall be no more netherworld messengers of Spirit Mountain. I am the Marshal of Heaven." The voice of Marshal Tianpeng resonated throughout the three realms. In the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor, upon hearing these words, chuckled and remarked, "Marshal Tianpeng has made his move. The piece I placed in the Ling Mountain has finally acted. It is just right for Tianpeng to test the current strength of Ling Mountain." Immediately, the Jade Emperor summoned a mirror, channeling his mystical powers, and as he did so, the scene of Ling Mountain appeared within the mirror. This was the Jade Emperor's treasured artifact. The Haotian Mirror, Chapter 19, The Battle of Tianping against the Three Buddhas. The great celestial being takes action. As Tianping stood before him, it was hard to believe that the Jade Emperor had actually placed a quasi-saint powerhouse right beside him. Moreover, as the foremost of the four saints of the North, Marshal Tianping's strength was undeniably among the pinnacle of all quasi-saint beings. "Well, let me test your strength, Marshal Tianpeng," said the Buddha, and with that, he unleashed the Buddha kingdom of his palm, transforming his hand into a massive mountain that pressed down upon Marshal Tianping. Marshal Tianping scoffed, "I am no mere monkey. Do you think you can suppress me with this?" With a surge of his mystical energy, he activated his nine-toothed rake, which radiated an overwhelming aura, crashing into the mountain and shattering it to pieces. With a thought, the nine-toothed rake returned to Marshal Tianping's grasp, who then swung it toward the Buddha. The Buddha hastily invoked his defensive golden body, but after a few fierce strikes from the rake, the golden form shattered. The nine-toothed rake, forged from divine weapon iron by the Supreme Laozi, possessed formidable power. This divine iron, a product of the convergence of 5 metals, gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin, under the ancient glaciers, was capable of intimidating demons with its chilling aura. Thus, the nine-toothed rake, imbued with the powers of the 5 directions and the 6 ding and 6 jia, was a weapon of immense might. After crafting it, Supreme Laozi presented it to the Jade Emperor, who then bestowed it upon Marshal Tianpeng. Within the Lingxiao Palace, the celestial beings observed the scene of Ling Mountain through the Haotian Mirror. Their expressions filled with exhilaration. The Star of Venus remarked, "Marshal Tianping's grandeur remains undiminished." The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King added, "I have long found those bald donkeys of Ling Mountain displeasing. How fortunate that Marshal Tianping is here to settle the score for us." The celestial beings exchanged words of admiration for Marshal Tianping's valor. After several rounds of combat, the Buddha realized he was no match for Marshal Tianping. Just then, a colossal magical array appeared beneath Tianping's feet, trapping him within, where 3 gigantic stone pillars emerged. Suddenly, the Buddha of Burning Lamp and Maitreya descended from the heavens, each landing atop a stone pillar. The Buddha of Burning Lamp exchanged a knowing glance with the Buddha, who promptly flew to another pillar, and together, the 3 Buddhas began to activate the Great Formation. The 3 Buddhas performed intricate hand seals and chanted incantations, causing radiant Buddhist light to emanate from the pillars, which coalesced into a golden magical force that surged toward Tianpeng. Swiftly, Tianpeng dodged these magical attacks, but they seemed endless. Knowing he could not evade indefinitely, he grasped the nine-toothed rake once more to defend himself, effortlessly dispersing the oncoming magical assaults with a mere flick. However, the dispersed magical energy reformed into Buddhist light, converging back towards the three stone pillars, and once again launched its assault on Tianping. Realizing the futility of continued evasion, Tianping employed the fire escape technique. Swiftly positioning himself beneath one of the pillars, he struck it with his rake, creating a few cracks. Yet atop that pillar stood the Buddha of Burning Lamp, who suffered a backlash from the formation, spitting out a mouthful of blood before hastily reciting incantations to mend the cracks. Meanwhile, the other two pillars, manned by the Buddha and Maitreya, intensified their offensive, unleashing countless rays of golden light toward Martial Tianping. He quickly invoked the fire escape technique to evade, but the three Buddhas chanted their spells, summoning a deluge of Buddhist light that coalesced into a massive golden bell, trapping Martial Tianping within. Restrained by this bell, he was unable to move, while the golden rays continued to penetrate the bell, relentlessly assaulting him. With no means of escape, Martial Tianping was left with no choice but to wield his nine-toothed rake in defense against the incessant golden light. Knowing his stamina would not last long, he had to break the formation swiftly. Martial Tianping began to scrutinize the array, seeking its focal points, and discovered that the formation had three focal points, represented by the three stone pillars. However, these pillars were exceptionally resilient. His previous full-force strike had only managed to create superficial cracks, and they could be restored, making it nearly impossible to shatter them. Within the Lingxiao Palace, the celestial beings observed the unfolding events within the Haotian mirror, their hearts filled with concern for Martial Tianping. The Star of Venus exclaimed, "This won't do. Though Martial Tianping is immensely powerful, he cannot face three alone, especially now that he is trapped within this great formation. If this continues, his life is at stake. We must intervene to assist him." At that moment, the Jade Emperor extended his hand toward the Haotian mirror, as if wielding boundless thunder. With a gentle wave, he unleashed a surge of mystical energy into the mirror, which then manifested above the great array at Ling Mountain. The three Buddhas, caught off guard by this unexpected influx of power, scarcely had time to react before the Jade Emperor's voice thundered, "Heavenly punishment." In an instant, the mystical energy transformed into a multitude of thunderbolts that struck the three stone pillars, causing them to shatter instantly. With the three focal points destroyed, the great formation collapsed in an instant. Witnessing this, the three Buddhas comprehended that it was the Jade Emperor who had intervened. At that moment, the Jade Emperor's voice resonated. "Martial Tianping is one of my heavenly court's own. Having entered the Buddhist fold for the sake of the journey to the west, he has now renounced his Buddhist position. Therefore, I have granted him permission to return to the heavenly court and reclaim his command over the river of heaven." Although the Buddha was incensed, he recognized that Ling Mountain was no match for the heavenly court. Not to mention the entire heavenly court. Even the Jade Emperor alone could annihilate Ling Mountain. The Jade Emperor, chosen by the way of heaven, was protected by celestial virtue and surrounded by boundless fortune and dragon energy, making him the foremost power beneath the saints, capable of confronting even saints in battle. Thus, the Buddha had no choice but to allow Martial Tianping to depart. Chapter 20. The reunion of master and disciple. After departing from Ling Mountain, Tangxing and Guanyin made their way to Wuzhuang Temple for two reasons. First, because Sun Wukong was there, and second, they had offended the Buddhist sect and needed to seek refuge with a powerful ally. The great immortal Jin Yuan, as the progenitor of terrestrial immortals, was one of the few who dared to challenge the Buddhist sect. Upon reaching the entrance of Wuzhuang Temple, Guanyin Bodhisattva said, "Jinshanzi, you shall wait here. Allow me to go in first." "Yes, Bodhisattva," he replied. Guanyin then entered the temple, where the great immortal Jin Yuan promptly welcomed her, knowing that, although she was also part of the Buddhist sect, she was not among those who colluded with the likes of the Buddha, making her one of the few genuine practitioners of Buddhism in the three realms. Guanyin Bodhisattva recounted the events at Ling Mountain to the great immortal Jin Yuan and requested temporary refuge for the five of them. The great immortal was more than willing to oblige and invited them all into Wuzhuang Temple. Once inside, Tang Song, Sha Monk, and the White Dragon Horse looked at Sun Wukong with a feeling they could not quite articulate, whether it was guilt or sorrow. In truth, after the incident with the true and false Monkey Kings, they had already discerned that Sun Wukong had been replaced. Though the six-eared macaque was indistinguishable from Sun Wukong, the latter's fearless demeanor and his audacity to contend with the heavens were absent in the former. Over time, Tang Seng and the others had naturally realized that the monkey before them was not Sun Wukong. However, they felt powerless to act, as this was the Buddha's scheme, and they could only accept it silently. When Sun Wukong laid eyes on the six-eared macaque, he was instantly filled with rage and swung his golden staff at him. Yet, what unfolded before him left Sun Wukong shocked. The six-eared macaque did not dodge or evade. Instead, bracing himself against the blow, Sun Wukong stared in disbelief at the six-eared macaque, who lay on the ground, groaning in pain, and asked, "Why didn't you dodge during the earlier confrontation between the true and false monkey kings?" Sun Wukong and the six-eared macaque had fought to a standstill after hundreds of exchanges, so it was inconceivable that the six-eared macaque could not evade Sun Wukong's attack at that moment. Guanyin Bodhisattva hurriedly stepped forward, placing herself before Sun Wukong, and said, "Wukong, the six-eared macaque is also a victim. Do you think he wishes to be your enemy?" He was compelled by the Buddha. "Without the six-eared macaque, we would not have been able to rescue your true essence." The white dragon horse quickly assisted the six-eared macaque to his feet, saying to Sun Wukong, eldest senior brother, "He, like you, was forced by the Buddha. It is the Buddha who conspired against you, not the six-eared macaque." Sun Wukong, puzzled, approached the six-eared macaque and inquired, "What was the truth behind your impersonation of me?" The six-eared macaque wept bitterly and lamented, "Great sage, the entirety of the three realms is aware of the treachery you have suffered at the hands of the Buddhist sect, and your plight is indeed grievous. Yet, who remembers me, the six-eared macaque? Born with 6 ears, I possess an innate ability to discern sound and uncover truths. However, due to my eavesdropping on Hongjuan's teachings, I was punished, forever confined to the realm of Tai, Golden Immortal, unable to ascend to the De Luo level. Furthermore, because of Hongjun Laozu's decree, the teachings shall not be passed to the six-eared. No one is willing to impart wisdom to me, rendering me a pariah. Scorned by all that it was only after the commencement of this journey of the West that the Tathagata Buddha sought me out, stating that if I participated in this endeavor, I would be granted merit from heaven and could achieve De Luo. Thus, I consented to the Tathagata's plan, yet I was unprepared for the task he assigned, substituting you in secret. We are both of the demon clan, and indeed, we are both among the 4 trickster monkeys. I never intended to harm you, but for the chance to attain De Luo, I had no choice but to obey the Tathagata and replace you. Alas, when the journey concluded, I found myself devoid of any merit. I confronted the Tathagata, who informed me that it was the will of heaven. In that moment, I understood that the Tathagata never intended for me to achieve De Luo, even if he desired it. He lacked the means to assist me. I had been deceived. He merely used me to eliminate you. The anomaly on the journey to the West. The six-eared macaque spoke. Tears streamed down his face. Evoking a wave of sorrow among the onlookers of Wuzhuang Temple, the six-eared macaque continued, "Not long ago, we learned of your rebirth, and I resolved to rescue your true spirit. Therefore, I sought out Elder Tripitaka and his companions. We took advantage of the opportunity when all were dispatched to the Mountain of Spirits to rescue your true essence. However, upon hearing this, Beiji interrupted, and Sun Wukong hastily inquired, 'What of Beiji?' At this, Tang Sung wept. 'In the process of rescuing your true spirit, we were obstructed by the golden-winged rock that we could not dare to flee the Mountain of Spirits before the Tathagata's return. For our escape, Beiji faced the Tathagata alone, and now, at this, Sun Wukong cried out in frenzy, "Beiji, Beiji!" Avalokiteshvara, Tang Sung, and the White Dragon were also in tears, while only Sha Sung and Jinyuan Daxian remained unperturbed. Sun Wukong noticed the two and rushed to seize Sha Sung, exclaiming, "My elder brother's lack of emotional response is understandable, given his less profound bond with Beiji. But what of you? We are bound as master and disciples. How can you remain unmoved while Beiji endures such a fate?" Before he could finish, Sha Sung burst into laughter. "Ha! Master brother, master, you are unaware. The reason I appear unfazed is that I know second brother is in no peril. He was once the marshal of the heavenly river, commanding the 80,000 water troops, the foremost among the 4 saints of the north, a peak-level quasi-saint. He is a pawn placed by the Jade Emperor within the Buddhist realm. Old Sha, was once the heavenly court's general of the curtain, and I am acutely aware of second brother's capabilities. He surpasses the Tathagata at this moment." Jinyuan Daxian also spoke up. "Indeed, my lack of sorrow stems from having witnessed the valor of Marshal Tianpeng in years past. Thus, I am confident he faces no danger." Hearing their words, the tension in Tang Sung and the others finally eased at that moment. Tang Sing opened his tightly clenched right hand, revealing none other than Sun Wukong's true spirit. Albeit damaged from having been subjected to the furnace for several hundred years by the Tathagata, Jinyuan Daxian produced the heavenly and earthly treasures and said, "Let us place Sun Wukong's original spirit within the heavenly and earthly treasures. I shall assist in restoring his true essence. I see you are all severely injured. I have a friend whose elixirs, while not on par with Lao Jun's, can aid in your recovery. Rest for a moment at Wuzhuang Temple while I attend to this." Sun Wukong, sensing the urgency, exclaimed, "Elder brother, you have already exerted considerable effort on my behalf. Watch over Master and the others. Allow me to go." "Very well," replied Jinyuan Daxian. "My friend resides within a Taoist temple on Mount Tai. He is the master of that temple." Sun Wukong responded, "Good, I shall go." Chapter 21. Sun Wukong in distress. The maiden from the other shore strikes again as Sun Wukong made his way to Mount Tai. He was suddenly confronted by an individual. The newcomer bore a halo of sunlight, emanating the aura of a Tai golden immortal. Sun Wukong gazed at the halo atop the figure's head and addressed him. "You must be the disciple of Amitabha, the Sunlight Bodhisattva. I have heard that you and the Moonlight Bodhisattva are inseparable. Since you are here, I presume he is nearby as well. Why not have him join us?" With that, Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff, aware that the Sunlight Bodhisattva's presence was undoubtedly a directive from the Tathagata to eliminate him. The Sunlight Bodhisattva replied, "Amitabha, I trust the great sage is aware of my intent. We received orders days ago to claim your life. You have lingered at Wuzhuang Temple, making it difficult for us to act. Now that you are alone, we shall not let this opportunity slip." With that, the halo above the Sunlight Bodhisattva shone brilliantly, transforming into a sphere resembling the sun, radiating immense power. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow at this sight and swung his golden staff to attack. While the Sunlight Bodhisattva propelled the massive sphere toward him, the impact of Sun Wukong's staff against the sphere resulted in a violent explosion, sending him hurtling backward, while the sphere shattered and reverted to its original halo. "Amitabha, I have long heard of your valor, great sage, and witnessing it firsthand today only confirms the tales. However, as it stands, I am but a solitary monk and find myself at a disadvantage against you." Sun Wukong, growing impatient, retorted, "Enough with the pleasantries. Summon the Moonlight Bodhisattva from the shadows. Amitabha, since the great sage wishes to see him, the moonlight shall emerge to contest with you." Suddenly, a crescent moon appeared in the sky, transforming into a monk adorned with a moon halo, also exuding the aura of a Tai golden immortal. Amitabha, the sun and moon coexist, aware that neither could contend with Sun Wukong individually. The Sunlight and Moonlight Bodhisattvas initiated a combined attack. Invoking the power of the sun and moon. I in the sky, a radiant sun appeared alongside the crescent moon, with the Sunlight Bodhisattva beneath the sun and the Moonlight Bodhisattva beneath the moon. Furthermore, they established a barrier around the area to prevent Sun Wukong from escaping. The sun emanated fierce flames that surged towards Sun Wukong. He swiftly evaded the oncoming inferno, only to sense an alarming truth. This fire was not ordinary. It was specifically designed to target demons. As if that were not enough, the crescent moon unleashed a frigid wind that enveloped Sun Wukong, making him feel as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. A thin layer of frost forming upon his fur. Realizing the dire situation, he frantically swung his golden staff to fend off the chilling gusts. At that moment, the Sunlight Bodhisattva struck again, unleashing another wave of flames from the sun towards Sun Wukong. The searing fire seared him, causing him to cry out in pain as the golden staff slipped from his grasp and was swept away by the cold wind. In an instant, Sun Wukong felt as if he were plummeting from a furnace into a frozen cavern, his fur once more encrusted with frost. Yet, the Sunlight and Moonlight Bodhisattvas showed no signs of relenting. They launched their combined assault of fire and ice upon Sun Wukong, plunging him into a state of dual torment. Ultimately, he lay powerless upon the ground, yet defiantly gazed upward at his two adversaries. Seeing that Sun Wukong had lost all capacity for retaliation, the Sunlight and Moonlight Bodhisattvas ceased their magical onslaught and approached him. Sun Wukong remained unyielding, casting a defiant glare at them. The Sunlight Bodhisattva declared, "Sun Wukong, your gravest error was to provoke the Buddhist sect. Would it not have been wiser to serve as a loyal hound? Why choose to resist?" With that, the halo atop the Sunlight Bodhisattva's head shone once more, coalescing into a sun-like sphere that barreled towards Sun Wukong. Just as the energy-laden sphere was about to collide with Sun Wukong, it inexplicably halted before him, its energy ceasing to flow. The Moonlight Bodhisattva, perplexed, remarked, "How can this monkey still possess the strength to withstand this attack?" Meanwhile, the Sunlight Bodhisattva discerned the truth. No, this is not an attack being thwarted. Rather, the magical energy contained within has ceased its flow, causing the assault to halt. Upon further reflection, he was struck with astonishment. Time. It is time. Someone has invoked the laws of time to suspend the moment of that attack. The Moonlight Bodhisattva gasped. Time. Who could be operating in the shadows? To manipulate time is beyond comprehension. I cannot fathom the terror such a being possesses. At that moment, a woman descended from the heavens, landing beside Sun Wukong. Just as she touched the ground, two blossoms of the ethereal flower unexpectedly sprung forth beneath her feet, and her crystalline jade-like foot delicately rested upon them. This woman was none other than Dream. It seemed as if Dream bore no weight at all, for the two blossoms supported her effortlessly, and even the petals remained unbent, as if she were suspended above them, with a gentle wave of her hand. Dream transformed the orb resembling the sun into a fine powder, which scattered into the air. Then, she began to walk step by step towards the bodhisattvas of sunlight and moonlight. It is said that with each step, a lotus blooms, yet for Dream, each footfall birthed a new blossom of the ethereal flower. The moment her foot departed, the flower beneath vanished instantaneously. The sunlight and moonlight bodhisattvas, upon witnessing this enigmatic woman approach, were enveloped by an involuntary dread that swept through them, rendering them momentarily paralyzed with fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as they beheld her advance. Soon, Dream stood before them, not pausing but continuing forward, her form passing through the bodhisattvas as if she were a mere spirit. At the instant she traversed their bodies, both the sunlight and moonlight bodhisattvas disintegrated into dust. Sun Wukong stared blankly at this mysterious woman. And at that moment, several more blossoms of the ethereal flower began to bloom around him, encircling him. These blossoms radiated a divine power that enveloped Sun Wukong, and before long, his injuries miraculously healed. After which the flowers vanished entirely. Observing this, Sun Wukong rose to his feet, only to realize that the mysterious woman had vanished without a trace. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that he had encountered her before. Reflecting on this, he suddenly recalled that the woman from his dream, while resting against the 3 live stone before the Naya bridge, was indeed her. What connection could this person possibly have with me? This question lingered in Sun Wukong's mind. Chapter 22. An unusual monk. With that, Sun Wukong continued his flight towards Mount Tai. Upon arriving, he quickly located the Taoist temple, though not as grand as the Wuzhuang temple. It was nonetheless a considerable establishment. Standing at the entrance, Sun Wukong closed his eyes to sense the atmosphere within, detecting the authentic essence of Taoism permeating the temple. As he entered, the individuals inside exclaimed in alarm, "A monster!" Immediately, the Taoist priests brandished their talismans, intent on subduing him. However, Sun Wukong had no desire to engage in conflict, merely defending against their assaults without retaliating. Yet, he soon realized that the spells employed by these priests were genuine Taoist arts, harmonizing yin and yang, and embodying the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, utilized with remarkable agility. While effective against ordinary demons, they were of little consequence against a formidable being like Sun Wukong. At that moment, a voice of authority echoed, "What commotion is this?" A Taoist priest emerged from the temple, and upon sensing his aura, Sun Wukong discerned that he was a great Luo golden immortal. Such powerful beings exist in the mortal realm. The Taoist approached Sun Wukong and inquired, "From whence do you come, you monster, daring to cause trouble here?" Sun Wukong replied, "Esteemed Taoist, I am Sun Wukong. My master and junior brother have sustained grave injuries, and my elder brother Zhen Yuanzi has sent me to request some elixirs to heal them. So it is the legendary great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. A pleasure to meet you. I am Zhang Daoheng, the 29th disciple of the Heavenly Truth sect of Taoism, a descendant of the great Tianshi Ge Tianhong. Since this is a request from a friend of Zhen Yuanzi, I cannot refuse. Please wait here while I fetch some elixirs from the alchemical chamber." With that, Zhang Daoheng proceeded to retrieve the elixirs. At that moment, Sun Wukong sensed a familiar aura, as the entire temple became enveloped in a peculiar barrier. Suddenly, the creature Diding appeared in the air, declaring, "The sunlight and moonlight bodhisattvas are truly useless. Today, I shall capture you." Diding then unleashed a puppet that radiated the aura of a great Luo golden immortal. It was the ancient beast, Tao Wu, another great Luo golden immortal? Sun Wukong thought, bemused, "What is the meaning of this? Why are there so many great Luo golden immortals? This small temple has attracted 2 of them." Just then, Zhang Daoheng emerged from the alchemical chamber and, witnessing the scene, furiously stepped forward. "How dare you disturb this place? You truly do not know the meaning of danger." Zhang Daoheng then conjured a golden sword, biting his right index finger and applying his blood to it, causing the sword to radiate a brilliant golden light. Grasping the sword, he charged towards Tao Wu, prompting Sun Wukong to hastily retrieve his golden staff and join the fray. the three engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, not far outside the temple, a monk observed the commotion, silently muttering, "Demons." Zhang Daoheng relentlessly employed Taoist spells in his assaults. Sun Wukong could sense their formidable nature, even he would likely struggle to withstand them. Yet, Tao showed no fear, enduring Zhang Daoheng's onslaught before lunging towards him. Sun Wukong quickly positioned himself in front of Zhang Daoheng, using his golden staff to block Tao's advance. "I will hold him off. Look for an opportunity to strike." Zhang Daoheng retreated to the side, continuously channeling Taoist spells to thwart Tao's attacks. However, these spells had little effect on the beast. Seeing this, Sun Wukong transformed into a massive ape. Engaging Tao in a raw and brutal confrontation, their clash nearly reduced half the temple to ruins, sending everyone within into a frantic escape, with many innocent lives tragically lost in the chaos. Zhang Daoheng, witnessing this destruction, felt an intense anger, yet found himself at a loss against Tao. At that moment, a staff radiating powerful Buddhist light soared through the air, striking the barriers surrounding the temple and shattering it. A monk appeared, catching the staff, his countenance solemn, clad in a robe, holding the staff in his right hand and a golden bowl in his left. Though youthful in appearance, seemingly in his 20s, he exuded the aura of a great Luo golden immortal. And even more potent than the average. He appeared to be a peak-level great Luo golden immortal. How audacious! To wreak havoc in the mortal realm, today, I shall subdue you. The monk advanced toward Tao. Staff in hand, Zhang Daoheng remarked. This fellow is as expected. He seeks to capture demons. Sun Wukong urgently inquired. Who is this monk? Zhang Daoheng replied. He is the current abbot of Jinshan Temple, known as Fahai. He possesses an innate wisdom, having entered the Buddhist path at a young age. Though he is youthful, his understanding of Buddhist principles is profound. However, he has captured many demons indiscriminately, causing a heavy toll on his karmic balance, preventing him from attaining the Great Tao. Otherwise, he would have long since reached the status of a quasi-saint. Young as he has already attained the level of a great Luo golden immortal. Nearly a step away from quasi-sainthood. It is a pity that such talent is wasted in the Buddhist sect. Sun Wukong, harboring a deep-seated aversion to the Buddhist path, could not help but form a poor impression of Fahai. Meanwhile, in the battle against Tao, Fahai gained the upper hand, prompting Tao to attempt an escape. Fahai flung his robe, which enlarged in midair, creating a barrier that enclosed the entire temple, trapping Tao within. Then, Fahai shattered his Buddhist robe, revealing a dragon tattoo that coiled over his shoulder, emanating a golden light. The dragon transformed into a tangible form, entwining itself around Fahai. Mighty dragon of great power, great Luo Dharma spell, world-honored Ksitigarbha. Prajna Buddhas, ascend to the heavens. Go. The golden dragon, propelled by Fahai, struck Tao, inflicting severe injury upon the beast. Subsequently, Fahai cast his golden bowl into the air, which levitated, emitting a golden light that enveloped Tao, who was subsequently restrained and drawn into the bowl. Fahai ascended into the air, reclaiming the golden bowl. Sun Wukong stood in astonishment, realizing that the ancient beast, which had proven too formidable for both him and Zhang Daoheng to defeat, was subdued by this solitary monk. Diding, observing from the side, was equally dumbfounded, unable to believe that such prowess existed within the Buddhist sect, beyond the arhats and bodhisattvas of the Western paradise. At that moment, Fahai turned to Diding, stating, I can see at a glance that you are not human. Today, I shall capture you. How bold! I am the steed of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, and you, as a disciple of the Buddhist sect, dare to show me disrespect. Diding believed that invoking his identity as the steed of Ksitigarbha would compel the monk to relent. Nonsense! How could a steed of the Bodhisattva descend to the mortal realm to commit acts of violence? Fahai retorted, and once again, he aimed his golden bowl at Diding, attempting to capture him. Diding released a burst of Buddhist light, shattering the golden light emanating from the bowl. To use Buddhist treasures to capture a bodhisattva's steed is truly laughable. Fahai, initially taken aback, quickly regained his composure and declared, Demon, do not disturb my mind. Even if you are the steed of a bodhisattva, should you harm the mortal realm, I shall capture you regardless. Let it be known that even if your master, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, were to descend and cause harm, I would capture him as well. Sun Wukong thought to himself, this monk is unlike ordinary Buddhist disciples. At this moment, Diting was also engulfed in profound confusion. What was happening? The other disciples of Buddha held the king of hell, one of the four great bodhisattvas, in the highest regard, yet this monk displayed not the slightest reverence and even dared to confront the bodhisattva. Just then, Fahai launched another attack towards Diting. Chapter 23. I am you. You are me. As Fa Hai was about to strike Di Ting, a figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking Fa Hai's assault and effortlessly repelling him. Upon recognizing the visage of the newcomer, everyone was taken aback. The figure was none other than the king of hell himself. At that moment, Sun Wukong discerned the truth. No, he was not the true king of hell. He was merely a manifestation of the Bodhisattva. Meanwhile, Zhang Daoheng remarked, though that may be the case, a manifestation of a quasi-saint is still not to be underestimated. The instant the Bodhisattva's avatar materialized, Fa Hai was momentarily stunned. Although it was merely a manifestation, its presence indicated that Di Ting was indeed the steed of the king of hell. Nevertheless, Fa Hai continued his assault against the Bodhisattva. Fa Hai unleashed a barrage of formidable spells upon the king of hell, and the two were evenly matched. However, both Sun Wukong and Zhang Daoheng recognized that Fa Hai had exhausted all his trump cards, while the Bodhisattva merely employed simple tactics. The current situation was undoubtedly temporary. At that moment, Zhang Daoheng produced the golden sword once more, smearing the blade with his own blood. In this case, I can only make a desperate attempt, he declared. Heaven and earth, the 9 edicts, I wield the decree arrow. All demons submit and hide. Heavenly master above, and the mind below, celestial warrior with myriad glories. The 7 killing incantations of the great Tianzai. As Zhang Daoheng recited these words, he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, rendering the final syllable unutterable. Sun Wukong looked at Zhang Daoheng in confusion. He sensed a powerful aura emanating from around Zhang Daoheng, yet he hesitated to act. Meanwhile, Zhang Daoheng, gripping the golden sword, felt beads of sweat forming on his brow. Cursing inwardly, damn it, my cultivation is still insufficient. The 7 killing incantation was one of the most potent killing spells in Taoism, typically only wielded by masters of the celestial level. Should any lesser practitioner attempt to cast it, they would perish due to the backlash from their own inadequate cultivation. At that moment, someone shouted to Sun Wukong, Master is attempting the 7 killing incantation, but his cultivation is insufficient. If this continues, he will perish. Great sage, please lend your power to Master and assist him in casting the incantation. Hearing this, Sun Wukong hurried to stand behind Zhang Daoheng. As he took his position, Sun Wukong found himself trembling under the immense pressure, unable to fathom the torment Zhang Daoheng was enduring. Although Sun Wukong possessed an indomitable physique, this pressure caused his legs to quiver. Zhang Daoheng, despite being a Deluo golden immortal, was far less robust than Sun Wukong, and the extent of his suffering was unfathomable. Placing his hand on Zhang Daoheng's back, Sun Wukong immediately felt his own power being rapidly siphoned away, doubling the pressure he was under. Yet, with Sun Wukong's assistance, Zhang Daoheng experienced a slight alleviation of his burden. Seeing that he could move again, Zhang Daoheng swung the golden sword, attempting to unleash the 7 killing incantation, but he could not utter the final syllable. Sun Wukong sensed that his own power was nearing depletion, and even combined, their energies were insufficient to cast the incantation. At this moment, both Zhang Daoheng and Sun Wukong were experiencing the backlash of the spell. Both men spat blood. No. If this continues, I shall perish here. Just as Sun Wukong was on the verge of losing consciousness, a powerful force surged from within him, awakening his awareness. Sun Wukong was astonished by the strength coursing through him, for it was overwhelming. He felt as if a mere thought could annihilate everyone present. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from within Sun Wukong, revealing a figure with long gray-white hair, clad in golden armor, with a massive azure dragon coiling around him. The mere aura radiating from this phantom left the disciples in the temple breathless, while Fa Hai and the King of Hell, still locked in combat above, were similarly intimidated. With the aid of this apparition, the 7 killing incantation was successfully unleashed. Out. With that final command, an immense power surged forth from Zhang Daoheng, directed at the King of Hell. Just as the Bodhisattva attempted to evade the strike, Fa Hai conjured a wisp, ensnaring the King of Hell, who was unable to escape and was struck down by the blow. With the destruction of the manifestation, the true form of the King of Hell, located in the underworld, also suffered the backlash. Damn it, how could my manifestation be obliterated? After casting the 7 killing incantation, Zhang Daoheng had exhausted his strength and collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, revitalized by the mysterious apparition's assistance, felt his once dwindling power restored. That he gazed at the enigmatic figure, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Suddenly, he recalled the strange dream he had in the underworld, where he seemed to have transformed into this very being. The fact that this apparition emerged from within him left Sun Wukong perplexed, pondering the connection between them. Who are you, and what is your relation to me? Me. I am you, and you are me. Remember, I will protect you in your most perilous moments, but I shall only intervene 3 times, and 2 opportunities remain. What do you mean? I am you. You are me. Explain yourself to me. Revealing too much too soon will not serve you well. With your current strength, even if you were to learn the truth, you would be powerless to alter anything. What do you mean? Enough? Farewell. You may call me Huang. With that, the apparition vanished. This moment, Sun Wukong was left bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events, including the mysterious woman and the sudden appearance of the enigmatic figure. Yet he sensed an undeniable connection between them. Chapter 24. I am a disciple of the Buddha. Today I kill to validate my path with the manifestation of the King of Hell extinguished. Ting had long since seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos, while Hai remained, his gaze vacant, lost in thought. Monk, what troubles your mind? Hai crouched on the ground, cradling his head in despair, weeping profusely. Was that truly the Bodhisattva's steed? Why would the steed descend to wreak havoc? This battle shattered Hai's faith in Buddhism. Having devoted himself to the Buddha since childhood, he had always aspired to enlightenment. However, this encounter profoundly altered his perception of the Buddha. Monkey, do you know? I have truly seen the Buddha. Was it the Tathagata? Indeed, it was the Tathagata that I once asked him why I could not comprehend the great Tao. The Buddha told me my heart was too laden with killing intent. Yet now, the Bodhisattva's steed has resorted to such ruthless measures to achieve its aims, slaughtering countless innocents that I once believed it was merely the steed's defiance of its master's teachings. But when the King of Hell appeared, I realized I was mistaken. It is not only the steeds and pets. The Bodhisattva himself is the same. The Buddhas truly care so little for the lives of sentient beings. Buddhas are human too. Being human means harboring selfish desires. The journey to the West. Do you truly believe it is for the propagation of the Dharma? No. The Tathagata merely seeks the merits from overcoming the tribulations of the journey. To fulfill the trials of the journey to the West, they dispatched countless steeds and disciples to descend to the mortal realm, where they would undoubtedly slay innumerable ordinary people. How many lives have perished at the hands of the Buddhist order along the journey to the West? Great compassion and great mercy. To save all beings, it is nothing more than their hypocritical facade. Upon hearing these words, Hai laughed uproariously. The Buddha speaks of heavy killing intent, yet are they not the same? Why is it that I alone cannot comprehend the great Tao? If the Buddhas are such shameless beings, then what use is my pursuit of Buddhism? Hai wept, now questioning whether his path of Buddhist cultivation was indeed the right choice. That moment, Zhang Daoheng rose and approached Hai, attempting to offer counsel, but Hai's faith had crumbled, rendering Zhang Daoheng's words futile. Just then, Sun Wukong stepped forward. You cultivate for yourself. What does it have to do with the Buddha? The Buddha says your heart is laden with killing intent, yet who is he to guide others? Why must you concern yourself with the Buddha? Just be yourself. Sun Wukong's words struck a chord, awakening Hai from his despair. The phrase you cultivate for yourself, what does it have to do with the Buddha? Echoed in Hai's mind, and in an instant, his aura began to surge. Zhang Daoheng exclaimed, Hai has attained enlightenment. Hai's presence gradually transformed into that of a quasi-saint. I am a disciple of the Buddha. Hai. Today, I validate my path through killing. Sun Wukong marveled. A monk has comprehended the path of killing and achieved quasi-saint status at such a young age. This fellow's future is limitless. After a moment, Hai rose and bowed to Sun Wukong, saying, This humble monk thanks the great sage for your guidance. From now on, I shall follow you, great sage. Whenever you require assistance, simply call upon me, and I will be there. Once matters were resolved, Zhang Daoheng handed the golden elixir to Sun Wukong. Quickly return this elixir to your master and junior brothers. If their injuries worsen, it will be dire. Thank you, venerable master. No trouble at all. Great sage, I have one more request, if it is not inconvenient for you and your disciples. I earnestly implore you to accompany me to the zombie forest. The zombie forest? What manner of place is that? Great sage, upon your return, I shall elucidate it for you. Hurry and save your master and disciple. Very well, I am most grateful. Chapter 25. The zombie. After returning the golden elixir given by Zhang Daoheng to Wuzhuang Temple, Sun Wukong hastened back to Zhang Daoheng, for he had promised to assist him with a matter. Meanwhile, Hai had just broken through to the quasi-saint level and retreated to Jinshan Temple to consolidate his newfound powers. Sun Wukong re-entered Zhang Daoheng's temple, where Zhang Daoheng awaited him at the entrance. Eagerly approaching as he saw Sun Wukong arrive, great sage, have you resolved your matters? Yes. Both master and disciple have recovered after consuming your golden elixir. Splendid. In that case, let us proceed to the zombie forest. With that, Sun Wukong followed Zhang Daoheng towards the forest he had mentioned. Along the way, Sun Wukong inquired, Venerable Taoist, what exactly is a zombie? A zombie is an entity that transcends the three realms and escapes the six paths of reincarnation. There are two primary causes for their formation. One arises from a person harboring immense resentment at the time of death, causing their body to remain uncorrupted and thus transform into a zombie, typically referred to as a hairy zombie. The second cause occurs when an individual is bitten or killed by a zombie, becoming infected with zombie venom and subsequently transforming into a zombie themselves. Such zombies are generally weaker, often classified as purple zombies, green zombies, or white zombies. From what you say, it seems zombies are categorized by rank. Indeed, zombies are classified into 10 ranks, from weakest to strongest: purple zombie, green zombie, white zombie, black zombie, hairy zombie, jumping corpse, flying corpse, floating corpse, swimming corpse, and incorruptible bone. If we were to equate this to cultivation levels, incorruptible bone would correspond to the level of a great Luo golden immortal. The most commonly encountered zombies are typically jumping corpses, with the occasional flying corpse. The zombie forest serves as the habitat for the zombies captured by our Tianjin sect's disciples throughout the ages. Within the forest, there are formations set by Master Gutian, preventing these zombies from escaping. However, for reasons unknown, some zombies have mysteriously vanished from the zombie forest recently. I sent 2 disciples to investigate, but they have yet to return. As they spoke, the pair arrived at the zombie forest. Just before entering, Sun Wukong sensed an overwhelming aura of death emanating from within, palpable even from several thousand miles away. Ultimately, Sun Wukong and Zhang Daoheng decided to split up and search for the missing disciples in different directions. Along the way, Sun Wukong encountered several zombies, whose swift movements were predominantly characterized by jumping. This must be what Zhang Daoheng referred to as jumping corpses, he mused. The sight of these zombies ignited Sun Wukong's combative spirit, prompting him to charge forward and engage them in a series of skirmishes. During the battle, he discovered that these jumping corpses were relatively easy to handle. However, their bodies were exceedingly resilient, making it difficult for even his golden staff to inflict damage. Finding no immediate solution to vanquish them completely, he resorted to using his somersault cloud to escape. Before long, Sun Wukong heard the sounds of combat nearby and quickly rushed towards the source. Upon arrival, he saw 2 severely injured Taoists battling a zombie. Surrounded by numerous shattered demon-capturing artifacts, Sun Wukong noticed that this zombie was markedly different from those he had previously encountered. Its eyes were blood red, and it emanated a far stronger aura of death than the others. Its movements were predominantly aerial, and it employed magical attacks rather than mere biting or clawing. These must be Zhang Daoheng's 2 disciples, he thought. Grasping his golden staff, Sun Wukong charged into the fray. This particular zombie, a rare flying corpse, engaged him in an aerial duel for an extended period. While its magical attacks were relatively inconsequential to Sun Wukong, the zombie's unyielding corporeal form presented a formidable challenge. Just then, Zhang Daoheng arrived, wielding a powerful sword that radiated an imposing aura. With a swift motion, he cleaved the flying corpse in 2. Great sage, what manner of treasure is this? It possesses extraordinary might. This is a sword left by Master Gutian Hong, known as the Shadow of the Sword. Chapter 26. Above the incorruptible bone. After Zhang Daoheng vanquished the zombie, he hurried to assess the injuries of his 2 disciples, relieved to find them not gravely harmed. What on earth transpired? Why have you lingered in the zombie forest for so long? With downcast eyes, the disciples sighed. Master, 2 days ago, you dispatched us to the zombie forest to investigate the reports of missing zombies. Upon our arrival, we first examined the formations within the forest and found them intact. What? The formations are unblemished. Then how could the zombies have vanished mysteriously? Master, we share the same question. Thus, we ventured deeper into the forest to uncover the truth. Upon entering, we discovered that at least half of the zombies were missing. As we pressed toward the forest center, we encountered a large group of zombies approaching us. We prepared for battle, but they bypassed us, fleeing in terror behind us. Just as we were puzzled, we suddenly heard the sound of galloping hooves, and then we saw. What did you see? Speak. One disciple steadied himself, fear evident in his voice as he relayed. We saw a towering figure clad in golden armor, wielding a long-handled blade, mounted on a war horse, charging toward us. What manner of creature is that? We cannot ascertain, from the powerful aura of death emanating from it. It resembles a zombie, yet it possesses an agility impossible for typical zombies, moving as a normal person would. Zombies are generally formed from the deceased, thus those beneath the jumping corpse level are rigid and slow-moving. Consequently, these lower-level zombies rarely reveal themselves, limited to the ability to jump for locomotion. The two disciples had never before encountered a zombie capable of moving like a human, a zombie that can move like a human. Indeed, the zombie rode toward us, and we engaged it, but within a few exchanges, we were overwhelmed. We had no choice but to flee, only to find ourselves hopelessly lost, as if ensnared in a ghostly maze. Always returning to the starting point, the zombie seemed to always track us down, and thus we hid in the forest for 2 days until we encountered you. At that moment, another disciple interjected. Master, what precisely was that zombie? As far as I know, only an incorruptible bone possesses the ability to move freely like a human. Could it be that the zombie we faced is of the incorruptible bone rank? It is possible, yet there seems to be no incorruptible bone zombies within the zombie forest. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed, prompting the four to quickly turn their gaze toward the sound. They beheld a figure garbed in golden armor, eyes glowing green, wielding a long-handled blade, astride a warhorse that also glowed green. Parts of the horse's body had rotted away, revealing white bones beneath, as it galloped toward them. Reminiscent of the legendary warrior Guan Yu, exuding an imposing presence. Master, that is it. Please, do take a look. Could that be an incorruptible bone? At that moment, Zhang Daoheng gazed upon the zombie in terror, exclaiming, No. It is far worse than an incorruptible bone. It is a demon. A demon? What is a demon? Is there a rank of demons among zombies? To be precise, there are actually 13 ranks of zombies. Above the incorruptible bone are the demon, the BA, and the howl. Due to their rarity, encounters with these 3 types of zombies are exceedingly scarce, and those that reach such ranks can no longer be classified simply as zombies, which is why I have not mentioned them. Stronger than incorruptible bone. If we equate incorruptible bone to cultivation levels, it is already at the realm of a great Luo golden immortal. What then is the rank above incorruptible bone, in terms of cultivation? A demon corresponds to the quasi-saint level. Upon hearing the term quasi-saint, the 3 disciples expressed their astonishment. Are you saying that this is a quasi-saint level zombie? The distinction between a quasi-saint and a great Luo golden immortal is not trivial. If this is merely a demon, how powerful must the BA and howl be? Historical records indicate that only the 4 great progenitors of zombies, Hanja, Ingo, Jiangchen, and Ho Qing, reached the BA level, while the howl was achieved by a singular beast of chaos from primordial times. The 4 progenitors are said to have transformed from its remains, with legends claiming that the howl was born from the skull of Pangu, later defeated by the combined forces of Enhua, Fuxi, and Hao Yin, resulting in its 3 souls and corpse evolving into the 4 great progenitors. Chapter 27. Master Gu Tianhong. At this moment, Sun Wukong exclaimed, Let us not dwell on that for now. We must first devise a strategy to confront this formidable foe. Rest assured, for I have come fully prepared this time. Suddenly, Zhang Daoheng threw the burden he had brought to his 2 disciples. You go set up the formation first. I will hold it off with the great sage. Upon receiving the command, the 2 disciples swiftly departed. At that moment, the zombie leaped down from its horse, brandishing a long-handled saber as it charged towards them. Zhang Daoheng swiftly produced a talisman from his bag and began to chant an incantation. The talisman emitted a brilliant golden light, forming a barrier in the air, within which a faint yin-yang bagua diagram could be discerned. Just then, the zombie arrived, swinging its saber and striking at the barrier, which shattered under the force of the blow. Immediately, Zhang Daoheng brandished the Chenging sword and rushed forward. Observing this, Sun Wukong also swung his golden staff to assist, and the 3 engaged in combat. Sun Wukong, impervious due to his indestructible body, suffered little harm, while Zhang Daoheng, whose physical form paled in comparison, was gravely injured. At that moment, one disciple arrived, exclaiming, Master, the formation has been set. The 3 hastened towards the formation, and upon arrival, they beheld a grand array with various Taoist symbols and a colossal bagua diagram inscribed on the ground. This formation was centered around 3 large trees, each adorned with a painting depicting one of the 3 supreme deities of Taoism, the Sanqing. Just then, the zombie pursued them, intending to breach the formation. But the images of the Sanqing radiated a powerful golden light, repelling it back. Zhang Daoheng bit his finger and shouted, I summon the Jade Pure Primordial Heavenly Sovereign. He then smeared the blood from his finger onto the sword, which immediately glowed with formidable golden light. His 2 disciples likewise bit their index fingers, each calling out, I summon the Upper Pure Lingbao Heavenly Sovereign. and I summoned the grand pure Tao, Te Ching heavenly sovereign. They too smeared their blood onto their peachwood swords, which began to emit golden light as well. The three then pointed their swords skyward, and the golden light from the swords shot into the heavens, converging into a single beam that descended upon the grand formation. Sanqing Heavenly Master Formation, I beseech the ancestors for assistance. From within the light beam, a figure gradually emerged, and the beam dissipated. The figure had long gray hair, delicate features, and wore a purple Taoist robe indicative of a heavenly master, radiating an aura of Taoist essence. This individual was none other than Gu Tianhong, the founder of the Tianjin sect of Taoism. Zhang Daohang and his two disciples immediately bowed and greeted. We pay our respects to the ancestor. Ge Tianhong extended his hand, and the Qingying sword flew directly into his grasp. He then charged forward, engaging the zombie in combat. Ge Tianhong's swordsmanship was remarkable, completely overwhelming the zombie. However, due to the disparity in weapon size, the Qingying sword was knocked from his hand. Yet, Gu Tianhong remained unfazed. He lightly leaped into the air, performing hand seals and reciting incantations, golden runes materializing around him. Pointing towards the zombie, the runes surged forth to attack. The zombie swung its saber to fend off the runes. Ge Tianhong then bit his index finger, using the blood to inscribe a rune in his palm, the Taoist exorcism order. Channeling the elements of earth, water, wind, and fire, the rune in his hand glowed red, and he struck the zombie's head with a palm. There was a thunderous explosion as the blow shattered the protective armor of the zombie's head. Yet, Gu Tianhong did not cease his assault. With a thought, the sword flew back to him. He formed hand seals again and shouted, "All who engage in battle shall array before me." Instantly, 9 golden characters appeared beside him, inscribing the words Ling, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jie, Jin, Lai, Qian, Xing, the Taoist 9-character mantra. These characters merged into the Qingying sword, which then radiated immense spiritual power. Gu Tianhong pointed once more, and the sword pierced the zombie, resulting in another explosive sound as the creature was obliterated into a puddle of blood and flesh. Chapter 28. The ambitions of the Ghost King and the miserable fate of the Ghost Buddha Sun Wukong was left in awe. Such a master exists in the mortal realm. This person's level is at least that of a quasi-saint, he mused. With the zombie vanquished, Zhang Daohang hurriedly approached. "Thank you for your assistance, ancestor. May I inquire what has transpired in the zombie forest? Why did the zombies escape?" "No, they did not escape. They were devoured." "Devoured? What do you mean?" "It is the king of Fengdu, who has escaped from the underworld. Half of the zombies in the zombie forest have been absorbed by him. And that demon zombie is merely his puppet, used to gather energy to enhance his cultivation." "What? The king of Fengdu? Was he not sealed in Fengdu City?" "Indeed, however, a while ago, chaos erupted in the underworld. And the 2 great ghost kings, the king of Fengdu and the king of Tianchu, managed to escape from Fengdu City." Zhang Daohang, alarmed, inquired, "What should we do now? There is no one in the mortal realm who can contend with the Ghost King. Even summoning gods or heavenly masters to descend cannot unleash their full power, making them incapable of facing the Ghost King." Ge Tianhong replied, "Fear not. In order to prevent the Ghost King's return, the heavenly master Mao Qi-ling left his soul in the cycle of reincarnation and his exorcism blade in Fengdu City. If we can retrieve the exorcism blade and then enter the cycle of reincarnation, Mao Qi-ling will grant you the right to wield the blade and impart his lifelong skills to you, enabling you to confront the Ghost King." With that, Gu Tianhong vanished. This moment, Sun Wukong, curious, approached with a question. "Who is this king of Fengdu?" "The king of Fengdu is the most powerful malevolent spirit sealed in Fengdu City. There are 3 mighty beings within Fengdu City, whom even Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva cannot subdue. The strongest is the king of Fengdu, followed by the ghost Buddha of grievance spirits, and the third is the king of Tianchu. What are their origins? Each of them has an extraordinary background. The king of Fengdu is among the earliest malevolent spirits in Fengdu City. He absorbed the powers of over 10 million evil spirits within the city and then wreaked havoc in the underworld. Even Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva could not contend with him. Eventually, it was the emperor of Fengdu who intervened, severely injuring him, leading him to flee to the mortal realm, where he continued his rampage, evading countless sorcerers, Taoist priests, and monks. It was then that our 6th-generation heavenly master of the Tianjin sect, Mao Qi-ling, forcibly dragged him back to Fengdu City and defeated him with the exorcism blade. The emperor of Fengdu subsequently sealed him within Fengdu City. Mao Qi-ling, unable to return to the mortal realm, left the exorcism blade behind and bound his soul within the cycle of reincarnation to prevent his return. Sun Wukong listened intently and continued to inquire. "What about this ghost Buddha? He was originally a prince of a kingdom, but was abandoned by the king and later adopted by the monks of Jinshan Temple, where Fahai currently resides. He possessed innate wisdom and profound understanding of Buddhist teachings. When the king of that kingdom passed away, he became the sole heir to the throne. Thus, he renounced his monastic life, left Jinshan Temple, and ascended to the throne. He fell in love with a princess from a neighboring kingdom, and their lives seemed idyllic. However, war broke out between the neighboring kingdom and another nation, and despite his efforts to assist, the princess perished in the conflict. Heartbroken, he carried her lifeless body, kneeling step by step towards Ling Mountain, taking over 50 years to arrive, by which time the princess's body had decayed to bones. Upon reaching Ling Mountain, he confronted the Buddha, asking, "If all beings can be saved, why can't she be saved?" The answer he received was that all beings suffer, and fate cannot be defied, laughing maniacally with the princess's bones in his arms. He ultimately took his own life on Ling Mountain, having already succumbed to demonic influence before death. After death, his resentment lingered, transforming him into a malevolent spirit. He is a fusion of Buddha, demon, and ghost, possessing immense power. After becoming a malevolent spirit, he slaughtered all the people of his own and the neighboring kingdoms, his hatred growing ever stronger. Ultimately, it was Mao Qi-ling who, with the exorcism blade, severely injured him, forcing him to flee to the underworld, where he wreaked havoc again, even injuring Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Eventually, it was again the Emperor of Fengdu who sealed him within Fengdu City as for the origins of the king of Tianshu. I am not privy to that. Chapter 29. Sun Wukong's reunion with dreams. After hearing Zhang Daoheng's account, Sun Wukong was astounded. In his mind, ghosts were insignificant beings. Yet now he realized that even among such seemingly weak entities, there existed formidable individuals. After all, in a vast forest, one can find all kinds of birds. Having concluded these discussions, Zhang Daoheng stated, "The situation is urgent. I must prepare immediately. The king of Fengdu has escaped from Fengdu City and must have endured a fierce battle, likely sustaining injuries. This is the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Otherwise, once he has recovered, we will face grave troubles." "Very well, I shall accompany you," declared Sun Wukong. In general, Sun Wukong would not concern himself with matters unrelated to him. However, this time he chose to lend his assistance because he realized that the chaos in the underworld, as mentioned by Gu Tianhong, was actually instigated by him. Sun Wukong and Zhang Daoheng decided to take separate actions. Sun Wukong would head to Fengdu City to retrieve the demon-suppressing blade, while Zhang Daoheng prepared to open the reincarnation portal. Upon arriving at the underworld once more, Sun Wukong found himself at the banks of the River of Forgetfulness, where a figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. Sun Wukong recognized this individual. She was the mysterious woman who had previously rescued him from the hands of the Sunlight Bodhisattva and the Moonlight Bodhisattva. Gazing at the woman before him, Sun Wukong could not help but voice his lingering questions. "Who are you truly? What connection do we share?" "Me? What was my name again? I can't recall, though I vaguely remember that man always referred to me as Dreamed. Can there really be someone who forgets their own name? This was merely a fragment of consciousness left by that woman in the underworld eons ago." Sun Wukong was taken aback. "You are but a manifestation of consciousness from millions of years ago. What realm do you currently inhabit?" "I am a chaos sage." Upon hearing those words, Sun Wukong was once again astounded. Previously, in Wuzhuang Temple, Jinyuan Daxian had recounted the true nature of the primordial world to him. Through Jinyuan Daxian's narration, Sun Wukong learned that the strongest realm to have ever appeared in the primordial world was that of a sage. Of course, there existed even more powerful realms beyond the sage, though such beings had never manifested in the primordial world. Yet, the woman before him claimed to be a chaos sage, which left Sun Wukong in sheer disbelief. "Then what is the realm of your true self?" "As far as I know, a sage is the most formidable being within the three realms. I am aware that there exists a realm above the sage known as the Great Sage. Could it be that the Chaos Sage surpasses even that?" "Indeed, the Chaos Sage is a formidable existence that transcends the Great Sage. The so-called Great Sage is merely a sage whose primordial spirit relies upon the Great Tao. While the Chaos Sage must comprehend the true essence of chaos, the difficulty of grasping the true essence of chaos far exceeds that of understanding the Great Tao. If your true self is of such a realm, then how can a mere fragment of consciousness achieve the status of a Chaos Sage? Surely your true self must surpass the Chaos Sage." "Correct. My true self is an exalted being. Not long ago, I sensed her presence in the primordial world. It seems she killed someone named Jane before departing." Just as Sun Wukong was about to inquire further, he was interrupted by the woman who called herself Dream. "Alas, my time is limited. This fragment of consciousness has existed for millions of years and is now on the verge of dissipating. I must accomplish what I need to do while I still can. With that, she handed Sun Wukong a flower from the other shore. This flower contains a minuscule fragment of my true self, which you may use once, though it is but a small portion. It should suffice to help you navigate any challenges within the three realms. Having said this, she departed from the underworld. Sun Wukong stood in a daze for a considerable time, lost in thought. Little monkey, what brings you to the underworld? The voice jolted Sun Wukong back to reality, and he discovered Meng Pa standing before him, having appeared without him noticing. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Meng Pa, Sun Wukong made his way to Fengdu City. In the Lingai Fangsuan Mountain, within the Xieyue Sanchen Cave, Patriarch Bodhi was delivering teachings to his disciples when dreams suddenly materialized before him. The sudden appearance of this woman left the disciples bewildered. While Patriarch Bodhi, upon recognizing her presence, knelt before her, disciple Bodhi pays respects to the ancestor of the other shore. The disciples present were all astonished. Their formidable master was now bowing to this woman. Rise, there is no need to call me ancestor of the other shore. I am merely a manifestation of her consciousness. Bodhi stood up and inquired, what brings you here, ancestor of the other shore? The time has come. The plan may commence. So soon. Yes, fate has signaled that the anomaly has begun to awaken. The plan must be set in motion. At that moment, Bodhi's expression changed noticeably. Once the plan begins. What of Wukong? I know you cannot bear to part with him, but if the primordial chaos ceases to exist, what purpose would it serve to keep him? Bodhi understood. Subsequently, the ancestor of the other shore bestowed 6 orbs upon Bodhi. These 6 are world orbs, which can be used to evolve worlds. The current development of the 3 realms is distorted. If this continues, the plan cannot proceed smoothly. I need you to open the 3 realms into 9 realms so that this world can support sages and even great sages. Understood. With that, the ancestor of the other shore departed from the Xieyue Sanchen Cave. Below, a disciple asked, Master, who was that just now? What is this plan you spoke of? That individual is someone even I dare not provoke. It would be best if you remain unaware of her. The karmic ties upon her are too great for you to bear. As for the plan, it was laid out eons ago by 3 beings during the era of chaos. And I am but a piece in this grand scheme. Upon entering Fengdu City, Sun Wukong began his search for the demon-suppressing blade. However, Fengdu City was far larger than he had anticipated, and he encountered numerous formidable spirits along the way. The aura emanating from many of these spirits instilled fear in Sun Wukong, yet they showed no interest in him, focused solely on finding the demon-suppressing blade. He pressed on. After a considerable time, he finally reached the heart of Fengdu City, where he beheld the blade. It was deeply embedded in the ground, with only the hilt exposed, radiating a menacing aura. As Sun Wukong approached to draw the blade, he was halted by an individual. Looking up, Sun Wukong observed that this person exuded a powerful ghostly energy, yet he was not a vengeful spirit. Sun Wukong thought, could this person be the Fengdu Emperor mentioned by Mingi Laozu? Sun Wukong then inquired, are you the Lord of Fengdu City, the Fengdu Emperor? Indeed, I am the Fengdu Emperor, and you cannot draw this blade. Why not? The ghost kings of Fengdu have returned. I need this blade to confront them. If you draw the blade, you will face not just the ghost king alone. What do you mean? Take a guess. Why did the 2 ghost kings escape during the recent chaos in the underworld? Why did the ghost Buddha not flee? At that moment, a thought struck Sun Wukong. Could it be that beneath this blade, indeed, beneath this blade lies the vengeful ghost Buddha? Long ago, Celestial Master Mao Qiling sealed him within Fengdu City, and I have kept him suppressed here. Yet, his resentment grows stronger by the day, and if this continues, I may soon be unable to contain him. Sometime later, Mao Qiling forcibly brought the ghost kings who had fled to the human realm back to Fengdu City and left this demon-suppressing blade here. Seeing that the blade possesses the ability to suppress resentment, I used it to bind him here. If you were to draw this demon-suppressing blade, the ghost Buddha would surely emerge, and that would spell disaster for the human realm. Why not imprison the ghost Buddha in Fengdu City before he emerges? Why allow him to escape into the human realm? Do you think that is why the 2 ghost kings managed to escape Fengdu City? During that chaos in the underworld, I was gravely wounded by the sage, and I lacked the strength to suppress the multitude of spirits, which allowed them to flee. If the ghost Buddha emerges, I certainly cannot contain him. The ghost Buddha is far more challenging to deal with than the ghost kings. He embodies the essence of Buddha, demon, and ghost all at once, and his obsession runs deep. As long as his obsession remains unresolved, he will only grow stronger. But the Fengdu ghost kings wreak havoc in the human realm. Only the demon-suppressing blade can counter them, and I urgently need this blade. If you are confident in your ability to deal with both the Ghost Buddha and the Fengdu Ghost King simultaneously, you may take it without hesitation. After contemplating, Sun Wukong ultimately decided to leave. He understood that if he were to release the Ghost Buddha, even possessing the demon-suppressing blade would make it difficult to contend with both the Ghost Buddha and the Ghost King at the same time. Just as Sun Wukong exited the underworld, he was intercepted by an individual. Before him stood a tall and robust figure, his eyes covered by a band, his muscular physique exuding an aura of formidable strength. With a menacing sword sheathed at his waist, this person addressed Sun Wukong. "Lend me the flower from the other shore. I can assist you in dealing with the Ghost Buddha." Sun Wukong regarded this individual with suspicion. Although he indeed required a means to confront the Ghost Buddha, he felt compelled to first ascertain the identity of the person before him. "Who are you? Why do you wish to help me?" "I am the Tianchu Ghost King. I offer my assistance because I require your help with a matter. If you agree to aid me, I shall come to your aid in any future endeavors." "You are the other Ghost King who escaped from Fengdu City, the Tianchu Ghost King." "Indeed, I am the Tianchu Ghost King, but I would prefer you to call me the Overlord of Western Chu." "Overlord of Western Chu? You are the legendary Xiangyu." "Indeed, I am the Overlord of Western Chu, Xiangyu." Sun Wukong was taken aback. The legendary victor of the Battle of Jiulu, the widely celebrated Shichu Overlord Xiangyu, had astonishingly become one of the two great kings of ghosts in Fengdu City. "Why have you, with your strength and accomplishments, become a Ghost King in Fengdu instead of serving in the Heavenly Court?" he inquired. Xiangyu, lowering his head in silent contemplation for a moment, finally looked up and replied, "The reason I have become a Ghost King in the underworld is due to an unfinished business that binds me here, preventing my ascension to the heavenly realm. Years ago, I was defeated by Liu Bang and took my own life at Wujiang. Upon my death, my soul arrived in the netherworld, and the sword I used to end my life was the very one that Yu Ji wielded when she took her own life. Thus, my soul, along with that sword, found its way to the underworld. The great emperor of Fengdu recognized my valiance and sought to recruit me as a subordinate, but I declined, for I discovered that Yu Ji's soul had not been reincarnated. Instead, it lingered, bound to this sword. As he spoke, Xiangyu cast a glance at the sword at his waist. This sword was a demonic blade forged from Yu Ji's own blood, imbued with her soul, and its power was formidable. Later, I learned of a treasure in the underworld known as the Other Shore Flower, which possesses the ability to bring the dead back to life. Hence, I attempted to create chaos in the underworld in hopes of resurrecting Yu Ji. But I was ultimately defeated by the Emperor of Fengdu and imprisoned in this city. Recently, amidst the turmoil of the underworld, I seized the opportunity to escape. Upon hearing that you had procured an Other Shore Flower for the ancestor of the River of Souls, I sought you out, hoping you could assist me in reviving Yu Ji. If you agree to help, I, Xiangyu, am willing to serve you faithfully. At this moment, Sun Wukong found himself in a dilemma. He was eager to assist Xiangyu, firstly due to his pressing need to confront the ghostly Buddha, and secondly out of a sense of compassion. However, acquiring the Other Shore Flower was indeed a formidable task. The one belonging to the ancestor of the River of Souls had been procured for him by Meng Pe, leaving him unable to assist Xiangyu in obtaining another. Sun Wukong responded, "I wish to help you, but I'm truly unable to procure the Other Shore Flower. The one I possess was acquired with Meng Pe's assistance." Upon hearing this, disappointment flooded Xiangyu's face, yet he appeared undeterred. "If a whole flower cannot be obtained, a single petal will suffice. That why Yu Ji is but a mortal, and a single petal would be enough for her resurrection." At this, Sun Wukong recalled the Other Shore Flower gifted to him by that mysterious woman. When he learned of Xiangyu's need for the flower, he instinctively thought of his own, but he hesitated to offer it, for that flower contained a fragment of the woman's divine essence, serving as Sun Wukong's lifeline. However, now that Xiangyu only required a petal, Sun Wukong found himself wavering. A single petal would not diminish the flower's power. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "I can procure a petal for you, but you must first assist me in confronting the ghostly Buddha and the King of Ghosts in Fengdu." Xiangyu, upon hearing this, was filled with excitement. "Excellent. When shall we set forth?" Sun Wukong instructed. "You shall wait here and guide me to Fengdu City to draw out the ghostly Buddha. Once you lure him from the underworld, leave the rest to me." With that, Sun Wukong returned to the underworld. Chapter 32. Xiangyu battles the ghostly Buddha. Sun Wukong re-entered Fengdu City and sought out the Emperor of Fengdu. "I have made up my mind. I shall draw forth the demon-slaying blade, and I shall confront the ghostly Buddha." The Emperor, perplexed, inquired, "Are you certain of this?" "Indeed. I humbly request your permission to unsheath the demon-slaying blade." The Emperor, uncertain of how Sun Wukong would contend with the ghostly Buddha, who was the most formidable malevolent spirit he had encountered. One whose cultivation could soon surpass his own, relented, albeit with reservations. Very well, if you are resolved, then proceed. Thank you, Great One. Sun Wukong made his way to the heart of Fengdu City, once more locating the demon-slaying blade. Grasping the hilt with both hands, he exerted all his strength to draw it forth. Yet, despite his efforts, the blade barely shifted. However, as it did, a more intense aura of malice emanated from it, and a chilling laughter reverberated around them. Taken aback by this spectacle, Sun Wukong pressed on, slowly extracting the blade from the ground. At the moment the blade was fully unsheathed, the earth cracked open, releasing a torrent of malevolent energy. Reacting swiftly, Sun Wukong grasped the demon-slaying blade and fled the scene. In an instant, the ground collapsed, and a monk clad in a blood-red robe emerged from the chasm. His eyes blazed with a crimson light, and he was enveloped in a powerful aura of malevolence, rivaling that of the Emperor of Fengdu. As the ghostly Buddha manifested, the spirits throughout Fengdu City became agitated. Sun Wukong, witnessing the ghostly Buddha before him, felt an involuntary surge of fear. At that moment, the ghostly Buddha turned his attention to Sun Wukong. Upon spotting the demon-slaying blade in his grasp, he erupted in fury. That wretched blade has confined me for millennia. He lunged forward, intent on seizing the weapon. Sun Wukong, in a hurry, summoned his cloud and fled. Fleeing, are we? Leave the blade, and I may spare your life. The ghostly Buddha pursued with relentless determination. Thus, Sun Wukong successfully lured the ghostly Buddha out of the underworld, where Xiangyu awaited at the entrance. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's success, he swiftly drew his magical sword and charged towards the ghostly Buddha. As the ghostly Buddha sensed Xiangyu's approach, he hastily summoned his powers. To Xiangyu's astonishment, the Buddha manifested a golden body, albeit one that appeared more sinister than divine, surrounded by a black barrier. When Xiangyu's magical sword made contact, the barrier shattered, forcing the ghostly Buddha to absorb the blow directly, injuring him in the process. Enraged, the ghostly Buddha unleashed a torrent of malevolent energy, darkening the sky. At that moment, he invoked a powerful spell, causing a blood moon to rise, and a colossal golden Buddha materialized behind him. This eerie giant, radiating not golden light but dark purple energy, bore numerous cracks and wept blood tears, its face twisted in a grotesque smile. The ghostly Buddha commanded the golden giant to crush Xiangyu. Attempting to evade, Xiangyu found the giant persistently hovering above him, forcing him to confront it head-on. With a deafening explosion, dust enveloped the area. When it settled, Xiangyu was not pinned beneath the giant. Instead, he held it aloft with sheer strength. Though the blindfold covering his eyes slipped away, Sun Wukong gasped in shock upon seeing that one of Xiangyu's eyes possessed two pupils. Chapter 33. The power of the ghostly Buddha. Not only was Sun Wukong astonished, the ghostly Buddha was equally unnerved by Xiangyu's fearsome gaze. Xiangyu laughed heartily. To compel me to unveil my dual eyes so soon. You are indeed a worthy adversary. To perish beneath my gaze is a privilege. Suddenly, Xiangyu's arm muscles swelled, and with a single hand, he lifted the golden giant, delivering a devastating blow that shattered it into countless fragments. The ghostly Buddha frowned, and with a mere thought, the remnants of the golden giant coalesced behind him. Reforming the eerie figure, seizing his magical sword, Xiangyu charged at the ghostly Buddha, who, fully aware of the sword's formidable nature, dared not confront it directly. Instead, he commanded the golden giant to shield him. Do you truly believe this can withstand my might? Xiangyu raised his sword and swung it at the golden giant, while the ghostly Buddha clasped his hands together and began to chant. As he recited the incantation, the golden giant emanated immense power, its malevolent aura intensifying. When Xiangyu's sword struck the giant, it merely cleaved a crack, far from the obliteration he had previously achieved. In response, Xiangyu's dual pupils radiated newfound strength, causing his muscles to swell further. That he raised a fist and struck the golden giant multiple times before finally shattering it. Sun Wukong could sense the immense pressure the golden giant had exerted upon him. Reminiscent of the five elements mountain from centuries past, perhaps even more formidable, the fact that Xiangyu could effortlessly dismantle the golden giant led Sun Wukong to conclude that Xiangyu's power far surpassed his own. Haha. I recall that later generations praised me for my might, lifting mountains and overshadowing the world, yet they remain unaware that my strength can indeed uproot mountains and rivers. Is strength all you have? I wonder if you can withstand this. The ghostly Buddha unleashed his powers once more, summoning a tempest of malevolent energy that formed dozens of golden giants in the sky, each radiating formidable dark energy. How many of my Buddhas do you think you can endure? As the ghostly Buddha commanded the towering golden statues to descend upon Xiangyu, he unleashed the full might of his heavy pupils. Instantly, Xiangyu's muscles swelled, for these colossal Buddhas had locked onto him, leaving him with no avenue for evasion. He could only brace himself against their impending force. In an instant, a single giant Buddha bore down on him. Yet Xiangyu managed to support its weight with one hand. Soon after, the second and third, along with dozens of others, pressed upon him. Despite this overwhelming burden, Xiangyu remained steadfast, using his formidable strength to withstand the onslaught of these titanic figures. At that moment, the ghostly Buddha positioned himself atop the Buddha that rested upon Xiangyu, chanting scriptures. To Xiangyu's astonishment, the multitude of Buddhas merged into one. Ha! Even when combined, they cannot subdue me. The ghostly Buddha inscribed 6 characters behind the colossal figure with his own mystical power. Upon seeing these characters, Sun Wukong was instantly filled with trepidation. Centuries prior, these very words had confined him for 500 years. The characters were none other than Om, Ma, and I, Pad, Me, Hum, the 6-syllable mantra of Buddhism. The moment these characters were inscribed, Xiangyu felt an immense pressure multiply by hundreds, forcing him down to one knee. As Sun Wukong stood in utter confusion, a resounding great might heavenly dragon echoed from the heavens, followed by a golden dragon descending from above, crashing into the giant Buddha atop Xiangyu and shattering it to pieces. Seizing this opportunity, Xiangyu retreated, only to behold a half-naked monk glaring fiercely at the ghostly Buddha. Sun Wukong instantly recognized this man as Fa Hai, and he could clearly sense that Fa Hai's power had multiplied several-fold since entering the quasi-saint realm. Even as a great Luo golden immortal, Fa Hai could now contend evenly with the quasi-saint incarnation of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Now that Fa Hai had ascended to quasi-saint status, his might ranked among the foremost. The ghostly Buddha, upon seeing Fa Hai, erupted in fury. All those of the Buddha's realm must perish. Instantly, a malevolent aura emanated from the ghostly Buddha, coalescing into another massive golden Buddha, one even more formidable than the last. Yet Fa Hai remained undaunted. He summoned his power, and the dragon tattoo upon his shoulder radiated a golden light. A golden dragon spiraled above him once more. The colossal golden Buddha and the golden dragon collided, sending forth a tremendous shockwave. Yet, in mere moments, the golden Buddha began to fracture, and then it shattered, allowing the dragon to surge toward the ghostly Buddha. The ghostly Buddha, however, seated himself in mid-air, a black lotus blooming beneath him, forming a powerful shield that effortlessly repelled Fa Hai's golden dragon. Chapter 34. The compassion of the ghostly Buddha. At this juncture, the ghostly Buddha sat cross-legged atop the black lotus, exuding a torrent of demonic energy. Observing this spectacle, Fa Hai also settled into a meditative posture, a golden lotus rising beneath him. With palms pressed together, a radiant light emanated from Fa Hai, illuminating a portion of the surrounding darkness. However, the malevolent aura encircling the ghostly Buddha was too potent, preventing Fa Hai's light from penetrating. In response, the ghostly Buddha unleashed his power, intensifying the dark energy that radiated from him. While the area illuminated by Fa Hai's light dwindled, the two forces reached an impasse, neither able to overpower the other. In that moment, Xiangyu brandished his demonic sword and charged at the ghostly Buddha. The latter merely conjured a massive Buddha figure around himself, which emitted a formidable aura that repelled Xiangyu. As the situation grew dire, Fa Hai's voice rang out, "Compassion, do not take a life." Upon uttering these words, the colossal Buddha poised to crush Xiangyu halted mid-air, and the overwhelming dark energy from the ghostly Buddha diminished significantly. The ghostly Buddha clutched his head in anguish, revealing a flicker of pain upon his countenance as radiant light began to emanate from within him. Half of his crimson monk's robe transformed to a vibrant gold. Buddha nature, this fellow still harbors a trace of it within. Sun Wukong marveled in disbelief. At this moment, Xiangyu surged forward once more, driving his demonic sword through the heart of the ghostly Buddha. Following this, Fa Hai invoked his staff, which burst forth with radiant light, striking the ghostly Buddha and sending him plummeting from the sky. This sudden turn of events stemmed from Fa Hai's exhortation. The ghostly Buddha, abandoned in his youth, had been sheltered a century ago by the very temple where Fa Hai now resided, Jinshan Temple. Compassion was the name conferred upon the ghostly Buddha during his monastic days, and Fa Hai's invocation had awakened the flicker of Buddha nature buried deep within him. However, as the ghostly Buddha crashed to the ground, his demonic essence regained dominance, and he roared in fury, "Buddha! All who belong to the Buddha's realm must die." Yet, At this point, the ghostly Buddha was gravely wounded and powerless to resist. Fahai, seizing the opportunity, unleashed the great might heavenly dragon once more, intent on vanquishing the ghostly Buddha. The dragon tattoo on Fahai's shoulder blazed with golden light, and soon, a golden dragon took form, which he propelled directly at the ghostly Buddha, realizing he could not evade the golden dragon. The ghostly Buddha ceased his resistance and retrieved a pile of white bones from his robe. Weeping bitterly, "Forgive me, I cannot avenge you. We shall meet again in the next life, though I fear I may have no next life. This time, I shall truly be reduced to ash." Just then, Xiangyu recalled that his demonic sword was still embedded in the ghostly Buddha's chest. After one final strike, not only would the ghostly Buddha perish, but his sword would be destroyed as well. Thus, he charged at the ghostly Buddha, not out of reluctance to part with the sword, but because it contained the remnants of Yuji's soul. If the sword were to be destroyed, her chance of rebirth would vanish. Witnessing this, Fahai attempted to retract his assault, but it was too late. In that critical moment, the flower of the other shore on Sun Wukong's person suddenly detached and soared toward the golden dragon, releasing a surge of powerful energy that dissipated Fahai's golden dragon. Sun Wukong and Fahai exchanged bewildered glances at the miraculous flower, from which a female specter gradually emerged. Initially, Sun Wukong thought it to be the mysterious woman, yet upon closer inspection, he discerned that while they bore a resemblance, they were not the same individual. The apparition spoke softly. "The flower blooms for 1,000 years, and withers for 1,000 years. The petals and leaves shall never meet again, akin to our fates. I can no longer escape this destiny, so let me assist you in your escape." That moment, the pile of bones in the ghostly Buddha's grasp and the demonic sword embedded in him flew toward the flower of the other shore. Instantly, the flower radiated immense spiritual energy, enveloping the bones and the sword. Moments later, as the energy dissipated, two exceptionally beautiful women and the demonic sword emerged. Once the energy faded, the flower of the other shore wilted. Chapter 35. The journey to reincarnation. At that very moment, the two women hovering in the air suddenly opened their eyes, surveying their surroundings in astonishment. "I thought I had perished in that war," one remarked, while the other echoed, "I remembered dying as well. How is this possible?" The ghostly Buddha's gaze fixated on one of the women, disbelief flooding his expression. "Is it truly you?" Meanwhile, Xiangyu's eyes were locked onto the other woman. "Yuji, is it really you, alive again?" The two women, upon recognizing their former lovers, were overtaken by emotion, tears streaming down their faces as they embraced one another tightly. Fahai, witnessing this touching reunion, silently closed his eyes and clasped his hands together. Murmuring, "Amitabha," the overwhelming resentment that had enveloped the ghostly Buddha began to wane. Sun Wukong, alongside Fahai, sensed a significant reduction in the ghostly Buddha's strength. Ghosts, like immortals, can cultivate their power, and one method for a ghost to enhance their strength is through resentment. The greater the resentment, the mightier the ghost. The ghostly Buddha's wrath, born from the loss of his beloved on the battlefield and his animosity toward the Buddha's domain, had granted him immense power. Now that his beloved had returned, his resentment had notably diminished. As for Xiangyu, the remnants of Yuji's soul tethered to his demonic sword had vanished, leaving the sword a mere ordinary blade. Though both the ghostly Buddha and Xiangyu experienced a decline in power, it was evident that they cared little for such matters. Sun Wukong stepped forward to retrieve the wilted flower of the other shore. Delving into his consciousness, he discovered that while the flower's inherent energy had dissipated, a trace of divine thought remained within it, bringing him relief. This glimmer of divine thought was Sun Wukong's ultimate safeguard. He would never employ it unless absolutely necessary. The thought of using this singular chance for survival to resurrect two women would be devastating for him, having traversed so much in both the mortal realm and the underworld. Sun Wukong was acutely aware of his own limitations, making him cherish this one-time opportunity for survival deeply. In the end, this tumultuous affair concluded on a relatively positive note. Following the battle, due to Sun Wukong's benevolence toward both Xiangyu and the ghostly Buddha, the three forged a lasting friendship. Having acquired the demon's subduing blade, the next step is to enter the wheel of reincarnation and seek out Master Mao Qingling. After all, their objective is to confront the king of ghosts from Fengdu. Meanwhile, due to the combined efforts of the ghost Buddha and Xiangyu, who had just escaped from Fengdu City, they found themselves without a destination. Consequently, Xiangyu and Yuji accompanied Sun Wukong to Zhang Daohing's Taoist temple, while the ghost Buddha and his beloved followed Fahai to Jinshan Temple. Upon returning to Zhang Daohing's temple, Sun Wukong's retrieval of the demon's subduing blade brought great joy to Zhang Daohing. "Thank you, Great sage, for your assistance. Zhang Daoheng then turned to Xiang Yu and Yu Ji, inquiring, might I ask who these two are? Sun Wukong proceeded to recount his journey to Zhang Daoheng. After listening attentively, Zhang Daoheng hurriedly approached Xiang Yu, exclaiming, so it is the overlord of the Western Chu. I have long admired you. After a brief exchange, Zhang Daoheng quickly prepared to open the portal to the Wheel of Reincarnation. In due course, Sun Wukong, Xiang Yu, and Zhang Daoheng arrived at a clearing where Zhang Daoheng had already set up the formation. He urgently instructed his disciples to prepare for the activation of the array. Zhang Daoheng, alongside his disciples, settled at the heart of the formation, chanting Taoist incantations. Before long, a passageway to reincarnation manifested within the grand array. Zhang Daoheng then commanded his disciples, keep a vigilant eye on the array's core. Do not allow it to be destroyed. His disciples nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Zhang Daoheng's soul departed, stepping into the Wheel of Reincarnation. Chapter 36. Zhang Daoheng's choice. The moment Zhang Daoheng entered the reincarnation tunnel, he was overwhelmed by its formidable power. This was his first close encounter with reincarnation. The energies within the tunnel flowed incessantly, and Zhang Daoheng cautiously navigated through the currents, avoiding any contact, for this power underpinned the life and death of all beings across the 3 realms and 6 paths. Even a sage would find it challenging to withstand such forces. As he maneuvered through the tunnel, an anomaly emerged ahead. A powerful surge of reincarnation energy surged towards him like a tidal wave. Could this be the tide of reincarnation? The tunnel resembled a vast ocean, with the energy within akin to its waters, which could never remain calm indefinitely. Just as the sea produces waves, so too does the energy give rise to the tide of reincarnation. Faced with the oncoming tide, Zhang Daoheng found no avenue of escape and was left with no choice but to withstand it using his own magical power. He conjured a barrier in front of him, but it shattered almost immediately under the relentless force of the reincarnation energy. In that moment, Zhang Daoheng believed his end was imminent, yet a powerful force enveloped him, sparing his life. Upon sensing this protective energy, he was astounded. A saint. Zhang Daoheng recognized that this force was undoubtedly released by a saint. A feminine voice soon followed. Descendant of Mao Qi Ling, you dare to venture into this reincarnation tunnel, truly fearless. Very well, Mao Qi Ling once did me a favor in the netherworld. I shall assist you this once. Zhang Daoheng bowed. May I inquire who has offered their aid? I am Hutu, one of the 4 sovereigns. Zhang Daoheng could hardly believe that the revered Hutu herself had intervened on his behalf. Although Hutu held a lower status than the 3 pure ones and the Jade Emperor, she had long ascended to the realm of saints, representing the earth and its pathways, akin to how Hongjun Laozu embodied the heavenly Tao. Thus, in this regard, Hutu was indeed a being of equal renown to Hongjun Laozu. With Hutu's assistance, Zhang Daoheng successfully traversed the reincarnation tunnel and entered the realm of reincarnation. Once inside, he felt an inexplicable force calling out to him, compelling him to venture deeper into the realm. After a short while, he beheld a middle-aged Taoist clad in purple robes, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Facing away from him, as Zhang Daoheng approached, he sensed the distinct aura of the Zhengtong Taoist Tianjun sect emanating from the figure. It seemed the Taoist sensed his presence, as he turned and spoke. You have finally arrived. Zhang Daoheng bowed. I pay my respects to the master. I am Zhang Daoheng, a disciple of the Tianjin sect. Upon turning, the purple-robed Taoist's appearance left Zhang Daoheng in astonishment, as he bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. What? How can you look exactly like me? Zhang Daoheng asked incredulously. In a sense, you could be considered a fragment of my soul. Years ago, during my battle with the Ghost King, I forcibly pulled him from the mortal realm into Fengdu City using immense power, and I ultimately defeated him there, and he was subsequently suppressed by the Emperor of Fengdu. However, in our clash, the Ghost King severed my 3 souls, rendering me incomplete and unable to return to the mortal world that I had intended to reincarnate. But I foresaw that the Ghost King would return a century later. Thus, I left the demon-subduing blade in Fengdu City and anchored my soul in the Wheel of Reincarnation. Preparing for the inevitable confrontation, the 3 souls severed from me were reborn as you. In essence, you are the manifestation of those souls. Upon hearing Mao Qingling's explanation, Zhang Daoheng grasped the full truth. I understand your purpose here is to inherit the rights to wield the demon-subduing blade and to receive my lifelong powers to confront the Ghost King. However, this is merely a fragment of my soul. I cannot directly transfer my powers to you. The only way is for us to merge, stabilizing my 3 souls so I may return to the mortal realm, which also means you will cease to exist. Zhang Daoheng fell silent, realizing that defeating the Ghost King would necessitate his own sacrifice. Therefore, make your choice. You may choose to leave or to merge with me. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Daoheng finally spoke. For the sake of the Tao, to sacrifice oneself for righteousness is the pinnacle of achievement. Chapter 37. Master Mao Qi-ling within the array, Sun Wukong, Xiang Yu, and several of Zhang Daoheng's disciples awaited anxiously. Xiang Yu, growing impatient, remarked, that Taoist isn't dead in the wheel of reincarnation, is he? After all, that power is something even I would hesitate to confront. Sun Wukong interjected, do not speak foolishly. Just then, Zhang Daoheng suddenly opened his eyes. Master's soul has returned. He is back. One disciple exclaimed excitedly. Sun Wukong was about to approach when Xiang Yu, wearing a serious expression, blocked his path, stating, his aura is off. He is not Zhang Daoheng. Indeed, I am not him. Yet in a certain sense, I am also him. Mao Qi-ling then explained the relationship between himself and Zhang Daoheng, revealing Zhang Daoheng's choice. Upon hearing that Zhang Daoheng chose to sacrifice himself for the defeat of the Ghost King, a somber mood enveloped the group, particularly affecting Zhang Daoheng's closest disciples. These disciples, whom he had raised from abandonment, regarded him not only as their teacher, but also as their father at that moment. Mao Qi-ling spoke. I have merged with him. His memories are now mine. We are, in essence, one and the same. From a certain perspective, your master has not truly perished. I am he, and he is I. Despite this explanation, the disciples struggled to accept the reality. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Xiang Yu were at a loss for words, observing in silence. Eventually, the disciples seemed to reconcile with the truth, nodding in acknowledgement before departing for the temple. Nonetheless, Sun Wukong, Xiang Yu, and Mao Qi-ling did not forget their mission. The trio promptly set out to confront the Ghost King. Zhang Daoheng produced a compass, quickly pinpointing the location of the King of Ghosts, which lay within the abyss of 10,000 ghosts in the northern Jiulu prefecture. This region was a sanctuary for demons, home to many powerful demon lords from ancient times, as well as emerging talents from the current demon clan. Without delay, the three made their way there en route. Sun Wukong sent a message to Fa Hai, though Fa Hai could not arrive immediately. Within the abyss of 10,000 ghosts, the Ghost King was meditating to recover from his injuries when he suddenly adopted a serious expression. Sensing a powerful and familiar aura approaching one of his attendants, noticing the Ghost King's demeanor, inquired, My lord, what troubles you? Is it another monk or Taoist? It is definitely him, the king replied. The attendant, puzzled, asked, Who is it? My lord, the one with whom I was locked in a stalemate for 3 days hundreds of years ago. Yet he cannot still be alive. I personally severed his 3 souls during the battle in Fengdu City. He cannot return to the mortal realm. How could he possibly come back? So, my lord, is he here for revenge? 3 individuals were hastening towards the abyss of 10,000 ghosts, with Mao Qi-ling leading the charge, leaving both Xiang Yu and Sun Wukong far behind. Ghost King, Mao Qi-ling mused, I have vanquished countless vengeful spirits and demons, yet you are the sole being capable of driving me to the brink of ruin. That battle a century ago was indeed exhilarating. I wonder how your strength measures up today. Within the abyss, the Ghost King's attendant inquired with uncertainty, My lord, is that Taoist truly so formidable? Indeed, not only is he powerful, but he is also a relentless warrior, fighting with reckless abandon. Years ago, in his quest to defeat me, he dragged me into Fengdu City, a madman who revels in combat, relentlessly pursuing the thrill of battle. He is the strongest adversary I have encountered in my lifetime. With that, the Ghost King rose, declaring, You shall guard the abyss of 10,000 ghosts while I venture forth to meet him. As Mao Qi-ling neared the abyss, he suddenly sensed something amiss and swiftly retreated. At that moment, a colossal ghostly hand emerged from the void, lunging towards him. Without hesitation, Mao Qi-ling drew the demon-slaying blade and shattered the gigantic hand in one swift stroke. Old friend, it has been a while. Your strength remains undiminished, Mao Qi-ling called into the void. Chapter 38. The Celestial Master versus the Ghost King. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the void. Clad in a black robe that obscured his features but radiated an oppressive aura even more intense than that of the Ghost Buddha, Mao Qi-ling regarded this figure with a slight smile, stating, You have indeed come forth. Among the malevolent spirits of the 3 realms, only you pique my interest. Our last duel lasted several days without a victor, yet today my strength has greatly surpassed that of your while you have merely begun to gather your 3 souls and 7 spirits to confront me. A foolish decision. Mao Qingling laughed heartily. No, this is precisely what I seek. A rousing battle. He then raised the demon-slaying blade, releasing an aura of quasi-saintly might. Ghost King, do not perish too soon. We have been friends for a long time, yet you do not even know my name. Remember it. I am Hua Qing. In response, the Ghost King produced a blood-red umbrella from his robe. As he unfurled it, a tremendous power surged forth, staining the entire sky a deep crimson. Witnessing this, Mao Qingling's excitement surged. Ah, just as I hoped. Let us battle. He charged toward the Ghost King with the demon-slaying blade. The Ghost King merely raised his umbrella, and upon the collision of the umbrella and the blade, a powerful force radiated outward, felt even by Sun Wukong and Xiang Yu, who were miles away. Sun Wukong remarked, "They must have already engaged in combat. Indeed, we must hasten to aid him. That I have encountered that Ghost King several times in Fengdu City, and his strength is unfathomable. Mao Qingling cannot face him alone." Meanwhile, the clash between the Ghost King and Mao Qingling intensified, their confrontation devoid of any flashy techniques, relying solely on raw martial prowess and strength. Their battle unleashed shockwaves that reduced all living beings within miles to ashes. Countless formidable demons from the northern Julu continent were drawn to this unparalleled battle, though they dared not approach closer than a few meters. While the lesser demons were not even deemed worthy to watch, in terms of martial skill and strength, the Ghost King paled in comparison to Mao Qingling, for the latter was a mortal cultivator, where strength and martial prowess formed the foundation of their abilities, while the Ghost King was an entity of the ghostly realm with little training in such arts. Realizing he was outmatched, the Ghost King suspended his umbrella in midair and formed a seal with his hand, proclaiming, "Phantom enchantment. As shadows entwine, spirits descend. Haunting ghost formation, arise." Instantly, a formation radiated outward from the umbrella, ensnaring Mao Qingling within its grasp. Just then, Sun Wukong and Xiang Yu arrived, only to find themselves caught in the same formation. Countless ghostly apparitions materialized within the formation, exuding a terrifying aura that suppressed the trio's powers. At that moment, the Ghost King descended with his umbrella, his power seemingly amplified within the confines of the formation. However, this only ignited Mao Qingling's fervor for battle. He plunged the demon-slaying blade into the ground and declared, "Stars shift and time turns. Answer my call and form the array." Suddenly, 7 shimmering stars appeared in the blood-red sky, aligning in the shape of a ladle, the Big Dipper. The stars began to shift, with one at the center and the others surrounding it, forming a grand array in the sky before descending to the ground. This array was the 7-star battle formation, which conjured the dual forces of yin and yang, clashing against the ghostly aura within the haunting ghost formation. Seeing this, Xiang Yu and Sun Wukong hurriedly retreated into the array, as Mao Qingling withdrew the blade he had planted in the ground. The dual energies of yin and yang converged upon the demon-slaying blade, while the Ghost King gathered the ghostly aura from the haunting ghost formation atop his umbrella. Once both parties had amassed their energy, they charged at one another. Observing this, Xiang Yu summoned his demonic sword, and Sun Wukong produced his golden staff, all three rushing towards the Ghost King. When their artifacts collided, a tremendous shockwave erupted, sending all 4 combatants reeling backward. Chapter 39. The Ghost Empress. The 4 were thrust back by the force of the collision, and the shockwave reached the surrounding demons who were spectating the battle, leaving them stunned. Many of the great demons murmured to themselves, wishing they possessed such incredible power. Was this not the exhilarating combat that all strong beings yearned for? Among the throng, only one bull demon remained silent, his gaze fixated intently on Sun Wukong. After a moment, the bull demon muttered, "Ah, indeed, it is you, my brother." The 2 formations could not withstand the powerful shockwave and shattered. The 4 combatants, aside from Sun Wukong, emerged relatively unscathed, for only he remained a Tai golden immortal, while the other 3 had reached the quasi-saint realm. At that moment, a colossal golden dragon burst forth from the heavens, charging directly at the Ghost King. This sudden assault caught the Ghost King off guard, inflicting severe wounds upon him and tearing his black robe, thus revealing his visage. The Ghost King possessed long black hair, delicate features, a prominent nose, and blood-red eyes. Clad in crimson attire at this juncture, a young monk clad in robes descended from the sky. It was Fa. He turned to the injured Sun Wukong, concern etching his features. "Great sage, I have arrived late. How fare you?" Sun Wukong rose, assuring him, "No worries, I am unharmed. My copper skin and iron bones are no mere boast. Seeing 3 quasi-saints before him, the Ghost King realized that even his strength would struggle against such odds. He prepared to flee. Fahai, perceiving the Ghost King's intent, called out, "Think you can escape?" and charged at him. The Ghost King, noticing blood dripping from the crimson umbrella in his grasp, thought, "In that case, it seems I must resort to the technique passed down by the Ghost Empress." The Ghost King hurled the blood-red umbrella into the sky. Bellowing, blood rain blossoms. A crimson aura coalesced above, forming a massive red cloud, from which droplets of blood rained down. Each droplet was imbued with corrosive power. Landing on trees withered their leaves, while striking flesh eroded it away. Fahai, Mao Qingling, and Xiang Yu swiftly activated their protective techniques, but Sun Wukong, lacking any such defenses, bore the brunt of the assault, his flesh corroded with numerous gaping wounds, though Fahai and the others wished to assist him. They found themselves unable to act in their own defense. Before long, Sun Wukong was left battered and bleeding from the relentless onslaught of the blood rain, collapsing into a pool of his own blood. Crying out in agony, just as his life hung by a thread, an overwhelming power erupted from within him, and a spectral image emerged, shocking those nearby, including Xiang Yu and the others. The aura it radiated instilled fear in the watching demons. As it was overwhelmingly potent, with a mere gesture, the apparition conjured a colossal golden hand in the sky, which shielded Sun Wukong from the rain of blood that in no time. The blood cloud dissipated under the might of the golden hand, and Sun Wukong's injuries began to heal under its influence. As Sun Wukong regained his strength and stood upright, the apparition glanced at him and spoke, "This is the second time. You have but one opportunity remaining for me to intervene." Upon concluding his words, the spectral figure vanished. Meanwhile, the Ghost King had already seized the opportunity to flee. Upon realizing that the Ghost King had escaped, Sun Wukong and his companions were left with no choice but to return empty-handed. The Ghost King, however, took refuge beneath the north-east. As he concentrated on healing his wounds, a voice resonated in his ears, "Watching, the mightiest among my 4 ghost lords, how could you be so grievously injured and forced to retreat by mere mortal cultivators?" Truly pathetic. Upon hearing this voice, the Ghost King was taken aback and exclaimed, You were the Ghost Empress, but I thought you were dead. Ha ha ha. Do you think I could perish so easily? Years ago, I was sealed beneath Mount Tai by Gu Tianhong, the founder of the Tianjin sect, and Fan Jing, the founder of Jinshan Temple. However, it won't be long before I re-emerge into the world. Chapter 40. Sun Wukong's confusion. I have been trapped here for thousands of years. This accursed Mount Tai, indeed the ancient sovereign ceremonial ground, has suppressed my power with its formidable dragon energy for millennia. Yet, it shall not contain me for much longer. Humanity has languished in slumber for 1,000 years, and this dragon energy cannot hold me indefinitely. Hearing this, the king of Fengdu declared with excitement, "Since you still live and are about to re-enter the world, it is time for our ghostly clan to rise again." Rise again? Your current strength is insufficient for that. And what of the other 3? Where have they hidden? At this, a flicker of sorrow crossed the eyes of the king of Fengdu as he replied, "Among the 4 ghost lords, I was trapped in Fengdu City. Wuxiang was sealed beneath Mount Tai, while Shixin and Kuaishir have long since perished." "What did you say?" The Ghost Empress erupted in fury. "Gu Tianhong, Fan Jing. Wait until I return. I shall wash Jinshan Temple in blood and annihilate every disciple of the Tianjin sect." Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and his companions had returned to Jinshan Temple. Fahai spoke. "The Ghost King's malevolent aura is overpowering. If we cannot suppress his ghostly energy, we shall find it exceedingly difficult to confront him at that moment." Xiang Yu interjected, "I have faced him several times in Fengdu City. Back then, I could barely hold my ground with the demon's sword. Now, my sword has lost much of its potency, and the Ghost King has undoubtedly grown stronger during his time in the mortal realm, making him a formidable adversary." Just then, Mao Qingling spoke up, "I know someone who resides in Mount Tai. We have a prior acquaintance. He possesses a treasure specifically designed to counteract spirits. If we can enlist his aid, we may stand a chance against the Ghost King." Fahai replied, "If that is the case, we must seek his assistance without delay. As long as the Ghost King remains, the mortal realm will suffer." Ultimately, they decided that Sun Wukong and Mao Qingling would venture to Mount Tai to seek this ally, while Fahai and Xiang Yu would continue their pursuit of the Ghost King. At that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly asked, "Wait, Where has the ghost Buddha gone? Fa Hai replied. That fellow left Jinshan Temple long ago. He mentioned that he and his beloved had not seen each other for a millennium and wished to cherish their time together. So he took her to the mortal world for a simple life. By the way, Xiangyu. Where is Yu Ji? Xiangyu smiled and drew his demon sword, revealing a spectral figure gradually materializing upon it. Indeed, it was Yu Ji. Though she had been resurrected, she could still manifest as a spirit upon the sword, though she could also disengage from it at will. Understanding dawned on them. Sun Wukong and Mao Qingling hastened towards Mount Tai. Arriving at its midsection where Sun Wukong suddenly sensed a thick aura of malevolence ahead and quickly inquired of Mao Qingling about the situation. She responded, "That is the dwelling of my friend. It is a graveyard, and she is its guardian. Countless lost souls and malevolent spirits reside there, posing great danger." They entered the graveyard together. My friend's dwelling lies at the very center of this graveyard. Stay close to me, for this place is exceedingly perilous. As they made their way towards the center, Sun Wukong distinctly felt numerous eyes fixated upon him, while chilling winds swirled around them, accompanied by faint whispers. Yet, he sensed that these were merely lonely souls, lacking the power of formidable spirits. This graveyard is divided into 4 quadrants. She resides at its center. We are currently in the northern section, which is a mass grave. Across from it lies the southern graveyard, where a great slaughterer from millennia ago is buried. Though the slaughterer is deceased, his malevolence still instills terror, and it is this very aura that suppresses the chaos of the northern mass grave. The eastern section lacks tombstones and instead contains a massive stone, marking the ancient ceremonial ground of the 72 emperors. As for the western section, I know not what lies there. I was warned that it is exceedingly dangerous. Sun Wukong remarked. The eastern section is indeed the ceremonial ground of the 72 emperors, rich in dragon energy, likely to suppress the western graveyard. As they conversed, they reached the central area of the graveyard, where stood an old wooden house. They pushed the door open and found it empty, sparsely furnished. A simple altar dedicated to the 3 pure ones adorned the wall, alongside a rudimentary wooden bed. A rice jar beside it held very little grain, and some basic cooking utensils lay scattered about. She is not here. Perhaps she is patrolling the graveyard. Let us go outside and search for her. Sun Wukong said, This graveyard is vast. Where shall we look? We have already passed through the northern mass grave, so she is not there. Let us first check the eastern and southern sections. With that, they ventured out in search. Along the way, Sun Wukong frequently observed Mao Qingling, who radiated the aura of a near saint. Sun Wukong pondered, in such a brief time since arriving in the mortal realm, I have encountered so many near saints that I once thought the ghostly and human races to be weak, yet they possess numerous powerful near-saints. In no wonder my master urged me to traverse the 3 realms. No wonder he sighed at my ignorance of the 3 realms. Reflecting on my past thoughts now seems utterly foolish. The depths of the 3 realms elude my understanding. Chapter 41. The Graveyard of Mount Tai. Before long, Sun Wukong and Mao Qingling arrived at the southern graveyard, where they beheld a tombstone standing prominently at its center. Inscribed upon it were several characters, and weapons were thrust into the ground before it, each emanating a palpable aura of menace. The tombstone itself radiated a potent killing intent, and merely gazing upon it sent chills down Sun Wukong's spine. That my friend once told me that a man in a dark robe brought the remains of this slaughterer here and buried them. Approaching the tombstone, Sun Wukong discerned the characters inscribed upon it, which read, By Qi, the Marquis of Wuan of the Great Qin. Sun Wukong inquired, Who is this Bai Qi, and why does he still exude such powerful killing intent even in death? He was the mightiest general of the spring and autumn period, credited with slaying over 1 million foes, known as the God of Slaughter or the Manslayer. Yet, this very man was executed by the ruler of his time. Sun Wukong sighed. No wonder such formidable killing intent lingers. Mao Qingling remarked, As the saying goes, to kill one is a crime, but to slay thousands marks one as a hero. Only he who has slain countless can be deemed the greatest of heroes. Thus, they stood before the tombstone of the God of Slaughter. After a moment, Mao Qingling suggested, Let us move on. He is not here. We shall check the eastern section and also see the massive stone that witnessed the ceremonial rites of the 72 emperors. They proceeded to the eastern graveyard, and as they approached, Sun Wukong felt waves of dragon energy. In the center of the eastern section stood a colossal stone, its surface pulsating with dragon energy. as if true dragons were coiling around it. The two approached the stone slowly, placing his hand upon it. Sun Wukong sensed an overwhelming force emanating from the stone, such rich dragon energy. Indeed, Mount Tai was the ancient ceremonial ground, and this stone had borne witness to the rites of the 72 emperors, resulting in its potent dragon energy. However, he does not seem to be here either. Shall we proceed to the western section? Are you certain? Did he not say the western section is exceedingly dangerous? Perhaps we should wait here. No, we cannot afford to wait. The longer we delay, the more lives will be lost at the hands of the king of Fengdu. Sun Wukong had no choice but to follow Mao Qingling toward the western graveyard. As they neared the western section, Sun Wukong observed that the entire graveyard was shrouded in ghostly energy, its density rivaling that of the Ghost King himself. Upon entering the western graveyard, they discovered a singular tombstone, emanating a thick aura of malevolence that nearly enveloped the entire area. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sun Wukong swiftly drew his golden-banded rod, while Mao Qingling unsheathed her demon-slaying blade, cautiously advancing. Suddenly, the entire western graveyard trembled violently as a voice emerged from beneath the tombstone. Ha ha ha. After all these years, I have my first visitors. Insects, do you not know this is my territory? To dare to tread here is to seek death. Suddenly, a thick aura of malevolence erupted from beneath the gravestone, casting a shadow that enveloped the entire western cemetery in darkness. At that moment, Mao Qingling, wielding the demon-slaying blade, leapt onto the gravestone and plunged the blade directly into it. Instantly, a surge of ominous energy emanated from the blade, pressing down upon whatever lay beneath the gravestone. It seemed as though the entity below felt provoked, and the entire cemetery began to tremble, with increasingly more malevolent energy seeping from beneath the gravestone, piquing Mao Qingling's interest. This being's power was undoubtedly on par with that of the king of Fengdu. The king of Fengdu? You refer to that fellow from Huaqing? How intriguing. Let me see just how formidable a Taoist dares to challenge Huaqing. At that moment, a force began to push the demon-slaying blade upward from the gravestone. Observing this, Mao Qingling unleashed a torrent of energy from within, channeling countless murderous intentions from the blade into the gravestone. The trio was thus engaged in a fierce contest of power. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong provided what little assistance he could. Furthermore, the massive boulder from the eastern district and the gravestone of Baichi from the southern district began to exert their own pressure toward the western cemetery, while even the chaotic burial ground to the north sent forth some of its strength to suppress the west. Despite these efforts, they failed to subdue the entity beneath the gravestone, which continued to release malevolent energy. At that moment, an oil lamp descended from the heavens, landing atop the gravestone. The light emitted from the lamp seemed to possess the ability to restrain the malevolent aura, instantly dispelling the pervasive darkness. That a small girl appeared, descending from above, holding a blood-red dagger. Chapter 42. The Guardian of the Tomb. Fu Hunshi. The girl gathered her strength around the blood-red dagger, which instantly elongated into a nearly 1 meter long crimson blade. She then swung the blade toward the gravestone, astonishingly cleaving it in half. Wu Xiang, cease this nonsense. Are you seeking death? A voice emanated from beneath the gravestone. Guardian of the tomb, do you not understand reason? They clearly trespassed upon my domain, yet you brazenly come and sever my gravestone in half. Is it fair to bully an old man who has lived for tens of thousands of years? The girl retorted, what? Do you have any objections? Immediately, she activated the oil lamp once more, and the light it emitted completely suppressed the entity beneath the gravestone. After successfully restraining the being below, the group returned to the old house at the center of the cemetery, where Sun Wukong learned that this small girl was indeed the guardian of the tomb, and the oil lamp was the artifact they sought to borrow. Noting her youthful appearance, Sun Wukong approached and playfully ruffled her hair, saying, "Little one, how old are you to have the audacity to dwell in such a place?" The girl swatted his hand away, her expression one of displeasure as she retorted, "You rude monkey. I am nearly 10,000 years old. How dare you call me a little child?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. 10,000 years. Mao Qingling then explained, "My friend here is named Fu Hunshi, born during the era of the three sovereigns. Due to consuming a fruit of immortality in her youth, she has retained this childlike appearance. Like myself, she is a peak quasi-saint." Sun Wukong was taken aback again, realizing that this small girl was also a quasi-saint. It was no wonder he had referred to her as a little child. She appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years old, dressed in an ordinary long dress, devoid of any adornment or makeup, yet still exuding an endearing charm reminiscent of a common girl from a humble household that ate that moment. Mao Qingling spoke. "We have come to borrow your soul burial lamp to deal with a powerful malevolent spirit." Hearing this, Fu Henshe responded, "Master Mao, we have known each other for many years. That it is not that I do not wish to assist you, but this soul burial lamp is meant to suppress the entity in the Western Cemetery. If you take it away, that being is likely to emerge, and its power is not inferior to the Ghost King you intend to confront." This predicament indeed posed a challenge for the group. They could not afford to neglect the King of Fengdu, yet taking the soul burial lamp would risk unleashing the entity from the Western Cemetery, which would lead to even greater trouble. Do not forget. My purpose here is to suppress that being. Observing the demon-slaying blade in Mao Qingling's grasp, Fu Henshe proposed, "What if we join forces to severely wound the entity in the Western Cemetery first? Afterwards, I can lend you the soul burial lamp. Even without it, I can still suppress it once it is injured." After some contemplation, Mao Qingling agreed. That seems to be the only viable plan. The trio, accompanied by Sun Wukong, then proceeded to the Western Cemetery. Upon arriving at the Western Cemetery, Fu Henshe produced the soul burial lamp and ignited a branch with its flames, tossing the fiery branch toward the gravestone. Instantly, the entire Western Cemetery was engulfed in flames, an act that seemingly enraged the being beneath the gravestone. "Guardian of the tomb, this time you have truly gone too far. Do you think I am easy to bully?" Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted from beneath the gravestone, startling the spirits in the northern chaotic burial ground. Immediately, a powerful suction emanated from the gravestone, drawing countless spirits from the northern chaotic burial ground down below. "This is bad. It's absorbing the power of other spirits. Quick, stop it." Mao Qingling swiftly drew the demon-slaying blade. Fu Henshe summoned her blood-red dagger, which transformed into a long crimson blade in an instant. And Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff. The three attacked the gravestone together, but as they approached, a formidable force radiated from it, repelling them. Fu Henshe and Mao Qingling were knocked back several dozen meters, while Sun Wukong was sent crashing all the way to the foot of Mount Tai. Struggling against the pain, Sun Wukong rose to his feet, feeling alarmingly weak. In this quasi-saint level battle, he felt utterly unqualified to participate. He gazed toward the cemetery and suddenly noticed a stream of malevolent energy wafting out from it. Someone was secretly siphoning the malevolent energy from within the cemetery. Sun Wukong hurriedly made his way toward the source of the energy, eager to uncover the truth. Chapter 43. The Supreme of the Ghost Clan Sun Wukong arrived at the location where the malevolent energy was gathering, discovering that the emanations from the cemetery coalesced within a cave at the foot of the mountain. From a distance, he could sense the potent malevolence within the cave. Cautiously, he approached the entrance, intending to investigate further. As he stepped inside, he found himself enveloped by the aura of malevolence, which seemed to emanate naturally rather than being deliberately directed at him. Undeterred, Sun Wukong pressed onward, parting through layers of malevolent energy until he reached the innermost depths of the cave. There, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A massive stone stood at the center, upon which was bound a woman clad in a flowing red robe. Appearing to be in her 20s or 30s, she had long, cascading black hair and mismatched irises, one red and the other black. Her limbs were shackled with iron chains, and her body was ensnared in coiling chains that secured her to the stone behind her. The chains accentuated her alluring figure beneath her long dress, and on her feet were embroidered shoes adorned with intricate designs. All the malevolent energy seeping from the cemetery was being absorbed by her. The woman lifted her gaze to Sun Wukong and smiled faintly, saying, "Oh, after so long, someone has finally come to visit me. Although you are just a monkey, at least I won't be so bored anymore. Little monkey, would you care to join me for a chat?" Intrigued by the woman before him, Sun Wukong cautiously approached. She appeared to be merely in her 20s or 30s, and out of courtesy, he addressed her, "Sister, how did you come to be locked here?" Though he posed the question, he remained vigilant, for the aura she radiated was far more potent than that of the two ghost kings. The woman was momentarily taken aback by Sun Wukong's unexpected question, but then smiled and replied, "Sister, how interesting to hear someone call me that for the first time." With a playful curiosity, she inquired, "Little monkey, what is your name?" Sun Wukong answered, "I am Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong." "Ah, the monkey who stirred up trouble in the heavenly palace. Ha ha, so you are the legendary great sage equal to heaven. How amusing. Sun Wukong gave a self-deprecating laugh. Great sage equal to heaven? Merely a hollow title that I once believed myself to be as high as the heavens. But now I realize that in this three realms, I am but an insignificant innate. It has been ages since anyone called me the great sage equal to heaven. After the journey to the west, they all refer to me as the victorious fighting Buddha, even though that title does not truly belong to me. The woman then asked, "Does that make you feel sorrowful? Why not share your thoughts with me, since I am quite bored being locked here?" Sun Wukong felt as if he had found a kindred spirit and began to recount his life story. The schemes of the Buddha and his feelings in great detail that I intend to destroy Ling Shan. The old Buddha has plotted against me in countless ways, yet with my current strength, alas, it is difficult. He then raised his head to the sky and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Heaven is hard to extinguish, and the earth is hard to bury. The woman before him offered a faint smile and addressed Sun Wukong. The heavens are not difficult to extinguish, nor is the earth challenging to bury. Release me, and I shall assist you in vanquishing the spirit mountain. Sun Wukong gazed at the woman and promptly replied, "What jest is this? Your strength is evidently superior to mine. If you cannot break this seal, how could I possibly liberate you? Moreover, I am entirely unaware of your identity or the reason you are imprisoned here. Oh dear, how forgetful of me. Allow me to introduce myself. I was once a formidable being of the Ghost clan, much like yourself, ensnared by the machinations of the Buddhist sect, which has sealed me within this Mount Tai. This mountain is far more powerful than your five elements mountain. It is the ancient site of imperial worship, imbued with potent dragon energy." The woman continued, "We are both victims of the Buddha's treachery. Why not join forces? I assure you, I can aid you in destroying the spirit mountain. In this realm, few can contend with my strength. Those Western monks are merely a band of bald donkeys, and I could easily eliminate them all. At this moment, Sun Wukong's heart was consumed by a desire for vengeance, and he found himself less inclined to hesitate. He declared, "Very well, I shall assist you." Chapter 44. The emergence of the Ghost Empress. Upon uttering these words, Sun Wukong encountered a dilemma. He scratched his head sheepishly and inquired, how should I go about freeing you?" The woman chuckled lightly and replied, "You are quite the amusing monkey. The seal is not as secure as it once was. You need only strike the massive stone behind me with all your might. Even a small crack will suffice for my escape." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff and struck the stone. However, as soon as the staff made contact, a surge of formidable energy erupted from the stone, instantly repelling him. The stone radiated with golden light, and Sun Wukong's strike failed to inflict any damage. The woman smirked at him, saying, "Little monkey, your strength is lacking." Resolute, Sun Wukong rose and continued to assault the stone with his golden staff. Meanwhile, in the underworld, the Eastern Emperor felt a disturbance and stood up in alarm. "What is this? Someone is attacking the seal. I cannot allow that individual to escape." He quickly sent a message to the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and hastened towards Mount Tai, with the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva following closely behind. Back at Mount Tai, Sun Wukong relentlessly swung his staff at the stone, causing it to chip away at its surface. "Little monkey, keep at it. I will soon be free." "Do not let her out." The sudden voice interrupted Sun Wukong's actions. He turned to see the Eastern Emperor and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva approaching. Although Sun Wukong had never met the Eastern Emperor, he recognized Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Upon seeing Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, Sun Wukong grew wary, fearing he was there to capture him. However, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva paid him no mind and warned, "Do not be deceived by her. You must not release her. Allowing her freedom would spell doom for the entire three realms, and she may not spare even you." The woman glared at Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, displeased. "Ksitigarbha, are you opposing me?" Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva urged Sun Wukong. "Monkey, do not release her. If you refrain from doing so, we can put our grievances behind us. Even if the Buddhist sect comes after you, I will ensure your safety." Sun Wukong found himself in a quandary. While he did not know the woman's true identity, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's words suggested she possessed terrifying power, capable of threatening the entire three realms. Noticing Sun Wukong's hesitation, the woman spoke again. "Monkey, you know what the Buddhist sect represents. Do not be swayed by their deceit. That I promise. Once free, I will ensure your safety and that of your friends." "You have called me sister. May I then call you brother?" The woman was favorably impressed by Sun Wukong, feeling a kinship with him as they conversed. "I have yet to tell you my name. I am called Xinyue, known as the Ghost Empress among my kin." Chapter 45. The power of the Ghost Empress, by the way. Brother, do you not wonder why you have come to Mount Tai? I have been trapped here for nearly 10,000 years, and you are the first visitor I have had. Sun Wukong replied, do not mention it. I was merely assisting my friends against a formidable malevolent spirit at a cemetery halfway up the mountain, only to be struck down to the foot of Mount Tai by that fiend Do, the powerful malevolent spirit at the cemetery. It seems I must pay a visit. With that, the Ghost Empress soared out of the cave towards the cemetery. Sun Wukong hurriedly followed suit. At the cemetery in the western district, a fierce battle raged on, chaos enveloping the area. Fu Henshu desperately manipulated the burial soul lantern, while Mao Qingling wielded the demon-suppressing blade to contain the malevolent energy. The tombstone at the center showed signs of cracking, releasing dense malevolent energy. Guardian of the tomb, do you truly wish to oppose me? How laughable! For thousands of years, you have failed to eliminate me. During the peak of the Tianjin sect, even its disciples could not harm me. What can you two possibly do? I know I cannot kill you, but wounding you will suffice. Very well, if that is your intent. I shall fight to the bitter end. The malevolent energy beneath the tombstone intensified, as if something from below sought to break free, thwarted only by the countless golden runes inscribed upon the tombstone. Mao Qingling smirked, you cannot escape. This seal was set by Master Gu Tianhong. With renewed determination, Mao Qingling plunged the demon-suppressing blade into the tombstone, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy to suppress the entity within. Fu Henshu drew forth their blood-red blade, preparing to strike, when suddenly, a folding fan flew in, its power repelling both Mao Qingling and Fu Henshu. Another force surged towards the burial soul lantern, shattering its hold and extinguishing its light, causing it to plummet to the ground. The Ghost Empress descended gracefully, a sly smile on her face as she waved the fan back into her hand. Mao Qingling, bewildered, did not recognize the Ghost Empress, while Fu Henshu's face reflected sheer terror. Ghost Empress, how did you escape? The Ghost Empress regarded them with amusement and replied, ah, is that not little Fawn? How is it that you can no longer even utter the name of Sister Xinhua upon seeing me? At that moment, Mao Qingling inquired, who is this person? Fu Henshu, with a grave expression, explained to Mao Qingling, this individual was the leader of the Ghost Clan a millennium ago, and is undeniably the strongest among them today. He once commanded 4 formidable subordinates known as the 4 Great Ghost Lords, one of whom is your old adversary, the King of Fengdu. Just then, a voice emanated from beneath the gravestone. Master, you have truly emerged. One of the 4 Great Ghost Lords, Wuxiang, pays his respects to the Ghost Empress. Ah, Wuxiang, how pitiable you are, to find yourself in such a predicament now, with a mere wave of her sleeve. The Ghost Empress unleashed a powerful force that struck the gravestone, causing it to shatter. Laughter erupted from below, and a man clad in white, donning a white mask and sporting long black hair, soared out from beneath the gravestone. Ha! After thousands of years, I am finally free. Thank you, Master. The Ghost Empress then turned her gaze towards Mao Qingling Do, a descendant of Gu Tianhong. I did not expect to encounter one so soon after my release. As she spoke, the Ghost Empress launched an attack at Mao Qingling, who swiftly raised the Fumo blade in defense. The Ghost Empress extended her hand forward, summoning a massive black claw from the void to strike at Mao Qingling. As Mao Qingling swung the enchanted blade to meet the claw, she quickly realized that this foe was beyond her capability. After a brief standoff, she was forced to retreat under the onslaught of the black claw. The Ghost Empress pressed her assault once more, while Fu Henshu attempted to intervene, only to be blocked by Wuxiang. Just as the Ghost Empress was about to strike Mao Qingling again, a voice suddenly rang out, stop. Chapter 46. The bonds of the Ghost Clan. The Black Claw aimed at Mao Qingling halted midair as the Ghost Empress turned to see Sun Wukong standing behind her. They are my friends. Sun Wukong hastily explained to the Ghost Empress. Upon hearing this, her expression momentarily softened before she replied, but they are also my enemies. Yet you promised me that as long as I freed you, you would not harm my friends. The Ghost Empress, her eyes flashing with anger, could hardly believe that the friends of her savior were, in fact, her foes. The individual before her was the descendant of the one who had sealed her away a millennium ago, an enemy of the Ghost Clan. Under normal circumstances, the Ghost Empress would never allow them to escape, yet the words she had just spoken were a vow she had made. After a moment of contemplation, the Ghost Empress declared, Monkey, they are your friends, and according to our agreement, I should not harm them. However, They are also my enemies. Now that you have saved me, I shall present you with a choice. First, I can assist you in annihilating the Buddhist sect and avenging you. Second, I can let them go, but I will no longer concern myself with your matters regarding the Buddhist sect at this moment. Sun Wukong found himself in a quandary. The reason he had released the Ghost Empress was that she could help him seek vengeance against the Buddhist sect, yet he could not abandon his friends. If you do not make a choice soon, I shall act. Wait, sister, I choose to save my friends. Upon hearing this, the Ghost Empress regarded Sun Wukong with an icy stare. Have you truly thought this through? Yes, I have. Immediately, the massive black claw retreated back into the void, and the Ghost Empress turned to Sun Wukong, a slight smile gracing her lips. You, monkey, are quite loyal and righteous. I find that rather appealing. With that, the Ghost Empress intended to leave with Wuxiang, but Wuxiang interjected, Master, do you truly intend to relinquish this hatred for the sake of a mere monkey? The Ghost Empress hesitated for a moment before responding. I do not wish to let go, but it is a promise I made. Enough, let us depart. Wuxiang hurriedly spoke again. But what about them? The Ghost Empress cut him off. Enough, I shall uphold my promise. She then addressed Sun Wukong. Monkey, I have promised not to harm them, but should they come seeking me, do not blame me for my actions. With that, the Ghost Empress and Wuxiang departed. After their departure, Mao Qingling and the others quickly inquired of Sun Wukong what had transpired. Sun Wukong recounted the recent events with the Ghost Empress. She is indeed a person of deep loyalty. In the underworld. Within Fengdu City, the Fengdu Emperor was recovering from severe injuries inflicted by a saint during the earlier chaos. Currently, he was cultivating in the heart of Fengdu City, as the damage caused by a saint could not be healed in just a day or two. At this moment, a strange aura began to manifest around the Fengdu Emperor. Puzzled, he surveyed his surroundings. Fengdu City was filled with countless vengeful spirits, and many mischievous ones often played pranks on the ghost generals. The Fengdu Emperor initially thought that one of these unruly spirits had come to bother him. Your Majesty, it has been a long time. Suddenly, a ghostly figure in red appeared before the Fengdu Emperor. Her back turned to him. One of the ghost generals beside the Emperor said, Your Majesty, allow me to deal with her while you continue your recovery. You wouldn't mistake me for an ordinary spirit, would you? The red-clad ghost turned around, revealing herself as the Ghost Empress. Upon recognizing her, the Fengdu Emperor was taken aback. Kiwe, I have returned. The Fengdu Emperor, wary, asked, What brings you here? Who would have thought that a mere spirit from the past would grow to become the Lord of Fengdu City? How amusing. I come with no other intention. You may keep your title as Lord of the City, for I no longer covet this place. However, you must release the countless vengeful spirits within Fengdu City. I wish to take them with me. A nearby ghost general, infuriated, exclaimed, How dare you? The vengeful spirits of Fengdu City cannot be released. Chapter 47. The nine-tailed white fox asked the Fengdu Emperor if he dares defy me. I have shown him considerable leniency by not reclaiming Fengdu City. The Ghost Empress retorted angrily at the Ghost General. Just as the Ghost General was about to respond, he was interrupted by the Fengdu Emperor. Ghost Empress, there is no need for such trouble. You may take back Fengdu City. The title of Lord matters not. The Ghost Empress smiled and replied, Oh, so you are willingly returning Fengdu City to me? That is quite agreeable. I am not heartless. You may continue to reside here in Fengdu City. Well then, I thank you, Ghost Empress. The Ghost General interjected, Your Majesty, are you truly relinquishing Fengdu City? The Fengdu Emperor sighed and said, It cannot be said that I am relinquishing it. Fengdu City was always hers. She is its first lord and its founder. The Ghost Empress chuckled. Since you are so generous, I shall spare myself much trouble. Thus, the Ghost Empress successfully reclaimed control of Fengdu City, and the king of Fengdu, Huaqing, also arrived in the underworld in the Taishan Cemetery. With Wuxiang taken away by the Ghost Empress, the cemetery no longer held any purpose. Mao Qingling asked Fahunchi, Since the cemetery is no longer necessary, what do you plan to do? Fahunchi replied, I do not know. Perhaps I shall accompany you back to your Taoist temple. Mao Qingling responded. Very well, it will be less dull with your company. Fahunchi then produced the soul burial lamp, approached Sun Wukong, and said, Now that Wuxiang has been taken away and the Taishan Cemetery has lost its significance, it would be better to gift this soul burial lamp to you. Dear friend, I hope you will accept it. Sun Wukong initially intended to refuse, but Fahunchi insisted, so he accepted it, thinking it might be useful for dealings with ghosts in the future. However, upon reflection, he considered his bond with the Ghost Empress and pondered who among the Ghost clan would dare to trouble him. Finally, Sun Wukong and Fahunchi followed Mao Qingling back to his Taoist temple, where Mao Qingling hosted a feast, inviting Sun Wukong and Fahunchi to enjoy a hearty meal together. The next day, Sun Wukong bid farewell to Mao Qingling and left the temple, intending to return to Huagua Mountain. On the road from Taishan to Huagua Mountain, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed the lingering energy of a battle nearby, prompting him to draw his golden staff and heighten his vigilance in his previous self. He might not have been so cautious, but now he was acutely aware of his own vulnerabilities, and thus remained exceedingly careful. Just then, a figure sprang forth from the surrounding thicket, startling Sun Wukong. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was a completely snow-white fox, adorned with 9 fluffy white tails and bearing several wounds. Upon spotting Sun Wukong, the fox leaped onto his shoulder. The fox nestled close to Sun Wukong's ear and pleaded, "Help me. I beg you. Save me." Sun Wukong was still trying to comprehend the situation when a group of monks clad in robes approached. The monks fixed their gaze on the fox perched on Sun Wukong's shoulder and declared, "You cunning fox spirit, let us see just how far you can run." Sun Wukong could clearly feel the fox trembling in fear. And another monkey spirit, "What a fine day this is. Capturing both of these spirits will surely earn us favor with our master." The several monks fixated their gaze intently upon Sun Wukong. In response, Sun Wukong tightened his grip on the golden staff. Preparing to resist, he scrutinized the cultivation realms of the monks before him. Discerning that most were at the profound immortal level, with 2 at the golden immortal level, upon completing his assessment, Sun Wukong exhaled in relief, as long as they were not great Luo golden immortals. He felt fully capable of handling the situation, especially since their highest cultivation was merely golden immortal, lacking even the presence of a Tai golden immortal at that moment. The monks launched their attack. Aiming to subdue the 2 of them, chanting Buddhist scriptures, they hurled their prayer beads at Sun Wukong. With ease, Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff, effortlessly deflecting their assault. Soon after, the monks settled into a lotus position, and a massive white lotus blossomed above their heads, which they then controlled to strike at Sun Wukong. He charged forward, raising his golden staff and crashing it down upon the white lotus, shattering it with a single blow. Witnessing this, the remaining monks were instantly gripped by fear. How could this be possible? Such a simple strike, and their combined effort was shattered. In the midst of their astonishment, Sun Wukong had already maneuvered behind them. Chapter 48. The Pillars of the Unyielding Mountain. Sun Wukong arrived at the monks' rear, swinging his golden staff to eliminate several of them. The few remaining monks, faces etched with terror, scattered in all directions. Yet, Sun Wukong had no intention of letting them escape. He took flight on his nimbus cloud in pursuit. The little white fox perched on his shoulder remarked, "Are you truly this ruthless? Going for total annihilation?" Sun Wukong replied, "This is personal. I have a grudge against them." Swiftly, he caught up with the fleeing monks, dispatching them all. Once the deed was done, the little white fox nuzzled Sun Wukong's face, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, monkey." With that, the little fox leaped from his shoulder and transformed into a captivating maiden, her eyes shimmering like sapphires, her cheeks tinted with a delicate blush, and 2 fluffy white fox ears adorning her head, revealing several wounds that still bled. The maiden smiled gently and winked at Sun Wukong, leaving him momentarily speechless, pondering to himself, "This fox spirit is remarkably enchanting. No celestial maiden could rival her beauty." The maiden bowed gracefully and introduced herself. "I am Luo Xingming, honored to meet you, benefactor." Sun Wukong promptly returned the courtesy, saying, "No need for such formalities. You may call me Sun Wukong, or simply Wukong." She nodded in acknowledgement. Sun Wukong then inquired, "You have attained the 9 tails. You should be quite formidable. How is it that you were unable to contend with those monks?" Luo Xingming explained, "I am not an ordinary fox. I am a spirit fox, a lineage that has existed since the chaos of primordial times. While regular foxes must gradually cultivate from 1 tail to 9, requiring great fortune, we spirit foxes are born with 9 tails. Standing at the pinnacle of the fox clan. I am also of Tai golden immortal cultivation. Under normal circumstances, mere monks would pose no threat to me. However, I am currently undergoing tribulation, which limits my full power." Sun Wukong expressed his confusion. "In all my years traversing the 3 realms, I have never heard of the spirit fox lineage." Luo Xingming replied, "You would not know. We spirit foxes have remained hidden beyond the three realms and have never revealed ourselves. I, too, have ventured out in secrecy, Sun Wukong responded. I see. Subsequently, Luo Xingming invited Sun Wukong to visit the realm of the spirit foxes as a token of gratitude. Before Sun Wukong could respond, Luo Xingming formed a hand seal, and a teleportation array appeared beneath their feet, transporting them to the dwelling place of the spirit fox clan. Upon opening his eyes once more, Sun Wukong found himself within a vast mountain. The mountain had a peculiar shape, with a gap in the northwest. Surveying the surroundings, he noted the scarce vegetation, with only an unfamiliar fruit tree thriving, yet he sensed an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy within the mountain, far surpassing that of Mount Tai, Five Elements Mountain, or the sacred Ling Mountain of the West. At that moment, Luo Xingming spoke. This is the abode of my spirit fox clan. It is not only inhabited by us, but also by many remnants of ancient demon clans and shaman tribes from the primordial era. Sun Wukong inquired, what mountain is this, and why is the spiritual energy so abundant here? Luo Xingming replied, this is the ancient pillar of primordial times, the Unyielding Mountain. Upon hearing the name Unyielding Mountain, Sun Wukong was taken aback. This was indeed the legendary Unyielding Mountain. He had heard tales of it, recounting how the water deity Gongong and the fire deity Zhurong had clashed in a great battle, leading to Gongong's defeat and his fury striking the Unyielding Mountain, causing the celestial pillar to fracture. It was because of this story that he had, in his wager with Tathagata, mistaken the 5 pillars for the celestial pillar in the sky. Sun Wukong then asked, how could the Unyielding Mountain appear here? Was it not said to have long since fractured and vanished from the 3 realms? Luo Xingming replied, I am not entirely certain. Perhaps you could inquire with my father. Your father? Yes, my father. He is the current patriarch of our spirit fox clan and a quasi-saintly powerhouse. Before Sun Wukong could speak further, Luo Xingming took his hand, leading him to meet her father. They soon reached the summit of the Unyielding Mountain, where the atmosphere was lively, predominantly filled with members of the spirit fox clan. Luo Xingming guided Sun Wukong to a grand estate, where the plaque bore the name Luo family. As she pulled Sun Wukong inside. Chapter 49. The Water God Gongong. Upon entering, a hurried figure approached. Miss, you have finally returned. Your father has been anxiously awaiting you. Luo Xingming casually replied. All right, I am back now. I shall go find my father. The individual, noticing Sun Wukong, expressed concern. Miss, why have you brought someone else with you? This could lead to significant trouble for us. Luo Xingming, frowning, retorted, he is my friend. Is it not permissible for me to bring a friend home? With that, she ushered Sun Wukong further inside. Once inside, they were greeted by an elderly man with long white hair and a flowing white beard. Clad in a red robe, his demeanor benevolent. He reproached, Ming'er, you have sneaked out to play again. Luo Xingming pouted, playfully responding, oh, but it is so dull here. The elder before them was none other than Luo Xingming's father, Luo Qingyan, the current head of the Luo family. Luo Qingyan, concerned, added, you are currently undergoing tribulation. Your strength is greatly diminished, yet you persist in sneaking away to play. At that moment, he noticed Sun Wukong standing beside her. Ming'er, who is this? Luo Xingming explained, this is my savior. She proceeded to recount the events to Luo Qingyan. You see, I told you not to run off so often. If it weren't for this individual, you might not have returned. After chiding Luo Xingming, Luo Qingyan turned to Sun Wukong with a warm smile. Thank you, young friend, for saving my daughter. Sun Wukong, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, it was nothing, merely a trifling effort. Luo Qingyan then hosted a banquet to express his gratitude towards Sun Wukong for saving his daughter, to which Sun Wukong could not refuse. During the meal, he voiced a lingering question. Why has the Unyielding Mountain appeared here? When Gongong battled Zhurong, Gongong was defeated and struck the Unyielding Mountain, causing it to disappear from the 3 realms. Luo Qingyan explained, when the great deity Gongong was defeated and struck the Unyielding Mountain in anger, the mountain fractured, and the heavenly Tao imposed punishment upon Gongong, seeking to eliminate him. In order to protect himself, Gongong allied with the remaining 11 ancestral shamans, concealing the Unyielding Mountain beyond the 3 realms. Thus, the Spirit Fox clan has lived hidden within the Unyielding Mountain, remaining concealed. After hearing Luo Qingyan's account, Sun Wukong grasped the truth of the matter. After their meal, Luo Xingming took Sun Wukong out stating she would show him an interesting place. She led him to the foot of the unyielding mountain, where they discovered a cave. Luo Xingming guided Sun Wukong inside. At the center of the cave sat a figure, who, upon seeing Luo Xingming, greeted her. "Xingming, it has been a long time." Luo Xingming respectfully responded, "Great deity Gong. It has indeed been a long time." The individual before them was none other than Gong, one of the 12 ancestral shamans of ancient times. Gong then turned his attention to Sun Wukong, inquiring, "Who is this?" Luo Xingming replied, "This is my good friend." Gong nodded at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, puzzled, asked, "You are indeed the ancient water deity, Gong?" "Precisely. You do not seem to be from the unyielding mountain." Sun Wukong affirmed, "Indeed, I am a denizen of the three realms." Upon hearing these words, Gong turned to Sun Wukong and inquired, "Since you are a being of the three realms, what fate has befallen my Wu clan? And what was the outcome of the war of the witches and demons?" Sun Wukong replied, "The conclusion of the war of the witches and demons resulted in mutual destruction for both the Wu and the demon clans. Following the conflict, both factions have descended into decline." Upon hearing this, Gong fell silent for a moment, sighed, and said, "Alas, if it were not for my absence from the battle, my Wu clan might not have faced such a downfall." Sun Wukong, perplexed, asked, "Did you not participate in the war of the witches and demons?" Gong nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I remained hidden during that time. Besides self-preservation, there was a more significant reason: to fulfill the mission of the Wu clan." "A mission?" Gong nodded again, explaining, "Our 12 ancestors are transformed from the essence of Pangu's blood. Pangu entrusted us, the 12 ancestors of the Wu, with a task: to safeguard a divine artifact and await the arrival of a fated individual. I concealed myself beyond the bounds of the three realms to protect this artifact." "What divine artifact?" Sun Wukong inquired, intrigued. Gong led Sun Wukong and Luo Xingming to a massive stone door, which was sealed. With a gentle gesture, Gong opened the door. Beyond it lay a long spear, its shaft shimmering in silver, with a golden tip adorned with the image of a golden dragon, albeit incomplete. Surrounding it were arcs of crimson lightning, emanating a powerful aura that caused Sun Wukong to tremble in fear at just a glance. Gong spoke, "This is the divine artifact entrusted to my Wu clan by the great god Pangu. The spirit of the artifact exists within it, and when it recognizes its master, that will be the moment our Wu clan's mission is accomplished." Sun Wukong was captivated by the spear and felt an irresistible pull toward it. Gong called out, "Monkey," but Sun Wukong seemed oblivious. Continuing his approach as he drew near, the spear emitted a radiant white light and suddenly flew into his hand. Gong was taken aback, exclaiming, "The artifact recognizes its master. You are indeed the fated one." Sun Wukong gazed at the spear, and a phantom slowly materialized within it, a stunning woman with long golden hair and fiery eyes, clad in a black gown, adorned with 6 golden wings. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, she scoffed, "How have you fallen to such a state, once the mightiest in the chaos?" Sun Wukong regarded her with confusion, while Gong and Luo Xingming looked on in astonishment. The woman continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yu Shuang. This spear is called the Soul Burial Spear. That I was once its master, but was betrayed and sealed within the spear. Your past life is intertwined with mine, and thus I grant you the right to wield this spear. It is named Soul Burial for its ability to strike at the soul, bypassing the physical form. However, it is incomplete if you find the other part and reassemble it. You will be invincible within the three realms." Suddenly, the woman noticed something and said to Sun Wukong, "The other part of the spear is with you." Puzzled, Sun Wukong recalled something and produced the Soul Burial lamp, asking, "Is it this?" The woman, upon seeing the lamp, exclaimed with excitement, "Indeed, this is the other part of the Soul Burial Spear. If you merge it with the spear, it will become whole, allowing you to wield unrivaled power in the three realms." In disbelief, Sun Wukong asked, "Is that true?" The woman confidently nodded, "Of course. This spear is a transcendent treasure, a weapon of a transcendent being. With it, you will be invincible." Just as Sun Wukong was about to merge the Soul Burial lamp with the spear, Gong shouted, "Stop! You must not complete the Soul Burial Spear." Confused, Sun Wukong halted, while Gong continued, "This spear is a seal that if you restore it, the seal will be broken, and she will be released." She nearly annihilated the entire demon god clan single-handedly. Even Pangu was no match for her. It took two transcendent beings to seal her within this spear. If you free her, the three realms will be doomed. Horrified by these words, Sun Wukong quickly withdrew his hand and put away the soul burial lamp, his face reflecting terror. Then I do not want this spear. Gong Gong reassured him. You are the fated one. And this spear rightfully belongs to you. Just remember not to restore it completely. Even in its broken state, it remains a formidable weapon. Meanwhile, the woman protested in frustration. Monkey, you need not worry. Our past lives are intertwined. I would never harm you. As for my near annihilation of the demon god clan, it was because they were not worthy of compassion. After a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong ultimately decided against releasing her, and the woman begrudgingly returned to the soul burial spear. Monkey, one day you will release me. During the time Sun Wukong spent in Buzhou Mountain, significant events unfolded across the three realms, the southern heavenly gate. An elder with long white hair, a flowing white beard, and clad in a white robe approached, exuding an aura of celestial grace. Upon his arrival, the growth heavenly king stepped forward, sternly declaring, "Who dares intrude upon the heavenly court?" The elder replied serenely, "I am Bodhi, here to discuss matters with Zhang Banian." Upon hearing this, the growth heavenly king drew his sword, pointing it at Bodhi, and admonished, "You are bold to utter the name of the Jade Emperor. I shall grant you a chance to leave." Bodhi calmly responded, "I come to seek cooperation with Zhang Banian, that I must meet him today." Furious, the growth heavenly king retorted, "How dare you, old man? If this is your intention, you shall not pass." He lunged at Bodhi, aiming to apprehend him. Yet, with a mere glare, Bodhi unleashed an invisible force that sent the growth heavenly king flying several meters, reducing his sword to dust. Astonished, the growth heavenly king recognized Bodhi's formidable power and reluctantly went to inform the Jade Emperor of the situation. In the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, growth heavenly king entered, bowing to the Jade Emperor and reporting, "Your Majesty, an elder has arrived at the southern heavenly gate, claiming to seek an audience with the great heavenly sovereign." The assembly of celestial beings in the hall gasped in shock, with many whispering, "How could the supreme ruler of the three realms lower himself to meet him? Indeed, who is this elder so lacking in decorum?" The growth heavenly king interjected, "Your Majesty, this elder possesses considerable strength. I lost to him with just a glance at this moment." Li Tianwang spoke up, "Your Majesty, the southern heavenly gate is guarded by my son Neza and me. Let us confront this elder." However, the Jade Star cautioned, "Given that the growth heavenly king was defeated by a mere glance, though you and Neza may be stronger, you would still not match his power." The Jade Emperor then asked, "Did the elder specify his intentions?" The growth heavenly king replied, "He stated he wishes to cooperate with your Majesty on important matters." The Jade Emperor scoffed, "Cooperate with me? Does he believe he is worthy?" The Jade Star suggested, "Your Majesty, since the elder defeated the growth heavenly king with just a glance, he must possess strength comparable to the five elders, or perhaps even greater. It may be prudent to allow him to challenge the four heavenly gates. If he can conquer the east, south, west, and north gates, then he may indeed be worthy of your attention." The Jade Emperor considered this and replied, "Let it be as Tai Bai suggests. Growth heavenly king, inform the elder that if he can defeat the four gates, I shall meet him." The growth heavenly king bowed and replied, "I shall obey your command in no time." He returned to the southern heavenly gate and conveyed to Bodhi, "Your Majesty has said that if you can defeat the east, south, west, and north gates, then he will see you." Bodhi closed his eyes and calmly said, "Zhang Banian must be in a playful mood. In that case, I shall indulge him." Suddenly, a colorful cloud manifested beneath Bodhi, who then ascended upon it, soaring above the Lingxiao Palace. The four great heavenly gates listened intently, as the humble Taoist proclaimed, "I have come today to challenge you. Come forth, all of you, and let me see what sort of beings inhabit the heavenly court now." His voice resonated throughout the celestial realm, and the myriad deities cast displeased glances at the audacious old Taoist. That moment, a voice rang out, bold and challenging, "Who dares to confront the authority of the heavenly court so openly? Do you truly disregard us?" Chapter 52. The formidable Bodhi. At once, two figures approached Bodhi, none other than Tai Zhenren, the guardian of the eastern gate, and Zhenwu Dadi, the guardian of the northern gate. Both exuded an aura of peak quasi-saint power. Bodhi, whose eyes had been closed, slowly opened them to glance at the two before shutting them once more, speaking softly, Why have only two come? What of Tathagata, the guardian of the Western Gate? He who bullies my disciple should surely provide me with an explanation. Upon hearing this, Tai Jinren seemed to comprehend something, while the Jade Emperor in the Lingxiao Palace recognized Bodhi's identity as well. Tai Jinren responded, "Ah, so you are the master of that monkey. Tathagata is of the Buddhist order. If you wish to avenge your disciple, you should go to the West. What business do you have in our heavenly court? The Western matters should be resolved by my disciple himself. I have come today with important business to discuss with Zhang Byron," Bodhi replied nonchalantly. Jinwu Dadi interjected, "You are but a mere Taoist and lack the qualifications to cooperate with the Jade Emperor. Depart at once, and we shall spare your life." Bodhi calmly stated, "You will know whether I possess qualifications or not. You too, unleash your attacks swiftly." Upon hearing this, Jinwu Dadi gripped his demon-slaying sword and charged at Bodhi. He reached Bodhi and raised his sword to strike, but Bodhi merely waved his whisk, effortlessly deflecting the blow and sending Jinwu Dadi sprawling backward with a burst of force. Jinwu Dadi stumbled back several dozen steps before regaining his footing. Noticing his sword trembling in his grasp, he thought to himself, "This old Taoist's strength is extraordinary. He may have already reached the level of the Force Sovereigns." Witnessing this, Tai Jinren hastily summoned his steed, the Nine-Spirit Yuan Saint, and commanded it to attack Bodhi. The Nine-Spirit Yuan Saint, a lion with 9 heads, roared mightily, its voice resonating with the 3 saints above and penetrating to the 9 springs below. As it lunged at Bodhi, just as the Nine-Spirit Yuan Saint was about to pounce, a magical barrier formed around Bodhi, blocking the beast's assault. The Nine-Spirit Yuan Saint relentlessly struck the barrier, yet it remained unscathed. Bodhi waved his whisk again, unleashing a surge of power that sent the Nine-Spirit Yuan Saint flying. Seeing this, the two guardians no longer dared to underestimate the old Taoist. Jinwu Dadi tightened his grip on the demon-slaying sword. Gathering all his power to unleash a sword chi, Tai Jinren also concentrated his energy, directing a formidable force toward Bodhi. Bodhi remained unfazed, invoking the 10,000 gem golden body. A golden barrier enveloped him, successfully absorbing the full brunt of their combined attack. Both Jinwu Dadi and Tai Jinren were left astonished. Jinwu Dadi questioned, "How can this old Taoist have cultivated the Buddhist golden body technique? And it appears even stronger than Tathagata's 6-foot golden body." Bodhi replied slowly, "There are many things you do not yet comprehend." As Bodhi extended a finger, a potent force gathered at its tip, and upon completion, he unleashed a powerful strike toward Tai Jinren. The latter hastily summoned all his strength to withstand the blow, yet it proved insufficient, and he was injured, spitting blood. Immediately afterward, Bodhi ascended on his cloud, executing the palm of the Buddha's kingdom against Jinwu Dadi, a colossal hand descending from the sky. The Jade Emperor in the Lingxiao Palace felt a flicker of interest in Bodhi. This old Taoist is no ordinary figure. I had not anticipated such a formidable strength behind that monkey. The potency of this palm of the Buddha's kingdom surpasses Tathagata's by several hundredfold. In the air above the Lingxiao Palace, Jinwu Dadi gazed in terror at the massive hand looming above him, realizing that it was beyond his capacity to withstand. Should this hand strike, the entire Lingxiao Palace would be reduced to rubble. At that moment, a figure rushed toward the descending hand. Upon closer inspection, it was Marshal Tianpeng. Wielding a 9-toothed rake, he infused boundless power into the rake and swung it at the enormous hand, causing it to shatter like glass. As Marshal Tianpeng descended, Jinwu Dadi quickly approached, exclaiming, "Elder brother." Marshal Tianpeng, with a serious expression, addressed Bodhi, "You are my monkey brother's master?" Bodhi slowly opened his eyes, recognizing Marshal Tianpeng, and responded, "Ah, it is you, Marshal Tianpeng. I did not expect my monkey brother to have such a formidable master." Chapter 53. Tianpeng battles Bodhi. Seeing that the visitor was Marshal Tianpeng, Bodhi's tone softened. "You share a good relationship with my disciple. I wish to avoid harming you. Depart quickly." Marshal Tianpeng performed a respectful salute. "Thank you, but in the spirit of my friendship with the monkey, I hope that you will allow me to test your abilities." Bodhi pondered for a moment and replied, "If that is the case, I will not retaliate. You may strike me 3 times. If you manage to injure me, I shall concede and depart." Upon hearing this, Marshal Tianpeng gripped his 9-toothed rake tightly. "In that case, Elder, be cautious." In an instant, he was before Bodhi, raising the rake to strike. Bodhi, unperturbed, invoked the 10,000 zhang golden body. The rake, which had previously shattered Tathagata's 6-foot golden body with ease. Met Bodhi's golden body without effect. Then, Martial Tianping concentrated all his power into the rake once more and struck, yet still failed to penetrate Bodhi's golden body. Witnessing this, Martial Tianping felt his aura intensify as he transformed, revealing his true form: 3 heads and 6 arms, hair standing on end, exuding an imposing presence, glaring fiercely. With one hand, he wielded the Tianping ruler, with another he held the universe rope, while a third controlled the wind and fire wheel, and a fourth grasped the Tianping seal. At this sight, Zhenwu Dadi smiled. Now this is the Martial Tianping, the leader of our Northern Force Saints. Observing the transformation, Bodhi remarked, "Indeed, you are the Martial Tianping who once commanded the 80,000 water troops of the Heavenly River. No wonder the Jade Emperor entrusted you with guarding the weak water." Upon hearing this, Martial Tianping laughed heartily. "I did not expect you to know so much about me." Meanwhile, the Jade Emperor in the Lingxiao Palace grew increasingly curious about Bodhi. Eager to discover the true extent of the power possessed by this self-proclaimed master of Sun Wukong, he then instructed Tai Bai Jinxing, "Tai Bai, take my decree and summon the 4 sovereigns to meet this old Taoist." Tai Bai Jinxing replied, "I shall obey your command," and, holding the Jade Emperor's edict, departed to fetch the 4 sovereigns. Bodhi slowly spoke, "Let us see what strength Martial Tianping truly possesses. Then, Elder, be on your guard." Martial Tianping said, unleashing all his magical treasures in a coordinated assault against Bodhi. Unfazed, Bodhi continued to employ the 10,000 zhang golden-bodied as all of Martial Tianping's magical treasures, radiating immense power, struck Bodhi. Cracks began to appear on Bodhi's golden body. Realizing this, Bodhi swiftly invoked the natural Tao law. With a flick of his whisk, he unleashed a force that repelled Martial Tianping's treasures. Martial Tianping, with a thought, summoned all the treasures back to him. "Elder, your strength is formidable. I am not your match. With your power, I would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Knowing my monkey brother has such a powerful master brings me great comfort." Bodhi acknowledged, "You indeed possess loyalty and affection for my dear disciple. Such a brother is indeed a blessing for him." Martial Tianping laughed. "Ah, Elder, you flatter me." Suddenly, 3 formidable presences descended upon the battlefield. 3 individuals, each radiating an aura of quasi-saintly power, arrived at the scene. Although they were all quasi-saints, the might of these 3 vastly surpassed that of Martial Tianping, as they were indeed 3 of the 4 sovereigns: the Great Emperor of the Northern Pole, Zy, the Great Emperor of the Southern Pole, Chongqing, and the Emperor of the Upper Palace of the Constellation, Goqing. The 3 bore expressions of hostility as they regarded the Patriarch Bodhi. The Southern Pole's Great Emperor Chongqing addressed the Patriarch, saying, "My friend, your ability to single-handedly defeat Tai Zhenren and the true Martial Emperor, effortlessly blocking the attacks of Martial Tianping, is indeed commendable. However, do remember that there are always those stronger than oneself, and realms beyond our own. That I advise you to depart swiftly." Upon seeing the newcomers, Martial Tianping and the true Martial Emperor approached one of them and paid their respects, stating, "We pay our respects to the Great Emperor Zy." The reason for their reverence was that the Great Emperor Zy governed the celestial and terrestrial laws, the sun, moon, and stars, commanding the Northern Dipper and its constellations. As 2 of the 4 sovereigns, Martial Tianping and the true Martial Emperor, held him in high regard. The Great Emperor Zy nodded and promptly instructed the 2 to retreat quickly. Chapter 54. The 4 sovereigns battle Bodhi. Upon hearing this, Martial Tianping and the true Martial Emperor hastily made their exit. The Patriarch Bodhi fixed his gaze upon the 3 individuals before him and slowly spoke. "Why have only 3 of the 4 sovereigns appeared?" "Where is Ho-Tu?" the Great Emperor Chongqing replied. "The Empress Ho-Tu has attained the saintly realm and cannot manifest within the 3 realms or intervene in their matters. The 3 of us are sufficient to defeat you." Patriarch Bodhi snorted coldly. "1 is the first, 2 are the ancestors, 3 are the pure ones, 4 are the sovereigns, and 5 are the elders. The 3 pure ones and those beyond them are still somewhat respectable. But the 4 sovereigns? Only Ho-Tu holds any weight. You 3 are rather unimpressive." Bodhi's words left the heavenly beings astounded, for these 4 sovereigns were among the most formidable deities in the celestial court, second only to the Jade Emperor himself. Their strength was initially comparable to that of the Jade Emperor, but due to the latter's slight edge, the gap between them had widened drastically. Nevertheless, the power of the 4 sovereigns was unquestionable. The Great Emperor Zy wielded dominion over celestial laws. the sun, moon, and stars, governing the lifespans and fortunes of all beings, and was the preeminent master of myriad phenomena and the teacher of countless stars. The great Emperor Changsheng resided in the southern celestial palace, aiding the Jade Emperor in managing the seasons and climate, and was the ancestral figure of the Thunder God. He was famously known as the Venerable of Thunder, with one of his subordinates being a Thunder General. The great Emperor Gocheng assisted the Jade Emperor in overseeing the polar regions and the three talents of heaven, earth, and humanity, commanding the stars and presiding over warfare among mortals, embodying both martial and warlike divinity. The last of the four sovereigns, the Empress Ho-Tu, was the creator of the cycle of rebirth and the sole earthly saint within the three realms, holding a status equal to that of the Tao Master Hongjun, making her the strongest among the four sovereigns. While her rank might not surpass that of the Jade Emperor, her power could far exceed his. Upon hearing Bodhi's remarks, the three displayed expressions of disdain. The great Emperor's wise spoke, "If that is the case, then I shall test your powers." With that, he raised his right hand, gathering the force of celestial phenomena, and with a gentle wave, unleashed a powerful surge of cosmic energy towards Patriarch Bodhi. In response, Bodhi merely waved his hand, sending forth a formidable blast of magical power, which collided with Zy's cosmic force, resulting in a tremendous shockwave. At this moment, a hint of impatience crossed Bodhi's face as he called out, "Zhongbanian, I have come here merely to collaborate with you. It is one thing to refuse me access, but it is quite another to repeatedly send your forces against me. If that is the case, I shall no longer hold back." With both hands clasped together, a multitude of golden Buddhist figures materialized around him, converging to form a colossal golden Buddha exuding immense power. Witnessing this spectacle, the three were taken aback. The great Emperor Zi exclaimed, "This is the supreme divine power of the Buddhist sect, the 10,000 Buddhas paying homage. Moreover, the power wielded by this old Taoist is several times greater than that of the previous one." The great Emperor Changsheng, astonished, remarked, "This old Taoist has mastered both the Buddhist and Taoist paths." Patriarch Bodhi clarified, "You are mistaken. I do not merely practice both Buddhism and Taoism, but embody the synthesis of Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism." With that, the golden Buddha surged forward towards the three, who hastily retaliated, channeling all their magical energy against the approaching figure. In a single collision, the golden Buddha shattered, and the three magical forces subsequently bore down upon Patriarch Bodhi. Unfazed, Bodhi slowly opened his mouth, and a black hole seemed to form within, devouring all three magical energies. The three were utterly astonished and shouted in unison, "The law of devouring." The Jade Emperor, witnessing this from the Lingxiao treasure palace, was equally taken aback. This old Taoist has comprehended the law of devouring. Could it be that he has reached the saintly realm? Yet, that cannot be. Hongjun has sealed the primordial chaos, preventing saints from entering the three realms. If this old Taoist were a saint, how could he enter the three realms? At that moment, on the battlefield, the great Emperor Zy inquired, "Who exactly are you? Your strength is on par with that of the three pure ones. Could it be that you are the quasi-saint of the West, Saint Puti?" The Patriarch Bodhi replied slowly, "My identity is not something you can speculate upon." Suddenly, Bodhi extended his palm skyward, causing a colossal hand to materialize in the heavens, within which lay a furnace. The massive hand then descended rapidly towards the three. Seeing this, the three hastily took defensive measures, but when the hand struck down, it unleashed a wave of energy. As the energy dissipated, the great Emperor Zy and the others found themselves trapped within the furnace, bound by chains. With a wave of his hand, Patriarch Bodhi ignited a blazing inferno within the furnace, a fire unlike any other. Known as the Six-Ding Divine Fire, the most potent flame in the three realms, the three instinctively began to struggle, only to discover that the chains were manifestations of the heavenly Tao's laws. Utterly unbreakable. At this point, the great Emperor Zy exclaimed, "This is the Dan Tao, one of the 3,000 great avenues. This furnace is the heavenly earth furnace, capable of refining all worldly substances." Bodhi then shouted towards the Lingxiao treasure palace, "Zhongbanian, if you do not come forth to meet me, I shall refine these three into elixirs to aid my disciples' cultivation." Hearing this, the Jade Emperor chuckled softly, "It seems I have no choice but to intervene." Chapter 55. The Mysterious Collaboration. The Jade Emperor slowly extended his palm, revealing a grand seal inscribed with the images of the 5 sovereign emperors and a blue dragon, radiating immense power. This seal was none other than the Heavenly Seal, the most formidable of the Jade Emperor's treasures. With a swift motion, the Jade Emperor sent the Heavenly Seal soaring from the Lingsha treasure palace to the battlefield. The Heavenly Seal struck the Heavenly Earth Furnace with a resounding explosion, shattering it into pieces, thus freeing the Great Emperor Changsheng and the Great Emperor Zhuai. Patriarch Bodhi remarked, "Zhongbanian, you have finally chosen to meet me." At this moment, the Jade Emperor descended upon 9 divine dragons. The Great Emperor Changsheng and the others hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, "We pay our respects, Your Majesty." The Jade Emperor smiled at Patriarch Bodhi and then retracted the Heavenly Seal with a gesture. He then addressed Bodhi, "What is your true identity, old Taoist? Why have I never encountered you within the 3 realms?" Bodhi replied, "It is because I have transcended the 3 realms, unbound by the laws of the Heavenly Tao. Hence you do not recognize me. However, now that you have come to see me, let us discuss matters of collaboration." The Jade Emperor chuckled, "There is no rush. You possess remarkable strength to have triumphed over many formidable beings of my celestial court. I too wish to experience your divine powers." Bodhi, growing impatient, replied, "What? Zhongbanian, have you not had enough of your games? Very well. If that is the case, I shall exchange a few blows with you." Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor commanded the 9 divine dragons to attack Patriarch Bodhi. Bodhi coldly scoffed, "Is that all you have?" As one divine dragon lunged at him, Bodhi flicked his wrist, conjuring a sword of magical energy that he hurled to block the dragon's advance. He then waved his hand again, sending out 8 more swords, each engaging in combat with the 9 divine dragons. In response, the Jade Emperor summoned the Heavenly Seal once more, stating, "Perhaps you would like to witness the power of my Heavenly Seal." Bodhi slowly replied, "It is said that alongside the Pangu axe, there was a piece of chaos stone that you have refined into this great seal, thus granting it the ability to seal the heavens. Hence its name, the Heavenly Seal." The Jade Emperor acknowledged, "Indeed, I did not expect you to recognize this treasure." Suddenly, the Jade Emperor flung the seal of heaven towards Patriarch Bodhi, who slowly raised his right hand to single-handedly support the seal. At that moment, the power of the seal began to intensify, and Patriarch Bodhi found himself increasingly strained. Observing this, Bodhi swiftly gathered the essence of the Way of Power in his left hand and struck the seal with a single punch, astonishingly sending it back. Witnessing this, the Jade Emperor hastily retrieved the seal, while his 9 divine dragons were also forced to retreat. The Jade Emperor, seeing this, charged forward, intent on engaging Patriarch Bodhi in hand-to-hand combat. Without employing any divine abilities, Patriarch Bodhi met him in a brawl. The two exchanged punches high above the Lingsha treasure palace, yet the powerful beings of the Heavenly Court perceived that their clash was far from a mere scuffle. Each of the Jade Emperor's punches was imbued with boundless dragon energy and the support of the Heavenly Tao, while each of Bodhi's strikes contained the essence of the Way of Power. Their fierce confrontation nearly caused the surrounding space to rupture. After a prolonged struggle, they finally separated. Patriarch Bodhi remarked, "Truly worthy of being the ruler of the 3 realms. Though merely a quasi-saint, your strength is infinitely close to that of a saint, making you undoubtedly the foremost beneath the saints in this era." The Jade Emperor replied, "Indeed, my friend, your prowess is formidable. Not only have you comprehended the laws of devouring, but you also grasp the Way of Power. With mastery over 2 paths, have you perhaps attained the saintly realm? However, since Ancestor Hongjun has sealed off the primordial chaos and prohibited saints from entering the 3 realms, should you be a saint, it would be impossible for you to appear here. Therefore, might I inquire what realm you currently inhabit?" Patriarch Bodhi chuckled but offered no reply. Although he remained silent, the Jade Emperor had already formed a conjecture in his mind. Yet it remained unconfirmed at that moment. Bodhi spoke, "Having fought for so long, should we not discuss matters of collaboration?" "Ah, indeed. Pray tell, what business do you wish to confer with me?" inquired the Jade Emperor, with a flick of his hand. Bodhi cast aside his whisk, and a formation materialized around them, effectively shielding the 3 realms from external perception, rendering outsiders oblivious to the happenings within, and unable to hear the discourse between the Jade Emperor and Bodhi. Half an hour later, the formation dissipated, and the negotiations were concluded. As Bodhi prepared to depart, he uttered, "My disciple may come to your heavenly court. Remember to look after him, and do not mention that I have visited." The Jade Emperor assured, "Rest easy. Under my watch, no one in the 3 realms shall harm your disciple." Thus, the commotion within the heavenly court drew to a close, and the nature of Bodhi and the Jade Emperor's discussion remained shrouded in mystery. Chapter 56. Sun Wukong storms the Heavenly Court following the resolution of the recent tumult in the Heavenly Court. An astonishing event transpired across the three realms. The ancient pillar, Mount Buzhou, which had vanished in antiquity, suddenly re-emerged, capturing the attention of all major factions within the realms. This occurrence was triggered by Sun Wukong becoming the master of the Soul Burial Spear, with the mission of the Witch Clan fulfilled. The water god Gongong deemed it unnecessary to remain concealed within the realms, thus revealing Mount Buzhou once again. The manifestation of Mount Buzhou brought forth many ancient demon lords and the Spirit Fox clan. Born from the primordial chaos, back into existence at that moment, Sun Wukong was within the Wuzhuang Temple, enjoying a drink with Tang Sung, Sha Sung, and others. Inside the temple, Sun Wukong, Jinyuan Daxian, Tang Sung, Sha Sung, Bai Long, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and the six-eared macaque were gathered around a table, reveling in their libations, for Tang Sung and his companions had nowhere else to go after offending the Spirit Mountain. Only Jinyuan Daxian could provide them sanctuary. Among them, only Guanyin Bodhisattva abstained from drinking, maintaining her Buddhist heart, while Tang Sung and the others had long since cast such concerns aside, engaging in lively conversation with Sun Wukong, who recounted his experiences at Mount Buzhou. Intrigued by the tale of the Soul Burial Spear, the group urged Sun Wukong to present it. Upon unveiling the spear, astonishment washed over them. Even Jinyuan Daxian was taken aback by the power emanating from it. At that moment, the spirit of the spear made its sudden appearance. Monkey, do not heed Gongong's nonsense. Complete the Soul Burial Spear, and you shall become invincible within the three realms, with a complete spear. Even saints can be slain. Hearing this, the others exchanged puzzled glances, prompting Sun Wukong to divulge all he knew about the spear. Upon grasping the situation, they began deliberating. Before a consensus could be reached, Jinyuan Daxian interjected, "My dear brother, it would be prudent to exercise caution. Heed Gongong's warning and refrain from completing the Soul Burial Spear." Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. "I share your sentiments, even in its incomplete form. The spear remains exceedingly powerful." Then, the spear's spirit cautioned, "Should the spear remain incomplete, using it will pose a danger to you." Sun Wukong inquired, "What danger? What do you mean?" The spirit replied, "If the spear is incomplete, it will consume your soul when wielded. Only by completing it can you use it safely." In light of this revelation, Sun Wukong declared, "Even so, I cannot complete the Soul Burial Spear. I shall simply refrain from using it." Angered by this response, the spirit retreated back into the spear, and Sun Wukong stowed it away. Continuing his conversation with the others as they chatted, Sun Wukong suddenly asked, "Master, where has Beiji gone?" Tang Sung replied, "I am unsure. Beiji fought alone against Tathagata to protect us. However, Jinyuan Daxian assures that Beiji will be unharmed." Sun Wukong, filled with anxiety, exclaimed, "How can that be? He is facing Tathagata. How could Beiji possibly contend with him?" At this, Jinyuan Daxian chuckled, "Do not fret, my dear brother. You are unaware that Zhu Beiji is the marshal of the Heavenly Canopy, the foremost among the four holy ones of the North Pole, and has long since reached the quasi-saint level. He is a pawn placed beside Tathagata by the Jade Emperor. In terms of strength, Zhu Beiji's power exceeds that of Tathagata by several measures." Sun Wukong was astonished. "Beiji is truly that formidable?" Jinyuan Daxian nodded. "As the marshal of the Heavenly Canopy, he is part of the greatest power in the three realms, the Heavenly Court, which boasts numerous quasi-saint experts and countless great Luo golden immortals. It is likely that he has returned to the Heavenly Court and may very well be drinking with his brother at the North Heavenly Gate right now." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong resolved to seek out Beiji in the Heavenly Court and immediately took to the skies on a somersault cloud. Traditionally, Sun Wukong would approach the Heavenly Court via the South Heavenly Gate, but this time, having learned from Jinyuan Daxian that Beiji was likely at the North Heavenly Gate enjoying drinks with his brother, he opted for the northern route. Upon arriving at the North Heavenly Gate for the first time, Sun Wukong was taken aback to find it unguarded. Just as he prepared to enter, a sword suddenly soared towards him, repelling him. A voice then echoed from within the gate, "After thousands of years, this is the first time a demon dares to approach my North Heavenly Gate." The true martial emperor emerged slowly from the gate, brandishing a sword, pointing it at Sun Wukong. "You, demon monkey, dare to intrude upon the Heavenly Court? Depart at once." Having never visited the North Heavenly Gate before, Sun Wukong assumed that the power of the guardian here, the true martial emperor, would be akin to that of Li Jing at the South Heavenly Gate, and thus did not regard him with much concern. He brandished his golden banded staff and retorted, "Who are you, little general, to speak to me in such a manner?" The true martial emperor laughed heartily. "You truly are a monkey unaware of your own mortality." With that, the true martial emperor commanded the sword with his mind, sending it hurtling towards Sun Wukong. Unfazed, Sun Wukong lifted his staff to meet the oncoming attack. In a swift motion, he deflected the sword, countering with an assault of his own. However, the true martial emperor merely raised a hand to block Sun Wukong's strike and unleashed a wave of power that sent Sun Wukong reeling. The true martial emperor summoned the sword back to his grasp, and with a mere thought, transformed it into multiple blades, all converging upon Sun Wukong. Undeterred, Sun Wukong swung his staff vigorously, parrying the onslaught of swords. The true martial emperor then merged the illusions back into a singular blade, infusing it with his own power until it radiated a formidable green light, piercing directly towards Sun Wukong. Realizing the immense pressure emanating from the strike, which surpassed even the weight of the Five Elements mountain from years past, Sun Wukong understood that this individual was likely a quasi-saint-level powerhouse, perhaps even one who could rival Tathagata himself. At that moment, the golden banded staff could no longer withstand the force of the blade and shattered. Sun Wukong was forced to stagger back, watching in disbelief as the remnants of his cherished staff lay scattered around him. This staff had accompanied him throughout his life, aiding him in battles across the three realms, and now it lay in ruins, shattered by another's hand. Sun Wukong's face was filled with disbelief. No, this cannot be real. This moment, the great Emperor Jinwu approached Sun Wukong, brandishing his treasured sword. "You demon monkey, remember this well. In your next life, do not venture through my North Heavenly Gate." With that, he raised his sword, intent on ending Sun Wukong's existence. "Halt! Desist!" A resounding voice echoed, causing the sword of the great Emperor Jinwu to come to an abrupt stop, for the speaker was none other than the Jade Emperor himself. "Release him at once." Upon hearing these words, the great Emperor Jinwu hastily sheathed his sword, granting Sun Wukong passage. Tears streamed down Sun Wukong's face as he painstakingly gathered the scattered fragments of his golden staff. It was only after he had retrieved the last shard that he clutched all the remnants and walked inside. Shortly after, he was greeted by the jovial Marshal Tianpeng, who hurried over. "Brother Monkey. Ha! I, old pig, have finally found you." Just as Zhu Beiji attempted to embrace Sun Wukong, he noticed the tears streaming down Wukong's cheeks. Confused, he soon comprehended the situation upon seeing the broken pieces of the golden staff in Wukong's arms. "Brother Monkey, this must have been the doing of that Jinwu fellow. Just wait. Beiji will pay him a visit and demand an apology on your behalf. As for the golden staff, do not despair. I will speak to the old master about it. After all, it was he who crafted the golden staff, and he will surely be able to restore it." Sun Wukong gazed at Zhu Beiji with delight. "Is it true? Can the old master really repair the golden staff?" Zhu Beiji replied. "Rest assured, the old master is renowned throughout the three realms for his mastery in crafting magical artifacts. Most formidable treasures in the realms are his creations, including your golden staff. Splendid. Beiji, now, leave the matter of the golden staff to me, that I have come at the behest of the Jade Emperor to escort you. Let us hasten to the Lingxiao Palace to meet the Jade Emperor." Chapter 57. The Heavenly Court's Promotion. The great sage steals peaches thus. Zhu Beiji led Sun Wukong to the Lingxiao Palace, where the Jade Emperor sat upon his dragon throne. Upon entering, Zhu Beiji bowed and addressed the Emperor. "Your Majesty, I have brought Sun Wukong into the Heavenly Court." The Jade Emperor slowly replied. "Rise." Zhu Beiji stood and stepped aside, while the Jade Emperor turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong with a smile. "Wukong, what brings you to my Heavenly Court today?" the Jade Emperor inquired jovially. Sun Wukong felt somewhat awkward under the Jade Emperor's courteous demeanor. "I heard that Beiji might be in the Heavenly Court, so I thought I would come to find him." The Jade Emperor chuckled. Indeed, it has been over 1,000 years since you two brothers last met. Yet you, monkey, chose to enter through the North Heavenly Gate, while the South Heavenly Gate is open to all. Aren't you simply asking for trouble?" At this, the many deities in the Lingxiao Palace burst into hearty laughter, leaving Sun Wukong feeling somewhat embarrassed. The Jade Emperor then interjected. "Wukong, remember this. From now on, if you wish to enter my Heavenly Court, use the South Heavenly Gate. Among the 4 gates of the Heavenly Court, only the South Heavenly Gate is open to the public. whether for mortals ascending or deities descending. Sun Wukong nodded in understanding to at that moment. The Jade Emperor continued, Wukong, since you have left the Buddhist path, why not accept a position of authority in my heavenly court? Sun Wukong looked at the Jade Emperor with confusion, unable to comprehend why the Emperor would suddenly offer him an official title. The Jade Emperor elaborated, do you not call yourself the Great Sage equal to heaven? If so, I shall bestow upon you the title of Great Sage equal to heaven. I grant you the autonomy to establish your own faction on Huagua Mountain, to be self-sufficient, and to develop independently. Sun Wukong was perplexed. He questioned the Emperor's motives, for this was not a genuine promotion. The Emperor had not assigned him any duties, merely allowing him to exist in name within the heavenly court while being free from any responsibilities. This arrangement seemed to imply that the heavenly court would be accountable for him, which struck Sun Wukong as unusually generous. Having traversed the three realms for so long, he had matured and grown wary. Finding it hard to believe such fortune could exist, he turned to Zhu Beiji, who nodded vigorously in encouragement, urging Sun Wukong to accept the offer. Thus, Sun Wukong acquiesced to the Jade Emperor's proposal. The Jade Emperor's motivations stemmed from the Patriarch Bodhi, who had asked him to look after Sun Wukong upon his departure as the sovereign of the three realms. It would not be appropriate for the Jade Emperor to overtly favor Sun Wukong. So he devised this plan to grant Wukong an honorary title, thereby ensuring the heavenly court bore a duty of care towards him, allowing the Jade Emperor to protect Sun Wukong under legitimate pretenses. The Jade Emperor then stated, very well, Wukong, from now on, you may freely enter and exit the heavenly court. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out. You may also enjoy yourself within the heavenly court, provided you do not cause destruction or disturb others. This proclamation granted Sun Wukong numerous privileges, unmatched by anyone else in the three realms. Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude to the Jade Emperor and promptly departed from the Lingxiao Palace. As Sun Wukong wandered the heavenly court, he sought out his good brother, Neza. Upon their reunion, Sun Wukong and Neza engaged in lively conversation, with Wukong sharing all his experiences and recounting the privileges granted to him by the Jade Emperor. Neza simply chuckled. It seems the Jade Emperor holds you in high regard. Such privileges are unprecedented in the three realms. However, Neza understood all too well that the Emperor's leniency was due to Sun Wukong's master, the Patriarch Bodhi. Suddenly, Sun Wukong asked Neza, brother, do you wish to eat peaches? Neza looked at him with a puzzled expression, as if a thought had crossed his mind. You're not planning to steal the peaches of immortality, are you? Sun Wukong grinned. Hee, you truly know me well, brother. The Jade Emperor has granted me privileges, and besides, there are so many peach trees in the orchard. Surely I can pick a few without issue. After contemplating, Neza replied, that's fair. Go ahead and pick some. But remember to be discreet, don't let the Queen Mother catch you, or it will be your undoing, dough. And don't forget to grab a few for me. It was clear that only Neza would support Sun Wukong in such a venture, for anyone else would have tried to dissuade him from pilfering the peaches, considering Neza's reputation as the most rebellious figure in the three realms. Thus, Sun Wukong soared towards the peach orchard, which shimmered with a violet glow. Inside stood 3,600 flourishing peach trees, their branches heavy with plump, ripe peaches, bending under their weight. Rushing to the back garden, Sun Wukong sought the 200 trees there, renowned for bearing the largest peaches, the ones with purple veins and ample juice. Known for their exquisite flavor, these peaches took 9,000 years to ripen, and consuming one could grant immortality and ascension. Sun Wukong entered the orchard and picked the most succulent peach to savor. Just as he took a few bites, he heard footsteps approaching the back garden. In a panic, he discarded the half-eaten peach and transformed into a peach himself. Landing on a branch, the 7 fairies approached leisurely, and among them was a woman adorned in a phoenix robe, exuding an extraordinary aura, the Queen Mother of the West. They drew nearer. The Queen Mother spotted the discarded peach. The 7 fairies quickly noticed it as well, and one exclaimed, "Who dares to be so bold as to steal peaches from the orchard?" The Queen Mother scanned the vicinity and soon caught sight of the peach that Sun Wukong had transformed into. Sun Wukong thought to himself, "This is bad. Has she discovered me?" The Queen Mother sneered, flicking her finger, unleashing a spell that struck Sun Wukong's transformed peach, causing him to revert to his true form and tumble to the ground. With a wave of her hand, she conjured a binding rope that ensnared Sun Wukong tightly. "You, monkey, truly possess audacity to dare steal peaches from my orchard. In that moment, Sun Wukong sensed the overwhelming aura of the Queen Mother. Realizing it was that of a semi-sacred being, and she appeared even more formidable than before, the Queen Mother declared once more, "Since you have trespassed in my orchard to steal peaches, I have the right to deal with you accordingly. Your Majesty, please, hold your hand." Pig Beiji rushed in hastily. Chapter 58. Sun Wukong gains enlightenment upon the arrival of Pig Beiji. The Queen Mother spoke. "Marshal Tianpa, I am aware of your bond with this monkey, but today he has caused a ruckus in my orchard. Even if you plead on his behalf, I shall not show leniency." Beiji approached the Queen Mother and whispered something in her ear, leaving her visibly astonished. With a gentle wave of her hand, the ropes binding Sun Wukong vanished. The Queen Mother then gestured, and 5 peaches soared into her hands, floating gracefully. She turned to Sun Wukong and said, "Take these 5 peaches, and do not cause further disturbances in my orchard." Sun Wukong stared blankly at the 5 peaches in the Queen Mother's hands, feeling utterly at a loss, unsure whether to accept them or not. At that moment, Beiji nudged him. "Brother Monkey, why are you just standing there? Hurry and take them." Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong hastily seized the 5 celestial peaches from the hands of the Queen Mother, expressing his gratitude before departing the peach garden alongside Zhu Beiji. After leaving the peach garden, Zhu Beiji remarked to Sun Wukong, "Brother Monkey, why did you venture into the Queen Mother's peach garden to pilfer peaches? Although the Jade Emperor has granted you certain privileges, such actions are still improper." Sun Wukong, feeling somewhat guilty, replied, "Hee, I shall not repeat this mistake. Thank you for your assistance, Beiji." He then produced a peach from his robe and offered it to Zhu Beiji. Upon seeing the peach, Zhu Beiji responded, "I shall decline," yet his body betrayed him, and he accepted the peach nonetheless. Sun Wukong chuckled and inquired, "By the way, how did you know I had gone to steal the peaches?" Zhu Beiji explained, "Brother Monkey, I had the Supreme Old Lord repair your Rui Jingu Bang for you, and in my inquiries, I learned of your escapade in the peach garden, prompting my hasty arrival." As he spoke, Zhu Beiji produced the restored Rui Jingu Bang, which now gleamed a deep black adorned with red streaks. Sun Wukong could distinctly feel the enhanced power emanating from the staff. Excitedly, he began to wield the newly restored Rui Jingu Bang, and after a vigorous display, he paused to consider it. "It is no longer fitting to call it the Rui Jingu Bang. Let us name it the Chiwu Staff instead." Zhu Beiji then proposed, "Brother Monkey, how about we head to the North Heavenly Gate for a drink? It would be an opportune moment for the true martial emperor to extend his apologies to you." Sun Wukong pondered for a moment before replying, "You go ahead. I have matters to attend to with Neza." Zhu Beiji agreed, "Very well, Brother Monkey, you attend to your affairs. I shall wait for you at the North Heavenly Gate." With that, the two parted ways, and Sun Wukong sought out Neza, sharing a peach with him. Neza accepted the peach and laughed. "Indeed, the Jade Emperor's privileges are quite effective." Sun Wukong sighed and recounted his experiences in the peach garden. Neza, upon hearing this, expressed his regret. "Had I known, I would have dissuaded you from stealing peaches. I cannot believe you actually encountered the Queen Mother." Sun Wukong remarked, "The Queen Mother possesses formidable strength. Her aura is not inferior to that of the Tathagata." Neza concurred, "Indeed, the Queen Mother is an ancient deity from the Primordial era. In terms of age, even the Tathagata and others are but juniors before her. She is among the most venerable deities in the heavenly court." Sun Wukong mused, "No wonder." After exchanging a few more words, Sun Wukong bid farewell to Neza and proceeded to the North Heavenly Gate in search of Zhu Beiji. Upon arriving, he found the true martial emperor, and Zhu Beiji had already set the table and brought forth fine wine. Zhu Beiji rushed to greet Sun Wukong, and the true martial emperor followed suit. Approaching Sun Wukong, the true martial emperor knelt on one knee, saying, "This humble servant did not recognize the great sage. I implore your forgiveness." Sun Wukong quickly helped him to his feet, perplexed by the deference exhibited by the denizens of the heavenly court. Ever since his arrival, both the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, as well as the true martial emperor before him, had treated him with such respect, raising questions in Sun Wukong's mind. The reason for this courtesy lay in Sun Wukong's master, the patriarch Bodhi, who, after demonstrating his powers in the heavenly court, had garnered respect for his disciple. Many sought to curry favor with the revered Bodhi, and even those who did not wish to offend him understood the gravity of inciting his ire. Soon, the three took their seats at the table, sharing wine and laughter in high spirits. Among them, Sun Wukong possessed the weakest cultivation. After only a few cups, he became intoxicated. In his drunken state, He began to lament his misfortunes to Zhu Beiji and the true martial emperor, drinking even more as he recounted his tale. After several more cups, Sun Wukong succumbed to his drunken stupor. Observing his inebriation, Zhu Beiji and the true martial emperor continued to drink, reveling in their merriment. As Sun Wukong drifted into slumber, he dreamed once more of the armored man with long gray-white hair, entwined by a great azure dragon, who sat before a chessboard, engaged in a match with a mysterious woman. Sun Wukong yearned to speak to them, but found himself unable to utter a word or move, relegated to a mere observer of their game. They played in turn until the mysterious woman emerged victorious. The man then picked up a chess piece, contemplatively stating, "Alas, poor pawn, forever confined to the board, subject to the whims of others." The mysterious woman replied, "Should this pawn fail to realize its nature, it shall remain trapped on the board for eternity." At that moment, both turned to gaze at Sun Wukong. Startled awake, he found his drunken haze dissipated, while Zhu Beiji and the true martial emperor began to show signs of inebriation. Sun Wukong's mind raced with thoughts of their conversation. Pondering, what does this mean? Are they speaking of me? Memories of his life flashed before him, from his emergence from the stone of creation to reigning over Flower Fruit Mountain, learning from his master, wreaking havoc in the heavenly palace, and embarking on the journey to the west, replaying like a vivid tapestry in his mind. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him. He comprehended the words of the patriarch Bodhi. Breathing heavily, Sun Wukong exclaimed, "So, I am but a pawn, a mere piece maneuvered by the celestial beings of the three realms. My life has been a string of manipulations, from the chaos in the heavenly palace to the quest for scriptures, all part of their grand design." With this newfound understanding, Sun Wukong burst into laughter, his demeanor frenzied. This sudden shift startled Zhu Beiji, who quickly inquired, "Brother Monkey, are you all right?" Ignoring Zhu Beiji's concern, Sun Wukong continued to speak to himself. "I am but a pawn. Only when I recognize my status as a pawn can I break free from this board. Only by escaping the board can I attain true strength." His excitement grew, and he shouted to the heavens, "Ha ha! Master, I have attained enlightenment." At that moment, the power of the way of strength and the principle of devouring, dormant within Sun Wukong, erupted forth, catapulting his cultivation to the level of quasi-saint. Chapter 59. The Return of All Demons. Zhu Beiji and the true martial emperor looked on in astonishment as Sun Wukong radiated the aura of a quasi-saint. However, this energy, while potent, was still considerably weaker than that of seasoned quasi-saints. Marking his emergence as a novice in this realm, Sun Wukong reveled in the overwhelming strength coursing through him, exclaiming, "Is this truly the power of a quasi-saint?" Zhu Beiji rushed forward, stating, "Brother Monkey, you have broken through to quasi-saint." The true martial emperor added, "To ascend directly from Tai Golden Immortal to quasi-saint is unprecedented." Meanwhile, he silently mused, "I am fortunate not to have offended this fellow, clearly. His rapid ascension is attributable to the influence of the patriarch Bodhi." As Sun Wukong basked in his newfound might, he turned his gaze toward the west, declaring, "Tathagata, it is time to settle our scores." Hearing this, Zhu Beiji asked, "Brother Monkey, do you intend to assault Ling Mountain?" Sun Wukong affirmed, "Indeed, now that I have become a quasi-saint, I no longer fear the Tathagata." Zhu Beiji cautioned, "Brother Monkey, the Tathagata is a pinnacle quasi-saint, while you have only just entered this realm. Furthermore, Ling Mountain is home to 7 other quasi-saints, making it difficult for you to stand alone against them." Sun Wukong retorted, "Who says I am alone? I have the demon clan behind me." Zhu Beiji appeared to grasp Sun Wukong's intention. "Brother Monkey, do you plan to lead the demon clan to assault Ling Mountain?" "Precisely. The demon clan has long been oppressed by the celestial beings of the three realms. Today, I shall lead them to Ling Mountain and secure lasting peace for all demons." Before Zhu Beiji could respond, Sun Wukong leaped onto his nimbus cloud and sped toward Flower Fruit Mountain. Zhu Beiji shook his head in resignation, lamenting, "Alas, after the war of the sorcerers and demons, the demon clan has declined. In the wake of the great heavenly sovereign's ascendance, they have been suppressed. The once mighty demon clan is no more. If they were in their prime, they could have easily vanquished the Buddhist sect." But now, with a heavy heart, Zhu Beiji hurried to the Lingshao Hall to inform the Jade Emperor of these developments. Upon arriving at Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong was warmly welcomed by the monkeys and their offspring. However, as he surveyed his loyal followers, a pang of conflict stirred within him. These monkeys had endured much hardship during his absence, and leading them into battle against Ling Mountain weighed heavily on his conscience. At that moment, the ever-loyal General Maho, sensing Sun Wukong's turmoil, inquired, "My lord, what troubles you?" Acknowledging that he could not conceal his intentions, Sun Wukong candidly declared, "I intend to lead the demon clan to assault Ling Mountain." At this moment, General Ma Hou seemed to comprehend the thoughts of Sun Wukong that he tightened his grip on the spear in his hand and proclaimed loudly, "I am willing to join the great king in the expedition against Ling Mountain." Following closely was the resounding chorus of the monkey horde from Flower and Fruit Mountain. "We are willing to join the great king in the expedition against Ling Mountain." Sun Wukong gazed at the unwavering monkeys and descendants of Flower and Fruit Mountain who were resolutely devoted to him. Feeling a profound sense of comfort, he then turned to General Ma Hou and commanded, "Quickly assemble the army of Flower and Fruit Mountain to march with me against Ling Mountain." Yes. General Ma Hou promptly began to rally the robust young monkeys from their ranks. And in no time, a grand procession had gathered before the Water Curtain Cave. Most of this contingent comprised strong young monkeys, with a small number of elder monkeys among them, who were the earliest followers of Sun Wukong. Subsequently, Sun Wukong mounted his cloud somersault and soared to the summit of Flower and Fruit Mountain. "Where are my demon kin?" Wukong bellowed. His majestic voice resonated throughout the three realms, and as his words echoed, the formidable demons standing in the realms gazed in astonishment towards the direction of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Within a cave in the northern Jilizu, a fearsome bull demon suddenly opened his eyes. "My dear brother?" This bull demon was none other than Sun Wukong's sworn elder brother, the Bull Demon King. During the journey to the west, he had been captured by Neza and subsequently escaped to the northern Jilizu, where he had diligently honed his skills and had now attained the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Simultaneously, many celestial steeds began to stir restlessly upon hearing Sun Wukong's declaration. Naturally, the heavenly court, Ling Mountain, and the underworld also caught wind of Wukong's words. His proclamation reverberated in the ears of all beings across the three realms. Inside Wuzhuang Temple, Tang Sung and his companions also displayed excitement. Tang Sung exclaimed, "It is Wukong." The great master Jin Yuan, intrigued, remarked, "What is this monkey planning? In 3 days, I shall lead an army to assault Ling Mountain, vanquish Tathagata, and restore everlasting peace to our demon kin. Will you all join me in battle?" Upon hearing this, the demons across the three realms were momentarily stunned. Time had dulled their memories, causing them to forget much, yet they vividly recalled the struggles of their existence as demons, having willingly submitted to the myriad gods and Buddhas to survive. Hence, upon hearing of Sun Wukong's impending attack on Ling Mountain, the demons were filled with exhilaration. The Bull Demon King exclaimed, "Excellent! I could not assist you during the last commotion in heaven, but this time I shall accompany you to Ling Mountain. The great sage of the sky, Bull Demon King, requests to battle." As the Bull Demon King's voice echoed throughout the three realms, several others followed suit. "The great sage of the sea, Jiao Demon King, requests to battle." "The great sage of chaos, Peng Demon King, requests to battle." "The great sage of mountain moving, Lion Trojan King, requests to battle." "The great sage of wind, Mi Monkey King, requests to battle." "The great sage of exorcising spirits, Yu Wan King, requests to battle." The 6 demon kings who had sworn brotherhood with Sun Wukong each proclaimed their intentions, leading their respective minions towards Flower and Fruit Mountain. Not only they, but countless formidable demons across the three realms were also stirred to fury. Even the ancient demons who had survived in Buzhou Mountain opened their eyes, making their way toward Flower and Fruit Mountain. As the great sage equal to heaven, I summon all demons to return and assault Ling Mountain in 3 days. Do any of you dare to join me in battle? With these words, innumerable demon kings rushed toward Flower and Fruit Mountain from all corners of the three realms. Even many celestial steeds broke through their confines, racing towards Flower and Fruit Mountain, including the 9 spirits of Tai and the steeds of Manjushri and Samantabhadra. The green lion and white elephant in Wuzhuang Temple, Tang Sung, and the 6-eared macaque hurriedly made their way to Flower and Fruit Mountain. Simultaneously, 2 more from the mischief 4 monkeys, the long-armed ape and the red-butt monkey, also headed towards Flower and Fruit Mountain. Countless demons across the three realms bore expressions of excitement. At this moment, a leader had finally emerged to stand against the multitude of gods and Buddhas. Meanwhile, in the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor laughed heartily. This monkey truly knows how to stir up trouble. But speaking of which, it is time for Ling Mountain to change its master at this moment. The atmosphere in Ling Mountain was tense, as Tathagata and the other Buddhas displayed grave expressions, for they were about to face the entire host of demons from the three realms. Chapter 60. The crisis of the Buddhist sect in just a few hours. Thousands upon thousands of demons had gathered before the water-curtained cave of Flower and Fruit Mountain, saturating the air with a dense aura of demonic energy. Standing right before Sun Wukong were Tang Xing, Sha Song, the six-eared macaque, and the little white dragon, flanked by the 6 demon kings who had once sworn brotherhood with Sun Wukong, along with the long-armed ape and the red-butt monkey, among this assembly of demons. In addition to Sun Wukong, there were 2 quasi-saint-level powerhouses, both of whom had come from Buzhou Mountain, hailing from the ancient Wu and demon clans, Zhu Jiuyin and Luya Daoren. In truth, there were not only these 2 powerful beings in Buzhou Mountain, but they had chosen not to partake in this matter. Sun Wukong surveyed the throng of demons before him, feeling an indescribable surge of excitement. Although there were not many formidable forces among the gathered demons, only 3 quasi-saints, including himself, the 6 demon kings who had sworn brotherhood with him, the 9 spirits of Tai, the long-armed ape, and the red-butt monkey, along with a few reclusive great demons, altogether, they numbered 12, with fewer than 50 great Luo golden immortals. Despite the lack of numerous strong individuals, the sheer number of demons, totaling several million, provided ample strength to potentially raise Ling Mountain to the ground. Suddenly, the bull demon king stepped forward, resting an arm on Sun Wukong's shoulder. "Dear brother, it has been nearly 1,000 years since we last met. I did not expect you to have reached such heights. Truly, it is a cause for celebration." At that moment, the 6-eared macaque added, "Great sage, the Buddhist sect has oppressed us for far too long. Now is the time for vengeance." Just then, Tang Xing stepped forward, opening his palm to reveal Sun Wukong's half-primordial spirit. "Wukong, your half-primordial spirit has been restored by the great master Jing Yuan. You should quickly merge this half-primordial spirit with yourself. Otherwise, being incomplete could affect your future." Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, master," and took his primordial spirit to integrate it within himself. The very moment Sun Wukong completed the restoration of his true spirit, the pathways of power and the laws of devouring within him erupted once more, elevating his strength to the peak of the quasi-saint realm. Sun Wukong inquired, "What is happening? How has my power increased so significantly after merging with my true spirit?" The others were equally perplexed, but Luya Daoren explained, "Great sage, your true spirit was previously incomplete, which hindered you from fully integrating the laws of the great path. Now that your true spirit is whole, the laws have fully merged with you, hence your increase in strength." Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals understood, for Luya Daoren was indeed a bona fide quasi-saint, having mastered at least one great path, thus possessing knowledge of these matters. While the demons of Flower and Fruit Mountain were ablaze with fury, the expression of Tathagata on Ling Mountain grew increasingly grim. At this moment, only 3 quasi-saints were stationed at Ling Mountain: Tathagata, Randallite, and Methria. The 3 were anxiously deliberating strategies. Although the demon clan was indeed a marginalized group in the current 3 realms, they also constituted one of the largest factions. If united, the demon clan could potentially overpower many forces within the realms, even if their number of strong individuals was limited. Although the Buddhist sect was the 3rd largest force in the 3 realms, with 8 quasi-saints stationed and 2 saints backing them, the fact remained that the Saint of Guidance had fallen due to a single strike from Dream, and Hongjun Laozu had sealed the realms, prohibiting the saints from descending, leaving the Saint of Provisional unable to intervene. Hence, the saints backing the Buddhist sect could not assist Tathagata and the others. Furthermore, although Ling Mountain had 8 quasi-saints, only 3 were present to confront the impending threat of the united demon clan, and it was evidently too late to summon the others. Ultimately, after deliberation, Tathagata and his companions decided to seek assistance from the Heavenly Court, requesting the Jade Emperor's intervention. As the foremost power in the 3 realms, the Heavenly Court boasted dozens of quasi-saints and was led by the Jade Emperor, the supreme ruler, whose involvement could easily dispel the threat against Ling Mountain. Tathagata resolved to personally visit the Heavenly Court to plead for aid from the Jade Emperor. Upon reaching the southern Heavenly Gate, Tathagata was met by the waiting Taibai Jinxing. Upon seeing Tathagata's arrival, Taibai Jinxing raised a hand to halt him. "Buddha, have you come to seek an audience with His Majesty?" Tathagata responded hastily, "Indeed, I presume Taibai Jinxing has been sent by the Jade Emperor to welcome me." Taibai Jinxing coldly replied, "Indeed, the Jade Emperor anticipated your visit and instructed me to wait here. His decree is that no member of the Buddhist sect shall be received." Tathagata was taken aback. "What did you say?" Taibai Jinxing reiterated with a stern expression, "The Jade Emperor has decreed that no member of the Buddhist sect shall be received." Upon hearing this, Tathagata's expression shifted. "What does the Jade Emperor mean?" Knowing that our Buddhist sect is in a perilous situation, he refuses to see us. Taibai Jingxing shrugged. I cannot say. I am merely following the Jade Emperor's orders to intercept all members of the Buddhist sect. At this moment, the Tathagata's expression shifted, and he released a subtle pressure towards the Taibai Jingxing, saying, "What if I insist on breaking through today?" Upon hearing this, Taibai Jingxing's countenance also changed, and he immediately unleashed his own formidable aura, revealing that his presence was indeed on par with that of the Tathagata. With an air of dominance, Taibai Jingxing retorted, "If the Buddha is determined to intrude upon the heavenly court today, then you may find yourself unable to partake in that great battle of your Buddhist order. You will be apprehended directly by my heavenly court." As Taibai Jingxing's aura surged, emanating a pressure equal to that of the Tathagata, the latter began to realize that this esteemed civil official of the heavenly court was not unskilled in combat. The name Taibai carries connotations of warfare, symbolizing martial prowess. His presence heralded the onset of conflict, marking him as a deity of war. Though Taibai Jingxing is often regarded as a symbol of wisdom, presenting himself with the visage of a benevolent elder, this does not imply a lack of strength. Should Taibai Jingxing unleash his full might, even the Tathagata would find it challenging to prevail. Ultimately, the Tathagata had no choice but to depart in frustration. With a disheveled appearance, the Tathagata arrived at Lingshan, utterly at a loss. He resolved to summon back the other quasi-saints who were outside. Should it come to dire straits, he would resort to that contingency plan. Chapter 61. The Battle of Buddha and Demon. Before long, 3 days had passed, yet the remaining 5 quasi-saints outside Lingshan had still not been located. One of these quasi-saints was the king of the underworld, Wang. Logically, he should not have been difficult to find, as he resided in the Yin Mountain of the underworld. However, ever since the Ghost Empress took control of Fengdu City, the entire underworld had changed. Just days prior, the Ghost Empress had arrived at Yin Mountain and severely wounded the Bodhisattva Wang, releasing numerous vengeful spirits. Wang fled the underworld, and his whereabouts remain unknown. Another was the Buddha mother, Kong Xian, who had been following the Saint of Quasi-Ti and was currently absent from the 3 realms. The remaining 3 had ascended to quasi-saint status through diligent cultivation from the mortal realm. These 3 had secluded themselves within the 3 realms and showed no interest in the affairs of Lingshan, their whereabouts known to none. As the Tathagata grew increasingly anxious, he was approached by the venerable Ananda, who urgently exclaimed, "Buddha, trouble looms. The demon clan has attacked." At that moment, a staff, a full yard in length and as thick as a tree trunk, came hurtling toward the Tathagata. In response, he swiftly extended his hand, summoning a colossal golden hand to manifest before him, whereupon the staff struck the golden palm. An explosive sound reverberated as the staff was sent flying, and the Tathagata's gigantic hand was shattered in the process. The staff, after being flung through the air, spun several times before returning to a normal size. Suddenly, a figure emerged from thin air, soaring upward to grasp the staff. It was Sun Wukong. Immediately after, a cacophony of shouts erupted, as a vast army of demons surged into Lingshan, confronting the Tathagata. Witnessing this scene, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas present at Lingshan were filled with dread, for Sun Wukong was followed by a demon horde numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Although the individual strength of each demon was not particularly formidable, their overwhelming numbers posed a significant threat. In contrast, the total number of Buddhas, Arhats, and Bodhisattvas in Lingshan barely exceeded a mere few tens of thousands. With a murderous glint in his eyes, Sun Wukong pointed his staff at the Tathagata, declaring, "Old Tathagata, today we shall settle our scores." The Tathagata, maintaining an air of calm, responded, "What do you mean by that?" Sun Wukong, filled with fury, Sun Wukong retorted, "You have schemed against me time and again, even using the 6-eared macaque to replace me and plotting my demise in the shadows. I barely escaped. And now that I have been resurrected, you continue to make things difficult for me. Shouldn't this account be settled?" The Tathagata remained silent before speaking. The journey to the west to obtain the scriptures is a trial set by the heavenly Tao. You are merely a participant in this tribulation, as is your destiny. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's anger only intensified at this moment. The Taoist Luya, filled with indignation, interjected, "Indeed, the Buddhist sect is composed of shameless individuals. There is no need for further discourse with them." With that, Luya charged forward, prompting Sun Wukong to brandish his red staff and rush towards the Tathagata. Meanwhile, the Candle 9 called out, "All demons, heed my command. Follow me." Upon hearing these words, the demons let out a deafening roar, and the multitude surged forth, Faced with this onslaught, the Buddhas of Lingshan had no choice but to muster their strength to engage in battle. Thus commenced a fierce clash between the Buddhas and the demon horde, with Sun Wukong charging directly at his target, swinging his staff at the Tathagata, who hurriedly retaliated. Meanwhile, Candle 9 and Taoist Liu confronted the ancient Buddha of Lamp and Maitreya Buddha. While the likes of the Bull Demon King and other demon kings of the Deluo Golden Immortal level faced off against their Buddhist counterparts, a chaotic melee ensued, resulting in a cataclysmic battle that lasted for 3 days and nights. Everyone was aware that there was no retreat. They fought with their lives on the line, blood splattered across Lingshan, indistinguishable as either demon or Buddha blood, as the two armies clashed with the ferocity of raging tigers. Above Lingshan, the battle among the 6 quasi-saints was equally spectacular, with each side unleashing their most lethal techniques with abandon. In the heavenly court, within the Lingshan Hall, the Jade Emperor and the celestial beings watched the scene unfold on the Haotian mirror. I never expected this monkey, having just entered the quasi-saint realm, to engage the Tathagata so fiercely. The Jade Emperor praised. No wonder you hold such favoritism for this monkey. You wish to leverage him to obliterate Lingshan. The Queen Mother remarked. The Jade Emperor merely smiled and nodded in agreement. Of course, the Jade Emperor's favoritism for Sun Wukong was not solely due to a desire for the monkey to assist in the destruction of Lingshan. It also stemmed from the collaboration established with Sun Wukong's master, Patriarch Bodhi. On the battlefield, the situation for the Tathagata was far from favorable. Numerically, the Buddhist sect was vastly outnumbered by the demon clan. With only 3 quasi-saints presently stationed at Lingshan, who were restrained by the opposing 3 quasi-saints, although the number of Deluo Golden Immortals on Lingshan far exceeded that of the demons. It could not compensate for the disparity in numbers. Many of the Deluo Golden Immortals and Tai Golden Immortals on the Buddhist side had perished under the relentless assault of the demon horde. And the Buddhist forces had already lost a significant portion of their ranks. While many demons had also fallen, their numbers remained overwhelmingly superior to those of the Buddhists. Observing this dire situation, the Tathagata bellowed, "All Buddhas, assist me." Behind him, a majestic golden Buddha statue suddenly materialized, prompting the surviving denizens of Lingshan to channel their magical powers, uniting their strength to coalesce around the statue. Instantly, tens of thousands of golden Buddha statues appeared in the skies above Lingshan, all converging towards the Tathagata in the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor remarked, "This is the culmination of the entire Buddhist sect's power. That monkey may find himself in peril. At this juncture, the Jade Emperor was prepared to intervene personally should Sun Wukong and his allies be unable to withstand this formidable assault, for he had promised Patriarch Bodhi to protect Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, in Lingshan, the demons gazed up at the enormous golden Buddha statue, unable to suppress their gasps of astonishment. This was a strike that embodied the collective power of Lingshan, should this Buddha statue descend. While the 3 of us might remain unscathed, the individuals below would surely suffer. Taoist Liu warned Sun Wukong. In response, Sun Wukong stared at the colossal Buddha with trepidation, sensing that its power far surpassed that of the ghost Buddha's previous summons. Suddenly, he recalled the 2 phrases spoken by Patriarch Bodhi before his departure. With determination, he charged toward the great Buddha. Chapter 62. Sun Wukong struggled against the Tathagata as the demons witnessed Sun Wukong's advance. They were filled with concern. Tang Xing cried out in alarm, "Wukong, what are you doing? Come back. You cannot withstand this attack." Below, the Bull Demon King attempted to rush forward to aid Sun Wukong but was restrained by the nearby Jiuling Yuansheng. "Brother Niu, do not be hasty. With your strength, you cannot assist him. Is this monkey attempting to sacrifice himself?" Taoist Luya exclaimed. All the demons below were anxious for Sun Wukong's safety. "You foolish monkey, are you seeking death?" The Tathagata sneered. He then waved his hand, and the golden Buddha statue hurtled toward Sun Wukong. In an astonishing turn of events, Sun Wukong opened his mouth wide, as if a black hole was forming within his gaping maw. Devouring the very power of the golden Buddha statue, the Tathagata was taken aback. The law of devouring. Could it be that this monkey has comprehended the law of devouring? This spectacle left everyone present in shock, including the Jade Emperor, who gazed at the Haotian mirror in astonishment. This monkey has actually grasped the law of devouring. It saves me from intervening. Yet, can he truly consume an attack that embodies the might of the entire Buddhist sect? The Jade Emperor mused. Indeed, as the Jade Emperor had surmised, the power of the golden Buddha statue diminished under Sun Wukong's devouring, yet it merely reduced by half, leaving Sun Wukong's form swollen and round, resembling a balloon on the verge of bursting. Observing this, the demons below began to grow anxious. The Tathagata laughed heartily. "Ha ha, monkey, Even if you have grasped the law of devouring, what can you do against the collective strength of the entire Buddhist sect? With a cold smirk, Sun Wukong declared, "If you cannot swallow it, then I shall return it to you." Immediately, the powers absorbed by Sun Wukong began to spew forth from his mouth, gradually coalescing into a formidable sphere before him. Radiating immense power, this sphere, brimming with formidable might, hurtled directly towards the golden Buddha of Tathagata, resulting in a tremendous shockwave. Witnessing this scene, all present utilized their magical powers to withstand the impact. In an instant, the entire MT Ling became a scene of devastation, with several weaker demons perishing in the ensuing chaos. However, following this collision, the golden Buddha, which embodied the collective power of the Buddhist realm, vanished. Tathagata's expression darkened. Damn it. He actually used the power absorbed from this attack to neutralize it. Sun Wukong taunted. So, Tathagata, is your all-out strike, gathered from the entirety of MT Ling, not also caught by me, the great sage, come forth and meet your demise? Tathagata retorted. Humph, you think you can slay me? You lack the strength for such a feat. He then activated his 6-foot golden body, stating, "Do you think my golden body is merely for defense? I have long since fused my golden body powers with my Dharma body. Now, my golden body can both defend and attack." The golden barrier enveloping Tathagata detached from his form, forming a colossal golden Dharma image behind him. Tathagata laughed coldly. "Impudent monkey. Do you think you can withstand my golden body Dharma?" Sun Wukong, unfazed, grasped his red-black staff and charged at Tathagata. Tathagata slowly extended his palm, synchronously mirrored by the gigantic golden Dharma behind him, as Sun Wukong's staff collided with Tathagata's golden palm. Suddenly, Tathagata's hand clenched, and the golden Dharma's palm followed suit, ensnaring Sun Wukong within its grasp, as Tathagata invoked the Buddha kingdom in his palm. Trapping Sun Wukong in this miniature world. As Sun Wukong entered the Buddha kingdom, Tathagata's voice echoed, "Impudent monkey, you could not escape my palm kingdom 1,000 years ago. Why not see if you can escape now?" At this moment, Sun Wukong felt utterly at a loss. For Tathagata's palm kingdom was a divine ability learned through the comprehension of spatial laws, effectively creating a small world within his grasp. Once ensnared in the palm kingdom, no matter how far he flew within, he would never escape. It was this very technique that had previously confined Sun Wukong during his rampage in heaven. In the Lingshao Palace, the Jade Emperor gazed at the scene of Sun Wukong in the Haotian mirror and sighed. Tathagata is indeed an extraordinary genius. Even Kong Xian, known as the foremost beneath the sages during the ancient chaotic era, was cleaved open on the summit of the Great Snow Mountain. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong tightened his grip on the red-black staff and hurled it into the sky, whereupon it splintered into countless segments, each exuding immense power. The myriad fragments, radiating the essence of strength, began to strike in all directions. As they struck, Sun Wukong continued to split the staff further, sending forth an unending barrage of these power-infused segments. The Jade Emperor, witnessing the spectacle in the Haotian mirror, exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this monkey attempting to forcibly shatter the Palm Kingdom?" The nearby Taibai Jinxing quickly inquired, "Can a world truly be broken?" The Jade Emperor nodded. The 3,000 Daos were birthed alongside the chaos. Among them, some are strong, and some are weak. To destroy a world, one need only disrupt its spatial integrity, and the Tao of space ranks fourth among the 3,000 Daos. Generally, breaking through space is a formidable task, yet within the 3,000 Daos exists a unique entity. The Tao of Strength. It is said that the pinnacle of strength can break all laws, theoretically. Mastering the Tao of Strength to its fullest could shatter all other Daos. Pangu, the creator god, is the deity of strength among the 3,000 demons, embodying the ultimate Tao of Strength, which is why he was able to eradicate other gods and demons to forge the primordial realm. At that moment, under Sun Wukong's relentless assault, the sturdy realm of the Palm Kingdom began to fissure. Exhausted, Sun Wukong concentrated all his strength into the red-black staff, and, with a mighty thrust, struck at the surrounding space. With that decisive blow, the Palm Kingdom shattered completely. As the Palm Kingdom crumbled, the golden Dharma image behind Tathagata, which had ensnared Sun Wukong, also disintegrated, allowing Sun Wukong to escape Tathagata's grasp. Chapter 63, The Western Blissful World with a portion of Tathagata's golden Dharma destroyed. He suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Sun Wukong, too, was utterly fatigued, having expended all his strength to break free from Tathagata's Palm Kingdom. Meanwhile, Daoist Luya was continuously hurling his immortal-slaying flying knives at the ancient Buddha of Light, while Candle 9 was engaged in a standoff with Mithriya Buddha. Battles among quasi-saints often dragged on interminably, with protracted clashes lasting several days being commonplace. Thus quasi-saints rarely intervened directly. It was the Deluo Jinxian level powers who frequently took action. The combat between the 6 quasi-saints atop MT Ling showed no signs of resolution, while the battles below had nearly reached a conclusion, as the forces of MT Ling were clearly on the verge of collapse. The 2 bodhisattvas, Manjushri and Samantabhadra, had already fallen. Ironically, the final blow was dealt by their steeds, the green lion and the white elephant. Countless Buddhas and Arhats had perished, with the blood of the Buddhas staining the entirety of MT Ling. Just then, an overwhelming presence descended upon the battlefield that a bird's cry rang out, revealing a magnificent bird of deep green hue soaring into view. As the crowd focused, they realized it was a peacock adorned with feathers of blue, yellow, red, black, and white. Upon seeing the newcomer, Daoist Luya's expression turned frantic. "This is bad. It's Kong Xian." Daoist Luya was all too familiar with Kong Xian, having been defeated by him during the Fengshan calamity, the ancient Buddha of light. Upon spotting Kong Xian, involuntarily smiled, for he too recognized Kong Xian's formidable prowess, having previously fallen to him in the same era, regrettably. He was later subjugated by the saint of the Western teaching and now stood among the 8 quasi-saints of the Buddhist realm. The demons below, upon recognizing the arrival of yet another quasi-saint, were thrown into a panic. The bull demon king stepped forth, declaring, "What is there to fear? It is merely one more quasi-saint, with our numbers. He shall find it difficult to withstand our collective might." At that moment, another potent presence descended upon the battlefield, revealing the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. "Amitba, I am Ksitigarbha, here to lend my assistance to MT Ling." The sight of Ksitigarbha's arrival filled the demons with dread. If they could perhaps contend with Kong Xian, the addition of Ksitigarbha rendered any hope of resistance futile. Sun Wukong gazed at Ksitigarbha, feeling a sense of helplessness and regret for hastily attacking MT Ling, underestimating its defenses. Soon, an even more regrettable turn of events unfolded. 3 additional powerful presences entered the fray, the other 3 quasi-saints of MT Ling, the Medicine Buddha, the Pure Joy Buddha, and the Buddha of Returning to True. These 3 seldom intervened in Buddhist matters, for they had ascended from the mortal realm to quasi-saint status, not under Tathagata's jurisdiction. They had long remained in seclusion among mortals, embodying true practitioners of Buddhism. Tathagata had exerted considerable effort to summon them, and although they bore the name of MT Ling, they rarely heeded Tathagata's commands, instead following the will of an entity from the Western blissful world. Due to Tathagata and the other Buddhas residing in the Western Ling Mountain, and the frequent references to the Western blissful world, the common folk mistakenly believed that MT Ling was synonymous with the Western blissful world. In reality, the Western blissful world is a distinct existence, representing the true realm of Buddhism. The denizens of the Western blissful world are genuine practitioners, indifferent to fame and fortune, residing beyond the 3 realms. Wholly devoted to their cultivation, during the Fengshan era, the saints of guidance and proposal established the Western teaching, which later became known as Buddhism. More accurately, it was Buddhism that assimilated the Western teaching. Buddhism had existed long before the Fengshan calamity, but its practitioners remained hidden from the 3 realms, accepting disciples solely by fate, never forcing anyone. Following the establishment of the Western teaching, the entity from the blissful world met with the saints of guidance and proposal and successfully incorporated the Western teaching into Buddhism. Now, all 8 quasi-saints of MT Ling had assembled. Sun Wukong stared incredulously at the sudden arrival of these quasi-saints, realizing he possessed no chance of victory. The demon clan engaged in battle below also felt a surge of dread upon witnessing these quasi-saints. At this juncture, Tathagata laughed heartily. "Sun Wukong, did you not intend to annihilate my MT Ling? Now, you shall find it impossible to accomplish such a feat." Upon witnessing this scene, Sun Wukong realized that he could no longer escape the predicament of the day. Yet he remained undeterred. For him, even if he were to ultimately lose this battle, it mattered not. He was resolute in his intent to slay the Buddha. With renewed vigor, he raised his Rui Jingu Bang and charged towards the Buddha. However, just as he was about to reach his adversary, a radiant pillar of 5 colors materialized, ensnaring him within its confines. This was the 5-color divine light of Kong Xian, composed of the hues of green, yellow, red, black, and white, renowned for its ability to annihilate all things. Furthermore, this 5-color divine light was reputed to be the nemesis of magical artifacts, rendering Sun Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang utterly powerless in its presence. Within the grasp of the 5-color divine light, Sun Wukong struggled desperately, but to no avail. With the arrival of several quasi-saints from Ling Mountain, the tides of battle shifted dramatically. Countless demons from the demon clan fell, and the 6 demon kings who had sworn brotherhood with Sun Wukong, along with Tang Xing and others, were captured. Liu Daorin and Zhu Jioyin, who had previously been engaged in combat with the ancient Buddha of Lamp and Maitreya Buddha, found themselves gradually at a disadvantage as the medicine master Buddha, the Buddha of returning to true, and the pure joy Buddha joined the fray. At this moment, the Buddha approached Sun Wukong with an air of arrogance. Monkey, did you not wish to slay me? Did you not seek revenge for the schemes I laid against you in the past? Unfortunately, you shall find no opportunity for vengeance. With that, the Buddha raised his hand, preparing to extinguish Sun Wukong. Halt! Suddenly interjected the Buddha of returning to true. The Buddha turned, perplexed, to regard him. The Buddha of returning to true stated, "The one above has just transmitted a message to us three, instructing us to inform you that Sun Wukong must not be killed, and simultaneously, we are to return to the Western Pure Land." The Buddha, filled with fury, retorted, "Not to be killed? By what right do you claim this?" The Buddha of returning to true replied, "We are unaware of the reasons. It is a command from the one above, and we hope you will not defy it." With that, he departed alongside the medicine master Buddha and the pure joy Buddha. Meanwhile, beyond the three realms, in a seemingly dilapidated temple that exuded an air of profound sanctity, lay the Western Pure Land. Within the temple's heart, two figures sat cross-legged, surrounded by dozens of immobile Buddhas, resembling statues. Among them was the patriarch Bodhi. Chapter 64. Amitabha. Opposite the patriarch sat a monk clad in simple garb, draped in a tattered cassock that, despite its frayed appearance, radiated a brilliant aura. Not only that, the surrounding Buddhas also donned humble attire, creating a stark contrast with the Buddhas toppling mountain. Yet the light that emanated was purer than that of their counterparts. Slowly, the patriarch Bodhi spoke. "It has been quite some time. You have long dwelt in this so-called pure land, and the world is on the verge of forgetting you, the founder of the Buddhist faith." Hearing this, the monk opposite opened his eyes slightly and smiled. "How could that be? The world has heard of me. There is no way they could forget." Bodhi laughed heartily. "Yet your name, in the minds of the people, has become merely a slogan of the Buddhist faith. Even this pure land, they mistakenly believe, is the Ling Mountain of the West." The monk smiled faintly. "Ha ha, it matters not. I have never been concerned with such trivialities. You, Bodhi, have also remained hidden from the three realms. I am still regarded as a mere slogan by the people, yet how many know of your existence?" Before the patriarch could respond, the monk continued, "However, it must be said, we were both born before the primordial age. How others perceive us in the three realms bears no significance. We have concealed ourselves for far too long, and it is time to instill a sense of trepidation regarding our names once more." The patriarch Bodhi nodded. "The moment has come. We shall naturally return to the primordial age." The monk then added, "It is indeed my fault that those of my Buddhist sect have acted as they did. I apologize on their behalf. Rest assured, you may seek vengeance for your disciples, and I shall not intervene." The patriarch Bodhi waved his hand dismissively. "We have known each other for many years. There is no need for such formality. Moreover, those from Ling Mountain, in a certain sense, cannot be considered the true orthodoxy of your Buddhist faith." The patriarch had come to discuss matters concerning Ling Mountain, particularly the treatment of Sun Wukong, and he would not spare those who had wronged him. However, given his prior acquaintance with the founder of Buddhism, he feared the potential resentment from this figure should he bring destruction upon Ling Mountain. Hence his visit. At that moment, a middle-aged woman entered, her face radiating kindness. She was the Bodhisattva of great strength. Approaching the two men, she bowed and announced, "Master, they have returned." Following closely were the medicine master Buddha, the Buddha of returning to true, and the pure joy Buddha, all of whom also bowed to the monk seated before the patriarch. The monk's expression darkened. "You three dared to assist Ling Mountain." Hearing this, the three bowed their heads in shame, acknowledging that their actions had been taken upon their own volition. The monk sighed deeply. Long ago, he had merged the Western teachings with Buddhism to establish a foothold in the primordial age, facilitating his eventual return. Yet he had not anticipated the sheer audacity of those from the West. The patriarch Bodhi rose, regarding the three bowed Buddhas with concern. "Is my disciple well? That monkey is not in dire straits. We have informed the Buddha not to kill him, but whether he heeds our warning remains uncertain." The patriarch's expression grew anxious. "Why could you not stay and watch over him? Master summoned us here." "We had no choice but to return," they replied. The patriarch's worry deepened. "I must go see for myself. If anything were to happen to Wukong, it would be disastrous." "Ah, Bodhi, you truly care for your disciple," the monk remarked. The patriarch turned to him. "The plan has already commenced. You too must be prepared to return to the primordial age at any moment." The monk smiled softly. "Rest assured, I shall make my way there when the time is right. Just remember to find someone in the primordial age to serve as my informant." The patriarch Bodhi smiled knowingly. "There is no need for that. You already have your informant in the primordial age." The monk asked, "Are you referring to the people of Ling Mountain?" The patriarch shook his head. "It is your disciple, who has been widely gathering followers in the primordial age and has established the Golden Mountain Monastery. The abbot of that monastery shares a strong bond with my disciple." The monk pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Ah, you mean that lad Fan Jing? He ventured into the primordial age on his own. I never expected he would provide me with such significant assistance." The patriarch nodded and turned to leave. Just as he was about to step out of the temple, he paused and turned back to the monk, saying, "Ba, prepare yourself. Upon my return to the primordial age, I shall initiate the plan." With that, the patriarch departed, heading towards the primordial age. Ba watched the patriarch's retreating figure, letting out a slow sigh as he muttered to himself, "Can this plan truly succeed? The war of yesteryear is a memory I wish to forget. That terrifying power is far beyond our capacity to confront." As he spoke, a look of fear crept into Ba's eyes. Chapter 65. A Call to the Three Realms. Meanwhile, on Ling Mountain, the situation for the demon clan grew increasingly dire. Sun Wukong found himself ensnared by Kong Xian's five-color divine light, while Liu Daoren and Zhu Jio-yin were preoccupied with the ancient Buddha of Lamp and Maitreya Buddha. At this juncture, the three quasi-saints of the demon clan were all restrained, while below, the K-Itagarbha Bodhisattva and the Buddha were ruthlessly targeting the demon race, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Sun Wukong, Liu Daoren, and Zhu Jio-yin watched in desperation, longing to intervene, but were powerless to act. Among them, Sun Wukong was the most frantic, unlike Liu and Zhu Jio-yin, who were ancient demon kings unfamiliar with these new demon clans. Sun Wukong regarded figures like the Bull Demon King as his sworn brothers. Driven by madness, he struggled fiercely against the five-color divine light, yet his efforts proved futile in the blink of an eye. 4 of the 6 demon kings he had sworn brotherhood with had perished, leaving but a handful of the 72 demon kings of Flower and Fruit Mountain. The Buddha, observing the enraged Sun Wukong, sneered, "Monkey, this is the fate that befalls those who oppose my Buddhist sect. You blame me for scheming against you, yet you are the destined one in the journey to the West Calamity. You repeatedly resisted me and defied the heavenly mandate, thus going against the natural order." Sun Wukong, filled with fury, retorted, "What heavenly will? What heavenly path? I, Sun Wukong, reject such notions. If this is the way of heaven, then I shall obliterate it." In a moment of defiance, Sun Wukong brandished the soul-burying spear, and with a single sweep, shattered the five-color divine light. Witnessing this, Kong Xian was astonished. "What sort of artifact is this? My five-color divine light, which is said to annihilate all, has been so effortlessly vanquished by this spear." At that moment, the spirit of the burial soul spear suddenly conveyed a message to Sun Wukong. "I never expected that you would wield me so soon. Have you thought this through? This spear is incomplete, and with every swing, you will pay the price of your soul's burning." Sun Wukong, however, responded nonchalantly, "It matters not. As long as I can slay Tathagata, it is worth the sacrifice of my soul." His gaze turned toward Tathagata, filled with murderous intent. "Tathagata, you are mistaken. Even if this is fate, you should not have schemed against me. Nor have you used the matter of the false and true Monkey King to replace me and secretly conspire against my life." With a fierce cry, Sun Wukong proclaimed, "I, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, have never sought help from others. Today, I beseech the entire 3 realms, hoping my friends and brothers will come to my aid. I shall repay you in the future. I only ask for your assistance to slay Tathagata." His voice resonated throughout the 3 realms, and all heard his plea for help. Upon hearing this, Tathagata scoffed. "Ha! Seeking assistance from others. Who would come to your aid? Even if someone did come, what of it? The Buddhist realm has 2 more quasi-saints than your demon tribe. Can you summon 2 quasi-saints?" Yet what followed surpassed Tathagata's understanding. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura descended, and a figure walked upon the air. Arriving above Mount Ling. It was the legendary celestial master Mao Qi-ling, holding the demon-suppressing blade. Mao Qi-ling pointed it at Tathagata and said to Sun Wukong, "Do you wish to kill him?" Sun Wukong nodded. Mao Qi-ling then bellowed, his body radiating quasi-saintly energy, "You once aided me against the Ghost King. Today, I shall help you destroy this Mount Ling soon after." Another powerful aura arrived at Mount Ling, revealing a monk draped in a cassock, with a golden alms bowl in his left hand and a Zen staff in his right. It was Fahai. Fahai declared, "Though I am also of the Buddhist order, I refuse to be complicit with the corruption of the Buddhist teachings. Since it is the great sage's request, how could I not assist? Today, I will fight alongside the great sage against Mount Ling. Witnessing this scene, Tathagata was utterly astounded. He had thought no one would come to aid Sun Wukong, yet not only had help arrived, but it was from two quasi-saints. Before Tathagata could regain his composure from the shock, another aura descended upon Mount Ling. This time, it was Xiangyu, holding the demon sword. Xiangyu addressed Sun Wukong. I, Xiangyu, have vowed that whatever the great sage requests, I shall give my utmost support. Yuji, come quickly to assist me. Immediately, Yuji appeared riding on clouds. Ever since Yuji was resurrected by the flower from the other shore, Xiangyu had intended to accompany her. However, now that Xiangyu had reached the level of quasi-saint, while Yuji remained a mere mortal, he sought out Mao Qingling for several golden pills to help Yuji shed her mortal form and subsequently taught her the ways of cultivation. Now, Yuji could soar through the clouds and perform simple mystical arts. She called out, "My king, today I shall accompany you on this journey." Yuji then merged into the demon sword in Xiangyu's hand, which began to emanate tremendous power. Following this, a several-meter-long nine-tailed fox appeared, accompanied by a smaller nine-tailed fox, both transformed into human forms, revealing themselves as Luo Xingming and Luo Qingyan. Luo Qingyan spoke to Sun Wukong. "Sun Wukong, you have done my daughter a great favor. Today, I repay that debt." At that moment, the sky darkened abruptly, and a blood moon rose, casting a crimson glow. Suddenly, a red light descended, and from within it emerged a monk clad in blood-red robes. Surrounded by a strong aura of dark energy. It was the long-lost Ghost Buddha. The Ghost Buddha held a pitch-black long knife, the very blade with which he had once taken his own life atop Mount Ling. He then uttered in a chilling voice, "You are unworthy to be called Buddhas. Today, I shall slaughter your Buddhist order." The assembled crowd on Mount Ling was struck with terror, not only by the scene conjured by the Ghost Buddha but also by the current state of the battle. Originally, the Buddhist faction had 2 more quasi-saints than the demon tribe, but now 5 quasi-saints had come to aid Sun Wukong, effectively reversing the tide of battle the moment they arrived. Observing this, King Ksitigarbha urgently inquired of Tathagata, "What shall we do next? We have fallen into a disadvantage. They now outnumber us by 3 quasi-saints." Tathagata's expression grew grave as he clenched his fists at this juncture. "I fear we must resort to this move." Chapter 66, Pseudo-Saint. Suddenly, the fortune and merit of Mount Ling began to plummet at an astonishing rate, while simultaneously, Tathagata's aura surged upward. The ancient Buddha of Light watched in astonishment as Tathagata declared, "You intend to monopolize the fortune of the entire Buddhist order." Tathagata, disregarding the ancient Buddha of Light, continued to absorb the merit and fortune of the Buddhist realm. The Jade Emperor, observing this scene from the Lingshao treasure hall, furrowed his brows. Tathagata seeks to use the merit of the entire Buddhist order to elevate himself to sainthood. The Emperor of Longevity remarked, "Though it is fated for the Buddhist order to flourish, they have indeed accumulated a significant amount of merit and fortune, which could indeed forge a saint. However, the celestial restrictions remain, and Tathagata cannot possibly attain sainthood." The Jade Emperor nodded, then sighed, lamenting, "This cursed heavenly path." Despite being the recognized ruler of the 3 realms, the Jade Emperor harbored deep resentment toward the heavenly order and the ancestor Hongjun. The so-called heavenly laws compelled the Jade Emperor to undertake many actions he would have otherwise avoided, such as burying his own sister beneath Peach Mountain and ultimately forcing her to perish. Returning to the matter at hand, how could the Jade Emperor bear the thought of his sister's demise? Yet the heavenly laws were beyond his control. Although the Jade Emperor was the sovereign of the 3 realms, these laws were imposed by ancestor Hongjun through the power of the heavenly order, leaving him no choice but to comply. This was also why, when Erlangshan wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, the Jade Emperor, with the strength of the heavenly court, could have easily subdued him. Yet he allowed Erlangshan to rampage, for the Emperor knew in his heart that he owed this nephew a debt. The Jade Emperor sighed, hoping that Bodhi could help him escape all of this. Meanwhile, outside the 33 heavens, the Zuni Daoist also sensed the merit and fortune of the Buddhist order being siphoned away. Hastily, Zunti began to calculate, and with his prowess, he soon discerned that the merit of Mount Ling was being absorbed by Tathagata. Instantly, Zuni was filled with rage. Once, he and Jiayin had vowed to the heavenly order to establish the Western teachings to attain sainthood, which led to a massive influx of merit from the heavenly order. However, this merit was to be repaid, and thus Jiayin and Zunti had vigorously promoted Buddhism, tirelessly amassing merit and incense. Even the later journey to the West was aimed at propagating the Buddhist teachings to gather merit. Now, all the merit painstakingly accumulated by the Buddhist order over the years was being consumed entirely by Tathagata. At this moment, Zunti longed to descend and tear Tathagata apart. Yet the heavenly restrictions set by ancestor Hongjun prevented saints from entering the three realms. Zundi could only seethe with anger, cursed Tathagata. The Buddhist order has worked hard to accumulate so much merit, which is already insufficient to repay, and yet you swallow it all alone. On Mount Ling. Having absorbed the entire Buddhist order's merit, Tathagata now radiated an overwhelming pressure. Witnessing this, Luya Daoist exclaimed in shock. He is attempting to break through to sainthood. Candle 9, however, appeared unconcerned. What is there to fear? Ancestor Hongjun has set the heavenly restrictions. He cannot possibly reach sainthood. Yet Luya Daoist replied solemnly, he indeed cannot attain sainthood, but he will enter another realm. At that moment, Tathagata suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and the rapidly rising aura came to an abrupt halt. Gasping for breath, Tathagata declared, ultimately, I cannot reach sainthood, but half saint is sufficient. Luya Daoist stated gravely, indeed, he has entered that realm. Sun Wukong, perplexed, inquired, what realm? Luya Daoist explained. There are three methods to ascend: attaining sainthood through laws, through merit, or by slaying the three corpses. If one chooses to ascend through merit but lacks sufficient merit to support it, one will enter a special realm known as half-saint, also referred to as a pseudo-saint. Now, the merit of the Buddhist order is ample for Tathagata to achieve sainthood, yet blocked by the heavenly restrictions set by ancestor Hongjun, leading him to this pseudo-saint realm. Sun Wukong then asked, is there a difference between quasi-saint and half-saint? Luya Daoist explained, a quasi-saint merely stands at the threshold of sainthood, akin to having one foot in the door, but the gap between them and true saints is vast. Generally speaking, a saint can dispatch a quasi-saint with a mere flick of their hand. However, a half-saint, while still inferior to a saint, possesses power that can rival half of a saint's strength. At this moment, Tathagata sneered, Sun Wukong, I warned you. You cannot kill me. Suddenly, the Buddha Tathagata directly launched an attack on Sun Wukong. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong tightened his grip on the soul burial spear and countered with his own assault. Observing this scene, Luo Qingyin, Luo Xingming, Fa Hai, and the Ghost Buddha all joined the fray against the Tathagata. Meanwhile, Xiangyu and Mao Qiling engaged in combat with the King of Earth and Kong Xian. Instantly, the battle escalated into a more ferocious conflict. From an original count of 6 quasi-saints, the ranks had swelled to 13, marking this as the most grandiose war in nearly a millennium. Thus, the Demon Clan and Ling Mountain fought for a day and night, with the outcome of this war entirely hinging on the relative strengths and weaknesses of the quasi-saints from both sides. Above Ling Mountain, despite being besieged by 5 opponents, the Tathagata remained unfazed. Sun Wukong had wielded the soul burial spear for an entire day and night, and his spirit had sustained significant damage, yet he still refused to relent. Throughout this day of combat, the Tathagata had come to understand the formidable nature of the soul burial spear. It could be said that all the injuries the Tathagata suffered were inflicted by Sun Wukong's weapon. Although the Tathagata was surrounded by 5 adversaries, only the soul burial spear in Sun Wukong's hands posed a genuine threat. Consequently, the Tathagata began to focus his attacks on Sun Wukong, who, due to the severe blow to his spirit, began to feel an overwhelming sense of fatigue. At this moment, the other quasi-saints were also engaged in battle. Luya Daoist and Zhu Jiaoyin continued their confrontation against the ancient Buddha of Light and Maitreya, with both sides nearly evenly matched. Mao Qiling was locked in combat with the King of Earth. Yet it was evident that the latter was struggling. Mao Qiling scoffed, Dizong, you are no match for me. You once fell to my lifelong nemesis, the King of Fengdu, yet I have cast him into Fengdu City. At this point, the King of Earth was gasping for breath. While in terms of magical prowess he may not necessarily be inferior to Mao Qiling, the sheer might of Mao Qingling's demon-slaying blade was overwhelming. On another front, Xiangyu was faring poorly against Kong Xian, and he was utterly exhausted. Kong Xian's 5-colored divine light had proven to be quite a trial for Xiangyu, just as Xiangyu was at a loss for how to deal with his opponent. A sudden voice rang out, Mao Qiling, Xiangyu, you both go assist that little monkey. Leave these 2 to me. Chapter 67, The Intervention of the Saint. A woman, holding a folding fan and donned in a flowing blood-red gown, stepped onto the battlefield. Upon seeing her, both Mao Qiling and the King of Earth displayed expressions of terror. The King of Earth trembled as he gripped his staff. Kong Xian, observing the King of Earth's reaction, questioned, who is this person that causes you such fear? The King of Earth stammered, the Ghost Empress. Kong Xian, still puzzled, asked, the Ghost Empress? In the end, isn't she just a ghost? Is there a ghost you cannot subdue? The Ghost Empress smiled and said, you 2 should hasten to aid that monkey. I shall entertain myself with these 2. Hearing this, Mao Qiling quickly pulled Xiangyu away. Xiangyu, still concerned, voiced, Can she really handle 2 quasi-saints on her own? Mao Qingling reassured him. Rest assured, even if there were 3 or 4, they would likely not prevail against her. With that, Mao Qingling led Xiang Yu to assist Sun Wukong in dealing with the Tathagata. Upon seeing the two come to his aid, Sun Wukong looked on in confusion at the battlefield below. The moment he caught sight of the Ghost Empress, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Sun Wukong thought to himself, I never expected even she would come to assist me. The Tathagata, noticing the addition of another quasi-saint to the fray, furrowed his brow and thought, if this continues, I may truly be defeated. I must resolve this matter swiftly. Though 2 quasi-saints had come to aid Sun Wukong against the Tathagata, their impact was negligible. Only the soul burial spear in Sun Wukong's possession could inflict any harm on the Tathagata. Meanwhile, the Ghost Empress gazed at the King of Earth and Kong Xian with a smile. The King of Earth was visibly terrified, trembling uncontrollably, while Kong Xian appeared indifferent. The Ghost Empress chuckled. Dizong, are you truly so fearful of me? They say fear of a person is ingrained to the bone, and it seems that this is indeed the case. Then, the Ghost Empress turned her gaze to Kong Xian and remarked, Oh, is this not Kong Xian? Kong Xian, bewildered, asked, You recognize me? The Ghost Empress smiled, Of course, I have met your mother on several occasions. Kong Xian was stunned. You have met my mother? The Ghost Empress nodded. For your mother's sake, I shall spare your life. With that, the Ghost Empress waved her folding fan, unleashing a powerful wave of ghostly energy directed at the King of Earth. Seeing this, the King of Earth quickly unleashed his Buddhist light in defense. But the light merely held the ghostly energy at bay for a fleeting moment before being shattered. Just as the ghostly energy was about to strike the King of Earth, Kong Xian swiftly released his 5-colored divine light, enveloping the King of Earth and successfully blocking the Ghost Empress's attack. Seeing this, the Ghost Empress smirked. Interesting, let me see just how great the gap is between you and your mother. With that, she charged at Kong Xian. In response, Kong Xian hurriedly unleashed his 5-colored divine light to restrain the Ghost Empress. Yet the Ghost Empress merely smiled, a powerful wave of ghostly energy erupting from her, gradually seeping through the confines of the 5-colored divine light. In no time, it broke free from Kong Xian's defenses. The Ghost Empress sneered, Your 5-colored divine light pales in comparison to your mother's phoenix fire. In this brief exchange, Kong Xian realized that he was no match for the individual before him. The ease with which he had shattered his 5-colored divine light suggested that apart from the Saint of Progenitors, this was the most formidable opponent he had encountered. At that moment, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, prompting all to look upwards. A small tree descended from the heavens, radiating 7 colors of light, its overwhelming power threatening to tear the surrounding space asunder. Kong Xian recognized it. That is the 7 Treasures mysterious tree. Seeing the tree, Liu Dao was seethed with anger. The Saint of Progenitors' treasure. How dare the saint intervene in the affairs of the 3 realms? Witnessing this scene, Kong Xian rushed forward to seize the 7 Treasures mysterious tree. The Ghost Empress furrowed her brow at the sight of it. At this moment, Kong Xian, now wielding the 7 Treasures mysterious tree, clearly held the Ghost Empress in disdain, charging forth with it in hand. The Ghost Empress extended her hand, summoning countless ghostly hands from the void to attack Kong Xian. However, he effortlessly swatted them away with the 7 Treasures mysterious tree. Just as Kong Xian was about to strike the Ghost Empress with the tree, she deftly evaded the blow, confronted with the 7 Treasures mysterious tree. The Ghost Empress found herself in a predicament. The Ghost Clan's cultivation was inherently difficult, and treasures were exceedingly rare. Currently, she possessed none of significant power. Suddenly, the sky transformed once more, as 2 powerful swords descended from above, directly landing in the Ghost Empress's hands. Upon seeing the swords, Kong Xian instinctively took 2 steps back, while the Tathagata and the ancient Buddha of Light also displayed expressions of shock. These 2 swords were among the 4 swords of extermination, the Extermination Sword and the Absolute Extermination Sword. The Tathagata exclaimed in terror, Those are the Extermination Sword and the Absolute Extermination Sword. The Saint of Progenitors has made his move. The Ghost Empress, gripping the 2 swords, had not previously encountered them, yet from the power emanating from their blades, she sensed that their might was likely on par with that of the 7 Treasures mysterious tree. With 1 sword in each hand, she charged at Kong Xian. Kong Xian quickly raised the 7 Treasures mysterious tree to defend himself, but the tree, renowned alongside the 5-colored divine light for its unparalleled might, proved ineffective against the 2 swords. Seeing this, the Ghost Empress smirked, Now we both possess treasures, let's see how you respond. Meanwhile, on the Golden Ao Island beyond the 33 heavens, the Master of Heaven, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and spoke, Since you have arrived, progenitor, why not show yourself? Immediately, the Saint of Progenitors appeared, casting an enraged glance at the Master of Heaven. You are deliberately opposing me, aren't you? The Master of Heaven, dismissively looking at the saint, replied, "I simply find you displeasing. What will you do about it? Besides, it was you who first provided treasures to aid in this." Hearing this, the saint clenched his fist in fury. The master of heaven, filled with mockery, continued, "What? Do you wish to fight me? Even without all 4 extermination swords, dealing with you would still be a simple task." The saint of progenitors scoffed and then departed. Chapter 68. The emergence of the chaos demon ape. At this moment, the ghost empress, wielding the extermination sword and the absolute extermination sword, engaged in combat with Kong Xian, who held the 7 treasures mysterious tree. Facing an opponent of superior strength, Kong Xian struggled to defend himself against the ghost empress's assaults, while the king of earth lacked the courage to intervene. In terms of raw strength, it would be remarkable for the king of earth to survive one exchange with the ghost empress, especially considering she wielded both the extermination sword and the absolute extermination sword. Kong Xian cursed from the sidelines, "Dizong, stop just watching and come help." At this moment, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva stood by. Seemingly dazed, he dared not engage with the ghost empress. Yet he feared that should he attempt to flee, she would eliminate him first. Meanwhile, on the side of the Tathagata, he was besieged by 7 assailants. Though there were 7, to the Tathagata, it felt as if only 6 were truly fighting him, the 7th being an annoying fly. Among the 7, Luo Xingming was merely a tiny golden immortal, while the Tathagata, as a semi-saint, found her attacks akin to a mere tickle. However, after enduring a prolonged battle, the Tathagata grew somewhat impatient and suddenly unleashed his formidable aura, forcing all 7 attackers to stagger back a few steps. Luo Xingming, being the weakest, was pushed back the furthest. The Tathagata cast a cold glance at Luo Xingming, prompting Luo Qingyin to exclaim in alarm, "Daughter, run." Just then, the Tathagata unleashed a burst of power directed at Luo Xingming. Luo Qingyin rushed forward, attempting to shield his daughter from the impending strike, but he was far too late. Terrified, Luo Xingming shut her eyes, waiting for pain that never came. Slowly, she opened her eyes and, in that moment, beheld a figure before her, one wielding a long spear, adorned with a golden crown of phoenix feathers. Clad in golden chainmail, and stepping gracefully in cloud-soled shoes, this figure had intercepted the Tathagata's strike. It was none other than Sun Wukong, who turned to meet Luo Xingming's gaze, filled with concern. That fleeting moment was etched into Luo Xingming's heart, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. However, at that very instant, the Tathagata advanced, striking Sun Wukong's soul-bearing spear from his grasp. In quick succession, he launched another attack, sending Sun Wukong crashing to the ground. The onlookers gasped in shock. The Tathagata then intended to deliver a fatal blow to Luo Xingming, but just as the situation grew dire, Luo Qingyin arrived in the nick of time, swiftly taking Luo Xingming to safety. While Fahai and the others hurried to confront the Tathagata, Luo Qingyin urged Luo Xingming, "What are you doing here in such a perilous battle? Stay put and do not wander." With that, he dashed back into the fray to support Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, Luo Xingming remained entranced by the earlier scene, unable to shake free from its impact. Perhaps due to the urgency of the moment, no one realized that her strength had unexpectedly surged to the level of a great Luo golden immortal. In her heart, Luo Xingming mused, during this tribulation period, the only reason our Linghu clan's power could have inexplicably increased is, on the other side, devoid of Sun Wukong's soul-bearing spear. Sun Wukong and his companions found themselves utterly incapable of contending with the Tathagata. Soon, Fahai and the others began to falter. The Tathagata then prepared to strike Sun Wukong down with a wave of his hand, sending forth a beam of golden light towards him. Just then, a sword aura sliced through the air, intercepting the Tathagata's light. The newcomer was the Ghost Empress. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and Kong Xian had been grievously wounded by her and had fled the battlefield. In an instant, the Ghost Empress unleashed her ghostly energy, causing an uproar among all present. Observing this, the Tathagata responded by releasing his own golden light, resulting in a clash between the ghostly and the divine. The Ghost Empress charged forward with the Sword of Extermination and the Sword of Absolute Immortality aimed at the Tathagata. Unfazed, the Tathagata met her attack head-on. They exchanged blows fiercely. The Ghost Empress's every strike sent waves of ghostly energy surging around them. Yet, fortified by the accumulated merits of the entire Buddhist realm, the Tathagata stood firm against her onslaught. He then thrust his palm forward, conjuring a massive golden hand from the void, which advanced toward the Ghost Empress. With her swords in hand, she cleaved the enormous hand into fragments. The two then resumed their fierce duel. Below, Xiangyu watched their clash in awe, exclaiming, "Is this fellow truly so formidable? One person can contend evenly with the Tathagata." The Tathagata furrowed his brow, recognizing the challenge posed by his opponent. At this moment, the Ghost Empress wielded both swords, advancing once more. Just as she reached the Tathagata, he suddenly invoked the Palm Kingdom of Buddha, trapping her within its confines. This Palm Kingdom may not hold you for long, but it will be sufficient time for me to eliminate you, Sun Wukong. At that moment, Sun Wukong, already injured by the Tathagata's earlier attack, was further weakened by the overuse of the soul-burying spear, rendering him incapable of evasion or defense. The Tathagata then turned his attention to Sun Wukong. However, Fahai and the Ghost Buddha intervened, blocking his path. The Tathagata bellowed, "You insignificant ants, do not obstruct my way." Another colossal golden hand emerged from the void, directly halting Fahai and the Ghost Buddha. The Tathagata unleashed a surge of power aimed squarely at Sun Wukong. Desperately, Sun Wukong attempted to move, yet found himself utterly immobilized, his body too weakened to wield the devouring laws. Tang Sang, Nyo Mo Wang, and the rest of his companions looked on in panic, eager to assist Sun Wukong. But they were all restrained by the forces of Buddhism. Sun Wukong cast a defiant gaze at the Tathagata when suddenly, a figure appeared before him. In disbelief, he recognized the newcomer as the six-eared macaque. The Tathagata's attack struck the six-eared macaque squarely, causing him to cry out and collapse onto Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong stared in astonishment at the six-eared macaque, who smiled and said, "Great sage, I owe you this debt. Today I repay it." The six-eared macaque then slowly opened his palm, revealing the true spirits of the Tongbi monkey and the Chiho monkey. Both had perished in the battle, and the six-eared macaque had seized their true spirits amidst the chaos. "Great sage," he continued, "the great immortal Jin Yuan once told me that we four monkeys of chaos are originally one. Thus, absorb our three essences." With that, the six-eared macaque closed his eyes. Sun Wukong watched as the six-eared macaque's form gradually faded before him, leaving only a trace of true spirit. At that moment, he recalled the words of his master, Bodhi Patriarch, from their last encounter. Sun Wukong smiled. So my master had foreseen all of this. He then absorbed the true spirits of the Tongbi monkey, the six-eared macaque, and the Chiho monkey. Suddenly, a powerful force surged around Sun Wukong, dimming the very heavens. The Tathagata and the other Buddhist adept were taken aback, their brows furrowing in surprise at this unforeseen turn of events. Even the venerable Hongjun Laozu, far beyond the 33 heavens, opened his eyes in astonishment. This aura, could it be him? In an instant, four staffs ascended into the sky, revealing themselves to be the formidable weapons of the four mischievous monkeys. Sun Wukong's famed Rui Jingu Bang, the six-eared macaque's heart's desire iron rod, the arm-extending ape's celestial white jade pillar, and the crimson-buttocked monkey's sea-crossing purple gold beam. The four rods spiraled elegantly in the air before miraculously merging into one, which then descended from the heavens and plunged into the earth. The onlookers from Ling Mountain were left utterly perplexed. They observed as Sun Wukong's wounds began to heal at an astonishing pace. At this moment, the Tathagata grasped the situation. Sun Wukong had absorbed the true essence of the other three mischievous monkeys. Should he succeed in this assimilation, it would signify the unification of the four mischievous monkeys into one. In the next heartbeat, the Tathagata hastily summoned his magical power and unleashed a formidable force towards Sun Wukong. Just then, the fusion of the four mischievous monkeys was completed, and the towering figure of the Chaos Demon Ape materialized before the crowd. Radiating an aura of terrifying power, the Chaos Pillar, which had embedded itself in the ground, detached and soared toward the Chaos Demon Ape. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong raised the ebony Chaos Pillar and struck at the Tathagata's magical force, effortlessly shattering it. Following this, he swung the Chaos Pillar down upon the Tathagata, who summoned all his strength to withstand the blow, yet was still sent reeling, blood spilling from his lips. The Tathagata could hardly believe that he was unable to withstand a single strike. The Chaos Demon Ape was one of the 3,000 innate deities from the era of chaos, inherently mastering the laws of battle. However, this incarnation of the Chaos Demon Ape was not the same as in ancient times. By classification, he could only be considered a pinnacle quasi-saint, yet his prowess was undeniably capable of dispatching others of the same level with ease. Sun Wukong raised the Chaos Pillar once more, bringing it crashing down toward the Tathagata, accompanied by a thunderous roar. A flash of white light illuminated the scene. In terms of sheer power, it seemed impossible for the Tathagata to survive this strike. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, when the dust settled, the Tathagata stood unharmed, surrounded by an unknown colorful barrier that had emerged to absorb the catastrophic damage. The spectacle was utterly shocking. At that moment, an elderly man with flowing white hair appeared, walking through the air. Upon seeing the newcomer, the Tathagata was taken aback, as was the Jade Emperor in the Lingshao Treasure Hall, who gazed upon the visitor through the Haotian mirror with a look of astonishment. Even the Ghost Empress, who had just escaped from the Buddhist realm, trembled in fear at the sight of Hongjun Laozu. The arrival of Hongjun Laozu was met with urgency as the Tathagata and others hastened to kneel in reverence, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to Hongjun Laozu." However, Hongjun Laozu disregarded the Tathagata, fixing his gaze instead upon Sun Wukong, and inquired, "Chaos Demon Ape, what brings you to the Three Realms?" Sun Wukong regarded the elderly figure with confusion. Hongjun Laozu's expression turned grave as he contemplated. How can this be? The Chaos Demon Ape was slain by Pangu during the Divine and Demonic War. How could it reappear in this form? Surely, someone is orchestrating this from the shadows, and their power is not beneath my OWN.TO. Divide the essence of the Chaos Demon Ape into four and reincarnate it as four monkeys. No wonder my attempts to trace their origins were thwarted. They must have been deliberately concealed. Hongjun Laozu, one of the 3,000 innate deities, had narrowly escaped the divine-demonic conflict alongside four other innate beings and had since arrived in the primordial world created by Pangu. As a fellow innate deity, he was well acquainted with the Chaos Demon Ape. He resolved internally, "This cannot stand. I must eliminate him. Should he achieve the status of a saint, I may find myself in peril." Hongjun Laozu understood the potential of the Chaos Demon Ape all too well. He knew that should they occupy the same realm, he would not stand a chance against him. In the primordial era, the Chaos Demon Ape was among the top ranks of the 3,000 deities, embodying the laws of battle and focusing on physical prowess, much like Pangu, although Hongjun Laozu had sealed the three realms, preventing ascension to sainthood. He had merely restricted the paths of mortals. While innate beings were born from the Tao itself, the heavenly law could not obstruct the great Tao. The Chaos Demon Ape could still attain sainthood through it. With a serious expression, Hongjun Laozu turned to Sun Wukong. "Sun Wukong, you defy the heavenly will and disregard the established calamity of the journey to the west. You act against the natural order. Today, I shall remove the obstacles from the three realms." The motivation behind Hongjun Laozu's desire to eliminate Sun Wukong was to further his own ambitions. He sought to monopolize the fate of the three realms, vigorously promoting the heavenly path while undermining the others. Originally, the three realms were divided into three paths: heaven, earth, and humanity. However, under Hongjun Laozu's relentless assault, the earth path fell into slumber. Although the three sovereigns had strived for the development of the humanity path, Hongjun Laozu exploited the power of the heavenly path to establish which obliterated the Shang dynasty, leaving no emperor among humanity and casting the humanity path into dormancy. Consequently, in the primordial three realms, there was only one saint of the earth path, while 5 saints existed in the humanity path due to its previous flourishing. The heavenly path, however, boasted 7 saints. Later, Hongjun Laozu imposed restrictions on the heavenly path, severing the paths to sainthood for the denizens of the three realms. Bit by bit, he consolidated control over the primordial world. If the Chaos Demon Ape were allowed to develop unchecked, it would undoubtedly pose a threat to Hongjun. To eliminate future troubles, Hongjun Laozu resolved to eradicate the Chaos Demon Ape. Upon witnessing Hongjun Laozu's intention to assist him in eliminating Sun Wukong, the Tathagata coldly remarked, "Your luck is truly unfortunate. Victory was within your grasp, yet now it eludes you. At this moment, the Jade Emperor in the Lingxiao Treasure Hall sighed. I almost considered intervening to aid the monkey, but who would have thought that Hongjun would arrive? A quasi-saint like the Tathagata poses no challenge for me, and even if that fellow, Kunti, were to descend, I could manage a fair fight. But Hongjun, I cannot stop him. Alas, I hope Bodhi does not take offense. It is not that I do not wish to save your disciple, but rather that I am utterly powerless." With that, Hongjun Laozu struck out at Sun Wukong with a mighty palm. Sun Wukong hastily defended himself with the Chaos Pillar. He was left astounded. The magnitude of this strike far surpassed his expectations. It took nearly all of his strength to withstand the blow. Sun Wukong mused, "Is this what it means to be a saint?" Though he managed to block the strike, he was still sent flying several meters. Hongjun Laozu unleashed another overwhelming wave of power, sending the entire three realms into turmoil, and Sun Wukong was grievously injured by the onslaught. Yet, this was merely an ordinary attack from Hongjun Laozu. Below the saints, all are but ants. Despite Sun Wukong being one of the 3,000 innate deities, he remained beneath the status of a saint, regarded as nothing more than an insect in their eyes. At that moment, the Ghost Empress, wielding the Sword of Extermination and the Sword of Absolute Immortality, charged at Hongjun Laozu with a mere flick of his hand. Hongjun Laozu effortlessly deflected her assault. Observing the swords in the Ghost Empress's hands, he remarked, "I did not expect Tong Tian to participate in this conflict. Once I have dealt with you, I shall return to punish him." With a flick of his finger, Hongjun Laozu unleashed another wave of power, sending the Ghost Empress hurtling back, her swords clattering to the ground. Following this, Fa Hai, Mao Chi Ling, the Ghost Buddha, Xiangyu, and Luo Qingyan collectively launched an assault on Hongjun Laozu, each employing their full strength. Yet, with a single palm, Hongjun Laozu repelled their combined might. He bellowed, "You seek death." In an instant, he invoked the heavenly law, summoning 5 bolts of divine retribution to descend upon the 5 attackers, instantly inflicting grievous wounds and rendering them incapacitated. The onlookers from the demon clan watched in disbelief, yet the truth remained. Even a multitude of quasi-saints amounted to nothing more than ants in the eyes of a saint. Turning his gaze back to Sun Wukong, Hongjun Laozu took a step forward, directly approaching him. He seized Sun Wukong and tossed him effortlessly into the air. Another surge of power struck Sun Wukong, leaving him gravely injured and unconscious. Soon after, the wounded Sun Wukong plummeted from the sky, yet Hongjun Laozu caught him mid-fall. He addressed Sun Wukong. "You and the 4 mischievous monkeys do not belong to the 3 realms. Today, I shall send you away." Immediately, the venerable Hongjun began to concentrate his divine power in his palm. At that moment, the sky abruptly darkened, and the entire space began to tremble. Chapter 70, The Wrath of Bodhi. The heavens became shrouded with ominous clouds, and an overwhelming aura suddenly descended, dyeing the sky a deep crimson, transforming the dark clouds into blood-colored mists. Above, it appeared as if a colossal beast was roaring, seemingly intimidating the heavenly Tao. Soon after, a rift appeared in the sky, as if a gash had been torn open, causing that portion of space to shatter. From the unfathomable depths of the rift, a wisp suddenly emerged, soaring toward the venerable Hongjun. Captivated by the extraordinary phenomenon in the heavens, Hongjun was left in profound confusion. As he lifted his gaze to discern the situation, he was unexpectedly struck by the wisp, sending him crashing to the ground. Subsequently, an immense surge of divine power descended from the sky, enveloping the unconscious Sun Wukong. The venerable Hongjun, now on the ground, looked up with anger etched across his face. The divine power that had enveloped Sun Wukong dissipated, revealing an elderly Taoist, holding a whisk and cradling Sun Wukong, his countenance filled with fury, suspended in the air. In the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor, upon seeing the figure within the Haotian mirror, exclaimed, "It is that Bodhi Taoist." The Tai Jin Xing remarked, "Bodhi's strength is indeed formidable, but that is Hongjun. No matter how powerful Bodhi may be, he cannot surpass the venerable Hongjun." The Jade Emperor chuckled softly, "Not necessarily, for Bodhi may have already attained that realm." The celestial beings of the heavenly court were momentarily taken aback. Tai Jin Xing exclaimed, "What? How can this be possible?" The Jade Emperor slowly responded, "In the present 3 realms, who among the quasi-saints could rival me? Bodhi, during our confrontation, was consistently able to outmaneuver me. His strength is undoubtedly above that of a quasi-saint. Now that the venerable Hongjun has imposed a seal of the heavenly Tao, saints cannot enter the 3 realms, thus Bodhi need not hesitate." The celestial beings of the heavenly court were all greatly astonished upon hearing this. Meanwhile, atop Ling Mountain, the gathered crowd gazed at the Bodhi Patriarch, filled with perplexity. The Tathagata glared at the Bodhi Patriarch in anger, declaring, "You old Taoist, how dare you interfere in this matter?" Without hesitation, the Tathagata charged toward the Bodhi Patriarch, intent on subduing him. The Bodhi Patriarch regarded the Tathagata with cold indifference, and then, with a flick of his whisk, unleashed a formidable surge of divine power toward him. The Tathagata, sensing the impending threat, hastily activated his golden body for defense. However, upon contact, the Tathagata's proud golden body shattered instantly. Before he could react, the Bodhi Patriarch's divine power struck him, causing him to spew blood and crash down to the ground. This spectacle left the onlookers in shock. The gathered Buddhas were astounded, exclaiming, "How can this be? The Buddha is now at the semi-saint realm. How could this old Taoist defeat him with a single strike?" At this moment, the venerable Hongjun also gazed at the Bodhi Patriarch with a grave expression. From that previous attack, he realized that the strength of this old Taoist was not to be underestimated. And he spoke, "From where do you hail, old Taoist?" The Bodhi Patriarch glared back with fury, tightly clenching his fist, and retorted, "Listen well, I am the master of Sun Wukong." The venerable Hongjun, perplexed, replied, "Isn't Sun Wukong's master Tang Sanzang? Which master do you come from?" The Bodhi Patriarch then descended to the ground, cradling the unconscious Sun Wukong, and approached the Ghost Empress, entrusting Sun Wukong to her care. "Please look after my disciple." He then returned to face the venerable Hongjun, stating, "Listen carefully, I am the benefactor of Sun Wukong's teachings. As for why you have not seen me in the 3 realms, it is because I am from the celestial sect beyond the heavens, outside the 3 realms, hence you have naturally not encountered me." The venerable Hongjun responded, "If you are indeed from the celestial sect beyond the heavens, why do you meddle in the affairs of the 3 realms?" The Bodhi Patriarch declared, "I did not wish to interfere in the matters of the 3 realms. However, You have plotted against my disciple in numerous ways, and as a teacher, I must seek justice for my pupil." The venerable Hongjun scoffed. "That rascally monkey is destined to be the one to undergo tribulations in the journey to the west. This is the will of heaven." The Bodhi patriarch retorted angrily. "How has my clever and obedient disciple become a mere rascal in your words? Moreover, what divine will? You conspire against my disciple, even replacing him with the six-eared macaque. Do you call this the will of heaven? If it truly is the will of heaven, then today I shall change the heavens for my disciple." With that, the Bodhi patriarch charged toward the venerable Hongjun. Seeing this, the venerable Hongjun hastily released a surge of divine power to defend himself. But with a mere flick of the Bodhi patriarch's whisk, he shattered Hongjun's defense. In an instant, the Bodhi patriarch was before the venerable Hongjun, who quickly summoned the power of the heavenly Tao to form a protective shield. The Bodhi patriarch relentlessly unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike colliding against the venerable Hongjun's shield. Each of the Bodhi patriarch's punches contained immense power, causing shockwaves that fractured the surrounding space, instilling fear in those who watched. Some of the spectators, feeling the pressure, began to channel their full divine power to create barriers against the residual force of the attacks. Under the relentless barrage of the Bodhi patriarch's fists, the shield formed by the laws of the heavenly Tao gradually showed signs of cracking until it eventually shattered. In that fleeting moment, the Bodhi patriarch lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent the venerable Hongjun hurtling thousands of meters away. This astonishing scene left the gathered crowd at Ling Mountain in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that someone could overpower the venerable Hongjun. Meanwhile, in the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor erupted into hearty laughter upon witnessing this, exclaiming, "Indeed, it seems he has truly reached that realm." The venerable Hongjun rose to his feet and shouted, "Friend, your strength is formidable, but I am now one with the heavenly Tao. Do you truly believe you can surpass the Tao?" Chapter 71. No matter how strong the heavenly Tao, it cannot surpass the great Tao. Subsequently, the venerable Hongjun extended his hand forward, gathering the power of the heavenly Tao in his palm, and a potent surge of divine energy began to coalesce within it. This energy represented the full force of the venerable Hongjun's convergence with the heavenly Tao, and even as it formed, the surrounding space began to exhibit signs of rupture. With a cold smile, Hongjun declared, "Old Taoist, today I shall use this move to send you to the afterlife." The Bodhi patriarch, with a slight smirk, replied, "I was initially concerned that the three realms could not withstand my power, hence refrained from using my full strength. However, it seems I must now take this seriously." The venerable Hongjun chuckled, "Even if you unleash your full strength, what of it? This is the full force of my convergence with the heavenly Tao. Can your power truly surpass the Tao?" The Bodhi patriarch simply smiled and responded, "The heavenly Tao, no matter how strong the heavenly Tao, can it truly surpass the great Tao?" Suddenly, the Bodhi patriarch's aura surged dramatically, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Witnessing this, the venerable Hongjun gasped in astonishment, "You have broken through to the saint realm, achieving the status of a great Tao saint." The venerable Hongjun recognized the overwhelming aura emanating from the Bodhi patriarch, as well as the phrase, "No matter how strong the heavenly Tao, can it truly surpass the great Tao?" This was a sentiment he had heard before, a memory from a millennium past when he encountered a similar presence in another individual, Yangmei Daxian. Like the venerable Hongjun, Yangmei Daxian was one of the 3,000 innate deities during the chaotic era. Long ago, when Panga vanquished the 3,000 innate deities, 5 managed to escape: the celestial deity Hongjun, the demonic deity Luoho, the yin-yang deity Yin-yang Laozu, the Qian-Kuan deity Qian-Kuan Laozu, and the final one, the space deity Yangmei Daxian. After their escape, they fled to the primordial world created by Pangu, where they developed independently. Among these 5 innate deities, the venerable Hongjun was the weakest, while Yangmei Daxian was the most powerful, having already attained the status of a great Tao saint at that time. Later, during the conflict between the demonic factions, the venerable Hongjun and the demonic lord Luoho vied for the position of the heavenly Tao. However, Hongjun was no match for Luoho. To defeat him, Hongjun called upon Yin-yang Laozu and Qian-Kuan Laozu for assistance. The three united to break Luoho's immortal slaying sword array, ultimately leading to Luoho's demise, though Yin-yang Laozu and Qian-Kuan Laozu perished in the battle, while the venerable Hongjun successfully merged with the heavenly Tao. However, Hongjun's actions drew the ire of Yangmei Daxian. Soon after, Yangmei Daxian confronted the venerable Hongjun, who, newly merged with the heavenly Tao, was arrogant and dismissed Yangmei Daxian's prowess. Yet, when Yangmei Daxian unleashed his overwhelming pressure, the venerable Hongjun regretted his arrogance. With a single move, Yangmei Daxian defeated Hongjun, and afterward, he wandered alone through the chaos. Before departing, he imparted the words, "No matter how strong the heavenly Tao, Can it truly surpass the great Tao? As the venerable Hongjun gazed upon the Bodhi Patriarch before him, he found himself seeing the shadow of Yangmei Daxian reflected in the Bodhi Patriarch. The Bodhi Patriarch, with a cold smile, declared, "Hongjun, today I shall make you feel once more the terror of being governed by the great Tao." Immediately, the Bodhi Patriarch slowly extended his right index finger. And at once, a golden phantasm of a finger emerged in the void. This spectral digit aimed directly at Hongjun Laozu with intent to strike. Observing this, Hongjun Laozu hastily unleashed the energy he held in his grasp. The two assaults collided with a tremendous force, sending shockwaves that rent the surrounding space asunder. The onlookers atop Ling Mountain had long since fled in fear, leaving the once majestic sight in utter ruin. Ultimately, the spectral finger of the Bodhi Patriarch successfully thwarted Hongjun Laozu's attack and struck him directly, inflicting grave injuries upon him. Blood spilled from Hongjun Laozu's mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, in the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor watched the scene unfold in the Haotian mirror, his heart racing with excitement, for he had anticipated this outcome, knowing that the Bodhi Patriarch had achieved the status of a saint. He felt gratified for having made the right decision in choosing to cooperate with the Bodhi Patriarch. Both the Buddhist sect and the demon tribe had fled Ling Mountain, oblivious to the battle that had transpired above. Yet they remained gathered at the mountain's periphery. At that moment, the figure of the Bodhi Patriarch gradually materialized, holding the severely wounded Hongjun Laozu aloft. Witnessing this, the crowd understood the outcome of the battle and marveled at the formidable power of the suddenly appearing elder. Just then, the unconscious Sun Wukong regained consciousness. Upon seeing the Bodhi Patriarch, he comprehended the events that had transpired and, despite his injuries, approached the Bodhi Patriarch, with tears welling in his eyes. Sun Wukong embraced the Bodhi Patriarch, exclaiming, "Master." The Bodhi Patriarch affectionately patted Sun Wukong's head, then set down Hongjun Laozu and waved his whisk, channeling a surge of mystical energy into Sun Wukong, instantly healing his wounds. The Bodhi Patriarch then declared, "All right, Wukong, the grievances between you and the Buddhist sect are yours to resolve." At that moment, the Buddha, not far away, sensed impending danger and contemplated fleeing. Yet before he could act, Sun Wukong had already reached his side. Raising the Chaos Pillar and striking it towards the Buddha. In haste, the Buddha activated his golden body defense. But upon contact with the Chaos Pillar, it was shattered by its overwhelming force, and the Buddha was struck. Blood spurting forth. Despite having attained the half-saint realm, the Buddha was no match for the Chaos Demon Ape of the Chaotic Era, even though Sun Wukong was merely a quasi-saint at that moment. The Buddha still stood no chance. Sun Wukong lifted the Chaos Pillar once more, infusing it with his own strength that he bellowed, "Buddha, it is time to settle our score." With all his might, he swung the Chaos Pillar toward the Buddha, who quickly gathered all his mystical power to withstand the blow. With a resounding explosion, amidst the billowing dust, Sun Wukong stood firm with the Chaos Pillar in hand, while the Buddha lay bloodied and battered upon the ground, devoid of any life force. Thus, the once mighty Buddha, who had stood for countless years, fell. Chapter 72. The River of Time unveiled. In the aftermath, Ling Mountain underwent profound changes. Fahai ascended as the new master of Ling Mountain, expelling all the shameless individuals from its domain. He instituted 3 trials, designed to test the Buddhist heart. Only those who passed these trials were deemed worthy of entering Ling Mountain. After a decade, Ling Mountain once again gathered a multitude of over 10,000 souls, though only a small fraction were original members, such as Guanyin Bodhisattva and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Guanyin was considered a true practitioner of Buddhism, having reincarnated 3,000 times to experience the sufferings of the mortal realm, which endowed her with a deep understanding of the populace's plight. Among the common folk, her veneration surpassed even that of the Buddha. However, some disciples under Guanyin's tutelage failed to pass Fahai's 3 trials and were thus compelled to leave the Buddhist fold, one of whom was the Red Boy.As for Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, despite having committed some questionable acts. He remained a genuine practitioner, having vowed not to attain Buddhahood until hell was empty. His strength far exceeded that of ordinary Buddhas, and his refusal to ascend was bound to the oath he had taken. Most of the new entrants hailed from dilapidated temples in the mortal realm, much like the Jinshan Temple where Fahai resided. Although Ling Mountain's strength had diminished compared to its former glory, its members were undoubtedly stronger than before. Following that battle, the status of the demon tribe began to rise, and the dynamics of the 3 realms shifted somewhat. The Heavenly Court continued to be the foremost power among the realms, with the relationship between Sun Wukong and the Jade Emperor growing increasingly amicable, to the point where they began to refer to each other as brothers. It was also due to Sun Wukong that a subtle bond formed between the demon tribe and the Heavenly Court. The underworld, now ruled by the Ghost Empress, maintained order and operated as usual, with the Ghost Clan experiencing some development. The Princess Iron Fan successfully revived after a decade, while the other Shore Flower withered due to energy depletion. Consequently, the Bull Demon King, the Red Boy, and Princess Iron Fan remained together in the underworld Blood Sea, and the ancestor of the Nether River finally found a semblance of a home. The Linghu clan, a race from the chaotic era, began to engage with the Three Realms. Following the war's conclusion, Luo Qingyin noticed Luo Xingming's strength had surged and promptly inquired about the cause. At that moment, Luo Xingming was undergoing a tribulation, specifically a tribulation of love. Members of the Linghu clan enter this tribulation phase when they reach a certain level of growth. During this period, their strength significantly diminishes, and only by encountering their beloved can they successfully navigate the tribulation and achieve further breakthroughs in power. Luo Xingming did not conceal the truth and shared everything with Luo Qingyin. In an effort to bring Luo Xingming and Sun Wukong together, Luo Qingyin led the Linghu clan to the Three Realms. During this time, Luo Xingming frequently sought out Sun Wukong, but due to her shyness, their relationship remained in a hazy state. The Bodhi Patriarch was revered as the Taoist sage, and other saints such as Tongtian and Nuwa held him in high regard, while Hongjun Laozu's status among the beings of the Three Realms had diminished. One day, the Bodhi Patriarch summoned all quasi-saints of the Three Realms to gather at the Zishu Palace. Upon hearing that the Bodhi Patriarch had called for them, the denizens of the Three Realms hastened to the palace. Shortly, all arrived at Zishu Palace, where various quasi-saints congregated. Not only were the quasi-saints present, but also the 12 saints of the wilderness, including the 6 heavenly Dao saints, Hongjun Laozu, Nuwa, Tongtian, Taishang Laojun, Yuan Shi Tianzun, Zhuanti, the Earth Dao Saint, Putu, and the 5 human Dao saints, Fuxi, Shenong, Swerin, Yuchao, and Zi. These saints stood at the forefront, with the Jade Emperor, Ghost Empress, Sun Wukong, and other apex quasi-saints positioned behind them. Among them was one who was not a quasi-saint, Luo Xingming, who stood beside Sun Wukong. At that moment, the Bodhi Patriarch arrived, and the assembly bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Taoist sage." The Jade Emperor then inquired, "Taoist sage, what is the purpose of summoning us to Zishu Palace?" The Bodhi Patriarch replied, "I have gathered you all here to discuss a matter of great significance." Upon hearing this, the crowd became intrigued. The Bodhi Patriarch continued, "The current state of the wilderness is exceedingly weak. I intend to open the river of time and resurrect the powerful beings from history." The assembly was taken aback by this proclamation. Taishang Laojun spoke up, "Taoist friend, are you planning to reverse time? Do you understand the immense impact this could have on all sentient beings?" The Bodhi Patriarch responded slowly, "There will indeed be consequences, but not all will be detrimental. For countless eons, Hongjun has utilized the heavenly Tao to harvest the life force of sentient beings, drawing upon the fortunes of humanity during the Fengshen era, thereby obstructing the development of the Earth Tao and human Tao. The current state of the wilderness has become distorted, and if this continues, the destruction of all paths is imminent. By reversing time, the powerful beings that have perished will have the opportunity to break free from time and return to the world. Only through this can we restore the wilderness to a path of proper development." The assembly exchanged glances at the bowed Hongjun before reflecting on the proposal, ultimately reaching consensus in support of the Bodhi Patriarch's suggestion. The Bodhi Patriarch's proposal was motivated not solely by the fate of the wilderness but also by a grand design that spanned countless epochs. The Bodhi Patriarch then led the assembly away from Zishu Palace to the borders of the wilderness. He began to unleash the overwhelming pressure of his status as a great saint and proclaimed, "The great Tao is supreme. I beseech you to assist me in opening the river of time." Immediately, the great avenue began to tremble, and an overwhelming force began to converge incessantly. At that moment, it seemed as if the crowd could hear the sound of flowing water, and gradually, they beheld a long river that appeared to be both elusive and ever-present, eternally flowing. This was the river of time. Slowly, silhouettes began to emerge from the river as figures gradually stepped forth from its depths. Upon closer inspection, these individuals were none other than some of the quasi-saint level powerhouses who perished during the period of the canonization of gods, including the likes of the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother and numerous other formidable beings. Witnessing this spectacle, the Master of Heaven was filled with exhilaration. "Excellent. The revival of my sect of interception is within reach." As the river of time continued its ceaseless flow, another figure emerged, radiating an immensely potent aura characteristic of the demon race. When the crowd caught sight of this individual's visage, many were taken aback. especially Taoist Luya, for the newcomer was none other than the ancient demon emperor, Dijuan. The five saints of humanity, upon seeing Dijuan, were consumed with fury. The flame man bellowed, Dijuan, during the war of the witches and demons. Your demon clan slaughtered countless humans to forge the witch-slaying sword. We have yet to settle accounts with you for this transgression, and today, we shall avenge the humiliation of our kind. At that moment, Niwa stepped in front of the crowd. Fushi, visibly displeased, remarked, Niwa, what is your intention? Niwa lowered her head and replied, as a saint of the demon race and the mother of humanity, I cannot bear to witness a conflict between our two clans. Just then, the Yellow Emperor, wielding the Xianyuan sword, charged directly at Dijuan. Observing this, Dijuan showed no fear and confronted him head-on. In an instant, Niwa appeared before the two, blocking their path. She implored the Yellow Emperor, Xianyuan, I hope you will grant me this favor and refrain from seeking vengeance for past grievances. Seeing this, Fushi sighed and addressed the three ancestors. I too wish to plead for the demon race. For before I became one of the three sovereigns of humanity, I was once a member of the demon race, and the demon emperor Dijuan has favored me. At this moment, Patriarch Bodhi also spoke up. Friends, we are at a time of revival for all beings. I hope you can set aside past animosities. Hearing this, the nesting clan's leader interjected, at this time of revival, we should not extinguish the vitality of other races. Since Bodhi has spoken, let us grant them this favor. Soon after, 9 more figures emerged from the river of time. When these 9 appeared, Hutu, Gong, and Zijian felt an inexplicable connection. Immediately recognizing the identity of the newcomers, they were the remaining 9 of the 12 ancestors of sorcery. As the 12 ancestors of sorcery gathered, the vast wilderness began to tremble, and an incredibly powerful aura spread throughout the entirety of the land. All present sensed this. It was the resurrection of the earth. Patriarch Bodhi displayed a hint of surprise. I did not expect the gathering of the 12 ancestors of sorcery would awaken the earth. With the revival of the earth, the wilderness began to evolve, becoming twice as formidable as before. Suddenly, a resonant bell tolled from the river of time, leaving all quasi-saints dazed and disoriented. Then, the Eastern Emperor Tai emerged from the river, wielding the Eastern Emperor bell. Upon his appearance, the 12 ancestors of sorcery and the human race were engulfed in rage. While the human race restrained themselves from acting, several of the ancestors surged towards the Eastern Emperor Tai. Tai laughed. I did not expect that after being revived, you lot have grown weaker, unable to breach the defenses of my Eastern Emperor bell. Just then, a powerful aura from the witch race surged forth from the river of time, followed by a sword chi that shot towards the Eastern Emperor Tai, successfully breaking through the defenses of the Eastern Emperor bell and injuring Tai. Witnessing this, the 12 ancestors of sorcery were astounded, for they had considered themselves the mightiest of the witch race, yet this aura surpassed their own, and that strike had effortlessly breached the Eastern Emperor bell's defense, a treasure renowned for its formidable protective capabilities. When the Yellow Emperor sensed this aura, he immediately looked up at the river of time with a wary expression, for he was well acquainted with this presence. Quietly, he murmured, Old friend, you have indeed returned along the river of time. Soon after, a voice thundered from the river, Tremble, insignificant insects. I have returned. The figure then stepped forth from the river, exuding an aura even more potent than that of the 12 ancestors of sorcery. This was the Great Witch, Chiyu. Chiyu then turned to the Yellow Emperor, Old friend, it has been a long time. At that moment, a terrifying roar erupted from the river of time, resonating throughout the 3 realms. Before anyone could recover from their shock, 3 additional roars followed. In the zombie forest, countless zombies howled at the sky in response to the 4 roars. Deep underground, innumerable coffins burst forth from the earth. Subsequently, the corpses within the coffins emerged, including dozens of unmelting bones and thousands of flying zombies, all howling towards the river of time. 4 figures then stepped out from the river, 3 men and 1 woman, each radiating an incredibly dense aura of death. They were the 4 primordial zombie ancestors, Jianshan, Hoqing, NBA, and Ingo. At this moment, the Yellow Emperor found himself unable to face them, for among the 4 primordial zombie ancestors were 2 of his former subordinates, with the drought spirit being his own daughter, whom he had personally slain. Now, with the emergence of the 4 primordial zombie ancestors, all the zombies of the 3 realms bowed in submission to them. As the river of time continued to flow, 3 more powerful oars appeared, accompanied by 2 roars and a cry. A divine dragon, radiating an immense aura, emerged, followed closely by a crimson phoenix and an enormous qilin. These 3 were the former overlords of the 3 clans, Zulong, Yuanfeng, and Shichilin. At that moment, The dragon kings of the four seas sensed the aura of their ancestor, and the dragon race across the three realms began to pay homage to Zulong. Just then, another roar echoed, and an extraordinary beast emerged from the river of time, exuding an aura of fierce majesty, its blood-red eyes glinting with a thirst for slaughter, adorned with 9 chillingly sharp horns and covered in a layer of dark ashen scales. The beast bellowed, "I am the Beast Emperor, Shani, the Lord of all beasts." Upon witnessing Shani, Zulong, Yuanfeng, and Shikolin, former rivals, instinctively released their own auras, just as the four were about to clash. They were suddenly struck with astonishment and turned their gazes towards Patriarch Bodhi. Shani exclaimed in shock, "Saint of the Great Tao." The four former overlords of the wilderness quickly pieced together the events leading to this moment and subsequently retracted their auras. Shani addressed Patriarch Bodhi. "I owe you a debt of gratitude. Bodhi, should you require my assistance in the future, I will undoubtedly do my utmost." Zulong, Yuanfeng, and Shikolin echoed his sentiments. "We thank you, Bodhi, for the grace of rebirth. We shall repay this kindness in due time." As more ancient beings began to revive alongside the river of time, the wilderness, which had already evolved due to the revival of the earth, experienced yet another transformation. At this moment, Bodhi gazed solemnly at the river of time and remarked, "The onset of the river of time exceeds my expectations. If this continues, it may lead to dire consequences." The Master of Heaven, perplexed, inquired, "What could possibly go wrong?" Bodhi replied, "The flow of the river of time follows the course of history. Now that the ancient ferocious beasts have revived alongside it, it indicates that the river has reached the era of the ferocious beast calamity, yet it shows no signs of halting. If it continues to flow further, it may reach." Upon hearing this, the saints understood Bodhi's implication. Hongjun, the Grandmaster, stated, "If the river of time continues to flow, it may very well reach the primordial chaos period. Even quasi-saint level powerhouses could reverse the flow of the river and return to the three realms. Those innate deities and demons slain by Pangu during that chaotic time were all at the saint level, and when that time comes, they too may return along the river of time." Before the crowd could express their astonishment, a black lotus flower emerged from the river of time. Chapter 74. The chaos demon god Hongjun looked on in shock at the black lotus, for he was all too familiar with it. Slowly, a figure materialized atop the black lotus, radiating an aura far surpassing that of all present quasi-saints. This figure laughed heartily. "Wilderness, did you not expect this? I have returned." Hongjun's expression was one of panic as he gazed at this individual. The Master of Heaven sensed the aura of this person and discovered that they shared the same realm. Both being at the 9th heaven of saints, this person was none other than the demon ancestor, Luo Ho. Luo Ho then turned his gaze to Patriarch Bodhi. "Youngster, as a token of gratitude for my revival, I shall spare your life." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong, standing nearby, erupted in fury, audacious. Immediately, Sun Wukong raised the chaos pillar and hurled it towards Luo Hou. In response, Luo Ho effortlessly defended against the descending chaos pillar with the 12th rank annihilation black lotus beneath his feet. Luo Ho then gazed at Sun Wukong and remarked, "Chaos demon monkey, once ranked among the top 50 of the chaos demons, how have you fallen to such a state?" Following this, Luo Ho invoked the laws of the demonic path, and in an instant, a powerful surge of demonic energy surged towards Sun Wukong. At that moment, a sword chi struck, shattering Luo Ho's demonic laws and severely wounding him. It was the Grandmaster Bodhi, wielding a sword, who looked at Luo Ho with fury and declared, "Luo Ho, the three realms are no longer the playground of your tyranny. Beside them, Yuanshi Tianzuan exclaimed in astonishment. Once, Luo Ho roamed freely in the primordial world, contending with the Tao ancestor Hongjun, yet he has now been grievously injured by a single sword from Bodhi." Luo Ho, filled with indignation, retorted to Grandmaster Bodhi, "Humph, though I may not be your match, it will not be long before all the chaos demons return through the river of time. At that time, you will still be unable to protect the primordial world." With that, Luo Ho fled into the chaos. Grandmaster Bodhi, his expression grave, stared at the river of time and thought, "Fortunately, I chose the boundary of the primordial world as the point of access. Had I chosen within it, the primordial world would surely be in peril." Nuwa then spoke. "According to Luo Ho, it is highly likely that the deities and demons from the chaos may also be resurrected through the river of time." Fushi added, "Hongjun and Luo Ho once turned the primordial into chaos, with Hongjun controlling it for hundreds of thousands of years. Yet, they do not rank among the 3,000 demonic gods. If these 3,000 primordial deities return, the primordial world will face great calamity." Grandmaster Bodhi then called out to everyone, "No one can control how long the river of time will remain open. Next, chaos demons may also resurrect through it. The primordial world is under the restraints of the Tao set by Hongjun, preventing saints from entering the three realms. All of you, quasi-saints, return to the three realms. Saints of the demonic level cannot enter the three realms unless they are of the great Tao level. If such beings appear, entrust the task of stopping them to me and the other saints. You must guard the three realms, and should any demons below the saint level enter, you shall be the first line of defense. The Jade Emperor then interjected, it is said that the 3,000 primordial deities grasp a great Tao upon their birth. Does that mean they are all of the saint level? How could there be demons below the saint level? Grandmaster Bodhi clarified, indeed, the 3,000 primordial deities are all of the saint level or higher, but their offspring are not necessarily saints. The Jade Emperor nodded in understanding and then called to the others. All of you, return to the three realms with me, except for the saints. Under the Jade Emperor's leadership, all quasi-saint level beings returned to the three realms. After some time, the river of time trembled once more, and another primordial god of the saint level emerged from it. Ha! Who would have thought there are such fools in this world, daring to reverse time? If I consume the energy of the primordial world, I shall surely step into the supreme realm of the great Tao. With that, this demon extended a hand, and a colossal demonic claw materialized from the void, directly attacking the primordial world. Witnessing this, Tongtian immediately took action. The Tongtian summoned the extermination sword, unleashing a sword chi that shattered the demonic claw. As the claw disintegrated, an overwhelming aura of slaughter emanated. Grandmaster Bodhi warned, this is the slaughter demon god. Bloodthirsty and ruthless, be cautious, everyone. The slaughter demon god unleashed its true intent of slaughter, causing a chill to run down the spines of the saints present. The quasi-saint of proposal spoke, this primordial god is indeed terrifying. Merely releasing its aura instills fear in me. Niwa remarked, the strength of this slaughter demon god should be at the pinnacle of the saint level, making it a formidable opponent for ordinary saints. Just as the Tongtian was about to act, Grandmaster Bodhi released his own aura, and the whisk in his hand transformed into a sword. He infused his great Tao into the sword, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a sword chi that directly slayed the slaughter demon god. The other saints were taken aback by this display. Yuan Shi Tianzuan thought to himself, this is a demon god at the pinnacle of the saint level. Yet Bodhi has slain it with a single sword. His power is truly terrifying. No wonder even our master was defeated by him. Tongtian commented, the Taoist is indeed formidable. He is worthy of being called a saint of the great Tao. Before the others could revel in their victory, the river of time trembled violently once more, and countless primordial gods emerged from it, at least several hundred, each radiating the pressure of the pinnacle saint level. The sight left the saints in shock. Fushi exclaimed, this is a horde of demon gods at the pinnacle of the saint level. The divine farmer, looking anxious, said, though Bodhi is a saint of the great Tao, confronting these hundreds of pinnacle saint-level demon gods will be no easy feat. Before he could finish, the river of time shook again, this time with even greater intensity. Another primordial god stepped forth, emanating the essence of the five elements, with a pressure far surpassing that of a saint. Hongjun gazed at this demon god with fear, exclaiming, this is the ancestor of the five elements, master of the five elements Tao. A being at the threshold of the great Tao, ranked fifth among the 3,000 primordial demon gods. Hearing this, Huta remarked, time is supreme, space is king, fate is unyielding, and cause and effect reign supreme. If this fifth-ranked demon god is at the threshold of the great Tao, then the third and fourth-ranked ancestors of time and Yame must be at the great Tao level. How powerful then must the fate demon god, the master of the 3,000 demon gods, be? The ancestor of the five elements looked at Grandmaster Bodhi and recognized him as a saint of the great Tao, saying, a saint of the great Tao. How is it that I encounter one so soon after my resurrection? Without further ado, Grandmaster Bodhi unleashed a powerful sword chi infused with the might of the great Tao, cutting down dozens of primordial gods in a single stroke. Witnessing this, the ancestor of the five elements glared at Grandmaster Bodhi in fury. Chapter 75. A difficult defense. However, Grandmaster Bodhi did not grant the ancestor of the five elements a chance to respond. He swiftly released another skyward sword chi aimed directly at the ancestor. The ancestor of the five elements conjured the essence of the five elements, and in an instant, five formidable barriers representing gold, wood, water, fire, and earth appeared around him, attempting to shield against Grandmaster Bodhi's sword chi. The sword chi struck the first barrier, shattering it effortlessly. It then collided with the second and third, progressively dismantling all four barriers before the final one could withstand the onslaught. The ancestor sensed impending doom. As the last barrier shattered, he hastily retreated to evade the blow. Grandmaster Bodhi, undeterred, unleashed a palm strike, and a colossal golden hand emerged in the heavens, overshadowing the entire sky. The sheer scale of this attack left the ancestor with no means of escape, forcing him to invoke the laws of the five elements once more. The ancestor summoned the essence of the five elements, forming an immensely powerful barrier. The golden hand struck the barrier, producing a tremendous shockwave that obliterated dozens of nearby primordial gods. Gradually, the barrier succumbed to the pressure and ultimately shattered, leaving the ancestor of the five elements grievously injured. This spectacle left all the saints present in utter astonishment. The quasi-saint of proposal stated, "That was a saint. Merely the residual force from a single attack was enough to slay dozens of saints." Grandmaster Bodhi responded, "Those beneath the saint level are but ants, in the eyes of a saint of the great Tao. Even saints are but ants." The ancestor of the five elements turned to the other primordial gods and declared, "This individual possesses the power of the great Tao, far beyond our capabilities. Let us channel our demonic strength into the river of time to summon forth more primordial gods." With that, all the demon gods present infused their power into the river of time. At that moment, two more beings at the threshold of the great Tao emerged from the river, the ancestor of yin and yang and the ancestor of heaven and earth. The ancestor of heaven and earth remarked, "Five elements, who would have thought you would fall to a mere postnatal being? It appears the title of fifth demon god should be relinquished." Following this, the ancestor of heaven and earth unleashed a powerful attack infused with the laws of heaven and earth, directing a formidable force at Grandmaster Bodhi. Grandmaster Bodhi countered with an equally potent force of the great Tao, and the two attacks collided, creating a tremendous shockwave. At this moment, the river of time trembled again, and countless gods and demons emerged from it. The Tongtian sensed the auras of these beings and noted, "Most of these gods and demons do not appear to be at the saint level. They are likely the progeny of the 3,000 primordial gods." Immediately thereafter, three formidable half-step Tao realm demon gods emerged, the ancestor of yin and yang, who presides over the duality of existence, the spirit wood Taoist, guardian of the laws of life, and the crumbling sky Taoist, master of the principles of destruction. Without uttering a word, the trio charged towards the Bodhi ancestor, who unleashed the full force of his Tao power to repel the three chaotic demon gods. In the next moment, Bodhi executed the technique of the 10,000 methods sword, manifesting his profound Tao energy into a multitude of flying swords that surged toward the three demon deities. The trio hastily invoked their own Tao laws for defense, yet could not withstand the relentless onslaught of the countless swords born from the Tao power. They were grievously injured and fell to the ground. The crumbling sky Taoist slowly rose, remarking, "Such potent Tao principles. This individual is no mere novice in the Tao realm. However, do not grow too complacent. Among us chaotic demon gods, there exist powerful figures in the Tao realm. And even those above it. No matter how formidable you are, you cannot surpass the might of Pangu from ages past." The Bodhi ancestor replied, "The primeval chaos belongs to all living beings. A sanctuary established by Pangu for the post-heavenly beings. Should any of you chaotic demon gods dare to trespass, do not blame me for being merciless." At that moment, a voice of laughter echoed through the river of time. "Today, we chaotic demon gods shall enter the primeval chaos. How can one individual like you hope to stop us?" Another chaotic demon god stepped forth from the river of time, radiating power comparable to that of the Bodhi ancestor. Upon seeing this figure, Hongjun ancestor instinctively took a step back. Huda noticed Hongjun's reaction and inquired, "What troubles you?" Hongjun, trembling, replied, "This is the time demon god, the third ranked among the chaotic demon gods, the time Taoist, and also a being of the Tao realm." Upon hearing this, the Bodhi ancestor regarded the time Taoist with a grave expression. The time Taoist sneered, "Pangu has transformed into the primeval chaos, and the three transcendent beings have fallen. Now, who among you can impede us?" "The innate demon gods." With that, the time Taoist charged at the Bodhi ancestor. In response, the Bodhi ancestor met him head-on, and each strike exchange between them resonated with immense Tao power, the resulting shockwaves capable of effortlessly obliterating a saint. Witnessing this, the five elements ancestor urgently exclaimed, "Bodhi is occupied by the time Taoist. You innate demon gods, swiftly attack the primeval chaos with me." Instantly, countless demon gods surged forth toward the primeval chaos. At this moment, Fushi, anxious, remarked, "What shall we do? These innate demon gods are all at the saint level." Huda reassured him, "Fear not. Just observe. As the saint-level demon gods approached the primeval chaos, they were met by a barrier that obstructed their path, while those below the saint level passed through unscathed." Seeing this, several half-step Tao realm innate demon gods stepped forward to scrutinize the barrier. The spirit wood Taoist declared, "This is a heavenly prohibition set by the Tao of the primeval chaos, capable of halting saints, while those below the saint level need not fear it." Upon hearing this, the five elements ancestor hastily summoned the five sources of Tao, representing the five elemental laws of gold: wood, water, fire, and earth. These five sources transformed into five demon gods, each mastering one of the elemental Tao, and all at the pinnacle of quasi-saint level. The five elements ancestor instructed them: "You shall enter the primeval chaos immediately. Seize the three ways of heaven, earth, and humanity, and bring them to me." Consequently, the five demon gods entered the primeval chaos, followed closely by hundreds and thousands of quasi-saint level demon gods. The five elements ancestor remarked, "Our strength is insufficient to shatter this barrier, but we can at least clear out the top-tier existences within the primeval chaos." He then cast his gaze upon the 12 saints nearby. Instantly, all the innate demon gods focused on these 12 saints, causing Tong Tian and others to break out in a cold sweat. At that moment, the crumbling sky Taoist turned to Hongjun ancestor, saying, "I recognize you. You are the celestial Tao demon god, and now you have become a part of this primeval chaos." This Hongjun ancestor was drenched in cold sweat from fear. The five elements ancestor also set his sights on Hongjun ancestor, declaring, "So it is. In that case, I shall eliminate you first." With that, the five elements ancestor unleashed a powerful golden Tao attack directed at Hongjun ancestor. Seeing this, Hongjun ancestor swiftly invoked the power of the heavenly Tao for defense. The five elements ancestor chuckled, "I did not expect you to merge with the heavenly Tao, but how can the power of the heavenly Tao contend with the Tao?" The five elements ancestor then summoned the fire and water Tao simultaneously, both forces crashing toward Hongjun ancestor. Under the assault of these three Tao powers, the heavenly barrier shattered completely, and Hongjun fell to the ground, defeated by the onslaught. After slaying Hongjun, the five elements ancestor turned his attention to the remaining 11 saints. "Now, it is your turn." A powerful surge of five elemental source energy surged toward the 11 saints. Tong Tian hastily activated the extermination sword array, a formation reputed to be the most lethal in the three realms. Yet, upon encountering this attack, it was utterly obliterated. Just at this critical moment, a Buddha seal struck, unexpectedly intercepting the attack imbued with five elemental source power. Chapter 76. The revival of humanity. Before the crowd appeared a monk. Upon seeing this figure, everyone was filled with confusion. Since the demise of the Tathagata at the hands of Sun Wukong, the Buddhist sect had begun to decline, yet the aura emanating from this monk was even more potent than that of the saints present. The monk turned to glance at the saints, and upon recognizing him, the Quinty saint exclaimed, "It is you." The newcomer was none other than Amitabha Buddha. Amitabha Buddha addressed the saints, "You should retreat to the primeval chaos and guard it. I shall remain here to protect this realm. Your presence will only hinder me." The saints exchanged glances and, following Amitabha Buddha's words, retreated to the primeval chaos. Amitabha Buddha then turned to the demon gods, stating, "It is time for you to return to the chaos." With that, Amitabha Buddha's radiance surged, emanating an overwhelmingly powerful aura. The demon gods were taken aback, exclaiming, "A Tao saint." Amitabha Buddha then executed the thousand-handed floating tower technique. And behind him, a colossal golden Buddha rose, its form capable of obscuring the heavens. From its back sprouted 1,000 hands, all striking toward the demon gods. Just as those immense hands were about to make contact, the space in front suddenly warped, causing the originally certain attack to veer off course and strike into the void. Seeing this, Amitabha Buddha gazed solemnly into the depths of the void. "Since you have arrived, why not reveal yourself?" From the void, another demon god emerged, exuding an immense Tao power, unmistakably another Tao saint. The newcomer was the Yangmei Immortal, who had wandered the chaos for countless years. The Yangmei Immortal declared, "I have drifted through the chaos for innumerable years, refraining from intervening in its affairs. Yet now that the chaotic demon gods have revived, it is time for me to make my presence known." Immediately, Yangmei Daxian released the aura of his profound Tao cultivation, and the two engaged in fierce combat. What initially began as a battle between the Chaos Demon God and the Primal Forces has now transformed into a confrontation among four venerable Tao sages. The other chaotic deities stood frozen in place, unable to intervene in the clash of the Tao sages, for the celestial prohibitions could only be shattered by those at the Tao realm or above. With their current strength, they were utterly incapable of breaching such barriers. Yet they were loath to depart in defeat at this moment in the primordial wilderness. Hundreds upon thousands of quasi-saint level chaotic demon gods commenced widespread destruction across the three realms, each intent on devouring the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. However, the celestial path and the earthly path were revitalizing, and both the heavenly court and the underworld were exerting their utmost efforts to safeguard these paths. In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor, alongside the quasi-saints of the heavenly realm, was fiercely resisting the incursion of the chaotic demons, while the underworld was defended by the Ghost Empress and numerous ghost generals, striving to repel the chaotic fiends. Although the overall might of the chaotic demons was formidable, predominantly consisting of quasi-saint level beings, the sheer numbers from the heavenly court and the underworld were overwhelming. The combined forces of the heavenly court numbered well over 10 million, including dozens of quasi-saints. The underworld, while lacking the same quantity of powerful beings, boasted an impressive legion of ghostly warriors totaling a staggering 1 billion. Even though the chaotic demons possessed numerous quasi-saints, they could not withstand such a relentless assault from the ghostly horde. Thus, the heavenly and earthly realms were relatively secure, but the human realm faced dire straits. In the human realm, only the ancestor of Earth immortals, Zhen Yuanzi, Fa Hai, Mao Qingling, Xiangyu, and a handful of human Taoists and monks stood against the demons. However, their numbers were pitifully small, and their power woefully inadequate. Within the confines of Wuzhuang Temple, Jin Yuan Daxian wielded the Earth Book, establishing a formidable formation to tenuously fend off the demonic onslaught alongside his disciples. Fa Heisling Shan, in collaboration with numerous Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, managed to withstand the Chaudi. Immediately thereafter, the god of causality arrived at the celestial barrier of the primordial chaos, and with a mere gesture, he tore open a fissure in the barrier, subsequently stepping into the vast expanse of the primordial chaos. Remarkably, after the god of causality entered the primordial chaos, the rift in the celestial barrier restored itself, eliciting a collective sigh from those innate deities and demons who had hoped to exploit this moment to enter the primordial realm. At that moment, as the Witch Clan and the zombies joined the fray, the situation in the primordial chaos became starkly apparent. In the mortal realm, the combined efforts of the successive human emperors, along with Qi Yu and the 4 primordial ancestors of the zombies, drove the chaotic demons into retreat. It was at this pivotal moment that the god of causality felt irresistibly drawn to the formidable power of humanity. Upon witnessing the god of causality, fear gripped the hearts of all present. The saints, sensing the aura of the god of causality, were equally astounded. Lady Hutu exclaimed, "What is happening? How could a being of the great Tao enter the primordial chaos? Could it be that Dao Zun has failed?" To which Tong Tian replied, "We cannot allow this. We must stop him." He then conveyed to the other saints telepathically, "A powerful foe has invaded the primordial chaos. You must hasten to defend against him." At that juncture, the 5 human saints were the first to reach the battlefield. However, the god of causality paid them no heed, exclaiming, "Ha! If I can devour the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, I shall shatter my shackles and ascend as a chaotic saint above the great Tao." He then charged towards the 9 sacred cauldrons, intent on consuming humanity. In response, Sui Ren hastily intervened, unleashing a formidable inferno toward the god of causality, who, undeterred, charged directly into the flames. To the astonishment of all, the god of causality withstood the inferno with his physical form. Following this, the 5 saints attacked simultaneously, unleashing their 5 distinct laws of the great Tao upon him. Yet, the god of causality merely released a hint of the law of causality, effortlessly deflecting their assault. He then struck forth with a palm imbued with immense causal power. The 5 saints, not daring to hesitate, unleashed their full might in defense, yet still found themselves grievously wounded. At that moment, the 4 swords of extermination suddenly appeared, setting up the extermination sword array to ensnare the god of causality within its confines. Other saints soon joined the fray. The god of causality, regarding the extermination sword array with a cold chuckle, merely stomped his foot, causing the array to shatter like glass. Witnessing this, the 11 saints united their efforts to assault the god of causality, determined to expend every ounce of strength to thwart him. However, the god of causality, seemingly irked by the disturbance, unleashed the essence of causality, forcefully repelling the 11 saints and leaving them gravely injured. Unable to rise, the god of causality then surged towards the 9 sacred cauldrons, poised to consume humanity. Yet, just as he was about to touch the cauldrons, an overwhelmingly powerful force repelled him. A resounding voice echoed throughout the primordial chaos, "I am the first emperor, Ying, who dares covet the dragon vein of my Huaxia?" Chapter 78. The first emperor strikes. A dragon's roar resonated, and soon a man clad in a black dragon robe, exuding an imperial aura, appeared. A long sword was sheathed at his waist, radiating an immense presence. The newcomer was none other than the first emperor, Ying. With a stern expression, he addressed the god of causality, "Outsiders, you dare to enter my Huaxia and act with such arrogance." The god of causality assessed Ying's realm, recognizing him as a half-step great Tao being, With a cold smirk, he retorted, "Even the heavenly way of your primordial world cannot contend with me. What qualifications do you, a mere half-step great Tao insect, possess to challenge me?" Ing Zheng declared, "I stand as the first emperor. When my people are in peril, I shall undoubtedly act." He then raised his hand, summoning a colossal golden palm from the heavens, casting a shadow over the land. The god of causality responded, "Ha ha, with your strength, you may indeed be regarded as the foremost in the primordial world. Let me test your mettle." Without hesitation, the god of causality gathered a powerful law of causality in his palm and unleashed it towards Ing Zheng. In turn, Ing Zheng commanded the golden giant hand to descend. The moment the golden hand collided with the law of causality, a tremendous shockwave erupted. Had this been the primordial chaos of old, it would have been unable to withstand such a force. Yet now, with the three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity in perfect harmony, it was several times more resilient, fully capable of enduring the clash of great Tao saints. Amidst this overwhelming impact, the golden palm began to crack. Observing this, Ing Zheng slowly drew his sword, the dinging sword, which crackled with countless bolts of lightning, emanating an incredibly formidable power. As he raised the dinging sword, a golden dragon materialized, coiling around the blade. At that moment, the golden giant hand shattered completely, and the powerful law of causality surged towards Ing Zheng. Without delay, Ing Zheng sliced down with the dinging sword, releasing a massive golden dragon that opened its maw wide and devoured the encroaching law of causality. The dragon then charged at the god of causality. In response, the god of causality grasped into the void, summoning a spear into his hand, his fateful weapon, the Spear of Destiny. Brandishing the Spear of Destiny, he charged towards the golden dragon. With a forceful thrust, he cleaved the golden dragon in two. Witnessing this, Ing Zheng lunged forward, sword in hand, resulting in a fierce clash between spear and sword, neither side yielding. The onlookers were left in shock. Sui Ren spoke. "Who would have thought that aside from our human emperors, we possess such a formidable warrior among our ranks, with mere half-step great Tao cultivation? He can contend with a being of the great Tao on equal footing." Instantly, the crowd regarded Ing Zheng with admiration. Only Xiang Yu, alongside him Meikingling, seethed with anger. How could this tyrant Ing Zheng achieve such heights? On the battlefield, the dinging sword and the Spear of Destiny collided, creating a tremendous shockwave that forcibly separated Ing Zheng and the god of causality. After a fierce exchange, the god of causality found himself intrigued by this human warrior before him. He remarked, "Interesting. Most great Tao saints are no match for me, yet you can withstand me for so long as a half-step great Tao. I cannot allow you to advance to the great Tao realm. That would pose a significant threat to us." Meanwhile, within the unyielding mountain, Sun Wukong was aiding the Linghu clan in resisting the incursion of the chaotic demons, alongside Luo Xingming and Luo Qingyan. They vanquished all the chaotic demons that had invaded the mountain. Sun Wukong gazed anxiously at the skies. Sensing his distress, Luo Xingming inquired, "What troubles you?" Sun Wukong replied, "My master faces the chaotic demons alone. Though he is incredibly powerful, I cannot help but worry about him against so many." Luo Xingming, with a playful smile, suggested, "If you are concerned, why not go see for yourself?" Sun Wukong countered, "With my strength, I would only hinder my master. You need not reveal yourself. You can simply observe from a distance," she replied. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong pondered, then stood up, resolved to venture forth. Luo Xingming transformed into a completely white nine-tailed fox. Perching upon Sun Wukong's shoulder, Sun Wukong looked at the adorable creature on his shoulder, puzzled. "What are you doing?" Luo Xingming replied, "I am accompanying you." She then nuzzled against Sun Wukong, leaving him blushing. Soon, Sun Wukong summoned his cloud and soared beyond the primordial chaos. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyan watched them depart, smiling as he remarked, "A girl is never meant to stay behind." At that moment, the god of causality forcefully tore through the fabric of this world with the Spear of Destiny, allowing countless quasi-saint-level chaotic demons to spill forth from the rift, no fewer than 100,000. The god of causality boasted, "No matter how strong you are, you cannot withstand my army of 100,000 demons." Yet, Ing Zheng remained unperturbed, shouting to the heavens, "Bai Qi, Meng Tian, where are you? This subordinate is here." Suddenly, a warrior clad in battle armor, wielding a long spear, appeared before Ing Zheng. Kneeling on one knee, he declared, "I, Meng Tian, pay my respects to the king." Meanwhile, at Mount Tai, Bai Qi's tomb trembled violently before erupting in an explosion, revealing Bai Qi's corpse. Remarkably, despite the passage of a millennium, his body showed no signs of decay. The spirit of souls stared in shock at the unfolding scene. A golden light descended, revealing Bai Qi's soul, which then entered his body. In an instant, this legendary slaughterer, who had perished a millennium ago, opened his eyes once more. Rising, Bai Qi proclaimed, "You have freed me from my suffering. I vowed to assist you in battle whenever there is a conflict." Bai Qi then appeared before Ing Zheng once more. "Where are my Qin soldiers?" Ing Zheng called out again. In an instant, a formidable army of 100,000 appeared behind Ing Zheng, clad in the armor of the Qin dynasty, each soldier brimming with an indomitable spirit of battle. Meng Tian cast his gaze upon the legion of Qin warriors and bellowed, "Form ranks." In response, the soldiers raised their shields high, standing steadfastly before them, thus forming an imposing formation that conjured the ethereal image of a great wall. Shortly thereafter, the causal demon god commanded the 10,000 chaos demons to advance. The causal demon god charged towards Ing Zheng as well. In that moment, yet another fierce battle erupted. Chapter 79. The Chaos Seal outside the 33rd layer of heaven. Countless chaos demons surged forth from the fissures torn open by the causal demon god, entering the primordial realm, though Bodhi and Amitabha sought to intervene. They found themselves ensnared within a temporal and spatial array devised by Yangmei Laozu and Shurchen Daran. Amitabha remarked, "With so many demons entering the primordial realm, calamity surely awaits." Bodhi replied, "Fear not, for the heavenly Tao's prohibitions remain intact. Those demons are merely at the quasi-saint level, easily contained by the saints." Before Amitabha could respond, Yangmei Daxian called out, "Everyone, channel your Tao power into the temporal and spatial array to assist me in forming a temporal seal." Upon hearing the term temporal seal, Bodhi and Amitabha gasped in astonishment. The temporal seal is an exceedingly potent sealing technique, crafted by a forbidden powerhouse during the ancient chaos era. This technique, grounded in the forces of time and space, creates a closed temporal prison where the trapped individual's time ceases to flow, rendering them unable to escape its confines. This implies that once ensnared within the temporal seal, unless the captive can break free, they are doomed to remain trapped for eternity. Furthermore, to shatter such a seal, one must possess a greater understanding of the Tao of time and space than the creator of the seal. However, Yangmei Daxian and Shurchen Daran, as the gods of space and time respectively, possessed far superior comprehension in these domains compared to Bodhi and Amitabha. Despite their formidable powers. At this moment, the gathered demons infused their Tao power into Yangmei Daxian and Shurchen Daran. Yangmei Daxian declared, "Our individual Tao powers alone would not suffice to form a temporal seal. We must employ the array to confine you. Yet now, with the collective strength of the myriad demons, we shall surely establish the temporal seal." In an instant, a tremendous surge of Tao power flowed into the array, causing it to undergo a dramatic transformation. The surrounding space warped and twisted, gradually forming a prison that ensnared Bodhi and Amitabha. Seeing this, Bodhi channeled his Tao power into his sword, unleashing a powerful sword chi, while Amitabha gathered his own strength and struck out with the palm. Their combined might struck the temporal seal. Yet it remained utterly unyielding, not even a crack emerging from the impact. Shurchen Daran sneered, "With your strength, you cannot hope to shatter this temporal seal." Just then, Sun Wukong, who had been observing from the sidelines, suddenly emerged, brandishing the soul-burying spear and striking the temporal seal. Yet, the seal showed no signs of damage. The primal demons, upon sighting Sun Wukong, scoffed, "A mere quasi-saint dares to challenge the temporal seal. Such foolishness." Yangmei Daxian remarked, "Oh, is that not the chaos demon ape? How have you fallen to such depths, reduced to a quasi-saint? Truly, you have brought shame upon our kind." Meanwhile, Shurchen Daran, astonished, exclaimed to Yangmei Daxian, "Forget about that. Look at what he holds in his hand." The gaze of the gathered demons turned toward the object in Sun Wukong's possession. Upon recognizing the soul-burying spear, their faces turned pale with fear. Yangmei Daxian gasped, "That is the soul-burying spear. How is it possible that it is in your hands?" Though these chaos demons had perished for countless years, they still vividly remembered the terror this spear instilled in them. Ages ago, a formidable warrior wielded the soul-burying spear, nearly annihilating the entire demon clan. Even Pangu and the fate demon god had narrowly escaped death at his hands. Eventually, this warrior was sealed away by two others, and the spear vanished into the chaos. Fortunately, Shurchen Daran had not fallen to this warrior, and later traversed the river of time to resurrect the slain chaos demons. Otherwise, Pangu's endeavor to open the primordial realm would have proceeded with even greater ease. When Bodhi and Amitabha beheld the soul-burying spear, their expressions mirrored shock. At this moment, the spear's spirit reappeared and spoke to Sun Wukong, "Monkey, restore the soul-burying spear to its full form." A complete spear strike can shatter this temporal seal. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong hastily retrieved the soul-burying lantern, intending to restore the spear. However, Bodhi interjected, "Stop. Wukong, you must not restore the soul-burying spear, otherwise, the chaos will be undone." At that moment, the ancestor of the five elements declared, "That spear is not whole. It lacks the power it once wielded. We must act swiftly to subdue him and seize the spear for destruction." Without delay, the ancestor of the five elements charged at Sun Wukong. In response, Sun Wukong hurriedly raised the soul-burying spear to defend himself. Yet, within a few exchanges, he was grievously wounded. Bodhi cried out anxiously, "Wukong, do not concern yourself with me. Retreat back to the primordial realm." The ancestor of the five elements taunted, hoping to flee. Alas, it is too late. Sun Wukong pondered, "It seems I have no other choice." He then produced a wilted flower from the other shore, proclaiming, "I beseech you to assist me." Suddenly, the flower radiated a brilliant light, and from within that luminescence, a figure emerged. The mysterious woman from the other shore, Meng, the ancestor of the five elements, who had been near Sun Wukong, instinctively recoiled at the sight of Meng. The other demons, including Bodhi and Amitabha, gazed upon Meng in astonishment. Meanwhile, Luo Xingming, perched upon Sun Wukong's shoulder, thought to herself, "Wow, is there truly such a beautiful woman in this world? But wait, what is her connection to Kong Kong? She is so stunning, and her power seems exceedingly formidable. If she also harbors feelings for Kong Kong, how could I possibly compete with her?" Shurchendarn trembled as he spoke. "Meng, how can this be? The three transcendent beings perished in that war long ago, yet you still live." Meng, however, paid them no heed and turned to Sun Wukong, saying, "This is but a fragment of my true essence. I can only intervene once. Do you wish for me to eliminate these pests?" At that moment, Bodhi interjected, "There is no need. I have traversed the river of time. Even if we slay them, they can still resurrect through it." The river of time remained open, meaning that even if these chaos demons were killed now, they could return through the flow of time. This included Hongjun Laozu, who had just been killed. He had long since resurrected through the river, but had hidden in the depths of chaos. Fearing another attack from the primal demons, Bodhi continued, "I only need the assistance of the ancestor from the other shore to break this seal and then to confine the primordial realm. The chaos demons will be unable to enter for the time being. The rest shall be left to me." Upon hearing this, Meng replied slowly, "Bodhi, you have done well. Let the plan proceed as originally intended." She then extended her palm toward the temporal seal, and with a single strike, the seal shattered like glass. Not only that, the entire chaos began to tremble violently under the might of her blow, even awakening the consciousness of chaos itself, which began to observe the unfolding events. Meng then snapped her fingers, and the river of time abruptly closed. This spectacle left the onlookers in awe. Even Shurchendarn, who naturally wielded mastery over time, could not control the closing of the river, whereas Meng merely snapped her fingers to achieve it. Finally, Meng began to summon the power of chaos, and a barrier expanded outward from within the primordial realm, gradually enveloping it entirely. The chaos demons that had infiltrated the primordial realm were pushed out by the expanding barrier. After accomplishing this, Meng's essence dissipated, and the flower turned to dust. At that moment, Bodhi seized Sun Wukong and, alongside Amitabha, entered the primordial realm. Some chaos demons attempted to pursue them, but were thwarted by the barrier. Shurchendarn declared, "This is the chaos seal, formed by Meng's invocation of chaos energy. Unless a chaos saint is present, we cannot hope to breach this seal." Meanwhile, the causal demon god clenched his fist and bellowed toward the primordial realm, "Do not rejoice too soon, with no access to the chaos consciousness. Within a single cycle of time, I shall achieve chaos. When that time comes, I shall see how the primordial realm can withstand as chaos demons." Chapter 80, The Expansion of the Primordial Chaos, Part 1. Thus, the chaos demon god was temporarily sealed away beyond the primordial. The patriarch Bodhi led Sun Wukong and Luo Xingming back to the Lingtai Fonsuan mountain, specifically to the Shiue Sanqing cave. The patriarch inquired how Sun Wukong had acquired the soul-burying spear, to which Sun Wukong recounted the events that transpired. The patriarch then remarked, "Since the soul-burying spear has acknowledged you as its master, you may wield it, but remember not to fully restore the spear." Sun Wukong nodded in understanding. Shortly thereafter, the patriarch summoned the saints from the three realms to gather at the Golden Ao Island of the Tongtian sect leader. Within half an hour, 11 saints from the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity had assembled at the Golden Ao Island. Observing that all the saints had arrived, the patriarch declared, "The chaos demon god has been sealed outside of the primordial and will not pose a threat for the time being." Upon hearing this, the Tongtian sect leader questioned, for a short time. Could it be that the chaos demon god might return? The patriarch nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, the seal of chaos is formed from chaotic power. Should the chaos demon god find someone to ascend to the realm of chaos saint, the seal could be broken. However, even if the cause and effect demon god wishes to elevate to the level of chaos, it would require at least 100,000 years. During this time, we must cultivate strength capable of contending with it." Goddess Nuwa remarked, "To develop such strength within 100,000 years seems a formidable challenge." Fuxi replied, "Having an opportunity is better than having none. Under the guidance of the Taoist master, it is not impossible for us to acquire the power to rival the chaos demon god within 100,000 years." The patriarch then said, "I have gathered you all today to initiate the first step of the primordial revival plan." Swearin inquired, "What are your intentions, Taoist master?" The patriarch responded, "Naturally, we must first lift the heavenly Tao's restrictions. As long as these restrictions are in place, the beings of the primordial cannot attain the status of saints to contend with the chaos demon god. We must first enhance the overall strength of the primordial." With that, the patriarch unleashed his own Taoist power, and in an instant, a terrifying aura swept across the entire three realms, shattering the heavenly Tao's restrictions completely. At the same time, dozens of powerful auras surged skyward. The Tongdian sect leader exclaimed, "This aura signifies that someone has attained sainthood, and there are so many." The patriarch explained, "Many beings in the primordial have long been capable of becoming saints, but the heavenly Tao's restrictions have hindered their ascension." At that moment, within the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor, sensing the change within himself, gasped, "Is this what it means to be a saint?" Not only had the Jade Emperor achieved sainthood, but he had also directly reached the 9th heavenly layer of saints, becoming a pinnacle existence among the saints, alongside the Jade Emperor. For other figures from the four sovereigns, the Emperor of Longevity, the Emperor of Ziwei, and the Emperor of the Goqing Palace, as well as Martial Tianpeng and the true Martial Emperor, also ascended to sainthood. However, they were only at the first heavenly layer or the second and third heavenly layers of sainthood, placing them at the lower echelons among the saints. In the realm of the underworld, Queen Ghost entered the 7th heavenly layer of saints. Meanwhile, in the blood sea of the underworld, the ancestor of the Dark River broke through to become a formidable 3rd heavenly layer saint. Comparatively, the human realm saw the most individuals attain sainthood, with the ancestor of Earth immortals, Xinyuanzi, stepping into the 5th heavenly layer, while the Ghost Buddha and Fahai reached the 2nd heavenly layer. In the demon clan, Dongwang Tai and Dijuan also ascended to sainthood, with Dongwang Tai achieving the 4th heavenly layer and Dijuan the 3rd. In the Witch clan, Chiyu successfully reached the 3rd heavenly layer. All 4 of the zombie ancestors entered the 1st heavenly layer. Among the human race, the 5 emperors also attained the 2nd heavenly layer. Most of those who achieved sainthood congregated in the Lingai Fangsuan Mountain and Ling Mountain. The patriarch's dozens of disciples all became saints, with Sun Wukong directly reaching the 7th heavenly layer of saints. In Ling Mountain, aside from Fahai, several disciples of Amitabha Buddha also attained sainthood. Furthermore, the ancestor dragon, the primordial phoenix, the first Qilin, and several ancient ferocious beasts all entered the realm of saints, with the god of reversal reaching the terrifying 5th heavenly layer, while the others were at the 2nd and 1st heavenly layers. In an instant, dozens of saints emerged within the primordial. However, the most significant ascension belonged to the 1st Emperor Yingzheng. Although Yingzheng's realm did not visibly increase, he distinctly felt his bottleneck loosening, indicating that it would not be long before he stepped into the realm of the Great Tao. Soon after, the voice of the patriarch resonated throughout the primordial, summoning all who had attained sainthood to gather at the Golden Ao Island. "I bestow upon you all an opportunity." Upon hearing this, all newly anointed saints hurried toward Golden Ao Island, with Yingzheng following suit. At that moment, the Golden Ao Island was graced by the presence of dozens of saints, all drawn by the opportunity mentioned by the patriarch. Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Master, what is this opportunity you speak of?" The patriarch replied, "To be precise, it is not for you, but for all beings within the primordial." Swearin interjected, "An opportunity that benefits all beings of the primordial? Please enlighten us, Taoist master." The patriarch declared, "I wish to expand the primordial, elevating it to the same level as the chaos." Upon hearing this, Fuxi asked, "Expand the primordial?" The patriarch nodded, stating, "In comparison to the chaos, the current primordial is utterly insignificant. My goal is to enlarge the primordial until it equals or even surpasses the chaos." The Tongtian sect leader inquired, "How does the Taoist master intend to expand the primordial?" The patriarch explained, "Currently, the The primordial consists solely of the three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity that I aim to create 6 additional realms, thereby expanding the primordial into 9 realms. This revelation astonished all the saints. The Tongtian sect leader questioned, "Are you suggesting that the Taoist master plans to open 6 new worlds within the primordial?" The patriarch confirmed, "Indeed, at that time the primordial will encompass 9 realms, each containing a pathway of the Tao. Each realm can harbor a great Tao saint. Thus, the primordial could ultimately achieve 9 great Tao saints." Fuxi remarked, "If such an expansion occurs, I will have nothing to fear against the impending invasion of gods and demons in the years to come." The patriarch nodded, affirming, "However, before that, we must select 2 individuals to integrate with the heavenly Tao and the human Tao. The earth realm already possesses a realm master, Ho-Tu, while the heavenly and human realms lack such leadership." The Tongtian sect leader stated, "You are the Taoist master of the 3 realms. How these realms are divided is entirely at your discretion, and we will not object." The patriarch then turned his gaze towards the Jade Emperor, Zhang Banian. "I honor my promise to you today. You shall be the master of the heavenly realm." Previously, the patriarch had reached an agreement with the Jade Emperor, wherein the Jade Emperor would protect Sun Wukong within the 3 realms, ensuring his safety, while the patriarch would grant him dominion over the heavenly Tao. The patriarch then shifted his attention to Yingzheng. However, before the patriarch could speak, Yingzheng interjected, "I shall not take on the role of the master of the human realm. I seek to forge my own path within the great Tao. While merging with the human Tao may grant me a temporary enhancement, it would also impose restrictions." Ultimately, Swerin was appointed as the master of the human realm. Chapter 81. The Expansion of the Primordial, Part 2. Now that the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity each had their masters, the Jade Emperor, upon merging with the heavenly Tao, advanced further into the half-step great Tao realm. The patriarch remarked, "The Jade Emperor has endured 1750 tribulations, each lasting 129,600 years. Had it not been for the restrictions of the heavenly Tao, he would have ascended to sainthood long ago. Now, having merged with the heavenly Tao, he is but one step away from the great Tao realm." After merging with the human Tao, Swerin also ascended to the 9th heavenly layer of saints. The patriarch announced, "With the 3 realms now delineated, we shall proceed to open the 6 realms." The patriarch then produced 3 orbs, which were, in fact, 3 of the 6 world orbs that Dream had previously bestowed upon him. The Tongtian sect leader inquired curiously, "What are these?" The patriarch explained, "These are world orbs, each containing a realm and capable of establishing new worlds. I possess 6 in total, which is precisely enough to create 6 new realms." As the patriarch suspended the 3 world orbs in the air, they transformed into 3 miniature worlds, floating before him. Just as the patriarch was about to commence the opening of the new 3 realms, the primordial began to tremble uncontrollably. Above, an eye slowly opened in the heavens. Among those present, only the patriarch, Amitabha Buddha, Yingzheng, and Ho-Tu recognized this eye. It was the eye of the great Tao, peering into the affairs of the world. The patriarch and Amitabha Buddha, already great Tao saints, were naturally familiar with the great Tao, while Ho-Tu, having embodied the 6 paths of reincarnation, was aware of the implications of this eye's emergence. At the moment when the Earth Mother Goddess initiated the cycle of reincarnation, the eye of the Tao also cast its gaze. Following her demise, Yingzheng, endowed with merits surpassing the 3 sovereigns and virtues exceeding the 5 emperors during his lifetime, was bestowed with grand Tao merits by the Tao, allowing him to ascend to a half-step Tao realm. At that time, Yingzheng also beheld the eye of the Tao, whereas others, having never encountered the Tao, failed to recognize it. Subsequently, Patriarch Bodhi commenced the creation of the new 3 realms. He infused an immensely powerful force of the Tao into one of the 3 small worlds before him, which, upon injection, underwent a remarkable transformation. The formidable Tao force instantaneously morphed into an entirely new power, one that transcended the yin-yang and the 5 elements, and astonishingly, this power developed a consciousness of its own. Ultimately, this force fully integrated into that small world, leading to the awakening of an eye within it, followed by a voice proclaiming, "Today, the immortal Tao is established, and the immortal realm is formed." Thereafter, this small world merged into the primordial chaos, existing independently, yet harmoniously within it, positioned between the human realm and the celestial realm. The master of heavenly secrets sensed this so-called immortal Tao and exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this indeed the immortal Tao?" Immediately, Patriarch Bodhi set about to establish another world, channeling his own Tao power into the second small realm. Gradually, beads of cold sweat began to beat upon Bodhi's brow as he neared the depletion of his Tao power. Yet the second realm remained unformed. Then, Patriarch Bodhi turned his gaze toward the Earth Mother Goddess, stating, "Earth Mother, may I borrow your 6 paths of reincarnation disc?" With a mere thought, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc behind the Earth Mother soared directly into the second small realm. In an instant, the overwhelming force of the 6 paths of reincarnation infused into the second world, merging with Bodhi's Tao power to ultimately forge a consciousness that integrated into this realm. Shortly thereafter, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc emerged from the small world, returning to its place behind the Earth Mother. Consequently, the second world took shape, and a voice echoed, "The path of ghosts is established." And the ghost realm is revealed. The ghost empress pondered, "With the establishment of the ghost realm, my ghostly kin now possess their own territory." Finally, only the third world remained unformed. Bodhi took a deep breath and began to channel his Tao power into the third realm. However, by this time, his Tao power was nearly exhausted, rendering him incapable of manifesting the third world with what little remained. At that moment, Amitabha stepped forward, infusing his own Tao power. Yet, the instant Amitabha's Tao power entered, the two forces repelled each other, unable to merge. Amitabha remarked, "This is not good. Our Tao powers cannot coexist. If this continues, this world shall be lost." Promptly, Patriarch Bodhi and Amitabha joined forces, forcibly merging the two chaotic Tao powers into one tumultuous force. Gradually, this chaotic power developed a consciousness of its own and integrated into this realm, though its erratic nature made it challenging to establish a distinct Tao. After some contemplation, Patriarch Bodhi resolved to classify it as the other. Then, a voice resounded, "The other Tao is established, and the other realm is formed." Subsequently, the third world also merged into the primordial chaos, positioned to the right of the other 5 realms. In an instant, the primordial chaos expanded severalfold, transforming from a state of disorder into one of clarity, enriched with spiritual resonance. At that moment, the Tao descended, bestowing merits, with 50% merging into the body of Patriarch Bodhi. Amitabha receiving 30% of the Tao merits, while the remaining 20% entered the Earth Mother, a reward for her assistance in opening the Ghost Realm, allowing her to step into the half-step Tao realm. Then, Swearin proclaimed, "Establishing the 6 realms of primordial chaos has paved an unparalleled path to the heavens for all beings. This merit is no less than that of Pangu in the past. We beseech the Taoist master to accept our bow." Subsequently, all the saints present bowed to Patriarch Bodhi, while Amitabha and Ingzheng stood quietly aside. Following this, the delineation of the 6 realms commenced. The Jade Emperor, utilizing his heavenly Tao power, broadcasted across the entirety of primordial chaos. Any cultivator above the celestial immortal level may infuse their true spirit into the divine authority list. Anyone named upon the divine authority list shall enter my celestial realm. Shortly thereafter, the Earth Mother proclaimed using her earthly Tao power, "The Earth realm is the realm of reincarnation. Those with great merits, grand fortunes, and extraordinary powers may enter my Earth realm upon death. Furthermore, those who cultivate through blood and essence, mastering the cycle of life and death, may also enter my Earth realm." Swearin followed suit. "The human realm is governed by the human race. All belonging to the human race may enter my human realm." Then, Patriarch Bodhi began to delineate the new 3 realms. The immortal realm is the realm of all immortals, all belonging to the Tao. Buddhism, interception, clarification, and Confucianism may enter the immortal realm. The ghost realm is for the ghostly kin. Those who do not enter the 6 paths of reincarnation shall go to this realm. The other realm is a chaotic and disorderly land. Anyone not belonging to the other 5 realms may come to the other realm. At this moment, the ancestral dragon interjected, "Did not the Taoist master express a desire to establish 9 realms? Why, then, has only 6 been formed?" Patriarch Bodhi replied, "The remaining 3 realms will be established in 3,000 years, by your own hands. At that time, I will create an arena here, and through this arena, it will be determined that anyone who reaches the saintly realm may participate. The top 3 victors will gain the opportunity to create a world, becoming the sovereign of that realm." Upon hearing this, all beings rejoiced, for the creation of a world is a boon for the heavens and the earth. If successful, they would gain Tao merits and become the sovereign of a realm, a prospect everyone yearned for. At this juncture, Niwa spoke, "Taoist master, now that the 6 realms have been established, how shall we arrange this newly birthed 3 realms?" Although Patriarch Bodhi intended to create 9 realms, the establishment of the remaining 3 was a matter for 3,000 years hence. Yet, at present, there were indeed the tangible immortal, ghost, and other realms, each with the potential to reach the Tao realm. The realms of heaven, earth, and humanity had their sovereigns, yet the ungoverned immortal, ghost, and other realms drew the attention of all present saints, each eager to stake their claim. Chapter 82. The division of the six realms. The first to speak was the Taoist of the purity and tranquility. Now that the six realms have been established, I seek nothing for myself but the ghost realm, with which I have a strong affinity. If I can guide countless vengeful spirits, my western region shall surely produce a Taoist saint. Upon hearing this, the Ghost Empress retorted angrily, "You shameless wretch, what ability do you possess to redeem millions of vengeful spirits, let alone attempt to control the ghost realm?" The Purity and Tranquility Saint replied, "Though I am a saint of the heavenly Tao, I can still sever the path and merge the ghostly Tao. Moreover, I am a powerful figure of the saintly quintessence, fully capable of redeeming many malevolent spirits." The Ghost Empress unleashed her aura of the 7th level of the saintly realm, declaring, "If that is the case, let me see if you can redeem me." With that, the Ghost Empress lunged toward the Purity and Tranquility Saint, who was momentarily taken aback, having never anticipated that the ghostly kin could possess a stronger saintly figure than himself. By this time, the Ghost Empress had reached the Purity and Tranquility Saint, compelling him to defend against her attack. At this moment, the primordial heavenly sovereign declared, "The immortal realm is the supreme realm, harmonious with the teachings of my clarification sect, and serves as the gathering place for the 5 teachings. It rightfully belongs to me." The ancestral dragon, the phoenix, the first Qilin, and the divine reversal all sought to claim the other realm, leading to a fierce battle. Even the old ancestor of the river of the underworld interjected, "The ghost realm aligns well with my blood. See, I, too, wish to contend for the ghost realm." At this point, the Purity and Tranquility Saint was being pushed back by the Ghost Empress, and he proposed to the old ancestor of the river of the underworld, "Friend, I only seek the merit of redemption, while you seek the prosperity of the Azura clan. Why not join forces? When the time comes, I can guide countless spirits to my western region for redemption, and you can then reincarnate into the Azura clan. Would that not be a win-win?" Upon hearing this, the Ghost Empress replied, "Redeeming countless spirits? First, you must pass my trial." With that, the Ghost Empress charged at the Purity and Tranquility Saint once more. Seeing this, the old ancestor of the river of the underworld released his aura of the 3rd level of the saintly realm, preparing to assist the Purity and Tranquility Saint. However, at that moment, a staff came crashing down toward the old ancestor of the river of the underworld. He hurriedly summoned his power to defend himself, but was still injured in the process, with the Chaos Pillar in hand. Sun Wukong glared furiously at the Purity and Tranquility Saint and the old ancestor of the river of the underworld. "The Ghost Empress has bestowed great grace upon me, and today, I will see who dares to lay a finger on her." Upon hearing this, the illusory fox on Sun Wukong's shoulder, Luo Xingming, pouted, thinking, "If only Kong Kong treated me this way." Meanwhile, the other saints began to engage in fierce conflict over the claim to the realm. Only the human saints, the Earth Mother Goddess, the Jade Emperor, Amitabha, and Dingzheng refrained from participating. Observing this, Patriarch Bodhi bellowed, "Cease this at once." Hearing his command, all saints halted their actions and turned to Patriarch Bodhi. In this tense moment, Amitabha spoke, "The 6 realms were established by my friend Bodhi, and their ownership should thus be determined by him." The Earth Mother concurred. Indeed, the matter of dividing the 6 realms should rest in the hands of the Taoist Master. Upon hearing this, the Master of Heavenly Secrets echoed, "Indeed, the 6 realms were opened by the Taoist Master, and I fully support any decision made by him." Thus, the dominion over the 6 realms was entrusted to the hands of the Bodhi Patriarch. The Bodhi Patriarch then spoke, "Regarding the jurisdiction of the celestial, ghostly, and other realms, this humble monk has reached a conclusion. At this, the crowd looked on with eager anticipation at the Bodhi Patriarch. He continued, "The celestial realm is the domain of the immortals, born from the heavenly path, yet standing independent from it. It is also the abode of the 5 teachings. Only the supreme immortals among the 5 teachings may wield control over this realm." The Bodhi Patriarch then turned his gaze towards the Tongdian. "By decree, the Tongdian shall be the master of the celestial realm." Swearin remarked, "Tongdian is the founder of the, and he possesses the cultivation of the saints' 9th heaven. Not to mention the supreme treasure, the 4 swords of extermination, making him perfectly suited to be the master of the celestial realm." The Bodhi Patriarch added, "The ghost realm, being the territory of the ghostly kin, must be governed by them alone, for their cultivation methods differ vastly from those of ordinary beings. Should other races take charge of this realm, chaos would surely ensue. Only by the ghostly kin ruling over it can its true potential be realized." Thus, the Ghost Empress, Qilin, was appointed as the sovereign of the ghost realm. Finally, the Bodhi Patriarch pondered for a moment. "The other realm is the domain of those who do not belong to the other 5 realms. This realm will inevitably attract numerous races, including those with ulterior motives. Only an individual of formidable strength, capable of subduing various factions, can ascend as the sovereign of the other realm. With that, he turned his attention to Yingzheng, the first emperor. Indeed, the other realm would gather various powers and races. Without a strong figure to suppress the chaos, disorder would reign. Yingzheng, having unified the 6 states and ended over 500 years of the warring states period, merged the diverse races into one, and with his cultivation at the half-step Dao realm, he was indeed the most fitting candidate for the sovereign of the other realm. Yet, the Bodhi patriarch hesitated, uncertain if this emperor would heed his directives, especially since he had previously declined the position of the human realm's sovereign. After some contemplation, the Bodhi patriarch finally declared, "By decree, let the supreme Tao be the authority." Wait. Upon hearing this, the Bodhi patriarch turned in confusion towards the source of the voice, Yingzheng himself. Yingzheng proclaimed, "I desire to be the sovereign of the other realm." This declaration left not only the Bodhi patriarch but all present saints in a state of shock. After all, this was the same individual who had previously rejected the title of the human realm's sovereign, now willingly seeking the role of the other realm's ruler. The Bodhi patriarch voiced his confusion. "Did you not seek to pursue your own Tao, unwilling to assume the role of a sovereign? Why then do you wish to be the sovereign of the other realm?" Yingzheng replied, "The reason I declined the title of the human realm's sovereign is that if I were to align myself with the human Tao, I would be constrained by its limitations, potentially binding me and leaving no chance for transcendence. However, the other realm is different. It is a mixture of 2 powerful Tao forces, inherently fragile compared to the human Tao. Even if I were to merge with this other Tao, it could not restrain me. Should it attempt to bind me, I could easily break free, and I might even consume it, transforming it into a source of my strength." At this revelation, the crowd fell silent, for they had never considered such a perspective. To them, even the prospect of being bound was acceptable, yet Yingzheng harbored greater ambitions and aspirations. After some considerations, the Bodhi patriarch finally stated, "Very well, by decree, let Yingzheng, the first emperor, be the sovereign of the other realm." Thus, the delineation of the 3 realms reached a conclusion. Tongtian spoke, "I am Tongtian, master of the celestial realm. I now merge with the celestial Tao. Let the great Tao witness." Approved. Upon this pronouncement, Tongtian successfully fused with the celestial Tao, his aura rapidly elevating him to the status of a half-step Tao powerhouse. Next, the Ghost Empress declared, "I am Xinyue, mistress of the Ghost Realm. I now merge with the Ghost Tao. Let the great Tao witness." Approved. Consequently, the Ghost Empress merged with the Ghost Tao, attaining the strength of the Saint's 9th heaven. Finally, Yingzheng announced, "I am the first Emperor Yingzheng, master of the other realm. I now merge with the other Dao. Do you consent?" This statement once again astounded the assembly, for he displayed no regard for the great Tao. Yet, upon the great Tao's affirmation, Yingzheng successfully fused with the other Tao, directly stepping into the realm of the great Tao Saint. Chapter 83. The determination of Luo Xingming with the new 3 realms of the Hongwang established. The 3 sovereigns announced the conditions for entry. Tongtian declared, "All followers of the 5 teachings, Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, and may enter my celestial realm." The Ghost Empress stated, "All who belong to the ghostly kin may enter my ghost realm." Yingzheng proclaimed, "In the other realm, there are no restrictions on entry. Anyone may come." Subsequently, the Bodhi patriarch addressed the assembled saints. "Each of you may choose to integrate with any of the 6 paths. The myriad beings of Hongwang may also select any realm to enter. The remaining 3 realms will be open for self-establishment after 3,000 years. I shall establish a platform here, and the top 3 victors in the arena shall earn the right to open a realm." Thus, the 6 realms of Hongwang were successfully established, and the saints present began to select their paths. During this time, Luo Xingming, who had transformed into a white fox on Sun Wukong's shoulder, remained despondent. Having fallen in love with Sun Wukong, she felt a profound sense of unrequited longing. Now, as Sun Wukong had already attained the strength of the Saint's 7th heaven, while she was merely a great Luo golden immortal, the disparity in their powers left Luo Xingming hesitant to express her feelings. Luo Xingming rested her chin on Sun Wukong's shoulder, thinking, "Wukong's current strength is far beyond my reach. Those 2 women seem far more suited to him." Her mind was filled with 3 vivid memories, one of Sun Wukong standing before her during the tumult at Ling Mountain, a moment that ignited her affection for him, another of Sun Wukong conversing with Ming, marking her first encounter with a rival, and the last being the scene of Sun Wukong assisting the Ghost Empress during the recent division of the realms, noticing the sorrow etched on Luo Xingming's face. Sun Wukong inquired, "What troubles you?" Startled, she replied, "In nothing." After a moment's hesitation, she ventured, "Wukong, Sun Wukong, puzzled, asked, "What is it? What kind of girl do you like?" Upon hearing this, Luo Xingming lowered her head, a blush rising to her cheeks. Sun Wukong was taken aback by her question and pondered before responding. "I, Sun Wukong, have never given it much thought, and why life has been filled with busyness, seeking immortals, acquiring knowledge, journeying to the West for scriptures. And upon my revival, I have been consumed by vengeance. I have yet to seek a partner." After contemplating, Luo Xingming finally stated, "I shall take my leave for now." With that, she leaped from Sun Wukong's shoulder, transforming into her human form, donning a pink qipao, with fox ears adorning her head and 9 tails, of which only one was revealed. Sun Wukong was momentarily entranced, having never considered seeking a partner since his birth. He had not paid much attention to the appearances of the women he knew. However, seeing Luo Xingming in her transformed state sparked within him a newfound awareness of her beauty. As Luo Xingming turned to depart, Sun Wukong steadied his thoughts, reflecting, "These matters can wait for another time. With the realms now complete, and the newly opened celestial, ghostly, and other realms, I must seize this opportunity that I shall certainly participate in the Arena 3,000 years hence." After that, Sun Wukong merged his primordial spirit with the heavenly Tao, utilizing its power for cultivation. At this moment, within Sun Wukong's body resided 3 great laws of the Tao: the law of strength and the law of devouring bestowed upon him by Patriarch Bodhi, and another, the law of battle, which manifested when he became the Chaos Demon Ape. Initially, Sun Wukong was intrigued by the appearance of the law of battle within himself, but he later learned that the Chaos Demon Ape was one of the war gods among the 3,000 innate deities. Inherently mastering the law of battle, Sun Wukong resolved to fully comprehend the law of battle and the law of strength during the next 3,000 years. Meanwhile, after returning to Buzhou Mountain, Luo Xingming sought out her father, Luo Qingyin, to express her desire to journey to the ancient grounds of the Spirit Fox clan in search of opportunities. The ancient grounds of the Spirit Fox clan served as the resting place for the remains of ancient Spirit Fox warriors. Upon their passing, their corpses were interred there, retaining a fragment of their divine consciousness. When the descendants of the Spirit Fox clan entered the ancient grounds, those chosen by the remnants of the corpses would be imparted with the cultivation techniques practiced in their lifetime. However, acquiring these techniques relied solely on fate, and members of the Spirit Fox clan were permitted to enter the ancient grounds only once in their lifetime. Luo Qingyin himself had once been selected by the corpse of an ancestor at the ancient grounds, acquiring the powerful technique known as the Heavenly Fox Art. Ultimately, Luo Qingyin consented to Luo Xingming's venture into the ancient grounds. Subsequently, Luo Xingming entered the ancient grounds of the Spirit Fox clan. Upon reaching the periphery, she was met with countless skeletal remains. She sensed the auras of these remains, which varied between those of the great Luo Golden Immortal and the quasi-saint level. Luo Xingming continued onward, and as she ventured deeper, the oppressive aura surrounding her intensified. Nevertheless, she persevered, pressing forward. As she advanced further, the skeletal remains of the great Luo Golden Immortal became increasingly scarce, with most being at the quasi-saint level, and even some at the saint level. At this point, Luo Xingming could no longer stand upright under the mounting pressure. She gasped for breath, beads of sweat cascading down her face. In truth, she had already encountered several remains that resonated with her, and she could have easily chosen one to obtain its technique, yet she remained steadfast in her resolve to continue. After traversing some distance, the number of remains dwindled, yet those that remained exuded an even more formidable presence. With the majority being at the saint level, Luo Xingming, unable to maintain her stance, knelt on the ground, supporting herself with her hands. Yet she continued to crawl forward. The further she pressed on, the greater the oppressive force became. After several hours, she had only managed to move a mere dozen steps, and now she could no longer even kneel. She lay prone on the ground, yet still, she persisted in inching forward. Eventually, she reached the innermost depths of the ancient grounds, where no remains could be found, save for a single skeletal figure standing a few paces before her. This was the remains of the patriarch of the Spirit Fox clan. This ancestor had once instilled fear throughout the chaos. Even the chaos demon gods of that era dared not provoke him. Luo Xingming's target was this very skeletal figure, and for nearly a millennium, she was the sole individual to have encountered it. With unwavering determination, Luo Xingming crawled toward the ancestor's remains, and after several more hours, she had only managed to advance a few steps. The overwhelming pressure caused her to spout blood, yet she did not relent, continuing to strive forward. Thus, Luo Xingming remained within the ancient grounds for an entire day. Outside, Luo Qingyin was anxiously pacing back and forth. He had previously entered the ancient grounds in search of Luo Xingming but found no trace of her. After advancing a short distance without sight of her, he dared not proceed further, for any further would exceed the limits of his endurance against the pressure. At this moment, Luo Xingming had crawled to the foot of the ancestor's remains, desperately reaching out her hand until she finally made contact. The instant her hand touched the remains, the oppressive aura vanished, and her consciousness was drawn into a mysterious realm, where she encountered the ancestor of the Spirit Fox clan. Chapter 84. The arena opens. At this moment, Luo Xingming stood in astonishment before the ancestor of the Spirit Fox clan, feeling the immense pressure radiating from him. The ancestor slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Luo Xingming in astonishment, saying, "It has been several thousand years. I did not expect that this time a woman would breach this place, and a person of such unwavering will at that." Luo Xingming, gazing at the ancestor in disbelief, inquired, "Are you the ancestor of my Spirit Fox clan?" The figure nodded. "Indeed, since you have found your way here, it signifies a connection between us. Thus, I shall impart to you all the cultivation techniques I have mastered throughout my life." With a wave of his hand, 2 great laws of the Tao flowed into Luo Xingming's being. He continued, "What I bestow upon you are the laws of destruction and slaughter. I possess 4 great laws in total. But with your current strength, you may only assimilate 2 of them. First, attain complete understanding of these 2 laws, and afterward, I shall grant you the remaining 2. Additionally, I shall bestow upon you a cultivation technique." Suddenly, Luo Xingming felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. When she opened her eyes again, her consciousness had returned to her body, and she found herself lying on the ground before the skeletal remains of the ancestor of the Spirit Fox clan. She sensed that the overwhelming pressure had dissipated and slowly rose to her feet. To her astonishment, she discovered that she was holding a tome of divine techniques, which bore the title Tin-tailed Sacred Art. Tin-tailed? Luo Xingming murmured in confusion, and with the book in hand, she exited the ancient grounds. Outside, Luo Qingyan had been waiting anxiously. Upon seeing Luo Xingming emerge, he was filled with delight. But his expression shifted to concern upon noticing the bloodstains covering her body. Luo Xingming briefly relayed a few details to her father before informing him of her intention to enter seclusion, requesting he not disturb her. She then made her way to the base of Buzhou Mountain, finding the cave once inhabited by the water god Gonggong, where she began her retreat. Not only Luo Xingming, but also Sun Wukong, Niuwa, Dong Wangtai, Qiyu, Zhu Long, Yuan Feng, and Shi Qilin, among other prominent figures among the saints, chose to enter seclusion. The reason was singular. They all prepared for the arena battle set to take place in 300 years, vying for the 3 opportunities to open the realms. In the blink of an eye. 3,000 years passed like the snap of fingers. During this time, profound changes swept through the primordial world. Since the opening of the 6 realms, the primordial realm had grown immensely powerful, giving rise to 3 new races: the spirit race, the blood race, and the feather race, each a product of the primordial world's evolution. However, these new races were marked by brutality and conflict, particularly the blood race, known for its ferocity and insatiable thirst for blood, harboring a strong inclination towards slaughter. Furthermore, these emerging races were utterly lawless. Within the 3,000 years, several great Luo golden immortals had arisen among them, and the blood race even produced a quasi-saint. The key issue was that all the saints of the primordial world remained in seclusion, while those at the quasi-saint and great Luo golden immortal levels were focused on breaking through to higher realms. This led to a significant misjudgment regarding the older races, deeming them weak and easily bullied. They had even united to assault established powers such as the Four Seas, Heavenly Court, and the Underworld, but those forces did not take this lightly. Otherwise, the emergence of their most powerful beings would have led to the annihilation of these 3 new races. At this juncture, Patriarch Bodhi planned to open the arena, summoning the entirety of the primordial world to witness the contest, not only to select the 3 individuals who would open the realms, but also to showcase the might of the older races to temper the arrogance and hubris of the new ones. Subsequently, Patriarch Bodhi established an arena on Golden Turtle Island, proclaiming to the entire primordial world, "The time of 3,000 years has come. Today marks the election of those who will open the realms. Any who have attained the saint level may participate, and interested beings of the primordial world are welcome to witness the event." As Bodhi's voice echoed throughout the primordial realm, all the reclusive saints and powerful beings emerged, hastening toward Golden Turtle Island. During these 3,000 years, the number of saints in the primordial world had surged to over 100, with the older saints having reached the pinnacle of saint-level strength. At this moment, within Flowerfruit Mountain, As Sun Wukong heard this proclamation, he immediately opened his eyes, exuding an exceptionally formidable aura. Over the past 3,000 years, Sun Wukong had attained the threshold of the Tao. Taishang Laojun, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, Zhu Long, Yuan Feng, Shi Qilin, and Shun Ni, among other powerful beings, had all reached the 9th level of sainthood. Within a mere incense stick's time, dozens of saints had gathered within the arena on Golden Turtle Island, with countless beings of the primordial world flocking to witness the competition. Among them were also members of the new races, all of whom wore expressions of shock, as this scene shattered their preconceived notions about the older races. A great Luo golden immortal from the blood race remarked, "There are indeed dozens of saints here, and in the audience, there are also several dozen more. The foundation of these old races is astonishingly robust." A great Luo golden immortal from the spirit race added, "Not only those participating in the arena, but look at the audience. Most of them are quasi-saints, with very few being great Luo golden immortals." Upon witnessing this scene, the 3 newly emerged clans were engulfed by a wave of trepidation. During this period, they had acted with impunity, perceiving the old races as exceedingly feeble, relentlessly assaulting the remnants of the ancient clans. Reflecting on their past actions, they felt an overwhelming sense of foolishness. On the arena, Patriarch Bodhi and Amitabha stood before the assembly of saints, flanked by the 6 realm lords. For them, the opening of realms held little significance. Thus they refrained from participating in the contest. Among the saints competing, some of the weaker ones began to feel apprehensive about the match, while the more formidable ones were filled with exhilaration. At this moment, Sun Wukong, wielding the Chaos Pillar, was eagerly anticipating a grand showdown. Not only he, but many other powerful saints who yearned for realm opening were equally enthusiastic. Subsequently, Patriarch Bodhi announced the rules of the competition. Esteemed participants, this contest is divided into 2 rounds. The first is a preliminary selection, where you shall engage in free-for-all combat for half an hour at any point during this time. You may concede and leave the arena, which will be counted as a surrender. Those remaining standing after 1 hour will advance to the next round. The second round will be an elimination match, wherein 2 saints will be randomly drawn for one-on-one comparisons. The defeated shall be eliminated, and the final 3 standing will be the chosen ones for realm opening. After explaining the rules, Patriarch Bodhi added, "In addition, I have good news to share. All participants who pass the preliminary selection will be allowed to open a realm. Albeit with some differences, the final victors will establish a path in their realms, while those who are eliminated may also open realms, but theirs will be significantly smaller and they will not be able to establish a path. Nevertheless, should you succeed in realm opening, you shall also gain merit." Upon hearing this, the saints participating in the contest erupted in cheers, as it signified that as long as they participated and successfully endured the preliminary selection, they would be granted the opportunity to open a realm, even if they could not establish a path within it. Meanwhile, those who had refrained from joining due to fear were filled with regret. Patriarch Bodhi then declared, "Now that everyone understands the rules, let the competition commence. We shall begin the first round of the preliminary selection." Chapter 85. The saints engaged in battle with that, Patriarch Bodhi, Amitabha, and the 6 realm lords departed from the arena, leaving only the dozens of participating saints. Patriarch Bodhi shouted, "You have half an hour for this free-for-all. Those remaining at the end will proceed to the elimination round. Any departure from the arena counts as a surrender, and those incapacitated will also be deemed defeated. Let the contest begin." Immediately, all the saints present sprang into action, while Patriarch Bodhi erected a barrier on the arena to shield the onlookers from the residual energy released during the combat. Sun Wukong, brandishing the Chaos Pillar, swiftly toppled all weaker opponents among the saints. Their battles were imbued with personal grudges. For instance, the 12 ancestors of witchcraft directly targeted Dong Huang Tai Yi and Di Jun, while Chi Yu engaged in a fierce clash with Nuwa. The trio of Ancestor Dragon, Yuan Feng, and Shi Qilin besieged the Beast Emperor Shen Ni. Meanwhile, the disciples of Patriarch Bodhi clashed with those of Amitabha. Patriarch Bodhi remarked to Amitabha, "Ha ha, it seems our disciples are still as competitive as ever." Amitabha replied with a smile, "Shall we observe which of our disciples proves stronger?" Patriarch Bodhi chuckled inwardly, thinking, "With Wukong on our side, how could my disciple possibly lose?" The disciples of the intercepting teachings surrounded those of the teaching of expounding, while Yuan Shi Tianzun found himself besieged by Gui Lingsheng Mu and Zhao Gongming. Outside the arena, Sui returned to Tong Tian Jiaozhu, saying, "Your 2 disciples have both reached the 7th heaven of saints. They are holding their own against Yuan Shi Tianzun." Tong Tian Jiaozhu chuckled. "Indeed, at this rate, I may struggle to keep these disciples in check. Luo Qingyin faced off against Taishang Laojun, but the latter had already attained the 8th heaven of saints, while Luo Qingyin was merely at the 4th heaven, quickly succumbing and falling to the ground. Just as Taishang Laojun prepared to strike again, a figure in a black robe intervened, blocking his attack. Both Luo Qingyin and Taishang Laojun looked on in bewilderment at this mysterious figure. Taishang Laojun attempted to sense the stranger's realm, only to find that the peculiar black robe obscured all traces of his rank and aura. The figure in black then launched an attack, and though Taishang Laojun retaliated, it took mere moments before he was brought to his knees by the black-robed assailant. The black-robed figure addressed Luo Qingyin. "Rise. I shall protect you through the preliminary selection." The surrounding 4 sovereigns in Tianping, witnessing the severely wounded Luo Qingyin, were eager to strike, but the black-robed figure blocked their path. After 3,000 years, both the 4 sovereigns in Tianping had reached the 3rd heaven of saints, yet the black-robed figure faced them with unyielding confidence, even maintaining the upper hand. Tongtian Jiaozhu eyed the black-robed figure with curiosity. "Who is this individual? So formidable?" The Jade Emperor interjected. "I do not know, but judging by his strength, he is at least above the 7th heaven." Tongtian Jiaozhu replied, "There are only a few saints above the 7th heaven, and it seems they are all gathered here. Who on earth is this?" Meanwhile, the 3 celestial maidens, Yin Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bai Xiao, had deployed the 9 curves Yellow River formation to besiege Xuanti. At this moment, Sun Wukong was wreaking havoc with the Chaos Pillar, sending a multitude of saints crashing to the ground beneath its might. Observing this, Tongtian Jiaozhu remarked to Patriarch Bodhi, "Indeed, the disciple of the Tao Lord is formidable. He single-handedly felled a dozen saints." Patriarch Bodhi merely nodded with a smile. As time wore on, many of the participating saints chose to forfeit, leaving the arena, while others lay defeated and unable to rise. Those still standing were predominantly powerful figures of the 6th heaven of saints or above. The disciples of Bodhi and Amitabha were locked in fierce combat. Yet Bodhi's disciples found themselves at a disadvantage against the formations employed by Amitabha's disciples. Amitabha chuckled. "Did you not teach your disciples about formations?" Bodhi replied, "I have never practiced formations myself. How could I teach my disciples?" At that moment, one of Bodhi's female disciples was ensnared within the formation set by Amitabha's disciples, Tian Long Zunwang Fo and Baoyu Guang Fo. Just then, Sun Wukong charged in, raising the Chaos Pillar and shattering the formation with a single strike. Rescuing the female disciple, Sun Wukong looked at his senior sister with concern. "Sister, are you all right?" This senior sister was none other than Lin Huai, the 4th-generation disciple of Patriarch Bodhi. Immediately, Bodhi's eldest disciple, Li Guangchuan, rushed forward. With Sun Wukong cradling Lin Huai in his arms, she blushed and said, "Junior brother, I'm fine." Patriarch Bodhi observed this moment with a faint smile, murmuring to himself, "These youngsters," with Sun Wukong's assistance. Bodhi's disciples soon triumphed over Amitabha's, though many of Bodhi's disciples had fallen as well. Now, only Sun Wukong, Lin Huai, and Li Guangchuan remained standing on the side of the 3 celestial maidens. The 9 curves Yellow River formation was breached by Xuanti using the 7 treasures mysterious tree. The 3 celestial maidens, with Yun Xiao at the 4th heaven of saints, were no match for Xuanti, who had already attained the 8th heaven. Xuanti, wielding the 7 treasures mysterious tree, overwhelmed the 3 celestial maidens with ease. Watching this unfold from outside the arena, Tongtian Jiaozhu could hardly contain his fury, wishing to tear Xuanti apart. When Sun Wukong spotted the 7 treasures mysterious tree in Xuanti's possession, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Suddenly, he recalled that this was the very tree that had descended during his rampage at Lingshan 3,000 years ago. At that time, Kongxian wielded the tree, pushing the Ghost Empress into retreat, and had it not been for Tongtian Jiaozhu tossing in 2 swords for assistance, the Ghost Empress might have perished in that battle. With this thought, Sun Wukong, clutching the Chaos Pillar, charged forward. At this moment, Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao had already been knocked down, leaving only Yun Xiao standing. Outside the arena, Tongtian Jiaozhu clenched his fists tightly. Just as Xuanti was about to swing the 7 treasures mysterious tree at Yun Xiao, Sun Wukong appeared, smashing the Chaos Pillar against it. The impact sent Xuanti stumbling back several dozen steps before he could regain his footing, and the 7 treasures mysterious tree bore cracks from the collision. Sun Wukong pointed his staff at Xuanti, saying, 3,000 years ago, I, Sun Wukong, caused a ruckus at Lingshan, and it was you who threw down this tree, nearly bringing about the death of the Ghost Empress, wasn't it?" Upon hearing this, Xuanti instinctively took a step back. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong swung the Chaos Pillar again, and Xuanti hurriedly raised the 7 treasures mysterious tree to defend. However, After only a few exchanges, the tree was utterly shattered. Then, Sun Wukong unleashed another strike, sending Zhu and Ti crashing to the ground. Yun Xiao approached Sun Wukong, saying, "Thank you." Sun Wukong replied, "It's nothing. I merely sought to avenge past grievances." Chapter 86. The preliminary selection concludes. Seeing this unfold, Tong Tian Jiaozhu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for Wukong. It's a pity that only Yun Xiao remains of the three celestial maidens. As Sun Wukong turned around, he beheld Zhu Beiji, who was currently sprawled on the ground, struggling to rise after being felled by the mysterious figure in a black robe. The black-robed individual showed no intention of sparing Zhu Beiji and lunged forward, intending to eliminate him outright. However, Sun Wukong stepped in front of Zhu Beiji, grasping the pillar of chaos to thwart the impending attack. The black-robed figure coldly regarded Sun Wukong and asked, "Brother, what do you intend to do?" Sun Wukong replied, "Beiji, get up. I will protect you here." Immediately, the black-robed man, filled with excitement, responded, "If that's the case, let us see if you can indeed safeguard him." With that, Sun Wukong raised the pillar of chaos, while the black-robed figure unleashed his own formidable power to counter it, resulting in a fierce standoff where neither party gained the upper hand. Outside the arena, Master Beauty remarked, "This individual can actually contend with my disciple on equal footing." Who is he, truly? Sun Wukong concentrated the essence of power into the pillar of chaos, while the black-robed figure summoned the path of destruction, the two forces colliding with tremendous impact. Ultimately, it was the black-robed figure who faltered. Stepping back several paces, he declared, "You are worthy to witness my most powerful technique." At that moment, the aura surrounding the black-robed figure surged dramatically. Just then, both Sun Wukong and the black-robed figure were enveloped in a radiant golden light. And all those present on the stage were similarly encased. Master Beauty announced, "All right, everyone, the time has come. All those enveloped in golden light have passed the preliminary selection. I ask that you all report your names to me here by tomorrow morning for the elimination round." With this, both Sun Wukong and the black-robed figure withdrew their attacks. The black-robed figure turned to Sun Wukong and said, "I look forward to crossing paths with you in the elimination round." Meanwhile, those who lay on the ground, untouched by the golden light, indicated their failure to advance in the selection. The four emperors lamented, "His Majesty sent us to participate in this contest, yet we, the heavenly beings, have all fallen. Our celestial realm has suffered great shame." At that moment, Marshal Tianpeng, in pain and gasping for breath, exclaimed, "Everyone, I have not fallen." The 11 ancestral witches of the Wu clan, along with Dong Huang Tai, Yi, and Di Jun, lay incapacitated, with only Qi Yu enveloped in golden light among them. From the demon clan, both Nuwa and Sun Wukong were similarly protected. Despite dozens of saints participating in the contest, only 16 emerged from the selection. After a while, Master Beauty's voice resonated throughout the entirety of Golden Ao Island. The individuals who have passed the selection are Sun Wukong, ancestor of the Nether River, Shen Enai, Nuwa, ancestor dragon, Luo Qingyan, Marshal Tianpeng, Lin Huai, Zhao Gongming, Holy Mother Guiling, the mysterious black-robed figure, Qi Yu, Fairy Yunxiao, Li Guangchuan, Yuan Shi Tianzun, Jade Dingzhenren. Tomorrow, these 16 will engage in one-on-one matches drawn by lot, and the top 3 will gain the opportunity to open a realm and establish a path. The others may create a small world. Following this announcement, the crowd dispersed. The 16 contestants then took the opportunity to rest and regain their strength for the following day's competition. Master Beauty advised Sun Wukong, Lin Huai, and Li Guangchuan, "You 3 should exert your utmost efforts tomorrow, but do not overexert yourselves." Sun Wukong assured, "Rest easy, Master. I have spent 3,000 years in seclusion for the sake of this qualification." After a few more words from Master Beauty, he allowed them to retire for the night. During this time, Lin Huai stole glances at Sun Wukong, her eyes betraying a hint of affection. In the underworld, at the Blood Sea of the Nether, ancestor of the Nether River, Go-Mo Wang, Princess Iron Fan, and Red Boy gathered for a meal. Princess Iron Fan remarked, "Father, one of the 3 slots for opening a realm must surely belong to you." Go-Mo Wang replied, "Alas, my esteemed father-in-law, it is not that I doubt your strength, but if you encounter my brother-in-law, it may prove challenging." Red Boy chimed in, "Indeed, grandfather, I watched from the audience with my father and mother. My 7th uncle is formidable, single-handedly defeating over a dozen saints." The ancestor of the Nether River affectionately patted Red Boy's head, saying, "He is a direct disciple of the Tao Lord. It is only natural for me to be outmatched. I can only hope not to face him in the competition." At this moment, within the palace of Nuwa, she, along with Dong Huang Tai and Di Jun, were deliberating the upcoming match. Dong Huang Tai stated, From what I gather, one of the top 3 will surely belong to our demon clan. Even if Niwa were to falter, that monkey is half a step into the realm of the Tao. There are few in the entirety of Hongwang who can rival him. Niwa countered, no, that mysterious black-robed figure poses a certain threat to Sun Wukong. D. Jun added, indeed, I was eliminated before you all. That black-robed figure has fought several rounds with Sun Wukong without defeat. He is the only one who poses a threat to him. Niwa pondered for a moment before sighing, we can only rely on luck now. Yuan Shi Tianzun was also engaged in discussion with Jade Dingzhenren. Yuan Shi Tianzun expressed, I did not expect only you to have passed the selection. It seems the top 3 will likely elude our sect. On Golden Ao Island, Tongtian Jiaozhu was in conversation with Yunxiao, Zhao Gongming, and Holy Mother Guiling, surrounded by countless disciples. Tongtian Jiaozhu proclaimed, as the Lord of the Celestial Realm, I cannot partake in this battle. You 3 may find it challenging to secure a place among the top 3. Sun Wukong, that mysterious black-robed figure, as well as Niwa, Ancestor Dragon, and Qi, you are formidable opponents. Therefore, I advise you all not to overly strive for the top 3. If it becomes too difficult, consider withdrawing. Zhao Gongming and Holy Mother Guiling responded in unison, we will remember your words. Meanwhile, Yunxiao stood to the side, seemingly lost in thought. Tongtian Jiaozhu turned to her. Yunxiao, startled, quickly replied, Master. Tongtian Jiaozhu inquired, what occupies your thoughts? Yunxiao hastily waved her hands, it is nothing. Nothing at all. Seeing this, Tongtian Jiaozhu did not press further. Once the discussions concluded, Yunxiao continued to lower her head, deep in contemplation. Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao approached her, asking, Sister, what troubles you? Yunxiao quickly replied, it is nothing. At that moment, Qiong Xiao teased, Sister, you are not thinking about a romantic interest, are you? Hearing this, a faint blush crept onto Yunxiao's cheeks. Of course not. Luo Qingyin had sought out the black-robed figure, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Senior. May I ask why you chose to assist me? The black-robed figure remained silent for a moment before responding. In tomorrow's elimination round, I hope to encounter that monkey, Luo Qingyin remarked, with your strength. Securing a place among the top 3 should be effortless. The black-robed figure replied, I am not particularly concerned about Qiyu or Niwa. The only true threat to me is that monkey. With that, the black-robed figure vanished, leaving Luo Qingyin standing in stunned silence. Meanwhile, in the depths of chaos, Tathagata and Jiayin Daoran were concealed, having revived through the river of time. Suddenly, they were approached by a visitor. Hongjun Laozu. Upon seeing Hongjun Laozu, Jiayin, puzzled, asked, Master, what brings you to the chaos? Hongjun Laozu recounted his experiences, explaining that he had nowhere to turn. The chaos demons would never accept a traitor like him. And he had no place in Hongwang either. Tathagata inquired, what business do you have with us today, Tao Ancestor? Now liberated from the constraints of heavens will due to his departure from Hongwang. Tathagata had ascended to the 3rd heaven of the saints. Hongjun Laozu replied with a cold smirk, you 2 have become saints through merit, have you not? Tathagata and Jiayin exchanged puzzled glances. Hongjun Laozu continued, I wish to borrow some of your heavenly merit for my own purposes. Upon hearing this, Tathagata and Jiayin realized that Hongjun Laozu intended to devour their merit. Without giving them a chance to react, Hongjun Laozu charged at them. Soon, the next day arrived. And the 16 saints who had passed the selection gathered once more at the arena as agreed. The audience was packed, eager to witness who would emerge as the top 3 to gain the opportunity to open a realm. Master Pewdie announced the rules of the elimination round. In this elimination round, I and Umaba will each randomly select a contestant. The chosen 2 will face off in a one-on-one match. The loser will be eliminated. This process will continue until 8 are selected from the initial 16. Then 4 from those 8. And finally, the top 3 will be determined. Let the competition begin. Following this, Master Pewdie produced a bamboo tube containing 16 lots, each inscribed with a contestant's name. Master Pewdie and Umaba each drew a lot. After reviewing the names, Master Pewdie proclaimed, in the first match, Shin Ni faces off against Niwa. With that, Shin Ni and Niwa ascended to the stage. Niwa furrowed her brow as she gazed at Shin Ni. Thinking to herself, why must I encounter such a formidable opponent right from the start? As the sovereign of the ancient primordial era, Shin Ni has made remarkable strides in his cultivation since the opening of the 6 realms. Now standing as a formidable figure at the 8th heaven of the Saint Realm, while Niwa remains at the 7th heaven. Without delay, Shin Ni advanced toward Niwa, who hastily summoned her own magical powers to defend herself. In the audience, Dong Huangtai and Di Jun sighed, remarking, Niwa is in peril. Shin Ni, in his prime, once disregarded Daozu Hongjun. Just yesterday in the selection round, he single-handedly dominated the Zulong, Yuan Feng, and Shikolin, not only emerging victorious but also eliminating both Yuan Feng and Shikolin. Indeed, it took but a few exchanges before Nuwa fell, and as she lay defeated, Master Bodhi proclaimed the outcome of the battle. In the first match, Shin Ni triumphs. He then announced the participants for the second match. In the second round, Zulong faces the mysterious figure in a black robe. Hearing this, Zulong sighed. It appears the top three will elude me. As the competitors took their places, the match commenced. Tongtian Jiaozhu remarked, "This contest holds no suspense. The only contender capable of defeating that mysterious figure is the monkey. In merely 2 exchanges, Zulong was vanquished. In the second match, the mysterious figure in black prevails. Outside the arena, Lin Hui conversed with Sun Wukong. Junior brother, this black-robed individual possesses formidable strength. Sun Wukong nodded. Indeed, I battled him for an extended period yesterday, and the outcome remained undetermined. Master Bodhi then announced the participants for the third match. In the third round, Zhao Gongming faces Yuan Shitianzun. Zhao Gongming and Yuan Shitianzun entered the arena. At that moment, the mysterious figure approached Sun Wukong. It is truly regrettable that we could not compete before. Sun Wukong replied, with our strengths, even if we did not meet earlier, we are bound to face each other in the finals. There is no need for haste. By the way, who exactly are you? The black-robed figure responded, when the time comes for us to battle, I shall reveal my identity. With that, he vanished out on the arena. Zhao Gongming was no match for Yuan Shitianzun and ultimately succumbed. Observing this, Tongtian Jiaozhu sighed. Being defeated by Yuan Shitianzun is hardly a disgrace. In the third match, Yuan Shitianzun wins. The fourth match featured Sun Wukong against Mingyi Laozu. Upon hearing this, Mingyi Laozu sighed. Alas, how unfortunate to face him. In the audience, Niu Mo Wang, Taishan Gongzhu, and Hong Hai all sighed. Taishan Gongzhu remarked, Father stands no chance against Uncle 7. Hong Hai added, it seems grandfather is destined to lose. Indeed, Mingyi Laozu fell swiftly, and Sun Wukong did not hold back, driven by a desire to avenge the grievances of his past with Mingyi Laozu. In the fourth match, Sun Wukong wins. The fifth match showcased Tian Ping against Yun Xiao. In the fifth match, Yun Xiao triumphs. The sixth match featured Qiyu against Luo Qingyan. In the sixth match, Qiyu prevails. As Master Bodhi repeatedly announced the competitors and the outcomes, all 8 matches gradually concluded. The 7th and 8th matches were Lin Hui against Li Guangchuan, and Gue Ling Xingmu against Yuding Jinren, with Li Guangchuan and Gue Ling Xingmu emerging victorious. Master Bodhi then declared, the competitors advancing to the second round are Shin Ni, the mysterious figure in black, Yuan Shitianzun, Sun Wukong, Yun Xiao, Qiyu, Li Guangchuan, and Gue Ling Xingmu. The next round will feature these 8 contestants. Chapter 88, The Ten-Tailed Spirit Fox, Master Bodhi stated, next, these 8 will engage in one-on-one elimination matches, with 4 contestants remaining after this round. Following another drawing of lots, when the participants' names were announced, the audience was astonished. Master Bodhi bellowed, in the first match, Sun Wukong faces the mysterious figure in black. These 2 could be deemed the strongest among the competitors, and for some time, many had speculated on who would emerge victorious if they clashed. Now, the moment had arrived. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Sun Wukong, wielding the Chaos Pillar, and the figure in black, clad in a dark robe, ascended the stage simultaneously. The black-robed figure remarked, I never expected we would truly meet. Sun Wukong replied, you promised that if we faced off in the arena, you would reveal your identity. The black-robed figure retorted, patience, let us exchange a few blows first. In an instant, the black-robed figure gathered the essence of the path of destruction, unleashing a powerful strike. Sun Wukong, utilizing the Chaos Pillar, defended against the blow. The 2 then engaged in fierce combat, their energies colliding in a tumultuous display. Suddenly, from beneath the black robe, 2 hands emerged, and the fingers transformed into extremely sharp claws. Lunging towards Sun Wukong quickly raised the Chaos Pillar to block, but the claws met the pillar without sustaining any damage. Tongtian Jiaozhu furrowed his brow. This individual is undoubtedly a master of body cultivation, able to contend with the Chaos Pillar using mere flesh. Observing this, Sun Wukong swiftly employed the principles of combat, his fighting spirit surging. Meanwhile, the black-robed figure's aura intensified, exuding a palpable killing intent. Witnessing this, both Master Bodhi and Amitabha were taken aback. Amitabha remarked, it is merely a match. Why has it escalated to such murderous intent? Master Bodhi explained, this is not mere bloodlust. It is the path of slaughter. This individual has mastered 2 paths of principles. The 2 resumed their fierce battle. with Sun Wukong continuously swinging the Chaos Pillar while the black-robed figure countered with his claws. Even when the Chaos Pillar struck the black-robed figure, it failed to inflict significant harm. The audience was thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. Nyo-Mo-1 exclaimed, "My dear brother has become so powerful." Hong Hai remarked, "Uncle Seven is truly impressive. I yearn to experience such intense confrontations myself." Hearing this, Mingi Laozu affectionately glanced at Hong Hai. "In that case, shall your grandfather personally train you?" Hong Hai obediently nodded. Although he had reached several millennia in age, he still retained his youthful appearance. Despite his matured intellect, he remained a child in the eyes of Nyo-Mo-Wang, Taishan Gongzhu, and Mingi Laozu. At that moment on the arena, Sun Wukong gazed at the enigmatic figure in black. "You, having exchanged blows, who exactly are you?" The black-robed figure smiled mysteriously, then tore off the robe and tossed it aside. As the crowd beheld the figure's visage, Sun Wukong was taken aback, and many spectators were left speechless. Particularly Sun Wukong and Luo Qingyin. Sun Wukong stammered, "Why you?" Beneath the black robe stood none other than the little fox, Luo Qingming. Luo Qingyin was equally astonished. When did she emerge from seclusion? After 3,000 years. She has ascended from a great Luo golden immortal to such a realm. What has she experienced in the ancient lands? Whose legacy has she acquired? In an instant, Luo Qingyin was overwhelmed with questions for his daughter. The audience was similarly astonished. Many recognized Luo Qingming, knowing she had previously been merely a great Luo golden immortal. Now, after 3 millennia, she had attained such heights. The moment the black robe was discarded, all present felt the undeniable presence of Luo Qingming's current power, the 9th heaven of the Saint Realm. Sun Wukong remarked, "You have made such remarkable progress in 3,000 years. I must admit, I am genuinely impressed." Luo Qingming replied, "To catch up to you, I have dedicated considerable effort over these 3 millennia. Wukong, do you dare to wager?" Sun Wukong, intrigued, asked, "A wager? A bet on victory or defeat?" Luo Qingming affirmed. "Indeed." Sun Wukong inquired, "What are the stakes?" With a slight smile, Luo Qingming said, "If you lose, you must marry me." This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Marshal Tianping exclaimed, "Goodness, Monkey King actually." Luo Qingyin chuckled, "That is acceptable. After all, for our Spirit Fox clan to progress further, we must find a worthy partner." Yun Shao and Lin Huai, upon hearing this, exchanged glances of disappointment, silently observing Sun Wukong, eager to see how he would respond. Sun Wukong, with a grin, countered, "Then what if you lose?" Luo Qingming lowered her gaze, "If I lose, I shall marry you." Upon hearing these words, the crowd present grew increasingly exhilarated. It implied that should the wager be upheld, regardless of the outcome, the two would inevitably come together. Luo Qingming's declaration also revealed her affections for Sun Wukong, making this wager akin to her confession of love. All eyes were now on Sun Wukong, awaiting his response. Should he consent, it would signify his acceptance of her heartfelt admission. Sun Wukong, blushing, recalled that 3,000 years ago, when Luo Qingming inquired about his ideal partner, he had begun to contemplate finding a companion. However, during these long 3 millennia, he had been in seclusion, and had it not been for this contest, he might have embarked on a quest to discover a cherished partner within that time frame. Sun Wukong declared, "All right, Sun Wukong, accept your challenge." As soon as the words left his lips, the arena erupted in cheers, signifying Sun Wukong's acquiescence to her confession, while Lin Huai and Yun Jiao Xinzi wore expressions of discontent. Among the women Sun Wukong had encountered throughout his life, Luo Qingming had undoubtedly garnered a significant fondness, her beauty standing out remarkably. Yet, of all the women he had seen, the most stunning was that enigmatic figure, Ming, who emanated an aura of unattainability. Soon after, Luo Qingming's aura intensified, and to everyone's astonishment, 10 tails materialized behind her. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly stunned as they gazed at the 10 tails that had appeared. Luo Qingyin, filled with excitement, stood up and exclaimed, 10 tails, 10 tails. My daughter has shattered the confines of the Fox clan, achieving the legendary 10 tails. Chapter 89. For the rest of my life, I will not fail you at that moment. An overwhelming force radiated from Luo Qingming, causing the very space within the arena to tremble uncontrollably. Luo Qingming proclaimed, "Kong Kong, last time I couldn't unleash my ultimate technique. How about you see if you can withstand it this time?" 10 tails, world-destroying sacred art. Instantly, the 10 tails behind her transformed into a deep crimson hue. Amitba remarked, "In the Fox clan, 9 tails are king. The spirit fox lineage is inherently 9-tailed. How many in the entirety of chaos have ever attained the 10 tails that break these shackles?" Bodhi Patriarch added, "The path of destruction and the path of slaughter are both rules of profound offensive power, combined with this 10 tails sacred art. Perhaps she has inherited the legacy of that individual. Then, Luo Xingming raised her hand, unleashing a force capable of apocalyptic devastation, causing the entire arena to shudder, even with the protective array established by Bodhi Patriarch. Those outside the formation felt an overwhelming dread from this immense power. Bodhi Patriarch commented, "The might of this technique is nearing the threshold of a half-step great Tao. She is indeed a rare talent." Amitabha noted, however, judging by this technique's power, considering the now diminished strength of Sun Wukong's path of power and martial principles, it is likely he cannot withstand this blow. Bodhi Patriarch countered, "Have you forgotten why Sun Wukong is at the half-step great Tao level? He possesses more than 3 great Tao principles." At that moment, Sun Wukong unleashed the technique known as the Forbidden Divine Ability, the law of heaven and earth. Suddenly, he towered to great heights, and had it not been for the barriers set by Bodhi, this strike might have affected those in attendance. Sun Wukong then opened his mouth wide, invoking the laws of devouring as he began to consume the cataclysmic force while absorbing the energy. He also infused what remained of his path of power into the chaos pillar. As he reached his limit and could no longer absorb, the immense force had weakened considerably. Sun Wukong then released the chaos pillar, infused with the path of power, to collide with that formidable force, creating a powerful shockwave. Ultimately, under the law of heaven and earth, Sun Wukong succeeded in shattering that overwhelming force with the chaos pillar. Amitabha gazed in astonishment at Bodhi Patriarch, exclaiming, "The law of heaven and earth. You entrusted him with such divine abilities." Once Luo Xingming's ultimate technique was countered, it signified her loss in this contest. Immediately, Luo Xingming beamed at Sun Wukong, saying, "Kong Kong, I have lost. According to our wager, I shall marry you." Her eyes, filled with affection, looked eagerly at Sun Wukong, awaiting his reply. Sun Wukong chuckled softly, "A deal is a deal." Then, Luo Xingming stepped forward, embracing him tightly. The warmth of the moment enveloped them, and her joy left Sun Wukong momentarily at a loss. The crowd outside the arena erupted into cheers and applause. Sun Wukong, still in a daze, gazed at Luo Xingming, uncertain of how to respond, and gradually wrapped his arms around her. Noticing this, Bodhi Patriarch hastily announced, "The first match goes to Sun Wukong." Following this, Bodhi Patriarch and Amitabha quickly selected the participants for the second match to regain control of the situation. Bodhi Patriarch declared, "Shen Ni faces Yuanshi Tianzuan." Hearing this, Sun Wukong suggested, "Shall we step down first?" Luo Xingming nodded and took his arm, leading them off the stage together amidst the cheers of the audience. As Shen Ni and Yuanshi Tianzuan ascended the arena, Luo Xingming said, "Kong Kong, I want to take you somewhere." With that, she grasped his arm, and they soared away. Luo Xingming brought Sun Wukong to Buzhou Mountain, and together they arrived at the ancient grounds of the Spirit Fox clan. During the journey, she recounted her experiences within the ancient site. Sun Wukong remarked, "No wonder you have grown so powerful. It turns out you inherited the legacy of your ancestors." Luo Xingming nodded and then pulled Sun Wukong further into the ancient grounds. Behind the ancient site lay an expansive plain, and as they entered, Sun Wukong was greeted by a strong scent of wine. As they continued forward, Sun Wukong was taken aback by the sight before him, countless mountain peaks, all constructed from wine vessels. Puzzled, he asked, "What is this place?" Meanwhile, Luo Xingming erected a barrier around them, isolating them from the outside world while allowing them to observe beyond. She pointed downwards, saying, "Kong Kong, look." Following her gesture, Sun Wukong directed his gaze downward to discover a gravestone standing among the towering peaks made of wine jars. Beside the gravestone stood a Fox clan man, guzzling from a wine jar, laughing heartily while conversing with the gravestone. Luo Xingming explained, "This individual was once an unparalleled talent of my Spirit Fox clan, named Luo Xuchan. For any of us in the Spirit Fox clan seeking strength, an indispensable step is to find a beloved. If 2 individuals share equal talent, time, and resources, the one with a beloved is the stronger." He was no exception. He once found a breathtaking beauty and became her partner. However, a cataclysmic war erupted within the chaos, claiming countless strong lives, and 3 transcendent beings vanished during that battle. Luo Xuchan and his partner participated in the conflict. At that time, he was already a great Tao saint and miraculously survived, but his beloved perished in the war. He buried her here, and many of our clan opposed this. In response, he eliminated all dissenters. For countless epochs, he has remained here, drinking daily and weeping by the gravestone. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong fell into contemplative silence. The two shared no words, merely observing the fox who continued to drink. Luo Xingming stated, "Kong Kong, in my Spirit Fox clan, while I cannot speak for all aspects, in matters of love, we will never betray one another. Therefore, Kong Kong." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong grasped Luo Xingming's hand and assured her, Rest assured, for the rest of my life, I will never fail you. Chapter 90. The 9 realms of Hong Wang. The two then returned to the arena, where the outcome of the second match was announced. Bodhi Patriarch proclaimed, in the second match, Shen and I emerges victorious. Following the draw, the participants for the third match were decided. Bodhi Patriarch announced, in the third match, Qi Yu faces Yunjiao Xianzi. Hearing this, Tongtian Jiaozhu sighed. Alas, it seems the top 3 have no connection to my Jie Jiao. The crowd, upon hearing the names of the participants, knew the outcome of this battle was all but predetermined, and indeed, the result unfolded as anticipated. In the third match, Qi Yu triumphed. The fourth match followed, pitting Li Guangchuan against Gui Lingxingmu. Outside the arena, Ying Zheng suddenly remarked, there seems little point in continuing this competition, regardless of the outcome of the fourth match. The top 3 will remain unchanged, for neither of these two could possibly contend with Sun Wukong, Shen and I, or Qi Yu, even if they teamed up. In truth, those with considerable strength and attendance had already discerned the final outcome. Though none dared to voice it aloud, while Ying Zheng remained unconcerned. Observing this, Bodhi Patriarch addressed Li Guangchuan and Gui Lingxingmu. Do you two wish to continue the contest? Upon hearing these words, Li Guangchuan and the Divine Mother of Turtle Spirit both expressed their dissent, for regardless of who emerged victorious, neither could hope to triumph over the 3 contenders vying for the top 3 positions. The question of their relative strength had become inconsequential. The Bodhi Patriarch remarked, since you two have made your decision, there is no need for this competition to proceed. I hereby declare that the top 3 are Sun Wukong, Qi Yu, and Shen and I. You 3 shall be granted the right to establish your own realms. At this proclamation, the gathered crowd erupted in cheers, for after 3 millennia, the primordial 6 realms were about to transform into the primordial 9 realms. Dong Huangtai exclaimed, fortunately, we have Sun Wukong. From this day forth, our demon clan shall possess its own world. Di Jiang, one of the 12 ancestral shaman, declared, my Wu clan shall also be able to establish its own realm. The Bodhi Patriarch then produced the remaining 3 world pearls and entrusted them to the 3. You shall now establish your realms. Upon completion, you 3 will become the lords of these realms. Fear not, for I shall take care of the rest. With that, Sun Wukong took the lead, holding the world pearl before him. I, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, hereby open the demon realm and establish the demon path, welcoming all demons from across the land. Immediately, the world pearl began to transform into a realm, as Sun Wukong infused his own Taoist power into this new world. At that moment, the Eye of Tao opened. Observing the scene, seeing this, Nuwa hastily called out, all members of my demon clan, immediately infuse your powers into the demon realm to bless its establishment. After speaking, Nuwa poured her own Tao power into the demon realm. Witnessing this, Dong Huangtai and Di Jun also contributed their Taoist powers. Furthermore, all demons within the primordial realm began to channel their energies into the demon realm. The powers of countless demons began to coalesce within the realm. Although this was the collective strength of numerous demons, it would not result in the repulsion characteristic of the alternate realms created by the Bodhi Patriarch, for all contributors were indeed demons. While their cultivated paths varied, they fundamentally shared the same essence. The realms created by the Bodhi Patriarch and Amitabha were fundamentally different. The Bodhi Patriarch was a transformation of a Bodhi tree from chaos, while Amitabha was a manifestation of a wisp of Tao Qi. Their paths diverged significantly, leading to mutual repulsion of their powers. Nevertheless, the establishment of the demon path remained elusive. At this moment, Sun Wukong, drenched in sweat, found his Taoist power nearly depleted. We are so close. Just then, Luo Xingming arrived. As a member of the Spirit Fox clan, which also encompasses spirit beasts, I share an affinity with the demon clan. Kong, I am here to assist you. With that, Luo Xingming infused her Taoist power. Instantly, with the addition of Luo Xingming's Taoist strength, the demon path was completed, and the demon realm integrated into the primordial realm. Subsequently, the merits of the Tao descended, bestowing a portion of merit upon all demons who participated in the establishment of the demon realm. The majority of the Tao merits, 40%, were absorbed by Sun Wukong, while the remainder was distributed as follows: 10% to Nu Hua, 10% to Dong Huangtai, 10% to Di Jun, and the final portion to Luo Xingming. As the demon realm was established by Sun Wukong, the demon path naturally belonged to him, allowing Sun Wukong to merge with the demon path, propelling him to a breakthrough as a saint of the Tao. Luo Xingming also successfully advanced to half a step into the Tao. Nu Hua, Dong Huangtai, and Di Jun experienced some enhancement as well. Following this, Qi Yu commenced the establishment of his realm. I am Qi Yu. Today, I shall open the Wu realm, providing a sanctuary for the Wu clan. Immediately, Qi Yu began to channel his Taoist power into the Wu realm. followed closely by the 12 ancestral shamans. Furthermore, all members of the Wu clan contributed their strengths. Gradually, the Wu path was established. And Qiyu became the sovereign of the Wu realm, embodying the Wu path. The 12 ancestral shamans and Qiyu also received Dao merits, with Qiyu stepping into the realm of half a step into the Dao. Soon after, Shin'enai began the process of establishing his realm. I am Shin'enai. Today, I wish to open the beast realm, establishing the beast path, to provide a sanctuary for all beasts of the world. Immediately, the world pearl transformed into a realm, and Shin'enai began to create the beast path. As Shin'enai infused his Taoist power into the beast realm, ancient primordial beasts, such as Taotai and Qiongqi, began to channel their strengths into the realm as well. Not only that, even the ancestral dragon started to contribute its power to the beast realm. Witnessing this, Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin looked on in astonishment at the ancestral dragon, with Yuan Feng exclaiming, "Ancestral dragon, why do you assist Shin'enai in opening the realm?"